I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my. Gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my. Don't you know, Delilah. You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth to rising, realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racked in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She know this cause she ain't the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She know this cause she ain't the same. She's trying to stop playing games. What do people like, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? What do people like, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZs don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them playing on your male size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys. And both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime. Thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline. And I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime. But I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
Once again, we go into the battlefield. We have warriors resurfacing from the play-ins, going up against giants. So much sacrifice, so much adaptability. And again, this is just the beginning. Let's find out together who will come out on top. This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific.
Pero ngayon, ito si Jack na maglarang pagkisa at ready sa orang diri sa Japanes. Si Victochi, abet es una coma, gerai, etalam.
Use the drone information, patience.
On the board! And it's gonna fall with his nada. The Oma, of your Loma.
They'll get it and we go clear it, Tim! 后续 PPGL 的配合上就是做一个击杀之后。
Let today be the start of something new, or perhaps something that's not so new. It's day 2 of the group stage of VCT APAC. I will be your host, Likeable. Allow me to welcome you guys here on our panel. We've got Trix, of course, and a new face on board. We've got Cad Femina. Please indulge and introduce yourself to our audience.
Hi, hello everybody. My name is Dad Femina. I'm a caster and an analyst for the local Filipino scene, and this is my first time on VCT broadcast. It's a huge pleasure to be on the same panel with these talented people, and I definitely will do my part in delivering the nitty-gritty on the teams playing today.
Well, we're excited to hear that. We're happy to have you here, and I'm also excited to hear what you'll be bringing here onto the table of APAC. But yeah, a lot of good things have happened recently here on the group stage. After all, it is day number 2. Yesterday, it was Gaming Gladiators versus Esports, Alter Ego versus Global Esports, Oasis Gaming versus Order, and FW Esports versus Fancy United Esports. Almost all of these games, Dad Femina, I know you taught them yesterday, but all of them almost reached, or at least reached 2-0. Like almost all of them, except for the last series of the day. But hey, we're looking at the first game over here. Trix, come on, walk us through how it all went down in the first series of the day.
In general, we saw that Gaming Gladiators just really being able to do better on, just on their retakes, on taking information. They were doing such a great job in utilizing the agents that they had. We mentioned yesterday that when you pick a KO, you really want that KO to get more pressure on the map. You want more value off of those knives, but it just felt that Griffin just falling a bit short.
Yes, I agree. But here we have Alter Ego versus Global Esports. This was also such a good sight to see. I really enjoyed, again, Kush on that fade. Treating it as such an initiator. Yeah. So good indeed. Oh my goodness. All of these plays on Fracture 2. Okay, I can't get enough of this game. This was definitely one of the series that I really enjoyed yesterday. But hey, Dad Femina, I'm not sure if you were able to catch the games yesterday, but coming up next is Oasis Gaming versus Order. Were you able to see this?
Yeah, actually, I watched like so much of this series, and I just can't help but feel super surprised about how Order performed against Oasis Gaming, one of the top teams of PH. And honestly, this should be like the first spotlight that we have on Order. Definitely one of the, if not the best team out of Oceania, that definitely blew the Filipino team out of the water. This should be the first time that you'll be seeing Order just come into play, and now that they're going to be on the upper bracket of their own respective group, then this win could signify that everybody has their eyes on them now.
Now Trix, last series of the day. Oh my goodness, this was the only series that actually reached game 3, right? And we were just on our toes over here.
I think Fancy United is doing a fantastic job. The way they were able to hold down those sites, the way they were able to play that aggression. But FWE also, both teams actually were adjusting their playstyles mid-game, and we could see that consistently. When you start watching that match, it doesn't really feel like it's the same team playing at the end of it, just in the way that they take information, the way that they're retaking the sites. It was fantastic to watch, and I love seeing teams adjust mid-game.
Yeah, absolutely. This is why we were talking about this yesterday. There was a change of pace from the first 3 series, right? Because towards the end, again, like you said, they kept adjusting mid-round, and obviously rounds are going to be a little bit slower because of the adjustments, because of how they're trying to be more careful to not commit the same mistakes that they were doing in the previous round. But now that the recap is out of the way, first things first for today. We've got a long journey ahead of us, which is why we need a deep understanding of what the tournament format is like. Luckily for us, Mika Fabs is here to save the day, and here she is with the tournament format.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seated in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
So, we're done with the play-ins. Now we're at the group stage. Up next is the knockout. one step at a time to making it to Masters Copenhagen. Let's head on to the brackets to see what the competition is actually like over here, because yesterday I could not believe my eyes. Like, I was assuming that all of the games would be incredibly wrong, especially after what we witnessed throughout the play-in streaks. But here it is, Group A. Gaming Gladiators took APAC by storm with that 2-0 against Griffin Esports, and I gotta say, that was such a way to start the games here.
It was really great. We've heard a lot of game, and especially thanks to Tash Bunny, who was here yesterday, and Griffin Esports. I thought that they did all right, but it just felt like they weren't capitalizing on the things that they really needed to. You can see they were comfortable on the attacker side, but upcoming we have ONIC against Myth, a match yesterday I said I was looking forward to, because I love watching Myth play, but ONIC just being so solid as a team and really being on top in their international. So I'm just wondering if Myth is really prepared for this match coming up.
Well, I gotta say that with what we saw from the play-ins, Myth is just this extra determined group, and I'm really looking forward to how they'll persevere throughout this bracket. Really exciting to see more good things from Myth. But we're gonna be moving on to Group B, Dad Femina. It was Alter Ego that got the same results as Gaming Gladiators, but they were matched against Global Esports this time.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did so much into how their team comp was supposed to do that Global Esports, although they did the adjustments that they were supposed to do against like Alter Ego, just they were not able to handle the pressure that AE was constantly throwing at them all throughout that series. Honestly, that 2-0 would be definitely deserving on their regard, but Global Esports, since this is they have their second shot at the lower bracket, they could face up against a very tough opponent. Whoever loses in the series against Xerxia and RRQ are gonna have to be well prepared, since Global Esports are still a tier above everybody else in South Asia.
Now we're going to group number C. Forgive me, it's a little bit early. Oh my god, Raph is gonna call me out on that one. I can't believe it. But Order versus the former Order Tricks. We were caught off guard by the absolute beast that is this Aussie team.
I was pleasantly surprised watching Oceania team just come out on top against Oasis. Don't get me wrong, I love Philippine teams. I love watching them improve. But Order just proving why they have so many fans, why people are rooting for them. Really just playing it so well. And then following that, we have that Paper X competition against Boom Esports, which I think is the match I'm actually looking forward to the most.
Last but definitely not the least, Dad Femina. This was the group that broke the 2-0 streak yesterday, as Fancy United ended the series 2-1 versus FW Esports.
Yeah, that match was an absolute banger too. I mean, all three games for both of these teams, I mean, you gotta love what Fancy United has brought to the table here. Not only did they showcase so much of their strengths against FW Esports, that they also showed a very clear-cut identity that this is one of the strongest teams that are gonna be heading into this upper bracket. But for our schedule right now, man, I mean, this is gonna be one hell of a stacked game, or a stacked day actually. Look at the games.
Woo! With the fancy brackets all covered, here is the match schedule on your screens today. Once again, we have new teams stepping onto the plate. One for every group, with ONIC G and Made in Thailand to start the day, which I know, Trix, this was the match that you were really looking forward to, as you said yesterday.
Yeah, I was reviewing, today's schedule, and I was looking at all these matches, and I couldn't really pick one that I just wanted to watch. I'm excited to see how Myth performs, because I feel like ONIC G is so solid. But on top of that, I really want to see Paper X and Boom Esports. I feel like Boom Esports has improved a lot, but Paper X just also being so dominant and innovative with with their lineups, with what they're trying out in the different maps, and I'm just so excited for all of the matches.
Don't worry, I share the same sentiments. I share your excitement. We'll hold hands together behind the scenes as these games progress. Now, of course, a lot of loaded games are on their way, and we'll have a lot of time to discuss all of these teams individually. So why don't we begin with the first series? Excuse me, again, I'm a little bit tongue-tied. It's a little bit early for me. But also, I think it's from the excitement. The adrenaline rush is always there, and your words just fumble when that happens. But again, first series of the day. We were looking forward to this yesterday. I love seeing Made in Thailand just perform. These guys are amazing. They're all so talented. And I've seen how they were during the play-ins, wherein there were multiple situations wherein their enemy was already leading, and they would somehow find a way to push past. Oh my goodness! I'm so sorry, guys.
We all
I'm
have
so
those
sorry.
days. It's okay.
But do you get my point that they're able to push past the limit and win the rounds, win the game at the end of the day, Trick?
I feel like most teams that were coming in from the play-ins, which is also why I was excited for the matches today. The teams that came in from play-ins, you could see that maybe they started off with a bit of a struggle. They learned from their mistakes. We could also tell that they were improving. You know, there were times where I was a little worried for some teams, and they proved me wrong. They said, no, we can adjust in the middle of the game. It's not just Boom Esports. And I know I pointed this out a lot. Boom Esports to have that tendency to adjust the way they play, but Bleed also did the same thing. You know, it was a little tighter of a scoreline. I think it was 8-11 or something like that, where Bleed kind of took a step back from the way they were playing and said, it's not working out. We're going to do something different, and ended up grabbing that win from RQ.
Now, Dad Femina, since you are new here on the panel, I would love some fresh Oh my goodness, what is going on? Let me have a sip of water. Let me have a sip of water real quickly.
Oh, good.
Feels a lot better. As I was saying, I would love to hear a fresh perspective from your end. How are you liking the games that we've been having here on APAC?
I mean, honestly, it's just no short of the identity that APAC has to offer, right? We always talk about like APAC being the more aggressive kind of teams, but all throughout this new stage, I feel like we've been growing out of that as of late. If you remember, if you could like observe like how all of the top teams from APAC were compared to in the last stage, they were always holding W. They were one-dimensional, but now that we're heading into this new stage, they were more innovative, more immersive, and I would say as well, in a sense that they not only rely on that whole W playstyle anyway, but they know when to use it. They know when to not pull it out against teams that are really strong against whole W team comps, which is why I really am excited to see these games anyway, considering that a lot of these teams here, especially in the group that we have right now, are, I would say, innovative and experimental as of late as well.
Absolutely agree with you there. Now, it's time for us to introduce the first team that is going to be stepping up for today. They're all the way from the Indonesia Challengers Stage 2. They were the top team there, and they made it into the group stage of APAC Stage 1. But their dreams were crushed early on against Xerxia Esports. They've come back with vengeance, hoping to make it further this time around. Let us welcome ONIC G. Here it is, ONIC G, Monyet, Hero, Severin, Elmi Moore, and NC Slasher, Dad Femina.
Yeah, I mean, the top seed from Indonesia, they're definitely looking to bring that aim-heavy style towards the APAC stage. They were already a force to be reckoned with, and it showed in how they took over the region before its inaugural independent stage. Now, for a lot of the players here on ONIC Gaming, for their playstyle, I just wanted to point out that they have just one simple game plan. Aggressive early fights that can be pretty risky 50-50 at times, throwing caution to the wind to gain an advantage by relying on their own aim after they choke out map control away from the opposition. They also shine with that. They compensate with everything through mid-round shot calling that is so decisive that it just makes up so well with the reckless nature. You would call that like the calm in the storm, if you will, Micah.
Interesting read there. Makes me want to really see this series and like keep my eyes peeled for the aggressiveness that you were talking about. But again, ONIC G, just looking out here to crush the competition. And I think Trix does want to add a point to that.
I think when it comes to aggression, some teams tend to overcommit. So I'm going to be watching out to see if ONIC might make that mistake of overextending themselves or being a little too aggressive rather than just, take the pressure, stop and then regroup.
Okay, now that Trix mentioned it, I really have to keep my eyes peeled. Okay, so for those who don't know, Trix is kind of... What is the perfect term for it, Trix? But basically, Trix really looks out for the mistakes. Not to be too nitpicky, but, she wants all of the teams to improve out here. And that's why we love having her here on the panel. But up against ONIC G is a team that we saw incredibly determined, as I've said before, during the play-ins. They were put in several situations wherein the odds were stacked against them. The adaptability that they displayed and their refusal to give up landed them a spot here in the group stage. And they have every intention of keeping that fight going. Here is Made in Thailand. Here we have it, Made in Thailand. Can I just say that I'm so happy to see Wanna Fly once again. I love this entire team, Trix. I enjoyed their play-ins performance, especially with Congret on that KO.
Yeah, we've got Alone Phil, Stellan, Kadum, Congret, and Wanna Fly, a team that I feel has constantly been stepping up their own performance. We see that on their defender sides, they've been known to have that fantastic crossfire. They're so good at keeping the opponents back. They push up, but they also know how to move back their defensive line without giving up too much information. They tend to have that aggressive control early on. And when I first noticed that, I was worried about that overcommitment that they might make. But when they played against BME, it looked like they revised it. They were a little more structured. They wouldn't overcommit to it. They started to play a lot more disciplined. They're fantastic at baiting the utility. So I'm hoping to see that today against ONIC G. And I'm particularly looking out for Conga Red's plays because I remember him on that Sky and it was just fantastic with the bait on Killjoy's utilities.
Oh my god, wait, don't even get me started. There were absolute dominant rounds from Congret. I remember several. I can't nitpick or pinpoint the exact game because there were a lot, obviously. And every single game that he's out there, he actually performs, which is why I really find this guy impressive. We usually talk about duelists, but Congret and an initiator, really good chemistry with the rest of the teams over here. But Dad Femina, any team, ONIC G, obviously on the watch list for you, but are you a little bit worried for that team as they go up against Made in Thailand?
Honestly, I've been looking at the past games that Made in Thailand have been playing, and I kind of feel like they're no stranger to how ONIC G actually could play anyway. But considering that they're one of the top teams coming out of their own regionals, ONIC G could definitely have this in bag if they are given the conditions that they have moving forward. They always love to have those early fights, as I said earlier, and if those don't go out of their way or don't go into their way, actually, it's gonna be a bit of a struggle against Made in Thailand. But against all odds, Made in Thailand have also proven that they could also contend against people with the same kind of play style. So this in particular, to me, could become the banger that we are gonna be setting up into our first match of the day.
I feel like it's time for that daily reminder to people that are watching. You've got those proactive plays, you have those reactive plays, and you have the adjustment. It's the recipe for a good team and a top tier team for APAC Stage 2. But at the end of the day, it's also a matter of playing to your strengths. We've seen teams adjust to opponents playing on their terms rather than forcing it on that team's terms. And I feel that, more teams need to be willing to adjust, but they have to be willing to adjust with the kit that is handed to them.
Well, speaking of strengths over here, Trix, we're gonna go on the map vetoes, where we'll determine which of the maps that they're strongest at will be revealed or will be played out throughout this series. What do we know about ONIC G when it comes to the map vetoes, Dad Femina?
Well, honestly, ONIC G, looking at like their stats all across the board, they definitely are more, I'd say, flexible in terms of where they want to put their, I'd say, pace onto. Like in their Haven maps, they always have like this very consistent force. That's where they find their stride. Since it's a very large map, they can take those early fights since it's very hard for a lot of like other teams to respond to any kind of action around one side anyway. And on split could be the same result as well, especially if you consider the mid control being that pivotal point. So definitely seeing them maybe picking out the one of the more aim duel heavies maps that I would say. Maybe like Haven, maybe like Breeze. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to pull out Fracture here, maybe band it out against Made in Thailand, since the opposition could also have a lot of tricks up their sleeve anyway.
I think that I am glad to see Myth ban out that split. They haven't exactly had the best run on it, and us considering that ONIC G is, does well on those aggressive maps, maybe on those larger maps, I am a little bit surprised that Myth is actually the one to pick Fracture, considering they don't have a fantastic run on it in terms of their statistical history. And I'm wondering if maybe it's because they've adjusted it, or they've really done their homework watching ONIC G and how they play on it, and kind of have the recipe for success ready here.
If I'm not mistaken, they didn't Made in Thailand pull out the double sentinel last time, Trix?
Yes, on Fracture.
Oh, on Fracture. Okay, well, we've talked about having a double sentinel on Fracture. You're able to block out or slow down the enemy team as they enter into the multiple entry points of this site. So maybe they figured out the correct balance on how to make that composition work, but we'll have to wait and see. Over here on Ascent, I'd say that it's like a 50-50 map for ONIC. They're really good at it, don't get me wrong. But I don't know, there are times that they do struggle a little bit. What I do like about their composition is that they always pull out the KO, and I enjoy myself having a KO on Ascent, especially since we've seen all sorts of these defensive layouts that we need to suppress, right? But here we are, Dad Femina. Bind is going to be the decider map.
Very interesting. We saw a lot of bind like all throughout the play-ins anyway, and I kind of get that since teams don't want to be initiative on trying to take that map first, and maybe they want to go for it maybe in the later stages of the game. And I kind of see that both ONIC and Myth have pretty much a fairly 50-50 chance on that map anyway, so I kind of get that they don't want to go for that point anyway. And looking at the initial picks here on, Ascent being that first map could be that slow tempo playstyle that we could see Myth thrive on, since compared to ONIC, they're kind of more disciplined in my opinion, in my eyes anyway. So Ascent could be the slow banger that we could be expecting out of this series anyway. And once we translate that over to that second map, that's where the tempo could translate over, or maybe we could see something different. Maybe they could switch things up, match some playstyles, or maybe, just maybe, we could see some more close games as we head on into the series.
I love seeing these map picks, and I think that now that more teams are starting to bring out that Fade being more comfortable on it, I'm hoping to see it more frequently, just as we've been seeing the KO a lot. I find that as good as KO is, it just feels that it's a bit lackluster for a lot of the teams in the way that they're playing him, not really utilizing that knife. You want to get more information, you want to suppress especially the sentinels or get that early pick, flush out the angles that you can with his molly.
Fragment.
It's not called fragment, thank you. I was like, oh my god, I can only think of molly. But yes, that fragment nade, it does so much, and pairing it with that flash. But I feel like the playstyle here in APAC, I find that it fits more with that kind of Fade Sky combination rather than the KO, which feels more of something where you have a lineup ready. The KO is far away. It shouldn't always be right next to you.
Yeah,
At least that's my take on it.
I want to add a little bit on that KO pick for ONIC G as a whole. I've seen NC Slasher just pull off so many mid-round clutches, and sometimes he could also carry the team all throughout just one round if you could let him let loose on that KO. And kind of also brings out that perfect balance of being that aggressive KO that can entry frag even though he doesn't have that ultimate online, but he also is that at the very least, the supportive KO that you would want to have on a lot of KOs that could become the strength that ONIC G would have into this match. But again, Made in Thailand, they have seen very talented KOs all throughout their regional, so it could become like the same type of play that they would be expecting out of anybody else.
Absolutely, and on a map like Ascent, anything can happen. At the end of the day, again, we keep pushing for this. It's the adjustability, the adjustments that you can make as a team that will lead you guys to victory. On their end, they can adjust. But for us, as we move on to the predictions, we can't really change our answers once we lock it in. Yes, panel, we're gonna go to the predictions, sadly.
I love this part.
Yay! Not too happy about this, of course, but the show must go on. And Dad Femina, as a sort of initiation, you're gonna go first.
Oh man, I mean, all the spotlight, all the pressure is on me, right? Let's say I say something wrong, and it's gonna be something posted online. But I really like that about the panel, right? So I'm gonna be putting out my first prediction here. It's gonna be ONIC and be winning out this series. Honestly, I can see the reasons why they're like the top team in Indonesia. It's because they take a lot of what they want. The goals are always set in stone for them, and all the commitments that they want to in that match, they always go for it straight on, like aggressive map control and early duels that will take them the advantage anyway. So maybe against Made in Thailand, they could take them by surprise, despite like the contradictions I've been taking about Made in Thailand maybe facing up against like a similar play style. But again, ONIC, they're just on a different level, and we could like see that play into the favor of them this early on.
A lot of good input over there, but I wonder if Trix feels the same, because she was on board with me. She also saw Made in Thailand play, right?
Yes.
But I don't know if she was persuaded that was good enough going up against ONIC G.
I watched the progress of Made in Thailand. I love the way they've progressed. I love the way they have adjusted. They have really worked on their issues. They play more disciplined than the first series they ever played on APAC Stage 2. But I think it's a tall ask of them to take down ONIC. I don't think it's going to be too one-sided. I think they will give ONIC a difficult time. And I feel if Made in Thailand remembers the things that they did well, which is like baiting that utility and really playing off the bait of the Sentinel utility, not even any other utility, I think that they might be able to stop some of the pushes. But at the end of the day, I think ONIC might just make this one.
Interesting. I guess I'm alone in this. I thought we were together on this, Trix. I'm gonna go for Made in Thailand.
Oh man, you got betrayed.
No. Of course, I know Trix. I love the input that she's had here on the panel. But as I say that, see, I'm the odd one out, guys. Myth is for me. They're the mythical creatures that we love to see here on APAC. I can't believe that I'm the only one that is really rooting for them. So Myth, you better prove me right, because I want to prove my other two panelists here wrong. Just for that purpose alone. Win this game.
I mean, if Dash Bunny can do it like yesterday, you can do it definitely if they do get that win.
Yeah, and to be fair, I'm hoping that all teams are really bringing out their A game. I really root for every single team. It's hard being asked which team I'm predicting to win, because I want all of them to, because they're all doing so well. They're improving so much. And right now, I love seeing this. We have that fade on Myth. I remember I mentioned it yesterday, that having that fade, you want those like smaller maps. You want the Ascent, the Split, the Bind. And the fact that they're bringing it out here on Ascent is great, paired with Conga Red's KO, which he has been on KO before, and very effective on it. I'm thinking this is a good lineup for them.
I'm looking at this now, and wow. KO, we were hyping the KOs up, and here they are. But again, we always love seeing the fade. Very happy. Though I do think, Trix, that for the most part, you always prefer the fade with like a sky right beside it, right?
I do. I feel like there's more room for combination. But as Dadfem, mentioned earlier, that KO can also have a lot of solo play potential. And in a map like Ascent, which is a little more default, a little slower, it might actually come to their advantage if they play it in a more structured way. And this goes for both teams. I'm not talking only for Myth, but also on ONIC's side, you have Serena on that KO as well. You have NC Slasher on that Astra for that global presence. And I think, as he mentioned, they like to play those aggressive picks that might actually really work out in their favor.
Do you have anything to add to that, Adfem?
I'm really just happy that some teams actually still pick up Astra, despite like a few nerfs coming their way, despite like Omen and Brimstone rising up to the occasion. Sometimes you see a lot more Viper into a lot more maps, but now that it's Ascent, we kind of want a bit more flexibility with what we want in our controller that can provide so much more to our team. Now that it's utility heavy, when you want to run that Astra, plus it's in combination as well to whatever lineups that you want to put out, since they do pick out that's over here, then it's really interesting how much time that they can buy with the Astra alone and how much she can influence the battlefield, especially now that we're on the map of Ascent that we've been talking about as a bit more slow, a bit more time-paced, and a bit more reliant on how they play the tempo that they want. I mean, for whoever is picking the Astra, they're going to be the ones setting the tempo in this game.
I love the Astra picks, man. All of the mind games that you get to play just by placing your star, all of the utility that you can pull out, the concuss, the gravity well, everything, just so much fun to watch. And of course, how it all plays out inside the game is just even more amazing to see. Now, of course, I keep reiterating this because this is so important. Valorant is all about adaptability, and that's what makes it so entertaining to watch. No match is ever the same. Every single team has their own strats and own styles that I can't get enough of. So you know what? I'm getting giddy just thinking about it inside. Let's pass it over to our casters so we can finally begin.
Good morning, guys! At ako si Rene, kasama ko si Vil, at ikakas na natin ang pinakaunang match between Made in Thailand together with ONIC Indo. At makikita nga natin, guys, na maraming surprises for all of the teams today and talagang bakbakan ito. But as for today's set of games, magiging number 1 Indo versus number 2 Thailand ang makikita natin. So ikaw, Vil, ano kayang thoughts mo sa magiging laro na tong Made in Thailand tsaka ONIC?
Actually, to be honest, for me, it's kind of 50-50 again. Well, we can say talaga na yung power nitong dalawang teams na to, and it's just, para sa akin, matagal na natin sila napapanood. They have their own preferences on how to play. They have their own strategies. Pero it will all come down to the map pick pa rin. Sino ang nanalo ng map pick, mga kaibigan? Who has the better map? Who has the better grasp of all these maps na talaga sobrang komportable sila? Of course, bago naman mangyari to, pinag-aralan na nila kung paano yung mga plays ng isa't isa, napag-aralan na nila kung paano bang ika-counter nila yung isa't isa dito sa mga games natin ngayon. Pero it will all boil down on who's gonna be the better team sa araw na ito. Well, game number 1 pa lang naman tayo though. We have 4 games today. And hopefully, sana parang yung kahapon lang, mabilis na 2-0, mabilis na 2-0. And dito talaga sa dalawang team na to, for me, I'm actually rooting para sa para sa Myth siguro. I've been a fan of Made in Thailand ever since, matagal na. And ito si ONIC, malay mo, biglang maglaro si Oh My Venus.
Nandito din si Wise. Yung B-Wise nandito maglalaro sila.
Oh man, malay mo, andito din sila V-Wise, di ba? Pero, we're gonna see that if ever they're gonna play really. Pero, yun nga, I mean, dun sa mga map picks na nakita natin, talagang, of course, they have no choice at all. They have to pick and make the most out of all of these maps na pinili nila, which is Asset, Fracture, and Bind. First pick ngayon ng ONIC G. So, for Made in Thailand, it's really up to them on bahala sa kung pipili nila defending or attacking. Pero syempre, alam naman nila kung ano yung komportable na side para sa kanila dito eh. And syempre, in terms dun sa ating composition a while ago, talagang masasabi na natin na this is gonna be really exciting for sure. And syempre, napaka-jump pack pala ito kasi tinan mo naman, di ba? Game number 1 pa lang. Parang mainit talaga maglalaban ng Thailand at Indonesia. Matagal na naglalaban na itong ONIC G siya Myth for sure. Dumating sa point na talaga naging scrim partners rin sila back then. Pero right now, I mean, hindi pa ata sila nagkita. Tama. This is the first time talaga na magkikita sila sa live dito sa VCT. Pero for sure, dumating talaga sa punto na nagkaroon na sila, naging screaming partners pero wala eh. At the end of the day, ONIC G is still ONIC G, mga kaibigan. Isipin mo undefeatable sila. So far undefeatable sila sa buong VCT, mga kaibigan. Ever since pagdating ng May 21 onwards, undefeatable sila. Actually, May 15 onwards hanggang ngayon, undefeatable sila. Ang nakatalo lang sa kanila, Alter Ego. Pero 2-1 yung score. Yun lang nakakatalo sa kanila eh. Alter Ego, Xerxia. So, Boom Esports, pero kailan pa ba to? Nung February pa to. So, ibig sabihin, this is the powerhouse of Indonesia that you're looking at your screen right now. So, who's gonna get this game? Who's gonna get the 2-0, probably 2-1? 50-50 pa rin para sa akin kasi for Myth naman, I mean, yes, galing sila sa play-ins natin. Galing sa play-ins. Tama, di ba? Tama ba? Hindi ba?
Galing siyang play-ins.
Galing ang Myth sa play-ins. Nakatalo lang and halos lahat ng games nila. Lahat ng games ng Made in Thailand is actually 2-1. Ito ang tanong, magiging 2-1 pa rin ba to? Kasi ito there's a lot of players out there. There's a lot of viewers out there internationally na talaga nagpe-predict ONIC ang mananalo. So pwede natin sabihin na talagang mataas ang win rate ng ONIC dito.
At tatandaan natin guys, sa ONIC may tagabuhat dyan. Monyet and friends yan. Pagdating sa performance nila, although syempre naman si Shiger, I think all of them have been really performing well. Pero pagdating sa Indo scene, kasi umiikot lang yan eh. It's either sa Alter Ego magiging top 1 sa stage na to, and followed by Boom, and followed by ONIC. So, paikot-ikot lang sila. Sila talaga yung top 3 consistent teams. Pero nagkakatalo na lang siguro sa mismong playoffs na of who's gonna be in the lower bracket run or who's gonna be on the upper bracket. Pero all in all, bakbakan din. Parang dito lang sa mismong region natin kung gaano kalakas yung mga teams. So, medyo may pagkapantay-pantay sila. But,
yeah. And ito hindi ko lang kung narinig ko eh. Pero ito I mean, this is actually the powerhouse. Ito yung ginawang super team ng Indonesia, mga kaibigan. Kasi 2 players dito sa ONIC G, galing sila sa Alter Ego back then last year. So, talagang medyo mga known names na rin talaga sa Valorant scene. Ito mga players natin dito, not just you're in Valorant. So, malay nyo sa mga iba't ibang games rin din talaga, like CS and whatnot. But yeah, my kaibigan, we're just gonna have a very, very short break. And after the break, hopefully, na mag-start na rin tayo dito sa game number 1 once again. ONIC G versus Made in Thailand. You're watching VCT APAC Group Stages. Xerxia, Phil and Ray. See you later.
finally kayo sa Made in Thailand versus ONIC first series nga sa group stage natin. Ako si Rere, kasama ko si Phil at kami maghahatid sa inyo na first 2 series. So ngayon nga ay Made in Thailand versus ONIC at mamaya ang isa sa mga main event natin which is ang RRQ versus si Buto Kalaban. Sino may na-mental block ako. Ayun, Xerxia. Again, Xerxia. Sorry, medyo na-mental block ako. Iniisip ko kasi yung laban. Iniisip ko Cerberus. Medyo na-excite. Medyo nasanay ako, guys, sa play-ins. Iniisip ko sino makalaban nila. Ayan, okay na, guys. So, at ay, okay,
ayun guys, alam kong hindi nyo ako naririnig. So, sorry. Ang sabi ko kanina. Sorry. Pero yun nga, I mean, bawat casters mga kaibigan, merong ikakas na 2 beses. Merong ikakas na 2 beses. Riri, okay ka lang ba? Nakamute ka ba?
Nakamute ako.
Okay. Nakamute ka. Okay, akala ko si Riri, papatawag na ata ako na ambulansya no? Narinig ko yung idura mo yan, Riri. Pero ayun nga mga kaibigan, kakas namin yung first 2, tapos hindi kami magkakas ng 3rd and 4th. So basically, hindi namin ikakas ng Team Secret, pero ikakas namin ng RRQ mga kaibigan. Ayan.
Yung Team Secret hanggang 2 AM pa yan
Oh, 2 AM pa yan, man. Tagal pa yan guys.
Amaya na lang yan.
Pinag-Twitter pa ako di Meral ko. Sabi ko, I'll root for Myth kasi fan na nila ako ever since. Tapos si Vil 5 minutes. ONIC verse, ano nga pangalan nila? Nakalimutan ko na agad no?
Time 11:15 AM pa lang, di kami sanay.
Aga pa guys. Aga pa, pero yun nga, nagkakita natin kami na that is Monyet. Huwag na take down Kadum right now. Napakami sa pangyayari. Monyet, 1 HP left sa kanya. Pero makakapaghilap agad naman siya kasi that is just the damage of that seize though. One of Flower gonna go down as well. Alone Phil taking down the second one right now and get the third as well. But let me walk all the way from the backside right now. We'll get that trade off. We're gonna take down Alone Fields too. The land versus Let Me More right now. Controller versus Sentinel. Omen versus Chamber. Who's gonna win this? Let Me More. Wala siyang idea kung nasan ba si Dilet ngayon and got no idea at all na nasa loob na talaga si Dilet mga kaibigan. Pero that is the swing. That is the flick coming on from Lemmy Moore and sobrang solid na mga kills niya with that headhunter mga kaibigan. Sobrang on point. Pag merong napatikan matik ng isang headhunter, matik patay talaga yun. And syempre, di ba? I mean, sobrang kawawa naman din talaga ng Jet dito, si Monyet mga kaibigan. Kasi nga, literal na 1 HP siya because of that seize. Yan ang pinaka-importante. Ito oo, importante ng Hunt, importante ang Prowler, pero napaka-importante ng seize mga kaibigan. Because of the damage that he can do. Doon sa skill na yan. So talagang, kasi yung mga ibang ka-team ko sa totoo lang, kunyari nag-fade na sila, sabi ko sa kanila, huwag mo kalimutan na gamitin yung seize kasi sobrang lakas ng skill na yan. Pero, Monyel pushing in already, Severine catches one as well, meron dalawa dito ang sabi, mga kaming Alone Fields together with the other player, which is Kadum, is gonna go down right now. Pero Alone Fields, with just that shorty, bulit na lang si Monyel, galit dito sa likod, hindi siya kita Alone Fields. So it's all up to 2, Dilet and Concrete, waiting on that positioning right now. Yung isa nasa A, I mean, yung isa nasa may CT, yung isa nasa may B main. Pero one thing is for sure, ONIC will get this. No cap for fur. I mean, si Kong TV naka-isa pa. Pero let me more with just that. Marshall on here. We're gonna take down one. It's up to the land. Through that smoke. Ang kailangan lang niyang gawin mga kaibigan, syempre pati ng mga players na to na exit frags. Pero the land, he knows it already na he needs to die dito sa round na to para magkaroon siya ng maraming pera next round. Pero nga lang, alam din ng ONIC na hindi na sila dadaan dyan. Hindi na sila magmamaasim because they need to save up everything that they have. Ray, it's your turn.
May kasama ka pa bila. Mana sana ka mag-isa.
Sorry.
Kamukha ni Beng kay si Si Delen,
Lemmy mo.
share ko lang. Diba? Kawig sila. Ganun. Pero, ONIC, pumapalo na nga sila ngayon. Tatandaan nyo guys, ang ONIC, parati yan, Monyet and Friends. Parating bot ni Monyet. Ay, nag-iba yung hairstyle ni Monyet. May, medyo mahaba-haba yung buhok niyan nung last time na nakita natin. Pero, yeah, nakita nga natin yung tweet ng ONIC, diba? Sana, get well, ONIC. Nakita ko yung, ineto sa akin eh. At nag-tweet yung coach ata ng ONIC para gawin yung nangyari. But here it is. Surprise sa mga taga-Smith ngayon. Pero para sa ONIC side, we're just gonna be aggressive and nakapagod sila ng A side. And
Diyos ko, grabe yung mga headhunter ni Lemmy Moore dito. Sobrang on point talaga. If ever na may natutukan siya, pipitikan niya agad ng isa. Knowing si Kadum pa talaga namatay niya. One of the pillars din talaga ng mga players ng Myth. Pero nga naman niya taking one of one already. This is actually one of the best save rounds na meron din talaga ang ONIC, mga kaibigan. Kahit wala silang enough money, they can actually take down everyone right now. Meron pang tao dito sa may Raptors. Dylan sees one through that smoke though. Lemmy Moore with just that headhunter again. Except for another one. And Diyos ko, panalo ang ONIC dun sa buy round ng Myth. And syempre, I would like to give shoutouts ulit kay Lemmy Moore. Utang na loob ng headhunter niya. Literal na 5 kill siya. Lahat yan, headhunter lang.
Wala ibang ginagamit. Puro AD. Tapos ADS lang eh.
Kanina pa yan. Kanina pa yung headhunter. Kanina pa siya nakakapatay na headhunter lang ang gamit niya. Bakit pa siya magsi-specter? Bakit pa siya magba-vandal? Kaya naman niya makapatay sa 100 kada putok. Diyos ko!
Wala pang patay ha. Si Lemmy Moore ha. Boy, grabe naman ang ganda ng airport kay Shiro.
Lito na kalma ka lang, Ray. Mga tropa natin yan, ng ONIC. Tropa natin yung ONIC, Ray, nananalo eh. Pero dito si Kadum. We're gonna go down as well with the Just Story though. Monyan pushing in already, take it down too. Pero meron pang tao dito sa may B. And wala silang choice kundi mag-switch up. Papunta na din dito sa A though. Pero nga lang Dylan, playing close. Monyan is in a tough spot right now. Pero hold that thought. Monyan's gonna take down that guy inside. Pero Severin waiting in that corner. Waiting dito sa positioning ng Myth na rin din talaga. Pero he needs that distance para syempre hindi siya mapatay dito sa right click ng Classic. Lemmy Moore finding that prey again. He's gonna be the biggest predator of ONIC G right now. He needs to take down everyone dito sa side ng Myth. Pero Anton, makakakuha ba ng pera? Makakakuha ba ng kill ang Myth? I don't think so. Meron pa silang baril na mapipick up? I don't think so. So kailangan talaga nilang bumawi with just that Bucky on hand at wala silang choice at all kung hindi mag-exit frags na din talaga. Hindi sila magpupush, hindi sila magmamaasim. Ang sabi ng Alone Fills, sige, subukan niyang pumunta dito sa may mid. Literal na masisikyo kayo sa akin.
Sisikyo?
Alam mo ba?
Ano yan, best?
Nung bata ako, ang tawag sa akin ng mga kalaro ko sa computer shop dati, Benelli.
Bakit Benelli?
Kasi lagi daw akong nagsha-shotgun sa CS. Kaya Benelli ang tawag nila sa akin. Share ko lang yun. Saan yun? Legit yun. Hindi ako nagbibiro. Uy, si Benelli nandito na ulit. No, hindi pa.
At ngayon, hindi
ko makakalimutan. Ano ko yun eh. Childhood ko yun eh.
Childhood ilan?
Bali mga
5 years ago.
5 years ago.
Bata pa lang kami, Vil, guys, sa mga nagtatanong kung ilang taon na kami. Pero gusto ko lang pala i-shoutout ang isa sa mga kaibigan ko na nanonood ngayon. Si taga Storms and Gaming na si Pluma. Ayan, shoutout sa iyo, Pluma. Ganda na pangalan na Pluma. Pag dinagdagan mo ng konti, hindi ka na makakapagka sa PPGL.
You want to play? Let's play.
Pero buti na lang, may na kagad, pinigilan kagad ng Myth.
Hindi pa namamatay si
ONIC.
Hindi pa namamatay si Lemmy Moore, ha? Sasabihin ko, hindi pa namamatay si Lemmy Moore. Immortal ata ito eh. Parang, I will not die. Yun ang sabi niya, malayo ang kalawan. Pero, that Aljon will gonna spot one though. Pero yun nga lang, one of line kadumuntik nang magputukan to the smoke, mga kaibigan. Nagkatutukan na, pero hindi naman sila nagkita. Bale, nagkaambahan na sila ngayon, pero yun nga lang, hindi talaga nila pinuputok kasi baka ma-vax sila. Pero, 0-4 right now, and as you can see, ONIC trying to play slow kasi meron ng pera dito ang myth eh. At least nabawash na dito si Lemmy Moore, he's super low. Like literally 5 HP left. How are you gonna do this? Pero the players of ONIC was gonna go here and 8 lang din talaga. Pero may matama ng 0 point yung SC Slasher catching 1. Call mga kaibigan, he's in a top spot. But Kadoom catching him off guard. There's a lot of players out there dun sa may rafters mga kaibigan. Pero yung that is a nightmare. Already, Lemmy Moore catches one. NC Dasher with another one right now. Lemmy Moore, can he take down one with 5 HP left? And yes, he can! 5-0 already for the side of ONIC J. And Lemmy Moore for 5 rounds. Hindi pa rin siya namamatay.
8-0 na yan ha. 8-0 na si Lemmy Moore. And so far, 5 HP na nakuha pa siya. Ang confident pa niya mag 2D4 sa. Binuhin mo sa time na yan, win na sana ng Myth. Pero unfortunately, nasayang nga lang din yung ibang chances para sa feed ultimate nila. Nakakuha na sila ng info, but yet it didn't work. After all, nilaban pa rin sila ng ONIC. At kahit sa mga full buy, hindi sila nanalo. So ano nang mangyayari sa Made in Thailand? Nanlalamig ata sila. Eh ang ONIC talaga, mas coordinated na sila ngayon. And hindi lang ito tungkol kay Monyet anymore. Although mga 70% ay ginagawa pa rin ni Monyet. But I think si Lemmy Moore talagang kailangan natin pansinin ngayon, Vil. Di ko alam kung ano meron kay Lemmy Moore ngayong araw. Pero palong-palo ata siya eh. Lahat headshot sa ulo eh.
Nakapagbuko dyan sa ata siya, pero yung nga, Lemmy Moore, is kinakatch one again. Oh my God, muntik na may ayun, wala pa rin patay si Lemmy Moore, mga kaibigan. Muntik na. Ganyan ka dito si Lemmy Moore. ADS and spray. Saan mo makikita yan? Kay Lemmy Moore lang, mga kaibigan. Siya lang gumagawa niyan. Hindi ko alam kung ginagawa ba yan ng Silver eh. Feeling ko hindi na eh. Nung Silver ako, di ko naman ginagawa. Pero si Lemmy Moore ginagawa niya.
Get out of my way! It's a surf ata si Lemmy Moore ngayon.
Gold ka! Gold ka, hindi na ginagawa yun eh. Pero Radiant, oo.
At siya lang gumagawa nun. Si Delendo
siya lang gumagawa nun, men. Hindi.
Shoutout nga pala yung Super MJ na nag-watch party. Yan.
Oy, Super MJ, kamusta?
Ay, ano sa'yo? Just woke up. At si Delend, wala siya magagawa ngayon. Exit frags. Kanina pa nawawala si Delend sa mapan. Parang wala siya sarili.
Kali ba siya dito? Up.
Diba?
6-0 sa ONIC G! Grabe naman talaga si Oh My Venus tsaka si Wise, mga kaibigan. Matindi!
Talagang matinik ang V-Wise ngayon. Buhat na buhat. Yun o. Ano ba naman yan? Tapos si Monyet, diba? Tapos W lang. Wala na strats to ONIC muna eh. Pupush lang.
Push lang, men. Sige lang, guys. Tuloy nyo lang yan. Let's go, ONIC. Let's go!
Kaya nagdabag pa. Sabi dito ni Neil Justin, hula lang isa mananalo dito.
Ano yan?
Sabi ni Neil Justin, hula, isa lang mananalo dito. Siyempre,
5 mananalo dito.
5 pala.
Hindi ako sanay na... Ano ba? Hindi ako sanay pag tinatawag ako ng Justin. Wala lang.
Talaga? May iba
only my mom calls me Justin if ever she's mad. She's gonna call me Justin. Yeah, whenever na galit siya. Ayun.
Paano ka pinapagalitan ng nanay mo? Sa akin, mayabang ka na, lumayos ka na dito.
Ay, ala, hindi naman ako ginaganyan. Justin, ha?
Justin, ha?
Only child lang kasi ako. Kaya wala akong kapatid kasi only child lang ako. Magpupush kayo dito sa B, ha? Yun nga lang, kitang-kita din talaga ng paranoia mo kung alam na alam talaga ng myth kung anong pwedeng gawin ng ONIC ngayon. Pero Shocked not gonna connect on these players and then pero at least si Shiro magkakaroon na siya dito ng Hunter's Fury for him to get all these pick-offs that he need. Pero for the count, mga kaibigan, ONIC G 6-0. ONIC G ba talaga sila? May G ba talaga sila? Meron, di ba? Or ONIC? Wala.
Wala. Tatawin natin ONIC G. Ay, hindi. Meron talaga ONIC G.
ONIC G to, di ba?
ONIC G, ONIC G.
Yan. Okay nangyari kay ONIC ABC. Pero, ONIC G, 6-0 already. Pero let me more, wala pa ring deaths kahit isa. Sino ang makakapatay kay Lemimore, mga kaibigan? Yan ang tanong.
You are divided.
Oh, Monyet. Monyet's gonna push in already, pero nga that sees will gonna deny his entry, but not hindi talaga makikita. Pero that is one of fly. Catching one, Kadoom with another one right now. And this might be the first point na pwedeng mangyari dito sa ONIC, mga kaibigan. The Lend, waiting on that corner, waiting dito sa may generator. Pero, oy! Ayun na, patay na si Lemimore. Pero, NC Slasher. It's gonna be down as well. 1v3 in Kadoom. Finally, Myth is back in the game.
May nakapatay na rin kay Lemimore sa wakas. 10-1. But I think, naipit lang talaga sila. Alam na nila para pumupush eh. Yung mga taga-ONIC they usually go around sa may logs. And now, although they went for a split push, I think it didn't work well. Mas maganda siguro kung mag-stick together na lang din sila. Kasi yun yung usually na ginagawa nila for the past 6 rounds. May panalo nga nilang straight against Made in Thailand. Pero daming pera na ONIC. Diyos ko, hanggang next 2 rounds, meron pa rin silang pambili. Pero Severine, aggressive lang sila ngayon. Parang ano yun, no? Parang hindi maganda yung gising ng ONIC. Pero sige, okay lang. Working naman against Made in Thailand. But as of now, as they try to play it slower than the usual rounds that we've seen sa ONIC, nilalagyan na nga nila ng sino ba yung una nating mapipick off kagad dito sa may B-side. Pero habang tinignan nila kung meron silang makukuha, may idea na rin kagad ang mga taga Made in Thailand saan manggagaling ang mga taga ONIC. Kaya ngayon medyo nagtawag na sila kagad ng day. Told Kadoom, dito muna tayo dito sa B-side dahil nga gumagawa na rin ng ingay ang ONIC puntang site mismo. Pero mukhang lilipat pa sila. Split push pa rin ang gagawin nila ngayon, Vil.
Split push. It's gonna be here for the count dito sa ONIC, mga kaibigan. Pero Monyet needs to find that opening, and kung napapansin mo, yes, nakapag lockdown na rin talaga si Wanafly, pero yun nga lang, medyo mahirap lang din talaga kasi wala naman tao dun sa B. Pero right now, they know it already. Lockdown na si Vincent, wala nang literal na makakapigil sa kanila. And for the count, that is Hunter's Fear coming in from Shiro right now. Just trying to catch someone off guard. Shiro gonna take down Wanafly and Zeland as well. That is huge already. For the side of ONIC, taken down to kahit hanggat hindi pa nila nakikita yung mga kalaban nila. Severing another one. Kong 1v3. Shiro is low, but can he get that clutch or not? Maybe he can. Kasi super low naman si Shiro, so what if one tap ni Kong to? What if lang talaga, di ba? Kasi marami pa naman siya mga utilities sa pwedeng gamitin, pero nga lang Kong. Shiro is now down, but Severine with that swing, with a trade, with a win. 7-1 already for the side of the Indonesian team, ONIC G. And yun din talaga, di ba? Sobrang aga rin kasi nung ginawa ni Wanafly na lockdown. Well, nag-ingay lang naman yung mga players ng ONIC G dito sa B para lang syempre for them to push out that lockdown. Parang na-bait lang din talaga. So, ine-expect ng Myth doon, syempre mag-Hunter's Fury si Sova, pero hindi nangyari yun. So, isiisipin mo, Hunter's Fury lang ang makakasira dun sa Killjoy ult ni Wanafly. Yun lang. At pag hindi ginamit ni Shiro yung Hunter's Fury dun, syempre, he's gonna use that Hunter's Fury against his enemies. But meanwhile, Monyet getting down 2 already. Trying to go with the third one right now. But Kadoom, mga kaibigan, muntik siya makakaisa. Lemimore with another run up top. And as you can see, it's just isang beses pa lang napapatay si Lemimore dito, mga kaibigan, after 8 rounds. So, kitang-kita talaga natin dito na napakaganda ng control ng ONIC G. Literal na sobrang solid. Kahit sila yung attacker, kontrolado nila ang buong site A, man o B.
Dil, alam mo, go ONIC na lang sabihin ko eh.
Ano? Go ONIC na lang?
Oo. Galingan niya ONIC para mag-aral ko na. Tagal eh. Pero
matapos eh, no?
Pero ito na naman si Monyet eh. Siguro si Monyet nilagay mo lang, kunwari lang. In another life, nilagay mo siya sa paper hex. Tapos si Jing, Si Forsaken at si Monyet nagsama-sama. Ewan ko na lang kung matatalo pa sa sobrang superstar team na nila. Pero overall, ONIC 1-8 against Myth. And you can really understand why usually yung ONIC sobrang confident nila pumili ng ascent map nila. Because they are one of the teams here in APAC that has a good play style. Although fast man yan or very slow plays, they're able to make it up against sa mga teams na malakas din sa mismong mapang to. And now that they're starting it to be like this, rapid style, very confident pagdating sa aim nila and sa strat itself, madadala nila to hanggang sa next map which is Fracture. And they're not like super bad pagdating sa Fracture. Pero uy, si Shiro, nalamangan pa rin si Kadum pagdating na nakala nila si Monyet ang matatamaan nila. Pero hindi, si Shiro ay nasa kanyang tamang tutok, pero looking at it, talagang wala din ang pera kasi made in Thailand sa round na to. Pero the taps are working, but it's all up to WannaFly going up against 3.
Complete control ng ONIC G, mga kaibigan. Pero kung napapansin mo, 8-1 yung score, pero ang tagal nung laban nila. Di ba? Ang tagal nung laban nila kahit 8-1 yung score, pero sana ipagpatuloy pa rin to ng ONIC G na ganito ang nangyayari. Pero ang sarap sa feeling, alam mo kung bakit? Parang feeling ko solid. Kasi si Sentence, nag-PM sa akin. Sabi na sa akin, shoutout mo ako, Bill, kailangan ko lang. Sabi naman mo nagpapa-shoutout. Diba? Shoutout nga pala kay Tense. Hello sa'yo. Sentence. Shoutout lang. Tsaka syempre kay Meralco. Minsan nagka-friendly fire yan. Konti ko na, malapit ka. Konti na, ibaban ko na yan.
May sinabi siya kanina, hindi ko na lang sinabi.
Konti na lang, bibihin ko na sa akin yan, promise. Baban ko na talaga yan.
Asan kaya si Maynilad? Siya lang mo usually dito eh. Yung
si Maynilad?
Yung jowa niya. Jowa niya yung si Maynilad.
Nagsama silang dalawa.
3 taon na daw sila ni Maynilad. Sana all. Ako isa
talo ka pa
lang. Oo. Ako may re-request ako sa 3 taon eh. Pagkatapos 3 taon, wala na. Bago ulit.
Huwag ka na mag-jowa kung ganun.
Oo nga eh. Puro tigo 1 year na lang. Pero ang ONIC, naghihintay sila. Ba't puro nung ulang nakikita ko sa Made in Thailand? Pero sige, okay lang. At talagang hindi sila makapalag ngayon. Okay, si Kadumi actually bought already that operator, pero it actually make a good difference against ONIC, or talagang ang ONIC ko naghihintay lang sila kay pre tayo natin makapag-pick off dito. And now that if we'll be able to get that, then it's gonna be an advantage. Pero ready din kasi kagad yung cost effective ni NC Slasher eh. Pero sasabayan mo ni Lemmy Moore sa kanya asang teammates at nakita na ata nila kung nasan yung information, saan ba sila magpo-push at magpa-punish. Pero Conquered nalito, sinabayan na nga rin ng emo na Rolling Thunder, pero Severin takes down 2 and now there's a trade coming from WannaFly with 2 kills and it's up to Shiro to actually clutch them against the Land and WannaFly.
Blood and WannaFly 1v2 winnable, but sabi ni Deled Nopi, this is gonna be an 9-3 or 2-10, mga kaibigan. Ganun lang yan. Pero oh my god, broken by pa ang Myth. Napakadaming pera ng ONIC G, mga kaibigan, kahit isang beses hindi sila nag-save. Grabe, man. Ever since round number 2 sa buong game na to, namin ng pera, lahat sila nakabundle, naka-spectre. Yun ang literal na what is money, paper only. Tira mo si Lemmy Moore, tira mo naman ginastos ngayong round, 8,800 literal. Diba?
Daming pera.
Daming pera, man. 8,800. Uy! My God, muntik na si Lemmy Moore dito, na bawasan siya ng 100. Pero Lemmy Moore, with a swing, makakita po siya ng kill dito, pero meron turret dun sa may taas. May killjoy turret dun sa may taas ito. If ever nag-push pa si Lemmy Moore dito ng onti, he's gonna die. Pero si WannaFly nag-aantay lang din siya na pwedeng mapatay. Pero ang Lemmy Moore, with a swing, he's gonna take down that turret para syempre masabuhin pa siya next round.
At ngayon, habang lalagay ng ingay ngayon si Lemmy Moore na napalipat ang mga miyembro nila. Monya takes the kill. Ang ganda nito dahil yung tatlo magagaling pa sa B-side mismo. At meron sila pang retake. Yes, that's gonna be coming in from Conrad. Pero if the pick of siya ngayon ni Severin, together with the guys of ONIC, mukhang magiging imposible. Pero buti na lang si Seven, inunahan na nga din niya kagad. 4v4, still continuing with the plant. May Monyet na nga rin na nakaabang na kagad sa Raptors, and now he takes down one. Mag-audition na nga sila isa-isa, but alone Phil is able to take down Monyet. But it's all up with that 1v2 unless magagasolinahan nga yun na katulad ni Conrad. Pero hindi na pinayagan ni Lemmy Moore! 10-2! ONIC, tatlo na lang before they can take ascent against the hands of Made in Thailand.
Yeah, and knowing na this map that they picked, alam talaga nila kung paano manalo dito.
Buti pa sila. Bilisan nyo na lang. Nag-unrated sa Ascent ata. Itong mga taga-ONIC na naman eh. Actually, hindi na ako magulat kung ang ONIC kaabot talaga sila sa sobrang malayong bracketing ngayon sa APAC. Kasi last time medyo heartbreaking yung sa kanila eh. Close fight yun ah. Pero knowing how confident they are pagdating sa bracket nila mismo, this is a big take. Lemmy Moore, 13-3 pa lang oh. 3 rounds pa lang siya namamatay guys, in short. Kahit 10 rounds nang panalo ang ONIC. But as for Made in Thailand, they're really struggling. This is not the usual kadum na nakikita natin. Pero talagang ONIC sa map, na to sa Ascent map, I think sa veto pa lang, veto-wise, sobrang mas malaki yung kalamakan ng ONIC para sa akin.
Of course. Pero 2-10 it is, and ONIC G, once again, this map, they pick, so talagang, tira mo si Lemmy Moore, 13-3 KDA. Diba? After 12 rounds, 3 beses siya namatay. Pero kahit 2-10 yung score, I mean, dumidikit pa rin talaga yung mga kills dito ng Myth. Hindi talaga sila yung tipong 2 lang, 2 yung kills, 3 yung kills, hindi eh. Darating pa talaga sa 9 ko na, si Alone, si Kong, 9 lang din. Dumidikit ng onte dito sa ONIC G. Pero si Kadum, oh my god, literally, the lowest of them all. He's not really performing that well dito sa napaka-importanting laban na to, knowing na this, ito yung unang beses na nagkita sila. Malay mo, talagang hindi talaga siya siguro bad day sa off day kasi siguro siya ngayon. Pero knowing na you are a professional player, hindi ka pwedeng magkaroon ng mga off days, bad days, man. Kasi wala eh. Kasi at the end of the day, man, trabaho mo to eh. Knowing that everything is on the line. Everything, man, everything.
Seryoso, nag-like up sila. Iniwasan na Lemmy Moore. Okay, talino na. Ay, shoutout nga pala kay Naos Manager Backstab. Hello sa'yo, Vince. Oh, nanonood siya.
Oy, Backstab, kamusta boss? Pero Severin at saka si Monyet, nandito nakapalay na rin talaga ng dalawa with just that frenzy on hand. But alone, so we're gonna plant the spike already. Lemmy Moore going here sa A though, but Severin, NC Slasher. Parang sila yung attacker. Pero Wanna-Fly taking down 2. Maganda yung position dito ni Wanna-Fly. Mga kabing pushing ito 3v3. Pero si Monyet at si NC Slasher, pareho silang natamaan dito ng C's. Kong C's 1. But it's all up to these players. Natitika kung kaya pa nila. It's all up to NC Slasher. NC Slasher, take it down. Watch out, the second one. And yes, NC Slasher with a huge clutch, ladies and gentlemen. Really thought that Myth could get that, but ONIC G, mga kaibigan, biglang na-clutch si kaibigang Slasher.
Ay, so wala eh. NC Slasher. Uy, guys, hi nga pala NC Slasher. Wala lang. Last mag-controller yan. Idol ko yan eh. Pero to, 2-11 na Bill. Ilang minutes pa lang tayo nagka-cast.
Let's go, Nick!
Oo, Nick. Go. May pasay palakpak kasi yung dabog, Bill.
Ha?
Yung dabog ng table. Rinig na rinig eh.
Alam mo ba, kagabi, 3 araw na walang tutok, men. Sobrang frustrated ako. I mean, sobrang tilted ako gabi naglaro ako. Wala akong tutok eh. Sorry. Uy! Lemmy Moore, take it down 1. Quick scope. 5v3 right now. This is gonna be really hard for Myth to win this, knowing na naka-specters na yung mga kalaban nila. Ganito kasi yan, guys. I mean, it's better if ever you're gonna buy sa second round if ever kayo ang panalo. Okay lang yan. Pero bakit, Kuya Vil? Gusto ko mag-save eh. Hindi. You need to secure that win. Kaya every time na kunyari kalaro ko yung mga kaibigan ko, huwag kayo mag-save, huwag kayo mag-ghost lang ng mga tipong ganyan. Tigil nyo yan, bumili kayo ng Spectre, you need to secure the win. Kasi if ever panalo naman tayo, hindi naman yung gagamitin natin next round eh. Diba? Ganun lang yun, men. And kunyari, if namatay kayo sa second round, so ang pera nyo, mga 3K, ganun lang. Tapos yung may mga 4K, may pera, syempre. Magpa-drop kayo ng Spectre or Marshall. Ganun lang yan, men. Napaka-basic nun. Pero depende na lang sa inyo, kunyari, kung talagang ayaw nyo, you really want to buy that Vandal, if ever natalo kayo doon, at least, broken buy kayo, yung tatlo may pera, tapos yung isa wala, yung isa, hikahos pa, alam mo yun? Yung ganong simple stuff, man, you really need to watch the economy of your team pa rin talaga. Kasi yun ang tinatake for granted. Hindi yung bili tayo ng basta may pera, kahit may 3-3, hindi, sige, bibili ako ng Vandal na half armor, baka mamatay ko eh. Baka ganyan eh. What if, hindi, wag kayong mabuhay ng puro what if, mga kaibigan. Wag kayong magmaasim kung baga.
Sino pinapatamaan mo? Ba't ka nagkagalit?
Di ako galit.
Bill, nag-a-unrated na lang ako ng ONIC dito sa VCT.
Tama lang yan, men. Tama lang yan.
Sige,
Go, ONIC!
Go, ONIC!
The land of the lone fields are gonna run on a fly. 3 main players dito kay Myth. Unrated it is. ONIC G, mga kaibigan. Sila may more, isipin mo, kahit sobrang sila na yung may lamang, the discipline is still there. Hindi pa rin talaga nila pinapakita na, hala, parang ang baba ng score natin, ano kaya nangyayari sa atin, pero nga na Shiro, mga kaibigan, we're gonna fall down. Specters versus Specters. Dito ang nangyayari ngayon sa mga players ito. Pero that is the swing. Wanna fly. Take it down one. Pero buhay pa sila. May march si Severine dito. Meron pang flash si Severine if ever. Pero yun nga lang doon sa may taas ng Jenny. Pero meron dito nasa baba, mga kaibigan. That is a pop flash. Catching one. Trying to go for the third one right now. Severine will take down 3. 1-0 already for the side of ONIC G.
Munti ka nang hindi maging one-sided ah. 13-2. ONIC!
Defenders win.
Ascent map win. And we can really see kung bakit sobrang ganda na performance nila yung Ascent. That's ONIC for you guys. And they really need to confirm this map kasi medyo 50-50 nga pagdating sa Fracture. But all in all, ito yung ONIC Vil na hindi na siya katulad na dati na sobrang asim. Ito, coordinated sila, mas maayos kung paano sila maglaro, but I really do think nagulat lang din yung Made in Thailand how ONIC was able to punish them on the first half itself. The first half talaga, the first 6 rounds na tuloy-tuloy lang na panalo ng ONIC, alam mo na talagang pupunta sa side ng ONIC to into a one-sided Ascent match. But all in all, congrats pa rin naman sa Made in Thailand. Meron pa naman tayong next map at may kita natin if it's gonna be a clean 2-0 mula sa side ng ONIC or may pag-asa pang pumunta ng bind, which is going to be a kind of map na mas sided sa Made in Thailand.
Yeah, we're gonna see that later on. And syempre, once again, nanalo ang ONIC dun sa mapa pinili nila. And let's see if ever that's gonna happen again dun sa mapa na mapinili ng mga kalaban nila. Well, for Myth, it's actually heartbreaking na ganito yung makikita natin. Pero at least, pupunta sila dun sa mas comfy na pick sa kanila. And malay mo, magkaroon talaga ng isang matinding comeback dito ang Myth and for them to push it to a game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching VCT APAC Group Stage. We just naglalaban ang ONIC G at saka ang Made in Thailand Casters. Feeling Ray. See you later.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you put in your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before.
Raph, I hope you're happy that I am wrong so far, because I'm telling you, I'm also pleasantly surprised at how ONIC is performing. Really great game, really great first game on the side of ONIC G. What a way to introduce themselves over here at the VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Again, guys, welcome back. You're still with the panel, Likeable, Trix, and Dad Femina. Now, Dad Femina, this is your first day of the APAC goodness that we've been talking over here. So talk us through your whole experience.
Well, honestly, like that first match, like watching it from the panel itself, it's just a definitely different experience as a whole. I mean, you get to see the game like up close and personal, and then you get to see like all the nitty gritties. It just gives me like a huge idea of how ONIC just played that game to perfection. You just look at how proactive they have been all throughout that game. If you look at their attacking rounds, which then shows so much of their strength, which is early aggressive map control, and once they get that map control, which was A main and B main for this instance, they explode like some sort of bomb on towards like A side or B side. It's like they're not the spike itself, but they're exploding all throughout their executes all around. And what I like about that type of playstyle is that they don't necessarily have individual people like, yeah, Monyet was like doing a lot of Monyet things, just entry fragging all throughout, but the story behind Monyet being able to do that all throughout and how he has that freedom is because of his teammate backing him up. It's because he's always been traded out if ever that he doesn't pop off, which definitely goes to show that ONIC, not only are they an aggressive team, but they just have that emphasis on team play as a whole.
Yeah, not only that, we could also see, for example, there are so many times that Chamber was on his own, right, in B main, in that attacker start, and we'd see him put that pressure, kind of force Myth to show where they are or get rid of some of the utilities on Myth's side, but also Myth gave up a lot of space on the map, and we could see that just looking at the way the players were moving, what angles they were watching. But ONIC actually didn't take space recklessly. They knew, for example, okay, they don't really need mid control, but they want to make sure that nobody's getting flanked from mid. So you had like the chamber just watching from mid lane. And I think that was really good of ONIC, and the fact that they were just so decisive, so on point, and it just looked like they weren't doubting their strategies, their plans, nor their teammates.
I just have to like point out as well that not only were they decisively like working on team play all throughout like their own regional qualifiers, as well as like how they have been improving all throughout like their run in their own regional series, that they just proved to us like not only does aggressive team play work, but if you look at how much they just put themselves, how their identity just worked all throughout this Ascent map. I mean, we've been talking about like Ascent being a bit of a slow or a defaulty kind of map, but ONIC just threw that all out the window. Just think about how many times Monyet was given free reign to just make so many multi-frags, how much space he has secured for his team, and how fast they actually execute when they get to pull that trigger.
You know what really impressed me with ONIC though is the way that they do their decisions. It's so fast, it's so quick and easy. And once they do make a decision, it's always the quick team play that we like to talk about. I mean, I think it was around round 8 wherein there was only 20 seconds left on the clock. And WannaFly, before that 20 seconds was there, he actually used this lockdown on B side, which gave the information to ONIC that, hey, the lockdown is gone, we can rush B side right now. 20 seconds on the clock. Do or die, let's just give it our all. And by some miracle, they were able to clear the site that Myth was holding, plant the spike down with 1 second to spare. I am telling you, it was unbelievable, but they managed to do it, and they won that round.
Adding to that point, you know, it wasn't just the fact that the lockdown went, the lockdown was expended. It was actually the Sova using his ultimate to clear the site to also help his teammates go in, because they didn't need the ultimate anymore to counter that Killjoy lockdown, as we usually see it saved for that occasion.
I mean, we expect like Sovas to use that Hunter's Fury to at least destroy that lockdown, right? But man, Shiro in that particular moment, he didn't even need to step inside the site, but he opened up so much for his team to even push in. If you look at how well they are able to coordinate against with each other, they not only are able to get free reign over the main sides, but they're also like able to brute force so many aggressive duels against members of Made in Thailand that they're not even able to answer back. Yeah, they had really good established crossfires, like especially in the early rounds, but they really lost so much of that control, especially since 5 players are just shooting all over that B site that I don't think they even had a chance to even counter anything out of that.
Moving on to Fracture, I really hope that Myth has that more proactive push that we've been talking about over and over again, because it actually worked for them. It was around round 11. It was the first time that I actually saw this team become proactive, because Kadum was pushing B main with an op, and this forced ONIC to rotate, take on A side instead, and that made all the difference. This was the round that they got the second point of the game, and I was hoping that, hey, I think they finally figured it out. They finally realized that, hey, when we push certain sides, when we take space away from our enemies, then there's a chance for us. We can actually fight ONIC off. But no, coming into the final round of the first half, they didn't push. They held their site once again, which I was really heartbroken to see. But yeah, that's how it was. It was a 10-2 lead for that first half, and ONIC was just proving that for this particular game, they were the well-prepared team. They were the better team for this one.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, like, we mentioned how like they had like that small window, and that was when ONIC decided to switch things up. They decided to have that lead sat 1 lurker around that mid side, but I feel like that's like a small sort of experimentation that they wanted to try out, maybe. But because they had that one member lurking out, they lose out that one member that they wanted to use as some sort of like trading potential, so that that became like the window of opportunity for Made in Thailand in those previous windows. And you'd say, yeah, maybe this could be the sort of something for Made in Thailand, but ONIC just decides to flip the switch, go back to what they do best on that Ascent map, and it just shows how decisive they are in their calls.
I mean, Ref calling me out over there. I love seeing the proactive plays, and I really wanted Myth to be a little more proactive there. I felt like they really were shining earlier on in the play-in matches and the play-in series, where they were starting to take that information. They were confident, and you could see that confidence in ONIC. I believe it was the chamber with 5 health actually peeking on a turret, and he didn't even care. He was just saying, no, I still have a lot of health here. I could get an opening pick somehow, and then he falls back, he goes to his teammates, and still, you know, pulling out amazing confidence and frags, putting himself in a position for that advantage. It just felt like ONIC, they trusted each other so much, and Myth on the other hand felt like they weren't really sure how to approach this map. They weren't sure if they could win the duels, and I guess for a team like that, I would say just take the duel anyway, because you're going to find out later on, and you have to figure out how to take them better. And this is your chance to play against the top in APAC, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You have to give it all. You cannot be afraid to take that duel. You cannot be afraid to pick that fight. If anything, if Myth is hearing this right now, please take that fight. Because when you do, you punish your opponents when you do so. Yeah. Don't be afraid to do it. Wow, we sound like motivational speakers over here.
That's good.
Yeah, but it is
Everyone
what it is. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have made it up to APAC if you weren't good, if you didn't have the potential to fight off the best of the best from the other countries, from the other regions that are participating over here. It's just what it is. And moving on to Fracture, I am really hoping that, you know, Myth steps it up. They become unafraid, and they just bring out the Myth that we were hoping to see from the planes. The one that was able to adjust, the one that was able to take those duels, the one that was just fearless at certain points, right, Dad Pamina?
Yeah, I mean, for Myth and the map of Fracture, this could be their only map. And since this is their map pick, they have something up in their sleeve. I really like the team that they could be putting out here. It's just everything that's so perfect except for maybe the stage that I kind of want to say that they could have actually picked up maybe a KO that would have supported so much the team that Myth could have. It could also unlock a bit more proactiveness on their side, which was lacking in their Ascent map. But then again, since they want to fall back on having that perfect reset before they want to move in onto that retake scenario, especially for ONIC, who like to take that map control very effectively and very aggressively, then maybe they do have a game plan with the stage up and running for them. But like I said, I would have expected the KO to be more prevalent on Myth's side, but I feel like that's more on ONIC now that they are going to be using that same team comp, and I really like that Fade usage as well.
Rex, you mentioned to me earlier before the game that you preferred to see Congared on a Sky. You feel like he would have been more effective on a Sky, but here he is on a Breach. What's your opinion on that?
I feel like on a map like Fracture, especially if you're running that Neon, although I was kind of expecting the Raze, I'm not going to lie.
Same.
Rather than the Neon, but I think Neon Breach is a very good combination. You've got a lot of opportunities to concuss your opponents and overwhelm them, but on the side of ONIC, you also have that Fade with the Neon too, and I feel like that Neon can really capitalize on people trying to stop the Prowlers from catching them off guard. And I don't know, I feel Congared would do really well on a Sky, but on a Breach and on a map like Fracture, which I find it's large, but in terms of the sites, it's very small. It might actually be more advantageous for them because they can also limit the angles with that Sage pick.
I want to maybe focus my energy on one player, and that's like the Neon that we have for Myth's side. Isn't that the first time that we're seeing Myth actually pick up that Neon for the duelist? It's pretty ballsy to actually pull it out against like a very proactive team like ONIC, but then again, I kind of agree that they could be pulling out maybe the best agent in this sort of like scenario, this Fracture map actually. They do have that same security of having to entry with the same amount of fast push that they would have if you rely on the jet so much, but on a Fracture map, you would want to have a bit more consistency. And with the Neon, I feel like that's going to be putting a bit of a, I'd say, a plug into the flaws that they have in terms of like proactivity, but I kind of want to see them make or break this game before I could make any more conclusive thoughts.
A lot of teams have run the Neon. They've shown how aggressive Neon can be, especially with that speed boost. And it's opportunity for Myth to take that aggressive early control, those proactive plays, and then react to the opponents as well. From what I saw from ONIC, they're fantastic at reacting to utility especially. They know exactly what they are limited to. They know how to push the opponents back. They know what they have or what will come up for them. So I think that if Myth tries to play a little more, put some more pressure on the ONIC side to try and take control of the reins of the map and how the pace is going, it will help Myth and turn to their favor, but it really depends on if it's going to pull through because again, I don't think I've seen them on the Neon, especially on Fracture yet.
We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. You know, because of what we all discussed here, I'm really hoping that most of the fights that we find here are not on the site itself, just to prove a testament that it is going to be a proactive defending side over here. But again, quite a show we got here on the first series. It's simply never enough. So it's time for more of the action as we proceed to game number 2. We're headed to Fracture, everyone.
Hi guys! What's up? Nandito pa rin kayo sa first series between Made in Thailand and ONIC and G. Ako si Rere, kasama ko si Vil at ang aso ni Vil. At nakita na nga natin on the first sa map itself. Nanalo nga ang ONIC 13-2. And now we're gonna go into Fracture, a map picked by Made in Thailand. But at the same time, we're gonna be seeing yung Sage na since yesterday, complaint ni Vil na wala pa siya nakikitang Sage so far. Pero, hi Pico. Ala, ang laki na talaga ni Pico. Pero what? Ewan ko, ang laki na niya. Dati ganun lang si Pico.
May earphones na si Pico. Pero ladies and gentlemen, big shout out to all people tuning in right now. Once again, this is Fracture already and magbabalik si Sage, which is medyo matagal natin siya hindi nakita and medyo nagulat nga rin talaga tayo na dito pa talaga siya ginamit sa Fracture, dun pa talaga sa malaki na mapa, which is apparently tama yung sinasabi ni Dad Femina na sana kumuha na lang sila ng agent type niya. Andiyan naman si Qeon, andiyan naman si Sky, pero napakadaming initiator lang din naman talaga dito if ever ganun na mangyayari. Pero nasa kanila naman talaga if ever magiging Sage, para syempre if ever magiging Sage, if ever they really want to be really aggressive with the breach, with the neon and a brimstone, kung sobrang magiging aggressive sila, at least andyan si Alone Fields para i-block lang yung site for them to plant the spike na safely. Oh, Diyos ko po, una pa lang, hindi pa nagsisimula.
Ano ba naman yan? Pero ngayon, kita ko si Monyet with a neon. Yun talagang gusto kong makita mula sa kanya. But at the same time, Made in Thailand, si Alone Fields, guys, he's been always with that Sage naman pagdating sa ibang comp ng Made in Thailand. Pero dito kaya sa Fracture, ano kaya yung magiging impact ng kanyang Sage? Kasi pagdating dito sa ONIC, sobrang workable tong Fade X Qeon nila. We've seen this lineup before, that lineup itself came from Oasis Gaming. Kung nanonood kayo ng VCT PH, ito yung lineup nila sa Fracture. At sa Made in Thailand, ito ang hindi natin usually nakikita. Sage, double Sentinel, and one Initiator.
Well,
but will it actually work? Let's see.
Well, hindi naman sila pipili dito na hindi sila sigurado, di ba? Pipili naman sila na dito ng mga agent and composition na talagang sobrang komportable sila dito, Ray. Pero nasa myth yan kung paano nila lalaroin to yan with the Sage. I mean, tulad nga na sinabi ko kanina, they can actually be really aggressive right now. And with that kind of agent, with the Sage, madali sila makakapag plant ng spike for sure. Pag andyan si Alone Fields. Sure yun.
So, pero kung ako, ONIC. G.
ONIC G. Tignan natin if ever that's gonna happen right now.
Tong ONIC, confident talaga sila dun sa first map. Malay natin na inaantok pa kasi Made in Thailand.
Oh.
Ganyan.
Oh, Fracture pa. Ito yung may mga one hop, one port yan. Fracture yun, man. Hindi fraction yan.
Ay!
Dami pang gustong sabihin. If ever you guys are waiting, huwag kayong mag-alala kasi kami rin.
Shoutout ka pa sa nanonood sa Twitch and sa mga nag-watch party.
Yung mga Vilsani kids sa YouTube. Hello sa inyong lahat, guys. Hi.
Hey.
Kasi di ba ako si Vilsanity, syempre. Yung aking mga anak, ang pangalan is Vilsani Kids. Ayan.
Tapos, Gusto ko nga din dalhin sana yung aso ko dito sa tabi ko, pero ang lalaki ng aso ko.
Malalaki kasi yung sa'yo, may sa akin kasi maliit lang eh.
Yung isa
Ano?
ko guys ay Pom Chow, isa Pomski. Minsan naka-headphones. Madalas hindi.
Grabe yung asa mo, naka-headphones. Naka-sure din naman ang mic.
Oo. Naka-smart casual.
Naka-smart casual.
Ano ba naman yan? Tech pasagad. Kapag ito, ONIC, G nyo na.
G nyo na! Tagal! Rinig ka sa stream yun. Rinig ka sa stream yun, dabog na. Let's go! Oras na!
This way. Gotta go.
No po. Nag-start na. Buti na. Walang pasintabi, nag-start na. Ay, basta to, made in Thailand.
Pero right now mga kaibigan, sobrang na mamaya napakita lang ONIC G tsaka Myth. At least talaga napipigil na rin talaga ng ONIC makapasok dito ang Myth mga kami. But it's all up to Butterfly right now. 2v1. On to this game, meron pang 4 na putok si Lemimore if ever. Pwede ba siya makabawi kahit paano? Lemimore with that rotation. This is gonna be really hard for Wannafly for sure. Wannafly going here in B, pero wala naman tao dito sa may B. It's just Monhit waiting patiently dito sa may mid. But before sila mag-rotate, kailangan sama-sama sila. Yun ang pinaka-importante doon. And Wannafly towards this point of the map right now, which is ang towers. He's gonna go down and plant the spike immediately. They heard it, and they're gonna switch it up from A to B. Sabay silang papasok dito para syempre may trade-off. Monier pushing in dito lang sa may arcade. Wannafly is in a lot of trouble right now. Oh! Na-timingan pa nga ni Wannafly. Wannafly, all you need to do is wait. Yung isa, mag-diffuse. Yung isa, magpapatay, magpupush. For sure, that's the thing that pwede nilang gawin ngayon. Wannafly going down already, but where to swing? He's super 1 HP left. They know it already. Lemimore with a swing, and Lemimore with a push, and Lemimore, my vegan, with a kill. And with a defuse as well. 1-0 in favor of the Indonesian team. ONIC.
Let's go! Pero naging careless yung made in Thailand doon, pero that was just a lot of good trades. Ang ganda na ng concuss na ginawa ni Monyet doon just to prevent them from rotating into A site. That's a good take mula sa ONIC. And let's see if ano pa magmamanifest sa kanila ngayon. Pero ang daming saves. Pero all in all, ang ganda rin ng ginawa ng made in Thailand. They actually caught ONIC off guard pagdating sa kanila split push. But I think mas stuck kasi yung membro ng ONIC sa mismong side, kaya yun yung naging problema ng made in Thailand. But as for the guys of ONIC, may pa-lineup nga ngayon si Severin, kaya nakita na kagad. Surprise, may info kung saan magagaling ang mga taga-ONIC.
Yeah, once again mga kaibigan, yung next map ng Valorant is actually Pearl ang pangalan. Meron siyang 2 sites. Pero before natin pag-usapan yan, check na natin itong game na to. NC Slasher mga kaibigan, ako na isa pero Kong with a big trade-off right now. 4v4, halos walang buhay si Dylan tsaka si Kong ngayon. And napapansin mo talaga literal na nag-force buy sila. This is actually a really desperate buy that Myth did. And sobrang, man, may pera o wala, literal na inuubos sila ng ONIC. They force bot. So, ang sakit sa kanila na isa lang ang napatayin nila.
Actually, hindi ko din gets ko ba't sila nag-force eh. Even if that was a 2v1 earlier, even if they were able to plant the spec, I think it's not worth it, Bill, na nag-force buy sila. Yes, nakapasok sila sa site, pero ang ganda na talaga ng total control ng ONIC pagdating sa A-side or pagdating sa mga oras kung saan nila pwede ma-predict ang mataga made in Thailand. And if this continues, made in Thailand will be punished once again by ONIC. At ngayon, itong round na to, dapat bigay na to sa side ng ONIC dahil nga may maraming advantages ang ONIC pagdating sa kanilang mga barel, pagdating sa pagbili ng utilities.
Yeah. Myth. Dito lang sa may sewers. They can switch it up. And they're gonna probably push B. But Severin is just right there. Peeking. He sees already the players off Myth right now. That flash is huge. Marami siya nakuha dito mga kaibigan. At mamayang after nito, yung sa post na yung report, makikita niya na 4 ang na-flash niya. And everyone will go here sa drop na lang din mga kaibigan. Oh no. Paano to gagawin ng mga players ng ONIC, lalong-lalo na si Qeon at saka si Chamber. Pero mukhang mag-back away sila, hindi na sila mag-A, mag-BB na lang sila. Saan ba talaga sila pupunta?
30 seconds left.
Sana ba talaga, miss? Sana yung sure tayo.
Okay, be it is. Pero, Kadum knows what's up. That nade is huge. Hindi talaga nila pinapakit dito yung mga players ngayon. Mga kami pa rin Shiro nakaisa na. Pero Shiro trying to go for the second one right now. Maraming tao dito sa may arcade. Alone feels with another one. 12 seconds in. They don't have enough time. They need to plant the spike right now. Meron tao dito sa may tower. But NC Stasher is right there waiting. But NC Stasher gonna end everyone dito sa may tower. 3-0 already in favor of ONIC G. Wala pa rin, hindi pa rin namamatay si Monya at si Lemmy Moore.
Made in Thailand. Pero dahil to sa kalampag ni Vil sa table niya. Sabi nga next time naman may drum set ka na daw dyan.
Hindi nyo alam. Hindi nyo alam yan guys. Kami ni Taylor, drummer kami ng mga school namin. Ako, drummer ako ng San Beda. Si Taylor, drummer siya ng Letran. Or UE. Basta doon. Basta yun. Pareho kaming drummer. So ayun, kunyari may NCA games, UAAP games. Doon kami nagda-drums kami. Tugupak, tugtug. Kaya if ever meron isang school na kung anong beat nila, alam namin sa Lasal, sa mga UP, UST, alam namin na rektikaro ng Lasal, hindi bang ganyan. Alam ko yung mga cheers ng Uste, man. Pero
oh no,
hindi nila alam. Wanna fly, catching one. Monyet knows what's up, pero yung nga lang kitang-kita yung ulo niya. Oh my god! Monyet! Kaliwat kanan lang, nakapatay pa ng isa. Pero delikado kasi Deled, manatabaan ngayon ng kungkas. Nakungkas siya pre. Monyet with a swing. Where's the swing? Is he gonna do that or not? Pero yung nga lang, Concrete who's gonna take him down instead. Pero si Monyet nakapatay sa pa. Pero nga lang, another one where it's all up to Monyet. 1v3, the clock is ticking. 8 bullets remaining. Monyet catches 1. 4 seconds, wala na siyang oras dito. Kailangan niya mag-mamba out kasi wala siyang pera next round.
Sayang yan. Siguro kung napitas lang na naghihintay sa nila for the flank, could have went into the hands of ONIC, but I think it was too late. Napaka-importante ni Severin sana with the suppress eh. Pero to si Monyet, tignan mo yung nangyari dito, na-contest niya. Tapos nahabol niya kagad yung top sa ulo. Bakit ganito? Ano ba to si Monyet? Pero still.
Ba't kagal?
Galto. 6-0 pa. 6-0. Kanina si Lemmy Moore yung ganito Pero ngayon si Monyet na. With the neon. Pero wanna fly. Taking down Lemmy Moore kagad with that 2D force. At mapapanish kagad ng isang miyembro ang ONIC G.
ONIC G already. Trying to be really aggressive right now. Kahit sila ang defending. Pero that is ultimate from Fade and syempre from that Brimstone though. NC Stasher catching one already, one yet. Just in the middle of that wall, Concrete sees one already, but Shiro with a swing, taking down Concrete as well. 3v2 onto this game, Delen pushing in, natamaan na nga dito ng Tony Prowler, mga kami, parang nga ng Delen says no. Orbital strike, para lang ma-push out yung mga players ngayon ng ONIC palabas, pero that is one, a fly, munti ka na, nakakakupa ng isa. Severin with another one right now, catches one, hindi niya alam kung nasa si Delen, alam na nasa likod lang din talaga, pero Severin makakakuha ba dito ng kill, the clock is ticking already, pero that is a swing and Delen will gonna take him down. 3-2, lumalaban ang Myth!
Naka po. Mapik ata to Pero for the side of ONIC, they just need to stay lax. Kasi medyo may nakikita na naman natin yung usual mistakes ng ONIC when they get too confident. Pero I get it that they need to keep up with how Myth plays it on the first half, on the first side. Pero I think kailangan nila na mas malaking disiplina dahil nga malaking impact din yung Sage ng meron ng Made in Thailand.
Yeah, for sure.
May mababawasan ba si Lemmy Moore ngayon? Or
Mukhang meron eh. Mukhang matutuldukan na ata si ano dito eh. Si Kadum eh. Tsaka si Kong eh. Delikado ngayon, men.
Ano si flash nila? Why?
Yun na nga. The swing of Kadum is really that fatal that Lemmy Moore take him down. But Lemmy Moore, yes, natag siya dito. But it's really not that enough for you to take down that guy.
You will not kill my allies.
Oh.
Ito yung mga dry peaks na ginagawa ng Myth eh. 'Di ba? I mean, you have the flash, yes. Pero why do you have the peak na ganun ka-dry? Dry peaking, ibig sabihin nun, peaking without a utility, peaking without a flash, peaking without a concuss, mga ganun. Kadum, malamang isang galawan, pero alam ni Shiro kung saan talaga pupunta, malamang sa gitna lang, and all you gotta do is go in and take one. Mambaut na nga si Lemmy Moore dito para syempre kasi gusto delikado rin talaga siya, pero alam, Wanna-Fly catches one as well. 2v3 onto this game right now. Conga rin nakaisa pa. It's all up to Monyet with that finger stabs. Nakapatay na nga rin isa dito. Siya nag-over the second one right now. But the land from up top catches one. 3-3, tied up by 3. And mukhang ito na ata ngayon ang pagbangon ng api ng Myth no? Despite of them, na sobrang delikado nung game number 1, at least nakakabawi na rin sila dito kahit paano din sa game number 2.
Talagang hindi sila makapag-keep up sa trade-offs na ng Myth. But looking at that, maybe they just need to take their time to make a good read. Kasi dito sa Fracture, medyo complicated talaga pag nasa attack, pag nasa defending side kay. Ganda ng movement daw ni Monyet. Actually, I really gotta commend Monyet as one of the best players talaga out there, mechanically skilled, and how smart he is. Pagdating sa paglalaro niya ng duelist, as in, sobrang consistent niya all throughout. Although, may mga problema pa rin naman kay Monyet. Pagdating nga lang sa mga teams na alam kung paano siya i-shutdown. Kaso, yeah, all in all, he's still really, really good. But here it is. Gusto nga kagad makabawas ni Lemmy Moore, pero hindi siya inaalaw ngayon ng Made in Thailand. But Monyet, isa pa nga, meron pa ba siyang mababawasan ngayon? With a top left, there's the trade, pero Lemmy Moore, sayang, that's Kongred and Legend. Pero still, good kiss na yun mula sa ONIC. Kaso, kahit ba walang nakita ka, si ONIC Shiro, Made in Thailand still survives this, and it's up to Severine to save the day. Pops off the flash, won't be able to get the kill, and Wanna-Fly takes him out. And finally, Made in Thailand leading by 1 round na sila against ONIC.
Well, at the end of the day dito, Ray, ito yung talaga yung mapang pinili nila. Doon talaga sa komportable sila. Well, for Myth, like what I've said, nagka-problema sila sa mapang pinili ng kalaban nila, pero mukhang ito na ata talaga ang pagbago na api din talaga ng Myth. They have the money, they have the firepower, and all they're gonna do is go in. And if ever magpatuloy pa talaga yung yung aggression nila and momentum nila, delikado ngayon ng ONIC Gia. Pero ang ONIC, like what I've said, undefeatable sila. Every time na naglalaro ang Myth, laging 2-1 to. Ever since the play-ins. Lahat ng games ng Myth 2-1. Dito naman ngayon sa ONIC G, halos lahat ng games nila is 3-0, 2-0, ganun lang din. Myth na ba ang magpapalit ng magpapalit ng scoreline na yon? Or makakabawi na ba ang Myth dito sa ONIC G? This is the first time that they meet. Hindi na sila, tapos na yung araw na getting to know each other stage nila eh. Yun si game number 1 eh. This is the real thing already. This is the real deal already. So, wala na talaga silang dapat na itatago dito. All in na talaga. Pero yun nga lang, si Kadum narinig na yun. Alam ng tao dito sa may likod, which is Severin, pero hindi alam ni Severin si Kadum mga kaibigan, which is apparently will give him that mind for them to take him down. 2v4, this is gonna be really hard for ONIC G, lalo na kay Shiro. They don't have enough money, they don't have enough utilities, all they're gonna do is back out and save that gun for another day. 3-5, Myth, there's a huge chance na sila talaga makakuha nito, Rere.
Talagang Thailand, they're maximizing yung mga stats nila dito mismo sa Fracture. And it's up to the save round ng ONIC. Si Lemimore, sinave na lang niya chance Hero here. Pang i-contest to sa Myth eh. And yung Myth, nakakagulat na yung movement nila. They're getting ONIC off guard. In a way na walang magkakasama sa ONIC, nakasplit silang lahat. But as Kadum tries to go for an exit frag, hindi siya pinapayagan ngayon ni Shiro and ni Lemimore. But at least there's the operator that they saved. But Made in Thailand, leading by 2 na sila against ONIC. At napakaganda talaga ng, if maganda yung setups mo on your attacking here in Fracture, mahihirapan talaga yung defending mo eh. And especially if walang miyembro ng mga taga ONIC to actually stop them from committing into a site, that's gonna be the biggest problem ONIC has to face right now.
Yeah. Pero on to these games, mga kaibigan, they really need to play slow. There's a chance na talaga mag-60 to for sure because wala naman pera si NC Slasher, Lemimore, tsaka si Shiro dito. And sabi ni Lemimore, sige Monyet, take that gun kasi mas kailangan mo rin yan eh. We need to go in. And ako na yung bahala sa likod if ever. I have the headhunter anyway. So, ganyan yung kagandahan ng isang chamber. Na okay lang na kahit wala kang vandal, okay lang kahit wala kang operator or whatnot kasi meron ka namang headhunter na pwede talagang umubos sa lahat ng tao. Kasi, alam mo ba, ganito yan guys kahit itry nyo. Accurate ang shot ng headhunter kahit naka-crouch kayo and gumagalaw. Crouch while sidestep, gumagana pa rin. I mean, sobrang accurate pa rin ng headhunter. Ganyan katindi yan, men. 4v3 onto this game. Despite of ONIC na hindi naman talaga maraming pera, ay sila pa rin talaga nakakuha ng kills. Pushing it off 4v2. Alonso's gonna plant the spike already and Monyet has it all for them to stop the possible win of Myth again. Severin pushing in. Siya muna ang kailangan magpakita siya ang first contact dito bago yung isa. Pero si Congrad waiting dun sa may likod pero yung Lemimore gonna take it down instead. Severin with a push. Severin with a swing. And the load field will take you down. Monyet knows what's up. Alam niya na meron tao dito sa may taas. Meron pa utilities ngayon pero tatlo pa ang kalaban dito ni Alone Fields ngayon. Pero Alone Fields catches 1-2 pero that is NC Slasher with a deny. 5-4 so in favor of Myth. Pero ONIC G kala-half-bay lang sila, men. Saktong thrifty lang sila dito.
Talagang itong ONIC eh. Sabi ko nga, kung kaya nila mag-save pa naman sa mga previous rounds, like yung save nga kagad nila yung kanilang operator, tapos they have extra money that they can use, they know that they can punish Made in Thailand. And that's what exactly is happening right now. Konting steps, yes, pero they're getting there. 4-5 against Made in Thailand. While on the other side, Myth, they're getting the necessary adjustments. Kaso kasi dito, malaking kamalian nila eh. Na delay sila kagad ni Severin. Biruin mo dahil lang doon, nawala yung kailangan na strategy na gustong i-execute kagad ng Made in Thailand VIL. So yun talaga yung mga kakaiba na pwede nating i-expect sa ONIC. But then, Myth is still leading by 1 pero so far wala pa nakakadalawang digit score sa kanila. Puro pantay-pantay lahat ng kills. They're ready for the trades. They're ready with it. Shows us so much na sobrang close nga ng match ng ONIC and Myth. Lalong-lalo na sa mapang to. Kasi ang win percentage dito ng ONIC, 100%. Pero kasi, ilan pa rin yung matches nila compared sa Made in Thailand.
Thanks.
Ang matches ng ONIC, 4. Ang Myth 50% pero 6 na. Pero 100% yung win rate ng ONIC dito sa Fracture.
Oh.
Share ko lang. Pero Conqueror takes on Demi Moore. Monyet takes down Alone Fields. Natrap pa naman ang mga taga-ONIC pero pinush na lang kasi sila. Oh no! It's all up to Shiro. 1v1.
Attacker spawn. Where are you?
Okay.
Ito na.
Layo.
Sobrang layo. Shiro, the only remaining 1v1 to the gate 1. Spike has been dropped. Hindi alam ni Shiro na nandito lang papuntang B. Si Delend. Got no idea at all. And all you're gonna do is wait. Shiro, oh no. Uy, naku po. The timing is real. Wala pa silang idea pero si Delend, all you need to do is wait. Hindi alam ni Delend. Si Delend ang unang makakakill dito pero yung Shiro will still gonna win that engagement. How? Ang ganda na ng posisyon ni Shiro, pero ni Delend.
Miss. Sa kanya pa yon. Kaso, ito, hindi ko alam na naisip ng Myth to actually push, pero okay na punishment naman sana siya. Pero very good si Shiro doon to actually get the trade, kundi 2v1 tas malulugi siya doon against Myth. Even if the 2-round advantage ng Myth, nakikita na natin ang kanilang kukuha ng rounds against ONIC. ONIC just didn't allow them, pero siya na ba nakakagad ng yanig sa banig ulit. Kaso timing, Alone Fields tries to spray through the smoke. Severin is gonna go down even if he wants to suppress the members of Myth. And si Alone Fields na medyo hawig si Hot Sauce from Brain. Yeah. Wala pa ngayong magagawa ang ONIC dahil nga si 7A babagsak na rin.
Pero that is Severin, mga kaibigan, going down to the hands of these players. Pero kahit tayo yung score, hindi pa rin talaga natin malaman kung sino ba ang pwede talaga manalo dito kasi after all, Myth naman talaga ang pumili nito. Monyet catching one, pero yung nga si Conqueror andun lang sa may Gedro dito. Pero where is the peak right now? Pero oh my god, Monyet will gonna fall down to the hands of the Land. 3 versus 4, and NC Stage na kayo sa pandemic or another one right now. The clock is ticking already and they don't have enough time for them to get that win. Oh no, you need to take down one and it's over. Wala silang enough time and Wanna-Fly manages to get that kill pero lahat sila namatay. But this last round already, in terms of firepower, medyo delikado lang din talaga ang ONIC dito. They don't have enough money, yes. So 7-5 is likely to happen, yeah, in favor of Myth.
Talagang itong Myth on the post plant itself, kayang-kaya naman, although there's the trade-off sa ONIC, pero yung oras, hindi nila nagagampanan ngayon na VIL against Made in Thailand. But right now, will it be a 5-7 or talagang 6-all para sa first half natin? Ibig sabihin, sobrang dikit nga kagad kahit first half pa lang. And this is what we can really observe ng Myth ay isang, together with ONIC, ay talagang pantay lang ang skill set pagdating sa Bind. Pero if I were ONIC, I would really want to win this second map dahil Bind is something na hindi natin nakikita ng sobrang ganda na performance sila. You can see Monyet with the Raze, but you can see how inconsistent he is with the Raze. Mas gusto ko pa siya makita mag-Neon and Reyna or Jet talaga. Pero pagdating sa Raze, hindi ako big fan of it. But right now, na ang Myth ay somehow nakuha na rin kagad ng mga necessary strategies dito sa Fracture. Ito na nga ata talagang gusto nilang pagbawi. But then, the Doom, press W na. Nakita niya through the smoke na si NC Slasher at 4 na lang kagad ang natitira sa ONIC.
Pero 3v5 right now. Lemimore and Shiro and Monyet, the only man remaining dito sa side ng ONIC. Lemimore sees the head of one. Kadum with a swing. Pero yun nga lang, wala na siyang buhay dito. Kadum super low on HP. Monyet, mga kaibigan, pushing in already. Pero for the side of Myth, mga kaibigan, all they're gonna do is wait. wait for that entry na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng ONIC. ONIC nakaisa na dito, taking down all fields as well. Pero yun nga lang, Konga we're gonna end the life of all the players of Myth right now. ONIC G is in a lot of trouble because 1-1 it is. Yan na pwede mangyari dito sa Myth. And if ever na Myth ang manalo dito, there's a chance na baka talaga makuha ng Myth ang third round. Why? Because of the momentum that they can get dito sa game number 2 naglalaro nila ngayon. So a reverse sweep is actually possible na mangyari dito sa mga games na to.
Reverse sweep nga ba talaga? Pababayaan pa ba ng ONIC yung 13-2 sa ascent nila? Kung fast games lang daw ang first map, sabi ng Myth, mahihirapan kayo sa second map. But then, ONIC, 2 rounds lang naman ang kailangan nilang habulin. They win the pistol, you know that is most likely favoring them sa second half, especially na nasa attacking side na sila. Napakadaling mag-set nito. They have that knife coming in from Severin. They have a lot of utilities by Fade na mag-clear out ng information and sight against Made in Thailand. Even if you have that Sage wall, hindi pa rin natin eradicate yung perks kapag naka-double initiator ka sa mismong mapang to. Kasi malaki na nga yung mapang to, sobrang hirap pa mag-tackle down ng mga angles dahil maraming butas dito sa fracture. So, if hindi mo maayos yung mga pick-offs kung saan mo i-expect yung kalaban mo, I think that's gonna be the next problem that ONIC has to face. But on the other side, Myth, consistency lang naman. Kahabol sila kahit kala natin maging dominated siya ng ONIC sa first half. So, talagang Made in Thailand, they really know how to set it up. You have that Sage wall. You also have how Kongred is making those concusses good against ONIC. While on the other side, ONIC naman, they need talaga mag-step up si Shiro together with Severin.
Yeah. And dito sa pinapakita natin ngayon mga kaibigan, for ONIC G, all they're gonna do is get this first ganito. If ever na Myth ang panalo dito, kabahan ng ONIC G. Kasi ang gagawin lang dito is ituloy-tuloy lang din talaga yung momentum nila. They have the momentum already and all they're gonna do is stick with that momentum that they have and that they need. And for ONIC G, of course, all they need to do is shake it up. Just shrug it off. Every mishaps that they have that they're receiving dito sa Myth nga, but yun nga, naunahan na talaga ni Monyet dito, pero Alone feels just right there, trying to play it cool, trying to be really aggressive right now, taking down one, pero mukhang maki sa paata ang ONIC dito because you wanna fly, pero delikado din siya, si wanna fly, ano ba ang baril niya? Nakashort siya, oh no, pero yun nga lang, muntik na! Pero buti na lang natamaan siya dito ng Prowler, pero that muntik na si Shiro, Diyos ko po, literal na ilang centimeter na lang yun, man. Konting kembot na lang, literal na tatamaan na talaga siya. 4v3 on this game, winnable pa rin sa side ng Myth though. Pero walang pop touch is being set already. Let me more from the backside right now, and then Slasher wins another one in 6-7. ONIC G getting that win, and finally, meron naman silang baril dito for them to do a 7-7 scoreline dito sa game natin ngayon.
Gusto na kagad i-confirm ng ONIC tong series na to. Pero ang ganda na pag-clear out nila. Yun yung meron talaga when you have that KO and Fade. It's really, really relaxing to see how they'll able yung mga i-clear out ng everything. And A side and B side is gonna be the biggest problem na kailangan harapin ng Made in Thailand. Pero tignan pa natin dahil full buy na nga muli ang ONIC on this round itself. And if they get this, most likely 7-7. So talagang hindi na dapat nila pinapakawalan yung mga chances to take down Made in Thailand. But as now, sinabayan na kanila kagad yung information na binigay lang with the use of utilities by Shiro himself. But then, Made in Thailand, pistol lang naman ang kailangan nilang gawin. Tumama ba ng onti? Yep, may concuss, pero won't be able to shut down at least one. But at least Made in Thailand can somehow get the credits in with their pickups. Kasi wala pa talaga puro kaingayan lang ang babagal maglaro dito sa fracture ng ONIC G at Made in Thailand.
Yeah. But Wanna-Fly and lalong dito ang Myth though. I mean, they really have to win this kasi if ever 0-2 sila dito sa game na to, it's gonna take them a huge toll sa buong sa buong groups nila. Kasi, eto sino ba ang kagrupo ng ONIC G at saka Myth? Let me check. ONIC G, Group A sila, which is andito ang Diamond at saka ang Griffin Esports. So talagang medyo delikado din talaga sila dito, Mr. Promise. Kailangan nila manalo dito kasi one more, if ever matalo dito ang Myth, next game nila, ang kalaban nila is Griffin Esports. If ever matalo sila doon, their VCT APAC run is over already.
Yung dangerous thing talaga pag tatalo ka pag mapupunta ka talaga ng lower bracket run, pero alone fields. Boga, ang layo na nito. Medyo mahihirapan na siya makuha ang ONIC in this round, even on the clutch. Pero Lemmy Moore nakaabang na rin sa kanya in 7-7. Gusto talagang ONIC punishing the members of Myth, and if this continues naman if Panyat will just be aggressive like this with how he plays his Neon, alam naman natin talaga na ma-maximize niya itong agent na to. Malaking problema na naman ang kailangan harapin ng Made in Thailand, but at least we have the scores tied for the ONIC G fans. But Made in Thailand, kailan sila makakabangon? Dahil kapag itong ONIC nanalo pa in this round, this is gonna be the biggest advantage that they can get. But, let's see, wait and see. Dahil on the other side, Made in Thailand, hindi naman nila pakakawalan kagad yung mga opportunities na sa kanila. Pero Lemmy Moore gets that up against the Doom. So, ibig sabihin lang yan, makakapasok sila sa side. But there's the refrag mula kay Congrad. Pero 4v3, mas madami pa rin miyembro ang ONIC kesa sa Myth.
Yeah. Pero on to this game, mga kaibigan, all they're gonna do is just trying to push in like what they're doing dito. There's gonna be Spectres versus the Vandals of Myth. 3v2 on to this game, kaya pa rin talaga nila Dylan and Conquer to if ever kasi nga naka-Vandal sila kahit pa paano. Oh my god, Spectres ang kalaban nila, pero that is ONIC G winning everything that they need. 8-7 already, and makakascore ba ang Myth dito sa second round, Ben, sa second half? Walang pera ang Myth ngayon, ha?
Yun nga talagang the fact na nakapag-pick off kagad si Monyet sa mismong site and si Lemmy Moore kasama na kanyang headhunter, alam mo nang punish na yung Myth sa mismong site. And kanina, kahit nagsistruggle yung ONIC doon, at least they won 5 rounds. Pero for Myth, hindi. Hindi nila mapigilan si Monyet from having his own type of fun. And he's just playing around with it. Press W sa kanyang Spectre. At ngayon na naka-save sila. Just slow. Kaso, ang ONIC, they will just try to punish yung magiging flank. Pero mas maganda na nasa B-side sila pupunta dahil punish lahat. Papuntang A at iikot pa sila ng napakalayo.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Arvin? Hello, nagpapa-shoutout si Arvin, pasigaw daw. Pero wanna fly, playing close, nakakuha siya isa dito, pero nga lang at least meron siyang trade agad. Monyet catching down 2v3 onto this game lamang ang Myth, pero yung ito lang catching 4, this is gonna be an ace! Monyet with an ace, mga kaibigan, to end that round.
Tignan mo yung mukha ni Monyet parang araw-araw nag-i-ace. Normal na lang daw sa kanya yung ace. Gumiti lang. Hey, sabi niya
Easy.
Ba't nila inaaway si PTC? Hindi na nga sila nakapasok kayo naman, guys.
Huwag yun na, tropa na natin yan, man.
Iba na yung kaawayan natin. Huwag kayo mag-alala. Yun kinuryente. Yun lang. Go. Diba? Normal day for ONIC daw. Normal day. Pero, next, diba? Yung utilities kasi ni Qeon, sobrang accurate para sa katulad ni Moon, napakaligalig utilities. Pero to si Delen, tinatapunan na siya lahat ng utilities, pero di nila alam nakapasok na. But there's Shiro taking down Wanna Fly, pero the control is at the stack. 4 na sila nandito ngayon sa mismong B-site. Lemmy Moore na lang, tsaka si Monyet ang natitira.
No charges left.
One enemy remaining.
Sino lang natitira para syempre talaga makabawi pa sila dito, mga kaibigan. Pero ito na ata ang pagbago ng api na ginagawa nga ng Myth. Hindi makapasok ngayon ng ONIC. G-Level catches one. It's gonna be a 1v3 situation para sa kanya. Hindi pa rin napaplan yung spike, so pwede talaga siya makapali dito kahit papano. The land waiting dito sa may dito sa B, waiting for that push. Pwedeng gawin nila more ngayon. Meron siyang Vandal, meron siyang tour de force. So pero mahirap din talaga para malaman kung sila manalo dito. If ever na talaga nag-swing sila more dito, magsiswing yung dalawang tao na nandito sa may generator and syempre nandito sa may canteen. Narinig na and all they gonna do is swing. And Kadun catches one. Mahirap din talaga yun, man. Kasi yun nga, ang ganda talaga ng person nila. Merong tao sa canteen, meron tao sa may generator, meron din tao sa may default. So, saan ka pupunta, di ba? 1v3, mahirap yun. Pero at the end of the day, pwede ka mag-commit kasi may pera ka.
May pera naman. So, okay lang. Pero to, hindi na nakagalaw at all eh. Ang mga taga ONIC, once that they realize na yung myth ay sobrang dami sa mismong B-side. Pero right now, as they try to play along, 1 round lang ang difference ng ONIC between them and myth. Pero Monjet, sinabayan ng ating kagad nila ng emo na Rolling Thunder. And on the other side, oops, hindi pa. Pero si Slasher tries to clear out the site, but Kadum takes down Monjet. Hindi nakapasok kagad ang mga taga-ONIC sa mismong A site. So they need to run off to B as soon as possible. But are they aware na nandito nakapag-stretch na kagad si Lenny Moore? Pero he picks off one. Tries to play along. Meron pa namang iba tao pa. They go with the flash. Pero talaga Lenny Moore. Sobrang discipline. Konting huwag lang. Pero, pinapapagsak sa 7 na lang kagad nandito na going up against 2. May fragment pa. Pwede pa niya ito manalo. In this 2v1. Pero aasimin niya ata. Kailangan na asimin to as they try to go with the backstab. Alam niya, nakita nila. He goes with the one. Ano lang. And now, he tries to play it along. Nakuha pa ni Clash.
Oh!
9-all pa. Severin, sayang na sayang talaga. 9-all.
Actually, ganito yan. I mean, tama yung ginawa ni dito. Tama yung ginawa ni Severin dito na hindi na niya ginamit yung 0 point niya. Kasi ba't mo nga naman isi-0 point? Eh, alam mo naman kung nasan. And wala na siyang ibabatong utilities if ever. So, why use it, diba? Yun. Tama lang yung ginawa na dito. Pero yun nga, nagka-jiglan sila din. At saka, for sure, nasa high ground dito si Gadum, mas una na talagang muna makikita si Severin dito kahit papano. And mas madaling bumaril, lalong-lalo na if nasa taas ka. Lalo na if ever kalaban mo yung nasa baba. Kasi kung ako hindi naglalaro, nasa taas ako, alam ko mas mananalo ako doon, alam ko meron akong advantage doon sa high ground na yun. Kaysa na nasa baba ako. At saka hawak ko buhay mo kahit anong mangyari. At saka si Severin, wala siyang choice eh. Kailangan talaga niya i-push eh. Kasi if ever iikot mo siya papuntang tower, wala siyang oras. So totoo lang, 3 games dito sa game na to, hindi na ako magugulat. Kasi yun talaga prediction ko, 2-1 in favor of mid. Pero pwedeng ONIC G. Pero ngayon, let's go ONIC G.
Oh, ONIC G, please. Panalo nyo to kundi talo kay sa bind. Sinabi talo na sa bind. Pero kasi let's not disregard ng Made in Thailand. Yung experience nga nila dito sa Fracture, hindi naman kasi siya sobrang dami. Usually kasi sa scene nila, sa Ino and sa Thai, binaba nila to usually, hindi katulad sa atin dito sa VCT PH. Ang binaban parate, Ascent, diba? Pero oh no, contest ni Monyet, nahuli sila kagad. Ang ganda nung utilities, yung slow lahat. Di sila nakagante, save sila na ngayon. Made in Thailand will win this round. Monyet is being punished. And I think mas maganda pag sabay-sabay sila eh. So usually si Monyet kayo pauunahin nila to get that confidence when it comes to the early pickoffs. Impact kills nga kailangan ni Monyet gamitin dito. Pero hindi nga makuha. Dahil huling-huli sila eh ng myth. And nakita natin yung effectivity ng double sentinel nila. Kahit, especially rather, in the second half.
Yeah, everything is actually in sync para sa sa myth na lang din talaga. Yes, we've seen their mishaps na hindi talaga nagko-connect yung mga shots nila, talagang nauunahan sila ng ONIC G, pero buti na lang nakabawi dito ang myth kahit papano. And ngayon, tingnan mo yung ginawa ng ONIC G. Nag-buy sila. Pwede naman sila mag-save, pero nag-buy na lang sila. They want to push it to a 10-10 scoreline na lang din talaga dito eh. Pero ito look at the scoreline right now. Look at the kills of Monyet and Lemmy Moore. They're really popping off. Look at the kills of Shiro, NC Slasher, and Severin. Parang sobrang lapit lang talaga dito kay Wannafly and Delend. So, ang hirap din talaga sabihin kung sino talaga yung... Kunyari kung walang score, pero makita ko yung scoreline na ganito, men, I can predict that ONIC sila ang may lamang. Pero, nagkakamali ka. Myth ang may lamang dito. Because everyone is really contributing well. Lalo na sa ONIC, di ba?
Kanina, ibang-iba yung style ng ONIC sa Ascent eh. Pero dito sa Fracture, bigger map, hard to entry in a way. But, let's see. Okay, bibili pa rin tong ONIC. They lose this, malaki na ang pwedeng aabot ng match point ang myth. Pero with this timeout, what will be the next decision na gustong gawin ng ONIC? Dahil walang ready na ultimate versus Made in Thailand. But on the other side, ready si Kadum, ready si Alone Fields kaagad. Kaso, as they try to make some few noises, inuubos, pwedeng i-exhaust muna nila yung myth utilities, but they will be stacking. Hindi na sila maghihiwalay talaga ngayon pagdating sa pagpasok nila sa site. Pero it's up to Monyet talaga at saka kay Lemmy Moore kung paano nila ipapunish si Alone Fields together with Honor.
Pero mga kaibigan nga sila, but they need to go in already, and that is the thing, ginagawa ng Monyet. Alam nila meron tao dito sa may taas, and Monyet, we're gonna take down that Sage as well. Pero meron pang tao dito sa may loob ngayon, pero nga na NC Slasher with a trade-off right now. We're gonna take down Wannafly, Kadum all the way, dito na sa may drop, pero Kadum trying to do some pot shots para syempre makakuha siya ng mga damages or kills or kahit papano, bubukasin na yung mga kalaban niya. Monyet, konti din na matatamaan na siya nung Conquest na yun, pero nga na Kadum gonna go in, and Kadum will gonna take him down. Monyet is now down for the count, 3v2 onto this game. Delend super low on HP, can they get that retake or not? Si Kadum, pinitik na nga yung spectre, pero Severin nakaisa pa. Kadum with another, whoa! Kadum, is he gonna get that 3k? Oh my god! 1v1 with a great one. Kadum is low on HP, can he get that clutch or not, mga kaibigan? Pero I think Severin, we're just gonna end this round with a win, 10-10. May pera ba ang ONIC G? Yun ang tanong.
Meron. Pero, hindi ganon ka-complete. May half armor, tapos magbubulldog ang isa sa kanila. Pero dito, ang ganda ng timing naman yun. Sadyang hindi ko lang gets kung bakit sila nabigla kay Kadum. Pero yan yung perks talaga ng utilities ng Qeon. Ang bilis makapag-burst right through the site, and at the same time, when you get those clutches, you're able to get it. Pero kung hindi low on HP siguro, katulad ni Kadum, it could have went into the hands of Myth. Pero si Kadum nagmamadali. Pero at the same time, nanabo ang kanyang paningin, and Monyet was able to take him down. Sa kabilang side, nagulat siya doon. At after taking him out, sobrang laki ang pagpunta ng A-site. Pero as they try to get some information, alam na nga nila na meron sa maitaas mismo ng site. And hindi pa nila napapunish, yes. Pero kailangan nila mag-ingat. At, ba't di nila napansin? Then, oh no! Ano nangyari doon? Hindi nila napansin. Wala sila nakuhang info. Pero still, Shiro, together with Severin, commits this.
Yeah. Medyo mahirap lang din talaga, pero let's see if ever makakapag-clutch mo si Sheila at si Severin. Pwede siya mag-push, pero yun nga lang, alam ngayon na Severin kung nasa yung isa. So pwede talaga nabawiin to, pero nga na Shiro! Catching everyone na nagda-drop, mga kaibigan! Getting that 3k already! Pero kung meron siyang flash, meron siyang aftershock, pero wala siya dyan kapatid, pero alam ni Shiro kung nasan ka. Wala na siyang prowler dito, pero that is Shiro with a 4k! Oh my god, Shiro! Isa-isang nag-drop, isa-isang namatay sa side ng ONIC, mga kaibigan. Maraming salamat, Shiro. Kung hindi dahil sa'yo, malalamang na ang myth dito.
naging bias na ONIC. Pero, muntik na yan Kasi nga hindi naging accurate yung pagpasok nila mismo sa site. Hindi na napansin na meron nasa top. So after that, Hero, medyo pinadali ka ng medyo pinadali ng Maiden Thailand yun with a 2v4 kasi alam nilang outnumbered. Pero okay, next round na tayo ngayon. Taser Fierce, wanna fly, takes down Monyet. 4 left mula sa side ng ONIC. Pero they're able to get some good pickoffs. Pero Lemmy Moore, meron siya makakuha. Sinabayan na nga rin kagad para maklear out ang site with that orbital strike. Pero one of may binoga lang sa mukha si Shiro. Sino ang isusunod nila? And trap na yun ang mga taga ONIC papunta sa site mismo. It's up to Lemmy Moore. It's up to NC Slasher and Xerxia. No ultimates ready except for Lemmy Moore. At may onting utilities na lang kay NC Slasher. May isa pa siyang available na smoke. Meron pa siyang molly. So if Severin takes down one at hindi siya mapapansin ni Wannafly, it can be a big win na kailangan ng ONIC dito sa mismong site.
Meron pa siyang bawi dito kahit pa paano mga kaibigan. So pwede talaga siya manalo dito. 3v4 already. They need to take down at least one sa side ng mid. If ever matalo ang mid dito, wala silang pera mamaya. Kadum knows what's up. Alam niya na nandito lang sa B main yung players ngayon ng ONIC, lalo na si Severin because of the utilities that they did. Pero NC Slash literal na mag-isa lang dito kasama hindi isa. Pero yun nga lang talaga, Kong is gonna go down already. Alone Phil's catching everyone. It's all up to Alone Phil's. Okay, hindi na. Hindi siya lalaban. Out na.
10 seconds left.
Wala siyang oras, wala siyang idea, ipaplant niya yung spike. 11-11 it is. Nanalo ang Alone Phil. Nanalo ang myth dito dun sa round na kailangan nilang manalo. Kasi nga wala sa mga sila ng pera next round. Tama lang to.
Talo pa.
Oopsie.
Then, ano daw oras na nag-TS tulog niyo muna guys. Ano ba? Ganda na sinayang nyo na yung clutch si Shiro. Agagalit si Coach. Matindi-tindi kasi yung dasal ng mga iba 11-11 make a wish. Di kaya mag-force ng ONIC na sobrang pabor sa kanila. Mahirap na. Wala pa namang ultimates available. Hanggang ano pa to? Wala pa Di naaabot kahit mag-OT Kaso, myth kailangan na nila maximize to. We have Wannafly with the 2D Force. We also have Kadum with that shocking. Pero meron kayang magagawa si Monyet. May hinihintay sila bibiglain na naman nila to pagpunta sa site. Pero dalawa na magkasama si Alone Fields na. Tsaka si Kadum. So, kailangan nila mag-ingat. Kung di nila na-punish yung dalawa, it's over. Sa side ng ONIC.
Yeah. What is the next thing na pwede mangyari dito mga kimi? Pero for the count, Severin catching one already. Pero Alone Fields with another kill as well. Pero napakadaming prowler talaga lumilipad dito mga kami. Nakadalawa na nga dito yung mga players ngayon. May player na nakaisa pa. TV3 on this game. Severin with a pump. With a pot shot sa ginagawa niya through that smoke. Probably wala siya makikita dito. Pero yung nga lang, that is the spike being planted by Shiro right now. But Lemmy Moore and the other players of ONIC needs to be really careful. Because it's just the players of Met trying to push in everyone. Lemmy Moore catching. Watch out go for the second one. Pero nga lang, nakatama siya dito ng mga punches na ginagawa nila. It's just all these quick kills pwede nilang gawin. Pero yung nga lang, muntik na nag-whiff pa nga dito si Wannafly. ONIC G, can they get that match point already? If ever they're gonna lose this, delikado sila kasi hindi ganun kadami yung pera nila. Pero Wannafly gonna push in. Severin is low. Once again, they need to take the Wannafly. Nakaisa pa. Oh my god, this might be the kill na hinaantay talaga ng myth mga kaibigan. Pero let me more, the only man remaining, nag-aantay siya. Nasa yung spike. He needs to get this. Is this gonna be a clutch dito kay Wannafly or not? That is a defuse, but let me more with a kill!
Match point.
Yung puso ko sa ONIC tsaka sa Thailand. Ada round, hindi ko na sure sino mananalo
Gusto ko lang namang manalo ang ONIC. Kaya anong ONIC, diba?
Siyempre, ONIC dapat tayo. Para RRQ na. Passer siya.
Ano kaya mangyayari? Ano kaya mangyayari dun, no? Diyos ko.
Oy.
Hindi ko rin alam.
Feel ko ano. Ay, si Kelly S versus versus kay Surf. Tsaka sino pa ba? Basta yun. Si Draxi versus versus ayun na to. Kay Sushi Boys. Hindi si Sushi Boys. Si kalimutan ko na. Ayoko na, basing kamukha ni Rosie ng Blackpink. Si Rosé pala. Made in Thailand. Mapapa-time out ka nga naman talaga. Kasi dapat sa inyo na yun eh. Pero, the trades itself, I don't know, yung postment and the fact na nag-whiff nga sa Laville kanina with that operator, hindi nila in-expect na naman yun sa ONIC. Ang talino ng ONIC pagdating nung sa previous round na yun. They really waited talagang saktong-sakto yung utilities para lang ma-shutdown kagad yung nagiging problema nila, which is sa alone feels together with Kadoom. Pero ngayon, tapos na yung timeout, guys. Match point na ang ONIC. But as they try to complete the orbs for the possible retakes, Monad is trying to at least get one sa Made in Thailand. Pero kita mo yung Made in Thailand, mas disiplinado sila ngayon, mas passive sila. Kasi ang hirap pag naging aggressive na bigla yung ONIC tapos mawawala na naman sila ng isang iglap.
Yeah. Pero this is the push already. Is this gonna be the last round of this is gonna be the last game of the day. Si Wanna-Fly, yes, meron siya ultimate ngayon, pero si Alone Fist, tama Stinger lang ang gamit niya, tsaka si Deled, he needs to play close because of that judge na gamit niya. Si Kadoom, Stinger, oh my god, this is gonna be really scary. Pero sabi ni Alone Fist, sige pre, kunin mo na to Stinger. At kasi meron ka namang oh my god, naririnig to. Alam nila, naririnig ng myth yung yung ropes. Pero hindi nila alam kung saan pupunta. Everyone will go here and B. Oh my god, this is gonna be huge. Meron pang trademark dito. This is gonna be really scary for the players of ONIC for sure. Pero dire-diretso na sila mga kami. Pero kung natamaan ng ating mga players ngayon. Pero that is the swing coming in from ONIC. Pero Wanna-Fly, we're gonna take down with just that Sheriff on head. Diled nakaisa pa with just that judge though. 3v3 onto this game. Si Kadoom, meron pa siyang ultimate kasi pwede pa siya makabawi. Sa Alone Fist, he needs one more kill for them to get that ultimate right now. Pero Kadoom, with that ultimate, let's see what's gonna happen. NC Slasher pushing in through that smoke. Pero Shiro as well. Pero makakita ba siya ng isa? This is gonna be a really big question if ever kung makakita siya ng isa, might as well get that one kill na talaga. NC Slasher makakita nakaisa pa. Pero that is a really good flash na ginawa dito ni Severine. At least na flash dito sa Alone Fields. It's all up to one. Kadoom is the way. Kadoom is the thing that Kadoom is the agent that needs to play huge right now, but Kadoom is so low that ONIC can actually take him down right now. 2-0 already for the side of ONIC G.
That fracture map, hindi ko mag-gets ang ONIC together with Made in Thailand. Pero pagdating sa crucial moments, ONIC, well coordinated, even if may mga times at 2v1 against the guys of Made in Thailand, they're able to clutch those. The utilities are maximized. But I really do think pagdating sa mga important rounds, si Shiro at si Lemimore, they actually saved the day sa side ng ONIC this time around sa Fractureville.
Yeah. And talagang really want to see them talaga, no? Really thought it was gonna be a 3-game series dito sa match nga ng Myth and syempre ng ONIC kasi after all, talagang ang Myth whenever they play, it's always 2-1. And mga kaibigan, ang mga players ngayon ng Myth, they're gonna drop right now sa ating lower bracket kalaban ang Griffin Esports. So, if ever matalo pa sila dito, they're gonna be eliminated. Pero meron pa naman chance dito ang Myth if ever. Kung mapunta sila, kung manalo pa sila dito sa elimination, syempre sa decider, di ba? So, meron pa silang chance. Yes, hindi pa naman tapos ang VCT run nila if ever. Pero knowing na nasa lower bracket ka, that will get a huge toll on you for sure. Kasi nga, hindi ka na dapat magkamali eh. Dapat sobrang flawless na lahat ng galaw mo. Dapat sobrang solid na ng mga strategies mo. And syempre, lesson learned na rin talaga, diba? Knowing na game number 1, literal na durog ang Myth. Pero ngayon, dito sa game number 2, lumapit naman sila. Pero we can say na talagang it's ONIC G the better team today sa series na to. Ladies and gentlemen, after the break, it's gonna be Xerxia Esports versus RRQ. This is gonna be really exciting because RRQ from the Philippines and Xerxia from Thailand will gonna battle a lot for us to know on who's gonna be the very best, like no one ever was. Ladies and gentlemen, we are your cast for the day. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Ray. VCT APAC Group Stages. Will be right back.
Yeah, shit. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the hurt frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
He's agreeing with me. It was quite the series over there. That Femina, fantastic show from both ONIC and of course Made in Thailand. I'm going out of my mind over here. By the way, guys, Likeable, Dad Femina, and Trix back out here again over at the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Let us cut to the chase. There we go again. I'm fumbling over my words because of my excitement. Dad Femina, I'm sure there's a lot that's on your mind as we witness that fantastic series, so go ahead.
I mean, honestly, ONIC, we already talked about it in the panel that they always play together, play aggressively, but I kind of want to highlight and give props over.
Hello. Okay, a little bit of difficulty over there, but hey, here we are again. Trix, I'm sure you have something to say about this fabulous series.
I know that maybe Leica might have a question or two about the way Myth was playing on that attacker side, so I'll bring it up to the viewers as well. So we were kind of discussing while watching that map why Myth was choosing to not really split, as we see a lot of teams do on the Fracture. They like to pressure the defenders from both sides and kind of pinch them into the site. But if you look at Myth's lineup, you have that Sage, you have the Chamber, the Brimstone, the Neon, and the Breach, if I am not mistaken. And it just felt a lot like, it's better for them to get that site head on and to just go straight at it, because they don't exactly have that pinch utility. They have more like that Sage Wall, which kind of cuts off the map. They have those Brimstone Molotovs, and they have the Breach Flash that will help with the Neon entry. And then on the flip side, you see ONIC here, who was trying to create all of this pressure on the map, and when they hit that execution, I saw that beautiful lineup, and I can't not remember it and talk about it. But with that KO, right, on that B hit, they had that Neon Wall go up, that KO fragment go down as well with a knife, and it just opened up the side for the Neon to only focus the left side, and I thought that was brilliant.
I mean, I gotta give the same point that I was pooping on before I got cut off. Unfortunate, but once I come back now, I want to give props to Myth and how they actually cleaned up their attacking. Right, since they were starting on attack this time on Fracture, they were given a lot more chances to be as proactive as they are. That was not the same, I would say, Myth that I saw in that Ascent map. I mean, now that they were on attack, they could start the same play or start the different plays that they want, initiate the fights that they want, and initiate on the type of timing that they want before they could head on to an execute, right? And we saw that with Kadum always going in. It's the Neons that I really want to highlight in this series right now. Both Myth and ONIC were just so stellar across the board. Everybody was just contributing. But I also want to give a lot of focus on how Myth also executed their attacking. If you notice, everybody on Myth, they executed whenever we push on A side or B side. They actually no, especially on A side where they just pushed like a unit. Nobody was separating, and that's something that you would normally see on teams on Fracture. They would separate at least one or two players around drop, but no, they don't want to go for a drop. They don't want to separate. They push as a unit around that A main side, which I kind of realized that in looking at the team comp for ONIC, they do have that double initiator comp, which begs me the question, maybe they were scared or at least aware that the double initiator comp could isolate these split pushes that would have been more, I'd say, in the benefit of, ONIC more than anything on the defensive rounds.
Yes, I feel like ONIC definitely needed to play a little more aggressive, as you point out that they had that double initiator lineup. I like that round where they did go aggressive and you saw that they pushed all the way to T-spawn. There was a lot of frags left and right. It ended up being a 1v1, and I just felt that was the kind of aggression I wanted to see ONIC do more. But not just go in and then overcommit to it, but go in, get that information, leave maybe one player there that could easily TP out, most likely a chamber. So you get that information on the rotation. You can cut off the attacking side, stack them on one side essentially. But we do have to take note also that Fracture is a large map. There are more than one entryways, and sometimes even if you have one player all the way pushed up, they could always walk on the other side.
Yeah, this was actually the point that I was asking you earlier, Trix. I was wondering, hey, we're so used to talking about Fracture and how you're supposed to utilize both sides of the maps to make sure that you pressure the defenders inside the map. But that wasn't the case, especially on the side of Myth. They were always funneled towards just one side of the map. They would leave the chamber trap near arcade, and that was it. And I was asking you this, and I was just a little bit confused, but then you pointed out the whole initiator composition setup that they had going on, and it was just beautiful the way they executed it. But in the end, they fell a little bit too short overall in this game. But now we have Monyet as the MVP. My God, Trick. This is a guy that Aster I called under my instructions as ONIC the Hedgehog, as he was entering the site so fast, and he was just an absolute movement god. Oh my goodness.
He really was. I loved seeing him on that Neon, the way that he would take those peaks, the way that he also wouldn't overcommit to those peaks. He'd get the information, get into a corner that's more comfortable for him, and then peek at a later time, kind of catching the opponent off guard because they're thinking that they have to push the angle all the way. Though, the way that he would use the neon wall in order to split the opponent's focus, but also having that utility from their KO in order to push the certain side. So I felt that in general, ONIC G just having that solid execution that Fluffy actually mentioned before on Fracture, where it's kind of like that all-in kind of mode. You really want to put everything together. We have that one round that the casters pointed out on A site with the Fade impact as well. They were able to get that kill under A site, and then they picked off the Sage that was on the staircase of A. So I felt, ONIC just having really solid executions, but again, it all came down to how much pressure they could put on the map to force the defenders in certain areas.
Yeah, I mean, with how Monyet has been playing that fast lane too, I think we kind of have to put more priority on how he uses a lot of his kit to his own advantage, and not only that, open up the space for his team. Like, we always see him go at it, like lead the charge always on both A side and B side. And what do they both have in common? You have to look both ways before you can even commit onto side. And the fast lane just does a really good job of just isolating, just tunnel visioning on one side. So anybody else, they can't really like focus on the fast lane itself, because if you leave yourself too open, then you're not only facing up against a Neon that's running up to you, but you're also facing up a possibility of 5 people just running at you anyway. So it's kind of hard to counter that anyway. And Monyet himself did an amazing job of playing around his fast lane. Not only did he open up the site for himself, but he was also able to even come out of that fast lane as well and take that mobility to his full potential and took it to the members of Made in Thailand. And honestly, this guy, I wouldn't be surprised if he was like series MVP. Not only is he so prevalent all throughout that Fracture map, but there was also a reason why the Ascent map was so one-sided. It's because Monyet himself has the biggest balls to actually make these initiative plays to take key sectors of that map. A main, B main on Ascent, and in this B side, or in this Fracture map, actually, he just knew when to push in and when to focus now.
Absolutely. Now with the Battle of the Neons happening over here, I guess you could say you could look both ways before you cross my mind. Never mind. Forget that I did that. Incredible series on the side of ONIC G and Made in Thailand made our heart stops every single round, and I can't wait to see more of them as we go into the further lines of the group stage. For now, though, it's time to move on to the next series. We're gonna go look at Group B over here. First up is a team that has the X factor to them. Their phenomenal gameplay is nothing short of impressive. After all, they are our reps from the last APAC that made it all the way to Masters Reykjavik. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. They've conquered the Thailand scene, being the top one in the country, and they hope to do more here once again on the APAC scene. Welcome the returning challengers, Xerxia Esports. Here we have it, the boys from Xerxia Esports. We've got Fox, Surf, Pros, Scary, and Sushi Boys. I sincerely hope that I did not butcher any of these boys' names, because they're fantastic players and they deserve to be addressed as such, right, Dad Femina?
Definitely. Just the strongest team out of Thailand. They retained their full lineup, as you said, from Reykjavik. So a lot of competitive experience already giving them an edge against teams who aren't prepared to contend against the wrath of Xerxia. They're the current top 2 ranked team in APAC according to VLR, and that's for good reason. They definitely played around so much of their teammates, especially that they have kept their lineup all throughout the seasons anyway. So I want to put a big highlight on how Surf has been utilized. He's not the star of the show because of how unique they play around his first contact. He's always given a lot of freedom thanks to how well everybody uses him as first contact, just as I mentioned it. Either Surf gets traded well, at the very least, or he pops up at the most. Either way, though, Surf has value in every round. In addition to that, Xerxia as a team throws out the whole Surf and Friends meme because everybody has something to offer to the table anyway. And that's even the scariest part about this, is that anybody can pop up at any given time. You're promised consistency at the least, but their ceiling, you can't just imagine it, man.
You're giving chills down my spine right now, especially after the first series that we just saw, and then you give this type of description. You were right about ONIC G. So now, we're talking about Xerxia. Man, come on, chill with the descriptions. I want to see something in the gameplay. I want to expect the unexpected. I'm thankful that you're giving us a warning over here, but okay, I'll keep my eyes peeled from this team, especially as they'll be faced off with a team that's known as the Kings of PH. Their explosive plays and phenomenal aim have pushed them beyond their boundaries in the play-ins. So now they find themselves in the group stage, and do they have what it takes to keep up with the competition? Let's find out with Regum Qeon. The boys from our very own home country, Trix, Rabbit, Tuget, Kelias, Xerxia, and of course the ever-beloved Nexi.
Of course, they, proved that in the play-ins they can be coordinated with clear structure and really play to their strength with that Kelias explosiveness. I feel that, with the Nexi, everyone loves watching RRQ on that split Nexi with those amazing holds. I'm hoping that other teams are coming in a little more prepared, understanding to try and give RRQ a run for their money on split map by forcing that kind of information out of Nexi's hands, forcing RRQ to play a certain way. I remember there were moments of indecisiveness and sometimes not denying enough information, so I'm hoping RRQ really steps up their game, revisits their previous matches, and figures out what they can do better. Because with this kind of malleable lineup, with the way that they play with each other, the fact that they're constantly improving, but sometimes it's really just a matter of falling short in those split decision making, where they have to adapt further than they've already changed.
Now I'm looking at this team. We're always using the Nexi show on the Sentinel and Kelias, of course, on the Rays that we also love.
Yes.
But is there any other player here that you think is worth shining the spotlight on, Trick?
I really like watching Tuget. I feel like he pops off a lot, especially on that controller role, and when he's flexing on that initiator, I feel he's really able to shine. So I'm looking out for those three, Kelias, Tuget, and Nexi.
You gotta wonder how they got that synergy with the Nexi Xerxia connection, right? I feel like it's because teams, or everybody, the viewers actually forget that this team, RRQ itself, is comprised of so many duos that came from different esports orgs. We got Flash, Toge from Zeals, SV Empires, Nexi and Xerxia, and DR Esports, Kelly S and Rabbit, although they're not played in the same era, but same team history nonetheless. You can see that they all have this sort of connection that kind of feels celestial, I would say, very telepathical. They kind of already molded their sort of connection ever since they played with each other, save for Rabbit and Kelias, of course. But now that they're on the main stage itself, I want to see if they can bring that same tried and tested synergy that they always bring to the table in their own regional qualifiers. But I would have to put priority on how they also play just a little bit. I feel like their playstyle is also very good against miscoordinated teams, but against Xerxia, who's all about team coordination, that's just a different piece in RRQ. It's like they have a really big work cut out for them.
And as Trix mentioned earlier, the team that is going to be facing them should be prepared, especially as we go on split, which we'll be talking about over at the map vetoes. we're going right now. Can we like pan the camera this way?
Swipe right.
Yeah, perfect, right? Okay. So we're looking at the map vetoes over here, and I can already guarantee RQ. Don't surprise me on this one, but I've called it before when Dax was on the panel. You guys are gonna ban out Fracture straight up. I'm expecting this. Okay. I called it, Dad. I called it, Dad Pamina.
Oh my god, that's actually like so huge. I mean, it's actually not much of a surprise. I mean, Fracture, it's not a lot of teams are actually willing to take this risk of taking Fractures. I mean, because of it being one of the newer maps on the table. Plus, it like gives a lot more flexibility on the attacker side, as demonstrated by that previous series or that previous game, where when you're on the attack, you just are given so much advantages and so many windows to even attack. Let's play the tempo that you want very much effectively. The split ban is also like pretty understandable, simply because RRQ have shown success all throughout the split maps as well. So Xerxia banning this out is going to give them a bit more leeway than they already do. Even now going to be on RRQ side will give that same amount of comfort that they have usually on split, because they like to play with a lurker at times, and that's always been Nexi time and time again. Now that on the Breeze, it's always an aim heavy duel. In Xerxia, I feel like they have something to pull out here.
I feel like, you know, with the Breeze pick, Xerxia definitely doing their assignments here. Seeing that RIQ hasn't exactly been very successful on the Breeze. I know that coming into the APAC play-ins though, they performed a lot better on Breeze than even I expected. But against a team like Xerxia that's so calculated, that's so, you know, they've been together for quite some time. They've gone through hardships. They're being innovative and playing them on these aim-heavy maps, the kinds of maps where you really need to go in on with Haven, Breeze, and Icebox. I feel like it's a tough task for RIQ to possibly try and take this for Xerxia, especially seeing how on Haven before against Bleed Esports, they did seem to struggle trying to close that map out.
Although we have to remember that they did pull out that Fate, which you absolutely enjoyed as Rabbit was playing it. But yeah, like you mentioned, Xerxia just owning a lot of the maps that we have over here. We're gonna go to Haven, Breeze, and Icebox. With these maps in mind, Dad Femina, what do you think is gonna be the win condition for either of the teams here?
Okay, for RRQ side, you just let Nexi on his own lonesome. You just have to make sure that you have to put a lot of trust on Nexi. He always has that. In our Filipino minds, or in our own culture, we always say like he has his own world, and definitely Nexi just thrives when he's on solo, while everybody else just plays the same tempo that they want to play at. Maybe like make presence around one side to maybe force out an over rotation, while Nexi just takes advantage of that one open area that some teams usually put out. But for Xerxia, they just need to play the same game that they played all throughout their regional playoffs. I mean, if you look at how coordinated they play off of each other, if you remember how well all of these teams have been, or all of these players have been playing for the lineup of Xerxia, they just don't need to over push. They just need to remember their fundamentals, just keep themselves planted, like keep their feet planted onto where they're defending, so that they won't need to leave that window open for Nexi to take advantage of.
Well, now that you've pointed out all the things that we really need to nitpick on as we watch the games, what is going to be your prediction?
I mean, my prediction, we've been hyping them up all throughout, and I kind of get that they're the top team coming out of their own region. So definitely Xerxia on my bank right now. I'm very sorry for the Filipino viewers and the Filipino fans. I'm Filipino myself, and I really want to put my spirit on RRQ, but for Xerxia's sake, I mean, they have just been stellar all throughout their regional playoffs, and with their more flexible playstyle and their team coordination, RRQ's strength is finding those weaknesses that makes teams like, or I'd say miscoordinated teams like show in a lot of their games. But against Xerxia, who team coordination is their main strength, that's going to be one hell of a task to actually make happen.
Well, since you're voting for Xerxia over here, I will be the Filipino representation on the panel, because I think that Trix is going to go for Xerxia too. I'm not too sure yet. But I'm gonna go lock in RRQ. I got you guys. I got you. Trick?
I mean, Xerxia has just been doing such a great job. They're so good. And it's the question of, is RRQ going to be able to read them, going to be able to adjust to them? Are they even going to be able to push Xerxia into situations that Xerxia won't be comfortable in? Or are they going to lose that grip on the map, especially on a starting map like Haven where it's so large? It depends on that proactiveness. Yes, we want Nexi to be on their own, have their own, space, but at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure a team like Xerxia will be able to force Nexi out of that comfortable space. So for me, I would have to go with Xerxia.
I love the both of you, but again, in true Filipino spirit, I'm saying puso. I believe in them, RRQ has been put in difficult situations in the past, and I'm sure that they can rise to the occasion when need be. I have full faith in these boys, and I'm really hoping that against an opponent, which is one of the biggest opponents that they probably faced against so far, other than Team Secret, I hope that they are able to fare really well and, just really put us on the map over here. Really expecting a lot from RRQ, and I hope that they are able to deliver. I mean, I was a little bit heartbroken yesterday when Oasis Gaming did not get that win versus Order. But again, like Trix, I was pleasantly surprised that Order went in beyond what is expected of them.
They were so good.
Really good. But now, Dad Femina, we're moving to Haven. So what's gonna go down here?
Oh man, I mean, you're gonna be expecting more utility-heavy comps, especially for Xerxia, who loves to play around that utility. And again, since they want to open things up for Surf to take that full map control and that space that he wants to take for his team, then you gotta make sure that it makes it make his job easier, right? So Crows on Foxes on those full initiator comps, I mean, that's gonna make it easier for Surf to even push through. And again, we've always been seeing Xerxia even play on Haven, especially on the regional playoffs, and it is regarded as one of their more powerful maps. And against a team like RRQ that thrives on more slow kind of pace, then it's gonna be pretty hard for them to even counter this double initiator comp. Although I do like that they want to stick to something a bit more different. Instead of like seeing a Cypher that I usually see on Nexi, I believe I'm gonna be looking at a confirmation here. We want to go for that chamber instead, and that is pretty understandable. They want to keep that operator. I believe they want to put that operator to full use, and to be accurate, it's more like the sort of force. That then again, Xerxia, they just want to go in. They just need to coordinate with each other to make those plays that they want to set forth. And for RRQ, they just need to stop that before they even have the chance.
Now, I am looking at the compositions that they have here now. If I'm not mistaken, Xerxia did lock in the Sova, right? But recently in the regional games, I think they were locking in the Fate. I was really hoping to see Fate. Again, you know me, I'm a huge fan of the new compositions that we have here. I love it when they bring out the new agent so that for us, the viewers, we get to enjoy how this new agent is actually played on the field. But hey, Trix, what are your thoughts on having the Sova?
I personally love Sova because I just enjoy the agent
Sova.
myself.
What do you mean?
Yes, so I think that it really depends on what Xerxia's plan is going forward with this lineup. If it's about pushing them back, getting the information, or doing those hard hits. I feel like RRQ has a great lineup also for being able to clear those angles, but that hard intel that you can get from a Sova, whether it's the drone or the recon, might just give them the edge that they need.
I do actually agree to an extent about the Sova. It is one of the more prioritized picks, especially in previous stages as well. But you can do the same things and clear out corners, take space for yourself, and not even need to play back as Sova as a Fade. So if they are able to actually take that Sova to more utility heavy and maybe just take that, or maybe use the strength of the Sova as a whole in this double initiator comp, then I would definitely be surprised, and at the same time maybe not, because Sova itself is like a staple all throughout like the Haven map, and if they are able to take it to full use, then it's gonna be a lot easier for teams to actually take fights more.
Yeah, you bring out the hunter, prepare to get hunted, not haunted, because you don't have a fate this time. Excuse me. Always bringing out
Exciting.
the puns. Exciting, yes. Well, Everything seems to be falling in place. Maps are good, prediction on our side are good, and so are the compositions. So I think we're just about ready to go into the next game. Casters, they're all yours.
Hi guys! Good afternoon sa inyong lahat at ikakasta nga natin ang main event for today guys. Ako si Ray, kasama ko si Honey Glaze at Filipino Pride tayo dahil makita nga natin ang paglalaro ng RRQ together with the guys of Xerxia. Kita nyo naman guys, nakabarot saya kami dalawa. Nanonood kasi si Honey Glaze kanina. Honey Glaze, wait lang medyo mali ako sa framing. So nakabarot saya ba ngayon? Sabi niya, oo, so ako nagbarot saya na rin ako, diba?
Yan.
Yan.
Isang nakaka-excite na hapon ito, Ray.
Ako mahihirapan nga ako dito kasi yung boyfriend ko naglalaro eh. Kailan niyo ko sino? Si Foxy.
Sino?
Xerxia. Ako lang nakakaalam kasi pag nalaman niya, di break na kami. Pero on the other side, syempre kakaskin mga tropa ko sa RRQ. Andyan, Draxi, Nexi, Tuge, Rabbit, Kelly S, Flash. Ayan, sinabi ko silang lahat. So, ikaw, Honey Glaze, ano kaya ang mangyayari ngayon? Lalong-lalo na't this composition is quite new for other people. But for RRQ, they're actually drawing already yung mga cards na meron sila.
Dito kasi sa RRQ, parang gusto nila madalas na kaya nilang patunayan na mali dito yung magiging expectations or predictions dito ng panel. Kanina, it was 2-1, all in favor of Xerxia. So let's see kung ano yung mangyayari dito. Especially, RRQ, they have strongholds pagdating sa defending. Kaya naman muli sa pagbabalik nila dito in our stage, this might be a good one. Lalo na Xerxia pa ang makakalaban nila. Pero there is also as well the struggle. Dahil isa ito sa mga powerhouses din talaga in APAC.
Talagang powerhouse sa Xerxia. Nakailang lipad na ba tong mga to mananawa kasing
Diba?
stage 1. Sila yung pinakaunang lumipad papuntang Masters, papuntang Iceland. And they've ang dati lang nalang kasama ay si Puwan Tap tsaka si Patty Pan. Pero hindi na nila kasama yon ngayon. Instead, they have Surf, one of the kiddos out there. And now, as they're gonna be going on the attacking side, ano nga bang magiging sagot ng RRQ? Bumaba ka naman! Dahil naranan ka na Michele S, ang daming trade, ang gaganda. Pero nga lang next, tsaka si Rabbit na lang kagad dito na Rabbit. Pakitaan mo nga ito, paano ba matulog? Rabbit gets 2! Oh, Foxy! Sorry, Foxy
Sorry,
push kita,
Foxy.
pero dito muna tayo talaga sa RRQ. Bayan muna bago ang sarili. And next he goes for the fuse. Oh! Ano the fuse? Foxy! Galingan mo naman next time. Nice try. Okay. Okay lang. Nice try. Nice try sa'yo, pero RRQ lang sa kalam.
RRQ lang sa kalam doon sa mga pagkakataon. Nakapag-pop off na. Hindi nakita natin kanina na nung panahon or yung pagkakataon na minensyon mo na pakitaan mo si Rabbit at pinakita nga ni Rabbit talaga dito kung paano ba dito yung magiging retake ng successful na nga nangyari kanina. Look at that flick. All the way from A main tapos biglang nung bumalandra dito o going into main or going into B, nakakita tayo ng magandang executions. But now, dito, since nanalo nga sa first round ng RRQ, mukhang anti-equal ang gagawin ngayon ng Xerxia na hindi mo na pagpapatigil pero papatigilin sila kayo ni Nexi. Goes in for 2, pero nagkaroon lang talaga ng pagkakataon na tumaligid siya kaagad laban kina Scary.
Talagang, sabi ni Nexi, got you guys. Pero oh no! Sinabayan kasi sila ng bay ng Xerxia. Tuge na lang. Go Tuge!
Spike planted.
Kung maririnig yung palakpak ko, pero pumalakpak ako. Pag na-clutch to rin ito, ge. Di nice one. Nakakatakot eh. Oh no! Oh, sayang. Nice try, nice try. RQ, mapagbigay na naman ang mga Pinoy. Pero kasi, to be honest ang nangyari kasi doon, napatay kasi ni Foxy lahat. Kaya sila bumili. May pera naman daw sila. Pero RQ, okay lang, okay lang. Mapagbigay nga, pero to si Nexi, kung ako din na ganon ni Nexi, ako pa magsasorry. Promise. Ganon kapalong-paluyang si Nexi. Ang ganda na sana ng play nila, pero something that didn't expect at all. Pero okay lang guys, masyado pang maaga para sabihin na panalo ang Xerxia dito. Dahil, RRQ, shot puno pa lang, matibay na yan. Flash ginawan tubig yung tequila eh.
Throwback muna tayo.
Throwback muna.
Pero, ngayon ba, magkakaroon pa rin sila ng magandang expectations dito. Lalo na't Vice na. Ngayon na Xerxia, talagang hindi nila pinagbibigyan dito ang RRQ na magkaroon ng magandang edge, magandang momentum. Sinabayan nila sa Vice. Kaya kahit na eco lang ang RRQ ngayon, talagang hindi nila ito tatantanan. Xerxia dito with Foxy, goes in for 2. Na white swing niya dito. Besh, sinutuge, hindi na siya nakaligtas pa kaagad from those rounds. Pero with the white swing naman ng Rabbit, siya naman ngayon na makakakuha ng back off. Sabay mo pa ng tatlong picks na ginawa dito ni Crows. Talagang hospitable lang ang mangyayari ngayon. Papasapritin lang muna natin tahe for the side of RRQ para syempre mamaya masarap na yung mga giling-giling dito nito.
Gigiling-giling ba si Tuge? Yung burger yung inaabangan ko mamaya eh. Between Flash together with Nexi. Pero all in all, may advantage lang sa baril lang Xerxia kaya sila nanalo ngayong round. Yun lang guys, baril lang. Ba't kasi bumili yung Xerxia? Sabi ko kay Foxy, panalo yung RRQ. Hindi, magbe-break kami. Pero, next, we have here movements mula sa RRQ. Full buy na nga sila ngayon. Ito pa rin yung comp na meron sila, but they kind of improve it. They added a chamber. They added that compared nung play-ins sila, they already have the double initiator. Wala man ganun kadaming flash, but I think it's kind of like getting that crowd control and putting on a stop against Surf. Yun ang napaka-importante. And you don't usually see Raze here in Haven, but it's very effective knowing it's Kelly's. Sabi nga ni Super MG, pinakamagaling daw sa APAC mag-raise. Ay, si Kelly's! Okay! Ooh! The smoke! Kasi scary! Nakuha siya, sayang Draxi, Nexi, Rabbit na lang. DNR. Ang natitira na lang sa side ng RRQ. Mariritake nila to. Syempre, dahil meron kagad na emo na rolling thunder. Pero si Nexi, pumaflank ka. Uy! Timing! Timing! Okay lang. Mapagbigay ang RRQ.
Dito naman, sa 2v4 situation, still doable pero the time is already ticking. Nakatalikod nga lang sila dito laban kay Sushi Boy. Hindi nila ina-expect na gumapak na pala galing Garay. 1-3 na ang ating scoreline. Magkakaroon pa ba ng momentum dito ng RRQ? Yes, that is the main question. Pero kailangan nilang maibigay ka agad yung mga explosiveness sila dito. At syempre, hindi tayo pwede magpakampante dito sa mga pagkakataon naman ng Xerxia na katulad na lang nito ng sneaky play ni Sushi Boy. Hindi nila in-expect yun. It was still doable as I mentioned earlier, pero nakita natin lang din is nag-tick na yung time bomb natin, nandun na yung timing natin na nauubusan na sila ng oras to defuse in the spike. Kaya naman ngayon, mas ginanahan ng Xerxia na lamunin ka agad yung site.
Talagang itong Xerxia, alam naman natin na sila at saka ang Paperex ang malalakas talaga na teams ngayon sa APAC. Pero walang imposible yung RRQ nga eh. Yung Terror tsaka yung Ray, makakilala ko yun eh. Tapos, pero yun mo, nag-predict yung RRQ nasa between tier C and tier D. Ayun, nakapasok ng APAC. Sabi ko sa inyo eh. Ayun kasi, inaaway niya masyado yung RRQ, Terror tsaka Ray. Tignan nyo, nasa APAC. Di sila na Ray-Rakers, di natamaan ng Ray-Rakers, nakailag eh. Yung natamaan ng Ray-Rakers, SB, tsaka na...
Oo, okay. Sabi nga rin ni Bill nung nakaraan, di ba? Parang sa PH soil lang daw gumagana yung Raykers. So this time, let's hope for the best for our teams right now. 1-3 is our scoreline. Nagtapos na ang ating munting timeout. But now, talagang hindi mo papatigil muna dito ang RRQ. They are exclusively aggressive. Laban dito, kina Scary, and Scary went down immediately sa pag-pick parang dito ni Nexi. And Nexi, naku, nakita yung balikat! Makakakuha ng pangalawa! Si Foxy naman dito para sa trade, pero wala silang idea kung sino ba yun nandito sa may gilid. Pero Draxi, medyo kita-kita yung paskulado niyang mga balikat. Kaya naman ngayon, tutumba na muna siya. Nakita siya ni Surf. Open up at makikreate nila kaagad yung spasyo, makapasok ng side, ma-plat in yung spike.
And retake LES to get. Oh no, he gets the tap. Makakuha sila ng barel. Malaki ang pag-asa para manalo. Libre pa nga kagad. Pero sayang. Si Surf, nagpakulay lang ng mo. Para nag-plus 30 yung aim. 1-4. At leading ang Xerxia by 3 against RRQ. Ito ang malaking problema ng ngayon ng RRQ. Hindi dapat nila hayaan yung Xerxia na nasa momentum. Pero I know that they're quite confident, pero kailangan lang talaga nila ang kalamakan lang talaga ng Xerxia once again sa round na tayo. Wala sila ganong baril. Pero siguro kung natamaan ni Nexi si Foxy, sobrang game changer sana yon. Pero to, naka-operator na. Silip ulit! Ay! Hindi tumama! Nexi! Okay lang! Nice try! Next pa. Ops! Meron siya nabawasan. Ining-ecom sa siya ngayon. Pero tumawag na siya kagad na backup. Pero ngayon, may sinabayan na nga kagad ng Hunter's Fury to give. Bumagsak kagad sa kamay ni Sushi Boys. Tapos may kasama pa kagad na lockdown.
Hindi na talaga mapagbigay dito ang Xerxia sa momentum na nakukuha nila. Service is going in well. Talagang dalawa kaagad ang pinick-off niya dito sa pagkakataon na na-create niya na yung space dito with their lockdown. 2 members remaining lang dito for RRQ. Sa explosiveness dito ng Xerxia, ang hirap talagang masabi kung paano yung magiging comeback dito ng RRQ. They need to be composed sa mga rushes na ginagawa dito ng Xerxia. But Surf, talagang hindi siya magpapatigil. Ray hinahanap niya. They need to save in their vandals at operator pa kasi ang hawak dito ni Rabbit. They need to be careful pero ngayon hindi magiging kampate nga lang dito si Rabbit to get in that kill. Laban kay Surf. Look at that flick earlier. Kalias pa dito talagang uubos pa. 3 na lang natitira. Still doable pero tatapos na rin naman na, well, sasabog na rin naman na yung spike. It is a 1-5 scoreline. Grabe. Talaga itong half na ito.
Ito. Ang Haven map ay pick ng RRQ. Tatandaan natin yung pre-pick ng Xerxia. At alam naman natin, and nagtataka ako kasi ang galing talaga ng mga Thai teams sa Breeze. Pero hindi ko lang mag-gets bakit ang FW together with Mist, hindi sila ganun ka-consistent. Unlike si Full Sense siya kasi Xerxia, sobrang consistent sila sa Breeze. Pero tong sa Haven map, RRQ, kailangan na nila magising ngayon. Oh my goodness. Gulay. Broccoli, chop suey. Cauliflower. Pero, Xerxia, pupunta na nga sila dito sa may garage. Pero RRQ, hintayan lang. Nexi, sana may ma-pick off si Nexi dito sa may garage. Kung meron siya na-pick off na isa, napakalaking advantage yan sa side ng mga taga-RRQ. Pero si Kraus, pumunta na nga kagad sa plant. Binigay na muna kagad ang RRQ. Pero natin yan, ba't tinap-tap sa mukha? Parang ginawang mini 14 yung mukha kagad ng Xerxia eh. At ngayon, 4v4. May pag-asa pa ba? Kelis, naku po. Na-predict ko saan sila magagaling. Draxi na lang. Draxi. Next na Teamwork. Next na Dreamwork. May post-plant nga lang mga taga-Xerxia. Pero kaya pa yan. Alam na nila saan magagaling si Foxy. Pero tinatry sila i-date kagad na likod. Pero alam nakita na kagad ko nasaan sila. Pero try to go for a top. And now Rabbit does the work. Yan talaga si Rabbit. Kapag sweet dreams yan. Sushi Boys. Sa shot puno. West, pero Draxi na lang all by himself. Low 1 HP yung oras din. Tapos hahabulan na lang sila ngayon. Wala nang oras para kay Draxi. And he's just gonna be saving that Vandal at Xerxia pa rin ang mananalo. Sobrang mapagbigay talaga ng mga taga-RRQ.
Iba ang biglang bumobolasok dito sa Xerxia. Nakikita ko yung full on confidence nila at talagang ang laking lason ni Sushi Boys kanina. Umikot siya ng garage, hindi siya nagpabigay ng info kaagad sa mga players from RRQ na talagang kuhang-kuha kasi ng tatlong players from Xerxia na nag-play na for the postman. Two of them are playing already near window and one of them also as well all the way from grass. Kaya hindi nila alam kung ano yung uunahin, lalo na't may biglang umaatake sa kanila mula sa likod. Now, hindi pa rin talaga matitigilan ngayon Xerxia to get in those aggressive pushes dahil alam nilang kaya nilang biglang bibiglain talaga ang RRQ. Wala silang pera ngayon, half an armors lang Ray. I think this is going to be a hard one. Lalo na pag umabot pa tayo ng postman at masecure na naman ng Xerxia yung site.
Ito yung mga problem kasi to be honest, yung map veto natin, it's also a map veto for Xerxia side eh. And itong bracket ng RRQ together with the OECs, sobrang magiging mahirap talaga. It's gonna be a long way. Pero, oh no, yung pag-push nila, it's not working. Hinintay lang sila kagad ng mga taga-Xerxia. Binabasa talaga sila ngayon. Meron ba sila na-pick up? Wala, rabbit na lang. Kaso nga lang nakita na din kagad ni Sushi Boys. At 7-1 nga in favor of RRQ.
I really think na nararattle ngayon ng RRQ. Kailangan nila maging composed at the very moment na patuloy yung bigla ang pagraragasan ng players dito ng Xerxia. Even though na umatras na nga sila dito ng bahagya in 8, parang nag-bait out lang talaga nila dito, players from the side of RRQ, na kumuha ng info, makapag-pick through aggressively na hindi i-expect dito ng Xerxia. Pero kasi huli na ang lahat eh. Experience at its finest ang makikita natin ditong ine-execute ng Xerxia. Kaya hirap ngayon ang RRQ. This time around, they have an edge. May pera sila dito. They have their buys. And Nexi goes in for that wide swing and a kill. Laban dito kay Surf. And now, the number 6 in favor of the Pinoys right now playing against Xerxia.
Kumuha talaga ni Scary si Rosé ng Blackpink, sorry. Sobrang nadidistract ako. Hilig nila magpakulay ng buhok. Pero RRQ, mga kamukha ni Daniel Padilla. Ano ang next move? Kelly S! Oh no, naswingan ni Foxy ng ganong kabilis. Pero nga lang, may pang trade mula kay Tuge. Pero nga lang, dinedala ni Sushi Boys ito. Again, dahil ang RRQ. 4v4 pa rin naman. Pero talagang push mid lang sila ngayon, no?
Kaya,
at parati silang nagbi-B-site eh. Kasi pagdating sa utilities nila, kaya nila eh. May alarm bot, may turret, meron silang recon, maraming distractions para putulin ng RRQ. Pero as for RRQ, they just need to wait and maximize their double initiator. If na-maximize talaga nila yung fade nila, then it's gonna give a huge impact. Pero ngayon, sinamahan na nga kagad ng Cosmic Divide mula sa side ni Scary as they're gonna go in for the post plant. Pero nga lang, Foxy nakapasok kagad sa may backside. Kailangan maramdaman kagad ng RRQ ito pakagalawa ng basa. Tapos meron na nga Emo na Rolling Thunder. Pero Foxy takes down one. And
oh
now,
my
gosh, mula kay Nexi. Pero nakakaltas pa siya ng dalawa. Tuge siya ka Nexi. Ano ba ang next move nila? Makakuha pa niya yung flank? Nope. Sa post plant, it's all by Nexi. Sexy himself. Sino ang magpapa-audition? Sino ang makukuha niya? I think kung si Villa dahil si Scary nasa likod niya. At Xerxia, mananalo na naman ngayon. 8-1 in favor of RRQ.
Ibang klase ang ginagawa dito ngayon ng Xerxia. Talagang nakakaubos ng hininga. Lalo na nakakapagod yung ginagawa nilang executions. Really, they're all over the place. Si Foxy nandun sa backside. Hindi natamaan ng flashy emo nightfall natin na nagmula na nga dito from ceiling. Tapos nagdaga mo pa kaagad. Nung pag-ikot pa ni Scary mula sewers pa. Kaya naman ngayon, talagang hirap ang RRQ na gumapang pabalik mula sa kanilang sistema. Pero no-mention mo lang naman din, is dalawa yung initiators sila. Kailangan nilang i-make use ito pagdating ng atake side. Pero ngayon, talagang nabubulabog na lang dito si Sir. Direct click won't be connecting na kung po. Talaga naman talaga. Hindi pa naiputok dito ni Kelly S yung kanyang showstopper. 2-man down already for RRQ. Makakapasok na naman ang side dito ang Xerxia. Kompleto na kompleto. Kahit mawala na nga dito. Ang isa mukhang makakapitas pa rin naman na sinagaksi dito. But it's all up to 1v1. Vandal ang hawak dito ngayon ni Foxy. Pero with that wide swing, kaya may Tony Flower pa dito. Nakasabay sa pick dito ni Rabbit. 9-1 na ang scoreline natin.
9 triggers to, nakita ko na to eh. 9 triggers. Naramdaman ko na to eh. Na ganito ang mangyayari. Pero grabe to si Surf, ah. Grabe to si Surf. Oo. Grabe mag-follow up. Kaya ba, pag may kulay yung buhok, papakulay nga ako ng ganyan ulit.
Bakit di naman sa akin eh?
Pabitch nga ako ulit. Try ko na yung ganyan na kulay, nasira buhok ko, pero nakakamiss din. Kaso to, mas miss ko na! Itong 93
Oh,
years,
Nexi.
Nexi takes down Scary! Oh, nag-gift ka, no? Ba, Nexi yan? O, sino pa next mag-audition? Sige! Okay, come back! Nexi got talent!
Oh, Nexi!
And now, it's all up kay Crows together with Surf! Oh, si Nexi! Napaka-chillax lang ng mukha. Baka Nexi yan! Pero ito na nga, rabbit nakuha na ni Surf. He tries to get another one, he gets the second. Pero sinabayan na din kagad ng Rolling Thunder. Pero Nexi, may isasagot pa kagad siya with a Dread Hunter. Naku po, dininay ni Crows. Sayang yung 3K ni Nexi. Dahil magiging 2v2 na naman ang sitwasyon natin ngayon between RRQ tsaka mga Xerxia.
Listen din talaga ng reaction time nila, but now Kelly is going in for the duel. Bigla naman dito papasok si Toge mula sa likod. Hindi ito yung na-expect ni Cross, pero ngayon nakakarinig na siya. He only has a shorty at hand dahil kailangan niya na muna mag-reload, pero unfortunately malayo dito si Toge. Night Trickers, ibigay nyo na para dito sa RRQ. Toge wins it all laban dito sa mga pinanimulan ng Xerxia kanina. Grabe doon si Surf. Talagang hindi niya pinagbigay yung mga nag-hold ng side.
before the switch.
Ibigay mo na ang aming Christmas bonus. Pero, real talk lang. Buti na salba ni Tuge. It's Tuge time. Every time na mga crucial moments, sadya naman si Tuge. Nice one, Tuge! Nice one! Idol ko talaga yan si Tuge. Fine.
Tawag na napanimula pati ni Nexi.
Oo, na-meet ko na in person yan si Tuge. Nag-toast lang kami. Oh! Ano ba naman yan? Bawas naman
You
kahit
don't pick
armor
Nexi
lang.
like
Nexi,
that.
oh! Don't pick the Nexi sexy, guys. Mahirap talaga yan. Pag si Nexi ang usapan. Nexi with the ice tea. Pero nga lang, sinabayan lang ng Hunter's Fury.
Oh my God!
Red Hunter lang naman niya si Sushi Boy sa mukha. May susunod na
Nexi!
for the third. At isa na lang kagalit yung si Paclo. May matatakot na. Wala! Oh! Talaga tinatod na rin ni Rabbit. Oh, talaga rin kasama pa. At ngayon, 9 seekers to. RRQ at saka Xerxia, kabak of the greatest to ng RRQ. Nararamdaman ko na talaga eh.
Grabe, kinilabutan ako doon, Ray. Ang bilis sa mga naging execution dito ni Nexi. The great hold of Nexi. Hindi man sila nakapasok ng side dito. Pero look at this. Talaga ngayon naging follow-up din ni Rabbit ang naging saklolo dito ni Nexi na hindi tuloy nakapasok pa agad yung Xerxia dahil akala nila si Nexi lang yung mag-isa sa side. Kaya nag-rush sila all the way from sewers. May pumasok din, nag-try pumasok din ng A-main. Kaya naman ngayon, 9 Trickers is already there. Mapagpatuloy ba ng RRQ yung kanilang winning condition dito na may dalawa silang initiator or talagang magpa-pop off na dito ang Xerxia since we saw earlier how dominating it is sa mga ikot dito ni Sushi Boys.
Talaga. 9 Trickers, it is mula sa side ng RRQ, but they need to be careful sa pistol round kasi ang Xerxia, sobrang balance nila pagdating sa Heaven eh. Napaka-balance talaga ng kanilang both sides. Pero ngayon Nexi together with Rabbit, they're doing so much for their teammates and that's actually pretty big. Although, medyo nahihirapan talaga si Xerxia together with Keries. But at least ngayong 9-3, maybe it will be something different. Mula sa RRQ. They win the pistol, they can gain momentum, they can gain what needs to be done. At big shoutouts nga pala sa mga nanonood sa atin. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta sa ating 1.2k viewers ngayon sa PPGL page sa Facebook at sa mga nanonood sa Twitch and sa YouTube, guys. Hello sa inyo. Yan, di ba? Sabi sa inyo, 9 Trickers to eh. Pag ito hindi naging 9 Trickers, iyak ako.
Pili ko naman na din magpapatuloy na yung 9 Trickers dito. Siyempre dahil nakita naman natin yung pag-iinit ni Nexi kanina. Napasarap yung mga flex niya dito. kailangan niya na lang din maging consistent, kailangan niya lang din maging sneaky sa mga holds na gagawin nila laban sa Xerxia dahil yun ang ginawa lang din ng Xerxia kanina eh. Yung naikutan sila all the way from the back, Sushi Boys talagang lason siya sa mga mata dito ng RRQ. Sa mga hindi natin ina-expect na positions, nandun siya. Kaya naman napipigilan ng RRQ dito sa mga retake na gusto nilang gawin. But now, the utilities will be facing a lot of players here. Inside of Garage, the Headhunter, Tony Fowler will be picking into that. Oh no, nakatago lang din sa smokes dito. Si Scary, kaya naman ngayon naisaan niya si Nexi. Draxi is also down. Si Cruz pa dito, makakakuha pa ng isa. The smokes are already hesitating in players from the side of RQ. Pero Rabbit makakakuha pa rin naman ng isa. Tatalo-talo ka pa. Boy, Tuge goes in for the kill. Dalawa laban sa tatlo. Pero nandito naman din. Tatakbo, makikipaganapan ng Rabbit. Is the only one remaining. But Sushi Boy is just gills in with a ball bang. 10-3. Oh no, mukhang magpapatuloy pa ba yung Night Trickers na talagang ito yung kinakapitan na lang natin for RRQ.
Talagang yan nga yung kinakatakutan nating lahat. Pero, hindi pa naman tapos, syempre, ang mga pangyayari pagdating sa mga bagay-bagay ngayon. 10-3. 3 rounds left before Xerxia can get this. Pero as for RRQ, di din sila pwede mag-force eh. Wala silang choice kundi mag-save muna. Pag nag-force sila, kulang-kulang rin. Pero Nexi, he tries to come up with something scary. Pasabi ko anong die ng buhok yan. Pero, Sushi Boys.
Sushi Boys.
Kagad, good trade coming kay Nexi Sexy. Nexi, no! Palong-palo pero low on HP. Ang miyembro ng RRQ. Kaso nga lang, konting utility lang mula kay Close. Pwede niya mapanish ang mga taga-RRQ. Pero pahinarapan na nga sila.
Oh my God!
On the other side of the map, he gets 2. At ang RRQ, medyo nahihirapan talaga sila against Xerxia. Pero alam mo mga Pinoy kasi, ang first map, nahihirapan talaga sila at babawi sa second and third. Pero against Xerxia, RRQ talaga, kailangan nila i-capture yung mga particular styles na meron ang Xerxia.
Xerxia with those blinds. Si Cross dito talagang hindi siya nangambang gamitin kagad yung utility niya dahil meron naman diyang naging sagapay all the way from sewers, kaya naman, or all the way from garage, kaya hindi sila nakapag-react ng tama dito. Laban sa Xerxia's retake, it was a 3v3 situation, but it was still good para sa side na nga dito ngayon ng RRQ. Now, may mag-take ng recon, mag-push in si Crows, si Surf naman dito, meron siyang bundle na hawak, pwede niyang ma-wallbang agad, pero na-headshot niya agad dito si Toge. Through the smoke, we still have the smoke already countering in the vision here from RRQ, pero lumilikod na nga dito ngayon si Draxi, 3v4. They are still doing it para maduwal nila kaagad yung A lobby, pero hindi na muna sila magpupush yung dito dahil na umaatras na rin mga tropa natin mula sa Xerxia.
Paatrasin nyo! Sila pa ang magsosorry kay Daxi Nexi. Pero, it's all up to the 3 mans left. Kapag natalong RRQ dito, mahirapan sila sa match point ng Xerxia dahil magiging kulang-kulang. Wala silang choice kundi i-force ito. Pero, si Nexi, oh, chillax lang sa comms. Sabi niya, chillax lang tayo sa comms, guys. Winnable. Pero, ang mga taga Xerxia, Foxy, on that little... nakita niya yung barrel! Pero walang tamaan! Walang tatamaan si Foxy. Ano ba naman yan? Buti na lang, wala siyang natamaan dahil mahirap pag meron siyang tinamaan. Pero ngayon, Rabbit will he be able to get at least some good shot out? Yes! Pero wala si Kraus! Good trade! 2v1!
Sushi Boy!
Boys! Kaya pa ba? Syempre hindi! Kaya bumawi ng RRQ to! Draxi and Nexi combo. Draxi, Nexi connection. Naka-crossfire. And now, that's it. Unlock si Nexi. Mabilis! Oh, napakadali lang naman ito gawin. Hanggat Xerxia. Kung ako sa Xerxia, nag-surrender na ako. 7 rounds, guys. Count 7 rounds. Kayang bumawi ng RRQ nito. Kahit mahirap, kakayanin. Wala imposible. Ang mas imposible, magka-jowa ako eh.
Hindi kayo nag-search yun. 4 to 11. Nasasabi nga ni Ray 7 na lang din ang kailangan ditong habulin ngayon ng RRQ. They have the vice. Pero ang magiging sagabal lang dito is hindi pa natin nakikita kung paano ba yung mga rounds na eco round dito ng Xerxia. Finally, nawalan na sila ng pera. Now, this is the opportunity for RRQ na pumasok agad ng site, take in whatever that they can laban dito sa RRQ. Katulad na lang din ng ginagawa kanina ng Xerxia, talagang papasok agad sila sa B. Walang pagdadalawang isip para makakuha ng pick-off, pero nakatalikod. Dito si Kuya Minexi, alam niya yata, pero all the way from the back naman dito si Rabbit para naman din ma-execute siya. But scary as well, it's just really scary enough na nakapag-hold na siya all the way from that door in the corner. Kaya naman ngayon, ibibigay na lang muna nila ngayon yung naku! Yung may hawak pa na spike! Yung tumumba! Meron naman mga bundles dito na hawak dito na ang ating mga tropa. Pero paano na kaya ito? Lalo na merong pang Rolling Thunder na ikakasa! The smokes are already placed in! But now, what are you going to do next? Kung compromise in na yung position ng spike.
Honey Glaze, yung spike, yun ang malaking problema ngayon ng RRQ. Dali lang sila ng apat na Xerxia. Oh no, na-shock dart si Kelis. Mati 350 pesos tong mga taga RRQ. Saan napunta ang 350 pesos mo? And that's it. Match point. Sa side ng Xerxia nag-push mid tapos na down yung spike. Sayang. Ako po. Shutdown ng momentum kahit si Nex ang pinakamadaming kills sa lahat-lahat. Pero dito, sayang at hindi nila in-expect to. Medyo, tapos si Rabbit pa yung nahuli, naka-knife out pa siya. Talagang naging distracted masyado yung RRQ and now it's just last one left sa Xerxia. And they can get the series against RRQ, Honey Glaze. I got her the first map.
Hindi rin kasi talaga natin mai-expect dito yung mga ganitong klaseng sneaky plays from Xerxia. Kanina nanggaling lang din below window sina Crows, kaya naman naikot na nila or talagang nagapang na nila yung mga players dito from RRQ na yun nga hindi nila in-expect, kaya naunahan kaagad sila. Siya pa yung may hawak na spike, si Rabbit pa yung may hawak na spike dito. So ang bilis nilang na-compromise again yung round na yun na papabor na sana for RRQ. Now they are trying to hold themselves near A. Papasok ba sila? Makakakuha ba sila ng info? Dahil si Fox na naman nandito ang nakatayo all the way from window, all the way from heaven. Pero sinaglit lang din kaagad siya ni Nexit. This is already the match point for the side of Xerxia and they need to make sure na sa kanila na itong round na ito, dahil kung sakali mang hindi nila hindi nila maka-hold na maganda itong post nila, magiging huli na rin talaga ang lahat. Pero this is the Nightfall to counter things out. Surf naman dito, makakakuha na rin ng agad ng isa.
Palong-palo talaga tong Xerxia. Pero to, tignan natin on the post plat itself. Patatamaan ito, Ge! Pinulat mag-outing siya sa kanyang kasumala. There's it! Soul up to Kelis and now Sushi Boys takes him down at ang first map ay pakukuha nga ng mga taga Xerxia in a 34 against RRQ sa map pick nila, but all I can say, it's still Xerxia. Alam mo, mas magugulat din talaga ang mga tao, ang ibang mga nanonood dito kapag talagang sobrang dikit against RRQ, but Xerxia, they're still lax. They're still on the top pick performance against RRQ. Pero baka sa RRQ kasi, bahala lang nila mag-adjust ngayon. So, medyo marami silang adjustments against Xerxia this time around. But then, it's just the first map we're talking about. But all in all, iba din, I think, yung first half itself pa lang, sobrang hindi talaga makita ng mga taga-RRQ yung style na meron yung Xerxia. It became different eh. It's kind of passive-aggressive in a way na napipick off talaga kagad si Tuge, si Rabbit. Pero pagdating kay Nex, he's very consistent pagdating sa mga kills. Pero nga lang, hindi yun yung magiging only key para mapanalo ng RRQ against Xerxia nga ito.
Yeah, Xerxia talagang naging explosive sila sa mga rounds na kaya nilang makuha kaagad yung site, especially yung mga B-takes nila. Na-mention mo nga kanina na laging B, yun ang open up for grabs dito ng Xerxia. Pero the moment na alam nila kaagad kung paano yung naging retake dito ng RRQ, nahihirapan kaagad ang RRQ dito to win out those post plans dahil nga, so na-mention mo din kanina na mga utility na meron dito ang players from the side of Xerxia. Guys, one game lang naman ito. Best of 3 ito, all in favor of the side of Xerxia, pero again, we need to see them coming dito sa ating game number 2. I'm Honey Gracie to double kasama ko ngayon. Si Ray Ray, magbabalik kami ng ilang sandali, huwag kayo mawawala.
Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, He supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She know just cause she ain't the same. She's trying to stop playing.
Haunted are the hunters, or so we thought. Xerxia Esports winning the first game on Haven with a 13-4. Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers with your panel, Likeable, Dad Femina, and Trix. Now Trix, I don't know if I was reading the whole game seriously. I mean, like, the way I read it, because I'm not on the same level of big brain plays as you are. But to my understanding, there were a lot of default plays over at Xerxia Esports. Am I right over here?
They were definitely just trying to take that general control off of the map from RRQ. And I mentioned this earlier in the panel before we threw to the mat, that it as much as we'd like to say that Nexi could get more control and, you know, do more of his individual plays, which did shine through some of the rounds for RRQ, at the end of the day, it's not something that Xerxia was even willing to give them, that breathing space that, okay, they aggressed on A, but then you also had 2 players on mid with a crossfire in case somebody tried to push them there. And the fact that every time I saw a frag on Xerxia's side, or whether RRQ took one out from Xerxia, there's always seemed to be somebody else on the back line, somebody also swinging with them, peeking for them, or refragging for them. And I think that in general was, I don't know, it was fantastic watching them, honestly speaking. It was just, they were so disciplined and so well thought out on what they wanted to control. They also pulled back before they would push sides. So they'd push up a little bit, but not far enough to ever get picked off.
A good team can have good reads, but a smart team can do something about those reads, right? If you remember, when Xerxia was on that eco round in one of the latter stages of this game, they decided to go for that multi-man lurk after knowing that nobody was holding down that window in that garage area, which becomes the choice where they could, or members of RRQ could be pushing from. It could be either around C Long or around that A lobby side. It was a lucky thing that they caught out Rabbit while he was trying to rotate over, while right after he tried to make presence around the other side of the map, which then hits the jackpot for Xerxia, even getting that free Phantom and that free spike to secure around that T side. I mean, while everybody was trying to secure that A long and that A short side, they completely forgot that they needed to secure the president. The president himself got shot down around that a very precarious position. I mean, for members of RRQ, this is something that we definitely expected. We talked about on the panel that Xerxia could overwhelm them, but in this kind of level of play, Xerxia just understanding all of the better reads in this map, and not only that, just did the most out, or made the most out of those perfect reads as well.
I absolutely agree. I remember that specific round you were talking about where they had a tug of war over the spike over at A lobby, right? Now, I was talking earlier, Trix, about the default plays wherein Xerxia would choose a site, split push, plant the spike, and do post-lat. They're very decisive. They're very disciplined, as you would say it. But I was really curious because this is something that I think I failed to see as I was watching this game. How are they able to fish informations as attackers before they were executing?
They are fishing information primarily with utility count. At least that's the way I understood it. And the way that they use the drone to also bait out any players, make sure that certain angles are clear. If it's clear, nobody's pushing up, then they got somebody else going in there. They also have the breach to then force them or blind them so that the jet can just entry and clear the corners for them.
It was absolutely perfect for execution. I think there were certain rounds wherein there was a certain level of aggression from RRQ as defenders, but I did not think that it was as effective, or maybe they were executing it more that Femina during the eco round.
Yeah, I mean, on those eco rounds, you gotta look at who the players are actually who are thriving on those definite eco rounds, and it was always like next to you, right? Whenever he would have that sort of force, and when he also has that operator, when he got that money, he always gets that first contact and that first blood. That would have been windows of opportunity for RRQ to even convert that to the round, but yet they kind of invest too many people on the wrong places. They leave one side open that does become that backfire that RRQ never expected them to do so. We always saw that around that A site, and when they were on that garage area where they tried to play a little bit more proactive, that's when Xerxia fought back with more aggression on their side. And clearly, we can see that Xerxia, they know how to play that time correctly, and even though they play on defense and on attack, one thing is clear, one thing is constant. They know how to play the time. They know how to read the situation perfectly. And when they get their way, then it's kind of easy for them to take control of the map.
It felt that RQ kind of went into this a default that they wanted to do. We saw the fade constantly on that A-long. We also saw the chamber was also there too. And I just felt that they should have utilized the mobility that the chamber has, put him on different areas of the map, make him pressure other sides of the map. That way, at least keep Xerxia expending their utility in order to clear those angles, rather than just having that trap down and pushing out A long. Because at a certain point it becomes predictable, and in that case, there is nothing that stops Xerxia from saying, why don't we just take Garage and mid? Because it's open, because they're putting most of their utility, most of their players on A side or C long anyway.
Well, now that you're talking about like taking mid, we're gonna be moving on to a map that has an incredibly huge mid area over here, and I'm talking about Breeze. Tricks. What does RRQ have to adjust this time around as they move on to Breeze?
RRQ needs to be more proactive. I know that I say that all the time.
But it's the fundamentals of the game, right?
But it's also that you need to have that refrag, you know? Like, let's say you want to take mid, and let's say by chance you have a KO, right? On Breeze. Then you're on the defender side, you want to take mid control, get the KO to flash for you, peek mid, but don't overextend it, don't overcommit to it. Let's say there's nobody there. Maybe they're hiding in a corner, maybe they're pushing another side. You've got players marking that push on another side. Okay, fall back from mid, maybe take that information and then kill the players that are actually trying to push the defenders. So I feel
talking about. Oh, sorry.
No,
please continue.
Yeah, it's just in general. I feel like it's just a matter of being more, back and forth and knowing how to discipline yourselves and saying when too much is too far.
Absolutely. No. And I wanted to add to that, like you were saying that there should be some sort of buddy system that Femina also mentioned in the earlier series that we have that we saw in ONIC over here. But wait, oh my god, let me pause for a second. What am I seeing here on the composition? That Femina, Ripple Initiator?
Oh my god, okay, so this is getting me hyped up because it looks weird on paper, but this actually could work on a map like Breeze where you need as much map control as possible, and what better way to assist your team pushing in? Yeah, you don't have that duelist that could make that entry perfect, but you still have that chamber to compensate for it anyway. That could take advantage of that operator to secure any sort of like early aggression. But going back to that triple initiator, I mean, Sova darts, so many utility to push on forward. That makes it easier for them once they convert over to that attacker's side. But since RRQ are now going to be starting on defense, it is a tall task for them to stop this triple initiator throwing so much utility toward your side. I remember the Tricks also talked about Sky being one of the more, I'd say, powerful agents if used correctly. If Xerxia can take advantage of this triple initiator comp in combination with the Sky flashes, then I could really see Xerxia taking this all the way to the second game, or the second win, actually.
I am loving the matches in APAC so far. We've had the triple controller. We're getting the triple initiator that I have been waiting for personally. I love Sova. I love that Sky and that KO combination. You've got a high flash paired with a closer flash that the Sky can give, just straight into that Viper curtain or Viper wall. So I feel like there's so much ability for Xerxia to take the sites and take it effectively while making sure that all the corners are cleared. I am so excited.
I am so excited too, but at the same time, I'm really scared for RRQ over here. If Xerxia was so confident enough to pull out the triple initiator, then they came prepared. I don't know what to expect from this game, but then again, I always know these guys always tend to surprise us, especially with the composition that they just showed, just blew us away. So remember that what we just saw was just game number 1 of this series. A lot can change as we head on over to game number 2. I don't know what the future holds, neither do you guys, but I think we're very lucky that we have very capable storytellers on the broadcast. Oh yes, I'm talking to you, our lovely casters. Take us to game number 2.
Alam ko yung lahat kayo nananabik, kaya naman muli kaming nagbabalik. Haniglaze with the double nga po pala. Kasama ko ngayon si Ray Ray para ibigay sa inyo ang game number 2 ng series na ito. RRQ losing in the first game in this round in the series laban sa Xerxia.
Talaga nga namang on a roll ang mga taga-Xerxia. Pero here in Breeze, maybe maging advantage din to ng RRQ. Sabi ko nga kahit ba sabihin natin na it's very unique that this is like the first time we're seeing Xerxia pull off a triple initiator here in Breeze. We cannot deny that there's a lot of perks when you give that Jet to Kelly S. So, you have to dash in, ganon. Pero ang magiging counter nga kasi ng Xerxia is yung countless flashes na meron sila with that KO together with that Sky. But overall, let's see. Paano nga gagampanan ng RRQ to? Dahil sabi ko nga, hindi porket bago yung pinapakita ng team, ay yun na yung mas lalong mag-work. Paano kapag ito pala yung magiging way sa RRQ para mas maging komportable sa agent selection nila. Pero kailangan nila mag-ingat kasi wala silang KO. So sabi mo kanina, may pag-asa ma-shutdown pa natin si Nexi with his headhunter. Pero at the same time, baka ito rin ang oras kung saan pwede din ni Nexi maximize yung mechanical skills niya. That is really on par against Xerxia.
Yeah, nakita rin natin kanina na hindi agad-agad nakakapasok dito. Easily ang players sa Xerxia pag dating sa mga holes dito ni Nexi. But speaking of Nexi, mukhang magbabardigo lang na kaagad sila dito against Xerxia dahil RRQ dito makakakuha na kaagad ng dalawa. Wildly enough to execute it. The counter plays na pwede nila gawin ngayon laban sa side ng Xerxia. We have 2 members down already. They're still trying to get inside, but the blinds are already conquering the side. Low on HP na lang dito si Falset. Wala na rin siya talagang nagiganap pa sa loob para makapag-plan, pero mauuluhan pa rin naman na si Nexi dito na makakaisa rin naman na si Surf sa kanya. We still have here the spike already compromised and by the 3 players in every corner at yung mga likod pa dito ng RRQ ay talagang bantay, sarado na.
Talagang bantay sarado ang mga taga-RRQ. Dalawa na lang kagad ang natitira sa Xerxia side. Surf together with Scary. Ipit na ipit sila, diba? Sabi ko nga, doesn't mean it's new. It's gonna work. Pero Draxi, oh no, natapa! Nice one mula kay Kelly. Nice one!
Nice one, nice one. Isa na lang, isa na lang.
Sabi na naramdaman ko na to Okay. Ala, nasa likod.
Oh my gosh, si Surf.
Oh my goodness, si Surf. Oh, that's one!
Nice wide swing. Ay na, kampante na tayo.
Triple initiator. Wala yan sa RQ. Dari na may nag-comment, sabi, duelist daw si Chamber. Sige.
Pwede, pero ha?
Pero ha, diba? Pwede pero ha, okay.
Aggressive si Chamber, yes. Kasi sa mga TP outs niya, diba? Rendezvous, after niya makakuha ng pick, quickly reposition para bigyan niya ng mga mind plays dito, mind games, ang kabilang team. Kung saan naman siya lulungga. Oo.
Sabi dito, na ano daw, na hindi na nagsa-cypher yung Xerxia sa Breeze. Hindi nila ako mag-talk. Alam mo ba yun, Honey Glaze?
Hindi nga bigyan mo nga ako ng reference.
Hindi ko sasabihin ito sa live stream.
Okay.
Mamaya.
Naalala ko na.
Yung mga kamalian sa buhay. Grabe yun Galit na galit yung Edgex. Ay, ito pa si Ching nun sige, Jeffis lang si sige. Sige lang. Jeffis ka lang. Jeffis mo lang yan. Walang kulit sa Foxy. Sabi sa inyo, dapat nagsoba na lang Foxy. Mas alam ko yan kaysa alam mo. RQ wins this 2-0. Si Nexi, chill lang. Kailan ko naman nakita na galit si Nexi? Wala.
Kalmalicious. Pero ganalicious pa rin for RRQ pag nagwala na dito si Nexi. Finally, 2-0 na. Lead for RRQ. Kailangan nila maipagpatuloy ito kundi talaga mahihirapan sila on the next half. What I'm talking about here is yung composition kasi itself ng Xerxia. They have no mobility when it comes to their duelists or with no duelists on their composition dahil si Surf lang din naman yung kaya maging aggressive dito compared na lang din sa ibang mga agents na meron sa kanila. But now, even though na defending dito ang RRQ Riri, tingnan mo naman yung minimap natin. Talagang 3 kaagad silang nakabantay dahil nga we are expecting in slow plays from Xerxia pero ang bilis ng naging reaction time nila dito laban kina Kelly S. Scary, nakachamba lang ng isa.
yung kahapon ay triple controller di nag-work. Initiator pa kaya?
Oo nga
Talagang gusto nila. Guys, wait lang. Sabi nila dito, si Ray Quinto naman daw. Ano ba naman kasi yan, guys? Guys, Ginagalingan naman talaga ng RQ, guys. Go, go, go!
Diba?
Gusto ko sa may
By round
galing
kasi na Xerxia.
By round. Ang lakas ng ulan. Grabe naman yung ulan dito. Lagi na lang umuulan. Wala na bang katapusan? Tulad ng paghihirap ko ngayon.
Hindi na ako sumabay ng kanta kasi alam ko hindi tayo magsasabay. Kaya inayaan na lang kita.
Sige, alaman sa
may nagano
bigay
na,
ng momentum
may
sa
nagalit
akin.
na sa comments.
Mga magalit sa comments sa'yo, puro tawa yung shoutcaster. Pero ito na!
Puro hindi sabay-sabay.
RQ, full buy. May operator na si Kelly. Sige nga, daan kayo. Audition nga kayo. Kumanta pa kayo at ang mga tao. Pero sila ba yan nakakagana mga red polo lumilipat. Pero na-detect nga sa kung saan nanggagaling ang mga nag-aarga. Pinunta ni Foxy kagad. Pero alam kong madedenay siya dito. Check ka naman ang corner. Kahit konti lang, Foxy. Baka ikaw ang kuha. Goes for a plant kagad.
Will they be able to succeed in this one? Kasi meron na naman ditong isang lumulungga. Ito ay si Surf once again getting in that kill na wala talaga ka-idea once again ang RRQ. 4v5, still doable, pero kailangan na mapatay dito ni Nexi, si Surf. We have also as well the duels committed inside of the site, pero magiging mahirap ito dahil sa mga blinds na binibigay na naman dito nila to kay Foxy dito makakaligtas. Goes it for 2 Surf para sa ating finisher. Wala na rin na naman dito na isagot ang RRQ even though sa Byron nila. Oh no! Makakaisa na naman dito ang Xerxia. Eco round na lang muna ang players natin ngayon from RRQ.
Yan! Guys, sa mga nanonood, 4 na nga lang kami PH casters. Ayaw nyo pa ata kaming lahat.
Naaway nyo pa ba kami?
Naaway nyo pa ba kami? Ang hirap-hirap maghanap ng PH caster! Lahat nyo madali! Kung pwede na mag-panel, ginawa ko na! Joke lang. Ayan na, your champions! RRQ!
Next map na kaagad.
RRQ promise, sagot ko. Isang bote ng Coke. Pag nanalo kayo against Xerxia, tara Samgyup. Pati kinaya yung mga teams. Tala Samgyup! Pero, kada stage, ba't iba-iba buhok na to ni Foxy? Next time Rainbow Pero to, Xerxia, inaabangan na to RRQ. Mag-audition nga kayo kay Nexi, the sexy. Kaya nyo ba? Hindi nyo kaya yan. Tignan mo. Sobrang takot na kay Nexi.
Kellis!
Hello!
Oh my gosh!
Pinadali! Pero ginasulunahan ng kagad ni Foxy si Cross at tatamaan na nga kagad si Kelly. Pero ito na kami magagawa kaya ang mga taga-RRQ. Pero na-wallbang na lang kagad si Draxi. Nexi, Tuge, Rabbit na lang kagad na natitira ngayon.
And 2-or. Meron naman tour de force dito talaga si Dexy, pero I don't think na magpapabigay dito ng info mula sa mga kabilang team. Isa na lang din ang natitira dito. It was a good opener for the side of RRQ na naunahan. Kaagad ni Kelly S. Ang ulo dito ni Curse. But the problem is talagang in-expect na nito ng Xerxia to happen. 2 to 3 is our scoreline. Eco round yun, guys, ng RRQ. Pagbigyan na muna natin dito ang Xerxia dahil nga nakakapagbigay na ng competitiveness dito ang RRQ. Look at that flick or look at the jump kill na ginawa nila dito kay Nexi. Sobrang linis na lang din to the point na hindi natin ina-expect na yun pala ang pwedeng mangyari. Nexi with that operator in the 6th round. Tingnan natin kung magpapatuloy pa ito for Xerxia. Lalo na't ngayon, kampante na tayo for RRQ na ma-hold nila yung sites better dahil pwede na nilang ma-read dito ang Xerxia na ngayon, mid-take na naman ang kukuhanin nila.
Mid-take! At ano pa? Sino pa gusto nyo? Meron ako mga nakopya dati. Pero,
Here.
nakalimutan ko na din kagad yung mga binoses ko. Tawa sila ng tawa last time na. Nakopya ko si Chris Aquino. Basta marami ako nakopya.
Pati Chris Aquino?
At saka si Uncle Roja. Hey! Hey,
You don't wash the rice?
Why you cook rice like that? What do you mean you cook rice like that? Pero balik na tayo ngayon. Xerxia, puso tong RRQ ng Yuso buff. Gusto ko nga wala sayang si Tash eh. Sa isang bang map siya. Pero rapid ka sa top 2 si Boys. Naku, pero si Chef, kaso nga lang si Cross goes for a flick sana pero hindi kinaya. Kay LS na lang, tsaka si Rabbit kaya pa itong malabanan. Laban-laban o bawi-bawi nga sabi ng Sex Bomb Girls. Pero no, Kelly S, nakita na kapag ito na-clash si Rabbit, aaminin ko na talaga kung sino yung crush kong Radiant. Pero ngayon,
Yun.
pag na-clash si Rabbit pag na-clash si Rabbit aaminin ko, why?
Naku, nakapag-plan.
Kinakabahan ako pero okay lang para sa
Low
RRQ.
HP pa isa.
Oh, 2, ayoko pa aminin pero okay lang. RRQ, 2 rounds lang yan bago mahabol. Diba, Tito Boy?
Sayang yun, no? Lone HP pa naman sana dito si Scary. Pero nauna kasi sa point of view dito ni Toge or ni Rabbit etong chamber. Kaya yun yung una niya, yun yung una niya nadaptisan ng kanyang mga bala. Kung siguro na pick off niya kaagad dito si Foxy from trying to plant in the spike, madadalian na lang siyang dito i-clutch out yung round na ito. Pero na naman, nakaipon na ng maluwag dito ang Xerxia ng kanilang eco. We have here RRQ once again holding on to their sheriffs. Hawak na lang muna sa patalim dito si Kelly S habang naghahanap na nga ng kalaban mula doon sa B-main. Pero wala siyang makikita dahil nakapwesto na ang Xerxia inside of cave going into A. But will they be able to commit in further dahil yung Trailblazer makakagat na nga yung isa. Nandito naman na din yung mga Poison Cloud. So parang na-delay pa sila dito. But the moment na mawala yung Poison Cloud, I think this is the time na makaisa na ngayon si Nexi dahil hindi nakasecure sa kanya dito ang Vision ni Foxy. Scary naman dito for the trade-off. 4v4, Rabbit goes in for the kill. Makakapag-white swing pa nga dito si Crows para ma-open up nila further yung site. 2v3, half an HP na lang dito remaining for Draxi but he won't be surviving any further. But Kelly S is still all the way from flank, all the way from cave. Wala siyang kaibigan kung nasa na nga ba dito yung ilan. Pero Crows with the decision, with the mind games and the composure. Naunahan niya pa rin si Kelly S kahit magpa-plant pa lang sana siya ng spike.
Talagang Xerxia, mapik nila to eh. Alam naman natin mga Thailand, mga taga-Thailand region magaling talaga dito. Pero syempre RQ, mas magaling sila. Alam mo yung...
Yes.
Ay guys, so nga pala, pa-notify na lang sa ating PPGL na page. Diba yung LU, Honeyglades? Pa-north yun. Tsaka pa-notify na lang. Talaga sa mga nanonood.
May inaaway ka ba?
Wala akong inaaway. wala. So sabi ko lang, pa-note lahat ng mga sinasabi ko. Ayan.
Okay.
Diba, Tito Boy? Pa-note na lang, Tito Boy. Haha, Darla.
Ito talaga na maariba yung yung kahype namin ni Rere pagdating sa timeout Timeout kasi guys, hinga lang muna maluwag para sa mga teams natin. Pero mukhang babalik na rin tayo anytime soon in our ball game. 2-5 scoreline. Nako, mid-take na naman ito, Rere. Mukhang hindi talaga nila ito tatantanan dahil isa ito sa mga nagiging vulnerable parts kasi ng RRQ para i-take nila kaagad yung mid tapos scattered kaagad yung attention dito ng RRQ.
Talagang...
You want to play? Let's play.
Let's go, RQ Pinoy Pride. Ay, Japanese Pride daw. Huy, kahit alam ko mukhang Japanese sa mga taga-RQ, hindi sila taga-Japan. Ayan o, LS pala o. Kamukha ni Kentaro sa Kaguchi pero to si Foxy. Nagpalipad ng ibon.
Uy, naku po!
Grabe naman to si Foxy! Pa-notify talaga! Ano yun?
Riri buff kay Foxy.
Oy, ayoko ng ganyan. Ako yung masisisi dito. Wala akong sinasabi. Mas tatagapin ko pa yung buff dun sa kabila kesa sa kay Foxy. Syempre, may idol ako dyan sa RRQ, yung controller nila. Pero ito na, si Rabbit. Na-punch ni Scary. 2-6. Okay lang yan, RRQ. Bawi. Laban. Pero si Draxi yan, medyo malamig Umuulan lang, nanamig din bigla si Draxi.
Ang bilis ng mga nagiging pangyayari din kasi talaga dito for Xerxia. RRQ talagang hindi nila ina-expect dito yung mga wide plays na binibigay ngayon nila Foxy. Especially dagdagan mo pa ng composure ni at yung mobility niya to get away and reposition immediately after getting in that kill. Mid-take na naman ang gagawin dito ng Xerxia. Napuparuhan na talaga dito ang RRQ pagdating sa eco save at bibili sila for the next ones. Hindi naman ito magiging sapat pa dahil nga sa mga nagiging explosiveness dito ng Xerxia, dagdagan mo pa ng mga plays nila na yung mga utilities na nakakapanalo pagdating sa post plant at hindi nga nakakakuha ng magandang retake dito ang RRQ. Simulat na nakuha nila yung first 2 rounds sila.
Ito yung hard thing talaga about Xerxia is even nga na triple initiator sila. And wala talaga silang sobrang beast na push if you can see how they play it. Kaya lang nilang mag-deny through the flashes. Kaso, hoy!
Oh, diba? Iko lang yan.
Diba? Di namin kinas. Bigla na nanalo yung RRQ. Ba, RRQ yan. 3-6 in favor of RRQ against Xerxia. Bigla na nagkwekwentuhan lang kami tungkol sa kagandahan. Pero after that, Hunter's Fury mula kay Rabbit na distract ang mga taga-RRQ and that was a good impact kill mula sa kanya. After that first frag, he was able to get that Hunter's Fury and na-distract kagad yung plano ng Xerxia papuntang B-site. Hinampas ng long kadog ni Rabbit eh.
Oo, Guardian lang, saka lang, sabi dito ni Rabbit. Hindi na malabo tuloy na mahabol pa ito ng RQ. Gugustoy talaga natin ito mahabol dahil nga ngayon, nag-iit na Kuya Mokelies. Nandito naman na din sina Nexi to go in for war. Imagine din na mababawasan na kaagad dito ang mga casualty na may bibigay nila for the side of Xerxia. Operator ang hawak dito ni Kelies, pero mauulo pa rin naman si Crows. Mabubuhay na naman dito si Crows at yun na lang din ang kailangan nilang gawin para magkaroon sila ng numbers advantage but still winnable. May Seekers na kasama, may Viper Split nga lang dito. Magkikitinig na nga lang din for the side of RQ. May mamamataan silang isa. Kailangan ng matras muna suppress sila Kuya mo Draxi. Pero si Tuge, it's all up to him to save up his tropa right here, right now. Dahil nga sa mga blinds na may bibigay nila. Tuge goes in for 1 pero with the wide swing from Scary with the 3K. Makakapagbigay na naman ng 7-point lead ang Xerxia laban sa RRQ.
Bumawi sana ang RRQ sa pagiging aggressive pero after those trades at nagsulinaan pa nga kagad si Crows. Nahirapan sila after pulling off sana ang Viper's ultimate. Siguro kung na-pick off nila kagad si Scary, nahihirapan sila eh. Exactly. So possibly 5-7 to. Kung may nakuha kagad si Nexi with his 2-4, pero if wala, medyo magiging complicated talaga to sa side ng RRQ, pero laban lang! Mapapadenay.
Bawi-bawi to.
Ang sakit para kay Sir.
Daming mga ibon.
Kagad ang mga ibon na lumilipad din RRQ. Rabbit was able to get it, pero nga lang may trip mula kay Sir Boys, pero nga lang kagad ay abangan na din kagad si Rabbit to get it, to get. At si Kelly Draxi at Nexi na lang 3v3, pero si Kelly sa top. Sayang naman yun, nakadalawa na siya. Draxi Nexi combo versus Scary at Sushi Boys. Scary siya at Sushi Boys, duo din to eh. Scary.
Parang silang lason eh.
Oo, parang sila lason, kaso nga lang sa long range. May pag-asa si Nexi. He gets si Sushi Boys. Then you know it's gonna be over sa side ng Xerxia for this round.
Recon won't be spotting in anyone but this gives a lot of opportunity for Xerxia na ma-plant in na kaagad yung spike. Meron pa sila dito toxic screens pero ano pang pwede gawin dito ngayon ni Nexi na makakakuha ng isa with the wide swing of Scary. Makakakuha rin din naman ng Venom dito. Wide swing again from Draxi. Hindi na maibibigay yung 9-3 curse boys dahil pwede na tayo makuha yung 5-7 scoreline. Posible na ngayon for Draxi after clutching in that round laban dito sa Xerxia.
Tapos
last round in the half.
A gift.
Sorry, natawa siya ako sa Panort. Yung comments kasi yung Panort daw. Ano ba naman yun? Wala tayong inaaway. Pero as for Nexi, Sish! Sayang to, pero buto na ng Draxi. Ay! Go RQ!
Go!
5-7.
Viva RQ!
Viva RQ to! Triple initiate. Patakot kami dyan. Baka RRQ to. Pero, uy, nascan lahat, nascan no? Akala mo X-ray vision eh. Pero nga lang, naunahan si Draxi, but Rabbit gets the trade. Nice one. Ano control mid. Kaya namin makaiwas sa si Kelly. So,
Nice,
nakatakas na
Kelly.
nga kagad. Nag-dash out na, nag-updraft pa. Ano ba yan? Pakitamaan naman niya, mga taga-Xerxia.
4v4. After nilang mapatay kaagad si Sushi Boys, makukuha naman sila ng isa pa. Naku po, mukhang delikado pa yung naging aggressiveness dito. The players natin ngayon from RRQ. Natatapunan pa ng Dora dito. Give it to us by Scary. But still, numbers in favor na naman of Xerxia. Pwede na maisahan dito kaagad dito, guys. Basta mag-ready siya. Kaso kasi yung mga free fire na naman ngayon from Scary. Just really scary na maging kampante ka sa mga vision na hindi nga dito makikita from Xerxia dahil may toxin cloud pero kitang-kita pa rin naman ang ulo dito ni Foxy. What's up to the head ni Nexy pero hindi na siya magiging kampante pa to get in another one. 8-4 is our scoreline kasi si Surf dito talagang isa din sa mga lason yung mga positionings niyang nakakapagbigla dito sa RRQ na hindi pala siya nasa loob ng site kundi nandito na rin siya sa bandang gitna. Yun oh. Yun oh. Sarap kasi. One tap, tas naka-boost pa.
Sana all ganun na yun, no? Pag, basta ewan ko, mas phantom kasi ako eh. Pero may nakita nga akong, basta naiinis ako, di naman tatama, parehas eh. Nagda-range ka ng isang oras, di man lang tatama sa kompe. Pero nice off to for RRQ. Diba? Kasi sa 90 curse, mag-8-4 curse. Alam niyo naman dito sa Breeze, uso yung 8-4 curse na yan.
Exactly. Momentum lang. Tsaka, meron ditong Kelly S, oh. Si Kelly S na jet. Si Kelly S na hindi ma-hold agad mismo ng Xerxia. Yes, meron kayong mga utility to cancel them off. May mga blinds, may trailblazer, may mollies, pero will it be enough? Dahil nga, kapag nakapag-dashin na dito si Kelly S, we know for a fact na magiging compliant ito pagdating sa mga utilities pang ibibigay dito ng RQ. Support nila with Rabbit. Nagdaga mo pa ng mga blinds si Draxi. Tamang timing lang din and composition just to get encounter in the site.
At 8-4 Xerxia, ito yung next ating problem eh. Kasi 'di ba ang mga utilities nga ng RRQ, pag na-punish pa natin ang counter flash na nga Xerxia, it's gonna be the biggest problem. But if meron nga silang duelist talaga, nakatulad ni Kelly's, and he'll be able to make those first frags all up until the next rounds, maybe it's gonna be, maybe the comeback is, talaga, sobrang malaki yung chance na magkaroon ng tie between RRQ and Xerxia. Pero as for Xerxia, we already know na super careful sila pagdating sa comp na to. So, they tend to play it slower. Kita mo naman every round itself earlier on, wala ka super nakita na nag-burst right through sila kasi mahihirapan sila. They know that RRQ knows how to punish them sa ganong paraan.
Basta talagang alam nila kung ano yung magiging execution dito ng Xerxia pagdating sa mga holds, kung sino yung mga nasa loob ng site, kung anong mga utility ibabato. Dahil doon pa lang pwede silang magkaroon ng advantage kung ano ba yung pwede nilang unahin sa mga impact na gawa nila earlier, kung sino ba yung dapat na unahin, kung sino yung dapat na iwasan para mahirapan siya pagdating sa numbers advantage na uunahin ng RRQ. Holds lang muna ngayon ang ginagawa ng RRQ, not spotting in anyone all the way from mid, pero this time mukhang magpipick out dito si Surf. Talagang siya ang mauunang mamamatay sa banga ng mga players ngayon ng RRQ. Pero wala pa talagang makakakuha ng info dahil sneaky but steady pa rin naman dito RRQ to get in info all the way from mid, all the way from B.
Bawas-bawas lang. Kelly, nato yung kasagutan ng problema sa mundo.
Oh my gosh.
Lang, yung counter flash talaga, yung magulo. Tapos nakuha ka na ng Nessie kasi twisting, pero it's gonna be a 2v3, pero nga si Foxy na tamano lang, isa na lang kagad natitira si Rabbit. Ayang yan, Foxy gets 3! RRQ! Sayang yung pistol round, pero okay lang. Puso! Para sa side ng RRQ versus Xerxia.
Yung na-mention mo dito talagang naging maganda yung gamit nila dito kaagad ng counter flash. It was an opener for RRQ to get in. Nakapag-dashin dito with the Cloudburst si Kelly's. Pero ano ang nangyari? Naging compose lang din to get in the heads of Xerxia dito. Yung mga pumasok galing mid. Kaya naman ngayon, it's already 9-4. Nangangamba na tayo makakita na naman ng double-digit scoreline. Pero Surf dito, talagang kampante siyang magtatakbo na lang din all the way from mid. dahil meron na kaagad sila mga buys dito. Scary goes in for the 3. Almost a 3 dahil pala makakakuha rin naman natin dito sila Rabbit, Foxy, for another. It's all up to Kelly S na mabablind pa nga ngayon. Makukuha pa yung info. Dami pa mga utilities dito. Pwede pang iba to sa kanya pero mabawising na rin naman na si Foxy to finish things out. 10-4 na yung scoreline natin. Oh no! For RRQ, tatlo na lang kailangan gaparang ngayon ng Xerxia. But this is finally the byron na ng RRQ.
Oh no!
Oh no!
No way! Pinapasaya ko lang kayo, guys. Mga Pinoy kasi hilig sa lower bracket eh.
Oo, lower bracket demons daw
sobrang
mga Pinoy.
mapagbigay, pati lahat, pati puso binigay, di naman sa tamang tao. Kaya yung mga Pinoy, mag-Pinoy.
Oo.
Sisiyahan ba? Umawasan ng OT dito si ano? Si Kelly Sparrow sabi na, ouchie, ouchie. O yun lang. Tasayin mo na kay Laxi. Ano na, surf? Pero to nagpaulan ng ibon. Pero after making those pick-offs, sama-sama muna ang mga taga-RRQ. Pero to si Nexi, hindi pa rin siya nagsasalita gano. Kaso makakakuha ba siya na... Oh no! Buti na lang!
Let's go!
Let's go!
Nice one, nice
Viva
one.
RRQ! And your champions! Wala pa naman. 3v4. 3v4. Pick off nila si Cross. Winnable. Sa RRQ side.
Hindi lang sila talaga ma-suppress eh.
Counter flash pa kayo wala naman nangyayari. Pero suppress sila ngayon. Alam, malaking info yung nakuha ng Xerxia. So, kailangan
Pero
na
hindi
kay
nila
Nexi
alam.
ang sagot kung makakapitas ba siya or hindi.
Oo. Nasa kanya yung kasagutan pero yung timing. Tatlo yung makakatapat ngayon ni Cross. Nandito yung mga blinds. Mag-wide swing. Mabablind na nga dito. Si Kalias talaga maiisan siya ngayon. Na wide swing ngayon ni Cross. Pero nandito naman to the rescue si Nexi. Isa na lang din ang natitira dito. He's going all the way from mid. Makikita yung balikat niya dito. Nexi. Nasa kanya na naman nakasalalaya ang lahat. Kung mamamatay na nga ba dito kaagad. Si Sushi Boy sa may Marshall na dala-dala. Pero mukhang hindi na ito ibibigay pa ng RRQ. Kailangan na lang din nila mag-ingat muna.
Yun. At, oof!
Surprise!
Five left kaya RQ. Magpipilang talaga ako ngayon. Dilat na dilat ang aking mga mata. Para sa RQ. Ay, nako. Nagbarong na kami lahat-lahat. Mga na dalagang Pilipina dito.
Dalagang Pilipina, yeah.
Sana yung dati ko nakakaduo. Sino ba sa mga nakakaduo? Ang dami ko na nakaduo.
I-drop down na natin yung list.
Lahat sila ay totropahin. Pero to.
May matamaan
Lahat totropahin lang tayo guys. Sorry. Ako totropahin ko sa Xerxia. Sinabi sa akin. Tinanong ako ni Taylor one time. Sinong totropahin mo sa Xerxia? Matik si Sushi Boy sagad.
Sushi Boy sagad.
Totropahin lang si Sushi Boy.
Pero kapag si Foxy,
Jojo Mike, pero si Sushi Boy, totropahin lang yun. But
uy, ang bilis.
May nakuha si Surf pero dahil straight mula kay Keles. Let's
Nice
go,
try.
RQ! Let's go! Pero wala pang ready kagad na ultimate mula sa RRQ So kailangan nila mag-ingat dito. Shot out nga pala yung Qeon. At ngayon, Scary takes down Draxi. 3v4 ngayon. At mukhang makahandle ba to ng RRQ? Dapat nila tukunin May dalawa magagaling sa B-main at may dalawa galing sa tunnel.
Ayun ang hirap. All over the place. Ipet ngayon ng RRQ. Pero Foxy dito makakakuha ng isa. Rabbit naman dito with the wide swing and the flip. Makikita niya yung ulo kagad ni Scary. Isa. Laban sa dalawa. Tatamaan at makikita siya ngayon ng Seekers. Magta-try sila mag-defuse. Pero there's no time intended for them to defuse. Dahil nga nandito yung Snake Man. Nandito yung Dorado to get. That is the finisher finally. Another round ng RRQ. Apat na lang Riri. Apat na lang yung habulin na yun ng RRQ to equalize everything out at makuha natin yung game number 3 agad.
Too easy! Too easy for RQ! Ayun, si Tugemi pa line up yan. Siyempre, nakita ko na meron pa siya snake bite. Alam ko malaki ang pag-asa na mapapanalo ni Tugeyon Baka Tugeyon. Idol ko yun Pero to, may flank na nga lang. Hindi pa naman ginala. Ito, dinuraan ng dura ni Tuge. Tignan mo, patay si Foxy.
Patay.
Na-diff. Akala nyo pa to Qeon. Pero to, 4 na lang before Arc can finally tie the tables between Xerxia. Pero yun
Ay,
lang.
ang bilis.
Mabilis. Anong ano niyan? Anong specs ng PC niyan? Ano prosi niyan? Ba't ang bilis?
Ba't ang linaw? Nakagapang na si Kelly S dito. Makakakuha rin naman ng trade-off. 4v4. May malaking advantage siya kaagad si Kelly S dito dahil meron na siya kaagad nakuhang info. Papasok na lang dito ang magiging execution ng players natin from RRQ. But the problem is, Viper split lang din na magiging sigaba sa kanila makapasok ng site at nakaabang na rin dito si Foxy with just his sheriff at hand. Nakakaramdam na rin naman na dito ang RRQ na aakyat lang din bahagya all the way from halls para makonquer nila kaagad yung A. Pero I think this is just them baiting things out. Papasok sila ngayon ng mid at hindi na sila matatagpuan pa ng any member from the side of Xerxia. It's all up to Crows to defy things out. Pero ngayon, I think this will be hard enough dahil nga may mga utilities may mga blinds, nakaabang na kaagad, toxin wall, makikita nila yung balikan ni Cruz, pero makakaisa pa rin pala siya kay Draxi. 2 members remaining. Naku, na-wide swing pa kaagad ni Cruz na wala siya na bala. Rabbit is the only one standing. He can plant and the spike, but the problem is all over the place na naman dito ngayon ang Xerxia. He needs to isolate this, pero nakuha kaagad yung info ni Foxy. He only has the sheriff on hand. 3 sa kanila dito. Nakasave lang din. Pero with the wide swing of 2 members all the way from tunnel, magiging mahirap pa talaga ang paghabol ngayon ng RRQ dahil make it 11-6 scoreline na for Xerxia.
2 na lang bago makuha ng Xerxia. Wiley, mapatago ba tayo ng RRQ at mag-make ng wish ang mga supporters natin sa PH broadcast? Pero to yung impact ni Surf, nakakapuha siya parati ng first frag. Shutdown kagad si Nexi Predicted lang si Nexi na humihiwalay parati. Kung napansin natin, he's always at B side, either playing for at least 1 pick against Surf, pero it's not possible. Naunahan nga siya Mas mabilis ata ang daliri ng mga taga-Thai.
Now, RRQ, hawak sa patalim na lang din muna dahil bahagyang nangungulang na rin talaga sila pagdating sa ekonomiya. Kelly S dito, ginapang na nga lang din ang Poison Cloud. Makikita niyo makaagad si Sushi Boy sa hindi magkukunik yung kanyang right leg. Tatangon siya bahagya pero hindi na makakasigaw ng pakala mo dahil ready si Sushi Boy sa kanya. Tamang gamit lang din ang Aldon dito makakita ng isa. Hunter's Fury to get in those damage. Burst them down para maka wide swing dito yung mula sa gitna. Cross dito with a wide swing. Goes in for 1. Draxi with a trade-off. 1 member down na naman ang napunta dito sa mga kamay ni Surf with his operator. Very low on HP dito natitira kay Kuya Mo Rabbit. How will they be able to get inside? Dahil nandito na rin naman na si Nexi. They need to wisely play out this post plant. Lalo na't ngayon manggagaling ng double doors sa dalawang natitira na for the side of Xerxia.
Oy! Dapat hindi na sumilip. Walang sisilip.
Huwag na sisilip.
Huwag na lang sisilip. Pero ayun natin. 1v1. Nexi versus Surf. Ano ang mangyayari? Pinoy versus Thai.
Let's go!
Let's go, Nexi the sexy. Hindi pa kumiti yan. Nakapikit pa yan. Partida pa. Sabi niya kay Surf.
Partida.
Ano yun?
Hindi niya na daw kailangan hanapin. Makita kalaban niya. Basta expected na yung panggagalingan nila. Finally, 4 more points. Ray, mapapadali na lang din ang magiging executions dito ng RRQ. Magpatuloy lang yung economic advantage nila, momentum, at dagdagan mo pang mapuwersa nila ng eco dito yung Xerxia. Unti na lang, 1 more round ang kailangan nilang talunan dito kay Xerxia para makuha nila yung ganong classic advantage.
Sabi sa inyo. What is RRQ? Only eco we go. Pero, pero, to get those for your plant next, nakabawas na niya pa contract, pero nga na may top pa kasi nagka-top revenge na si Surf. Pero walang mangyayari yan dahil si Rabbit ang kasagutan, pero Foxy on the other side, nakabawas na nga rin kagad ni Keles. Matinditindit daw dahil importanteng round to sa side ng RRQ dahil mapapaigo nga ang mga taga-Xerxia, pero nga na si Scary na nakakot na gamit ka parang si Sadako na lumabas sa TV. Pero to, time to get! Pagdaklat dito dito! Idol ko na talaga siya! Now, time is ticking! He goes for the flank! He got 1! Sino bang next na mag-audition? Sushi Boys versus Suge!
No time!
Let's Let's go, Tuge! Tuklat! Yan ang Tuge nyo! Tuge ko, Tuge nyo, Tuge nating lahat! 3 rounds left for RRQ para makahabol! Tuge saves the day once again! Ano scary, wala! Nananakot ang Tuge! Oh my gosh, look at those crispy kills na hindi pa rin pala magiging sapat pa para sa Xerxia na makuha at makonquer nila itong round na ito na kailangan nilang manalo. Pero ngayon, Viva RRQ, 8-11 scoreline. Wala ngayong pera ang mga tao ngayon. So, from the side of Xerxia, nakikita na natin din yung mga popping up momentum nila, yung mga nakukuha nilang mga rounds. At ngayon, nung naibigay nila yung B-side, ito si big problem. Kaya naman ngayon si Surf na lang din ay nangangawang makakuha ng isa. Pero siya pa yung nauluan ngayon ni Kellyes. White swing naman nagbibigay dito ni Foxy, pero hindi pa rin magiging sapat ito. It opened up a lot of space for the side of RQ to conquer and be makaplant in a spike. And already advantage dito ni Kellyes dahil may malawak siya makukuhang info ngayon. Vision, especially si Nexi na manggagaling pa nga dito sa gitna, manggagaling sa mga hindi in-expect na mga conquering battles dito na maibibigay laban sa side na nga ngayon ng Xerxia. It's all up to one remaining member na tatapusin na lang din kaagad ni Kellyes. Finally, 9-11 scoreline. Ray, malalapit na tayo ngayon for yung double digit na ngayon ng RRQ. Hey! Ano yun, may nakita akong comment eh. Sabi, parang natutulog lang daw yung aim ng RRQ. Sabi ni Ledenmar. Ay, ewan ko pero 9-11 na Hindi naman sa pag-ano, pero close na. Halika. Ang mga analyst natin, sakto guys, naghahanap din ng coach yung mga ibang teams. So, doon yung Oasis naghahanap sila ng coach. Apply na lang kayo. At ngayon, 5v5, Viva RRQ. Sabi sa inyo, count the steps. Not the rounds. Count the wins. That's what we need to do. Pero may naska na nga kagad si Rabbit kasama ka din Hatters Fury. Tutok na tutok. Nabawasan na kagad si Scary. And this is time para sa RRQ. Napumasok sa side. Pero si Sushi Boy nakabang nababadrip na yung mukha ni Sushi Boy. So sabi niya, guys, patamaan niyo naman. Pagod na ako bumuhat. Pero sinabayan na nga kagad ang mga repolyo na nanggagaling mula kay Draxi para makakuha ng information. Pero mapunta na sila kagad sa B-side. Pero nga lang si Surf, meron ba siya mapapanish? Wala pa naman ata. Pero magpapakita na din sa kanya si Kellyes. Pero on the other side, si Foxy, may nabawasan yun lang. Si Kellyes may nabawas. Pero nag-quit si Surf, hindi tumawa. Patamain mo naman, bawas na kahit armor. 4v3, makakapag-plant end na ng spike dito. RRQ, na numbers are already in their favor. Pero anong ginagawa mo dyan, sir? Foxy dito mapupunta sa mga kamay kaagad ni Rabbit para mabawasan na nga yung winning condition nila dahil dalawa na lang silang natitira dito. Nag-ipon pa sila para magkaroon ng pera, para magkaroon ng mga rifles. Pero ano ang nangyari? RRQ, na nag-gather na nila yung momentum nila. It's already on their favor. At ngayon, isa na lang ang kailangan nilang habulin. Ray, make a wish. Dahil ngayon, RRQ talagang nalalanghap. Sarap na natin ang mga capabilities nila makahabol na nga 2-hour 11-11 scoreline at makuha nila yung game number 3. Hiya! Hey! Ano yun, di ba? Nalumpiang toge ang mga Xerxia nung round na yun eh. Ang hanggang ngayon din daw. Grabe na. Ayan, sinasabi ko sa inyo. Wala pa. Papunta pa lang tayo sa exciting part. Yun nga sinasabi. Napatime out na! RQ! Napatime out ni Xerxia. Sabi nila, hindi na pumapalo eh. Although, syempre, nakita nga natin, medyo nahihirapan, nagsistruggle talaga si Jaxi with the frags. But then, it's always about the teamwork. It's not about the kills. It's about the team plays. And he gives so much impact pagdating sa kanyang team. Pero to sa Xerxia, bakit kasi nilagay si Sushi Boys dyan sa soba na yan? Okay lang, deserve. Deserve. May bilangan din ng timeout dito. Parang siya, nagbibilangan, mga parang magjowa nagbibilangan. Yan ang bilang ng timeout ngayon dito.
pwersa ang Xerxia dahil nagiging compliant na rin talaga ang mga playstyle dito ng RRQ. Nagpapatuloy yung kanilang momentum. Dagdagan mo pang si Rabbit na nakukuha niya yung popping off potential niya dito against the players of Xerxia na hindi siya mapapalagan-palagan. 21 frags out of everyone here in Xerxia na na-outfrag niya na rin, finally. So talagang natutulong lang din ang mga kainit-initan ng ulo dito ng RRQ para maipagpatuloy yung init ng diwa nilang makatutok. At now, it's all up to Sushi Boys. Meron siyang hawak na operator. Tatama nga ba ito? Mukhang sa una pa lang, hindi na. Kaya aatras na lang din muna ang RRQ dito para makinaya naman yung hawak nilang operator dito na walang nagpipiktol Hindi nagbibigay ng info kaagad ang RRQ against him.
Talagang di nagpapabigay. Much more careful na sila. Kung may Rayrakers, okay lang mag-game 3 basta RRQ.
Tama.
Diba?
Basta PH teams, guys.
Yung kanina sa ONIC siya kami, wala naman tayong pakialam dun Basta 2-0.
Ito ang main event.
Oo. Tapos, next game, filler match na naman. Sa main event
Card
Team
paper
City.
Rex, no? Ay,
Okay
buhay.
lang.
Right here.
Pero, talo Xerxia dito, talo sila.
Galing kami sa future, guys.
Na-blind
Na-blind na nga kaagad dito si Sushi Boys
Balita ko 13-11 Pero to, KDS tries to pick off at this one pero mukhang wala pa siyang mapipitas ngayon. Binigay muna ng Xerxia ang site. Ready si Crows, ready si Surf sa kanilang mga ultimate. Pero natamaan. Oh no! Natamaan sa block nila ng Axel!
Spike down.
Uy!
10 seconds.
Di sila nakapag-plant ng
Di sila
spike!
nakapag-plant!
Ang bilis ng mga naging pangyayari dito. Dalawa yung may operator.
Sobrang bilis na laban, pati switch na lito na. Yung obs natin. Ano nangyari doon?
I think it was just Surf doing his job, doing his saber plays. Mabilis sa mga bawat pitik ng trigger niya dito. Naunahan niya kaagad si Xerxia kahit na naka-operator na rin siya. This is just too wholesome to see. For the side of Xerxia, nakakabawi sila. Pinasarap lang nila yung mga habol dito ng RRQ. Pero may pera pa rin naman sa kaba ng bayan ng RRQ para ma-make habol nita ang rounds na ito, ang series na ito. May puwersa to a game number 3. But at the very moment, mukhang hesitations lang din ang nakikita natin ngayon kay RRQ dahil kailangan nila mag-ingat. Lalo na dito nakapikpik si Surf. Uy, dito mama dahil pakiramdaman niya mag-pick na dito mula sa gitna.
Uy, si Surf na tamaan na naman si Xerxia the cutie. Overtime! Wala pa no? 10-2.
10-2.
Ay, 10-12.
10-12. May two pa rin naman.
Pero uy, naku, nakala si Sushi Boy! Si Shockset pang kasama, pero buti na doon sa
Nice
trade
trade.
from Rabbit. Winnable sa side ng RRQ to. Si Kenny S, tutok na sa monitor, di na pumipigil.
Poison's gone.
Pero nakita niya yung ulit si Kenny. Wide opener to actually take down. Xerxia, wag kasi silip. Raspberry boy, naku!
Ang bilis!
Na kay Xerxia at Rabbit ang kamay ng Pilipinas! Pero ito na nga, Foxy! Kumuha ng info, pero naku natamanin. Sakto Xerxia, pagtaklas si Xerxia to! Panalo talaga RRQ Game 3 tayo! He takes down 1v1!
1v1.
Xerxia
May blind
versus
pa siya
Foxy!
kasama.
No! Let's go, Xerxia! Ayan na sinasabi ko! Anong botfrag si Xerxia? Walang ganon! Impact naman mula sa side ng RRQ! Na-dip si Foxy! Nice one!
Nice one!
Foxy, bakit full HP? Di mo man lang pinatama! Wala pala to Sorry, Foxy. Pero talagang bayan muna bago ang sarili. Ayan o, 1. Binilang To, tignan mo, 46 HP, may armor ka pa? Nag-whiff ka pa? Ano ba naman yan? 11-12! RRQ!
Isa na lang! RRQ! Isa na lang para makuha na natin ang overtime, para maibigay na natin itanghal ang game number 3. But the Viper's Pit will be the reason kung bakit sila ngayon mag-hold back. Papasok na kagad dito. Anong hold back? Kelly S! Nakapasok na para mabigyan niya ng opportunity dito. Makapasok na rin ang RRQ dito. But the moment na tinatry nila makapasok, it's just really scary to see na naka-hold na naman dito si Scary.
dagdagan mo pa ng opportunity na makapang-blind dito si Foxy. Wala na-mention kasi ni Rayleigh yung pangalan ni Foxy, kaya nag-init na din, nakakuha ng isa. Now, hold back. Na-held back ngayon ng RRQ here in B main.
Teleport's ready.
Pakigalawang baso Tuge. Dexy, Draxy, Rabbit. Wala na muna si Kenny S para sa round na to dahil mag-OT pa tayo. Okay lang Maray-Rakers. Cat, umabot pa yan ng 2022. The scoreline. Basta pala alarang kumilig sa OT yan eh. Pero ngayon, tignan mo, hindi na nagko-consume search, hindi nagsasalita. Sa sobrang palong-palong yung araw, gulat sila eh.
Oo, nag-comeback eh.
30 seconds
Ni
left.
aking Nexi yung sagot. Nako, nakarinig siya.
Oo, na-spray.
Narinig siya na spray yung paa. What's up mga paa daw? Draxy to get siya kasi Rabbit na lang natitira pero kalang mayroon bang magagawa pa ang mga taga-aral pinakabang na rin kagad ni Sir Matt Rabbit Captain. Pinakitaan ng gasolina ngayon ni Kraus pero always check
corners!
12 seconds remaining to get us the word Draxy together with Tuge pero alas ito na tapos natin isa na lang kagad nitira kay Tuge. Meron pa siya kagad online. I-plant to spike. I-plant mo! 2v3! I-plant mo! Ay, 1v3! Backlat pa ni Tuge. Naku pa sinapusan ni Foxy! GGRRQ! Xerxia wins this a close breeze map! Pero ang ganda! Between Xerxia and RRQ 13-11 from 8-4 to 10-4 to 13-11 GGRRQ!
Really is just the overwhelming plays na bigyan nila tayo ng magandang execution pagdating sa tinatry nilang hold ng comeback. Trinay ng RRQ but just really is the execution dito na Xerxia na nanaig na nga dito laban sa kanila. All hail the players of Xerxia para mapigilan nila yung comeback momentum dito na muntikan pa yun, Ray ha. It was a 10-13 scoreline na all in favor of the side of Xerxia pero talagang kinapos siguro sa win conditions dito ang RRQ pagdating nga sa no duelist comp ng Xerxia.
Bago yung no duelist comp nila, pero I think sobrang it just took time sa RRQ to finally parang malagyan nila ng solusyon itong triple initiator. And I think it just took them so much time to figure things out. Pero kung siguro kung mas maaga nila na-figure yung mga bagay-bagay against Xerxia, baka it went into RRQ's way. Sabi ko sa inyo when it comes to a breeze map, when it comes to a big map, mahirap talagang magkaroon ng walang duelist. At nakita na natin yan ilang beses na. But as for the side of RRQ, it's still a close breeze map. We didn't expect to kasi usually ang RRQ, mahina sila sa breeze, but against Xerxia, this is already a glimpse of what we can expect out of RRQ. This is their first time going into APAC. And almost all of their members, I think lahat sila hindi pa na, ay hindi, si Tuge ata nakapag, tsaka si Flash. Pero the rest of their members is the first time. Pero wag kayo mag-aalala guys, kasi mapupunta pa naman sila sa lower bracket ngayon. So, lahat ng teams ay pag-asa pa rin coming in from PH, pero kailangan nila manalo. Always kailangan nila manalo sa next match nila. And that same goes to the guys of RRQ. Pero guys, wag kayong mag-alala dahil next match will be Paper Rex. And now guys, after that, it's gonna be the main event, Team Secret versus Bleed. Once again, we are your shoutcasters. Ako si Riri, kasama ko si Honey Glaze, guys. At maraming salamat. We're going on a short break, guys. So, wag kayong alis. Still watch the games here in VCT.
Just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. To the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us.
Welcome back. You are still tuned into VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. We always get the meatiest piece of the action at the second game of the series today. Are you really making Xerxia sweat over here? By the way, it's Likeable, Dad Femina, and Trix once again here on the panel. Now, Trix, there you guys go. You guys got the prediction, right?
Yes.
I didn't, but
I'm did get it right.
Cheering for RRQ, okay, but go ahead, say your piece. Shove it in my face that I got the prediction wrong.
I mean, to be fair, RRQ did a fantastic job on that second map on Breeze. Really I actually thought RRQ was going to close it out, but Xerxia tying that scoreboard and really pushing to the end, getting that 13-11 on RRQ. Now, I want to talk about the triple initiator that Xerxia is running. It's not something that we have really seen, and on a map like Breeze, which is known to be the kind of map where you want to set up for that retake, especially on the A site because of how large it is and how minimal space that the attacking side have for the post-plant situation, I feel that Xerxia didn't really capitalize on it until the very end after they called that tactical timeout. We saw that they waited behind the Viper wall and that they were setting up for the retake. They got 4 kills in a row and then finally finishing it out with that last chamber that was an A main. And that was the kind of plays that I wanted to see. RRQ, on the other hand, I felt, you know, they needed a little more pullback on the way they were playing aggressively on their defender side. You should play aggressively, but you want to make sure that you don't overcommit to those angles. We saw Xerxia do it on their pistol round on defender side. They just gave it up. They said, okay, there's people here, there's presence here. We're going to fall back and we're going to play those crossfires. So I think all in all, both teams just doing a fantastic job on Breeze.
Absolutely, and this was something that the casters was actually pointing out over and over again, how Xerxia always had a good read of what the enemy was just gonna do. So it all either boils down to the research that they were able to do or just that extreme game sense that this team has altogether. Now I do want to point out that when Xerxia was on the attacker side, there was this one round where they did a mid push, and I guess this is where the triple initiator really comes into play. You know, you throw out the drones, you throw out the recon bolts, you got your trailblazer, 0 point, and then later on, that's for fishing the information, right? And then you got your fragment to clear the corners, you pop a blind, you throw in some shock bolts, It's just so many utilities to gather information and of course draw the enemy out of the site for their push. After that, you give them the site, right? They have the site, they cover all of their bases, which they're incredibly good at. And they just really seem to have a good read of where RRQ is going to come from. They just have that so much control, that Femina.
Yeah, I mean, they retain that same thing where they have that perfect assumption right after they got initial info. That was prevalent all throughout that first map, and in this brief map, I saw a lot of that same thing happen over and over again as well. But this time, at least RRQ actually made it a bit more close. If you could see, Xerxia were actually slowing down when they were on the defensive side. Now that the members of RRQ were given the attacker role in the second half, they have free reign over setting the tempo of the game, and what they want is the slow type of play that can be easily used to dissect their opponents correctly. And that's kind of the reason why they have been getting a resurgence, especially when they were trying to stop them from getting that match point, right? But for RRQ, they weren't able to get that one moment. Look at this, just that one moment that would have pushed Xerxia over the edge. And I really feel like that timeout, as you mentioned, it's just that important to remember that you have moments of refreshing. And Xerxia, they can just fall back on knowing when to use their utility, knowing when to use their teammates in these right directions. And in these sorts of situations, RRQ, unfortunately, not the kings in the empire that Xerxia has built now.
Yeah, absolutely. And as early as, how should I say this? As early as the map vetoes, we already had an idea that it was going to be troublesome for RRQ. We said that the win condition was they had to get Haven because Breeze was not their strongest point. But fantastically, like, they proved us wrong. They performed a lot better over at Breeze than they did on Haven, or at least up against a colossal titan such as Xerxia Esports. But over here, look at our MVP over here. It's Surf. And I guess maybe it doesn't come as a surprise.
Yes, that's not a surprise. That Surf got the MVP. I think
say surprise!
No. So anyway, I think that Surf did a fantastic job, especially in that first map on Haven. Just the amount of space that he was creating for his team, and on that chamber, being able to push up and contest Nexi, putting Nexi in positions that he didn't want to be in. Although, you know, Nexi did a great job. Like, we saw him just get those picks, get that lurk roll in with that chamber on that Breeze map. It's so large. You really want to push the opponents to start considering where you might be and also second guess themselves. And we could see Xerxia doing that later on. But thankfully, they called that timeout, the tactical timeout, got themselves together and said, hey, we're pretty good on the retakes. Maybe we should try to just give them the sites because we can overwhelm them when we're trying to come back in.
Yeah, I mean, they would have gotten that same strength that they had when they were on the attack. They had a lot of tools in their disposal, and with the triple initiator comp, they could have been easier for them to actually play retake instead of like anchoring, since 3 initiators are not really the best anchors that you would have on the site, despite them having like so many players like respond to any sort of play that RRQ had. I mean, for a 5v5 fight that only has like so many flashes, so many things to throw at your opponents, you would want to put that on the retake scenario anyway. But at least in those final moments where RRQ were actually on that rise and potentially were able to get, or actually potentially about to get that win anyway, the Xerxia just played the time correctly, and I feel like that's one of their best strengths that not a lot of teams actually put priority on. It's playing the time, knowing when they can push in, knowing when they can disengage, and knowing when to take the right fights with your team, back them up, and just the perfect amount of coordination across the board for Xerxia just made these series just so good, especially that I picked Xerxia on this prediction.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it again boils down to the discipline that these players have, as well as the trust that they have for each other. These executions would not be possible if they weren't just like, you know what, you got flanked, I'll push for you, like, watch my back. And that's how it always has been, especially for the teams who have been really performing out here. But again, GGWP to both Xerxia Esports and Regum Qeon. Xerxia Esports may have come out on top, but I'm still excited, of course, to see our very own PH reps over here, RRQ. In the meantime, though, we're moving forward to the challengers from Group C over here. Not gonna say group number C anymore, as I did as we started the day. But for the first team, they are quite an explosive team that we got here because they are the favorite of the MYSU region. Their incredible gameplay that wowed not only their respective region, but the rest of the world. They qualified for Stage 1 Masters in Iceland, and they became a testament to what the APAC region had to offer, finishing 4th across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, here they are, Paper Rec. What an introduction! On this team, we've got Benkai, Mind Freak, Ding, Forsaken, and Davai. With a team as great as Paper Rex, Dad Femina, where do we even begin?
I mean, this is the team that defined Hold W back when they had a significant run back in Champions, as you mentioned, being one of the few teams that made Double Duelist work. But since then, they have matured in terms of their identity, moving away from Double Duelist and taking up a more calculated approach, focusing on a type of play that has a lot more options than what a Double Duelist comp can do. But that doesn't really mean that they completely threw out that Double Duelist comp, though. It was demonstrated back when they played in the finals of MYSG against the then Lays, now Gaiman Gladiators, which also adds another layer of unpredictability. It's like a coin you can flip, but you wouldn't know which side of Paper X you'll be facing up against. And I really want to highlight one player. It's always Forsaken, it's always Jing. I want to put the spotlight on Benkai himself. This guy, playing out of his mind, combining both experience from his previous FPS tenure and mechanics carried over to Valorant. Just decisive calls that enabled the strengths of everybody on Paper Rex, and this man can clutch in multi-man disadvantage. It's like a weird universe where it was Uncle Ben who got bitten by the radioactive spider and swung into the fight with his own Peter Tingle, complementing his fragging potential.
I'm looking at them now. Look at how chill they are.
That crib.
I want to lay back and just watch their game too. I mean, I don't think I'd ever look this chill right before a match because I'd get really nervous, but that's a testament to just how incredibly phenomenal this team really is. Look at that. Let me just strike a laid back pose as well, imitating these players. Now, as amazing Paper X is, they're not invincible. Lays or Gaiman Gladiators was very happy to prove that point, but that is now the next challenge for the team that they're facing. Lays already opened an opportunity to beat this team, and the next team that they're facing has to prove that too. Once again, we have a team that qualified all the way from the play-in. The level of versatility that this team has to offer is beyond me. They've been through difficult games, yet they managed to come back one way or the other. A very impressive feat, so I am very excited to introduce you Boom Esports. Boom goes the dynamite tricks. We've got Frostmine, Blaze King, Flipster, Berserks, and Tebatol on this team.
I love watching Boom Esports play. I feel like their executions are so on point. Particularly, I'm looking forward to seeing Flipshooter again, although playing on that Initiator Sentinel Flex. I feel that he just has this tendency to pop off, which is a little rare considering usually it's more of the duelists that tend to pop off. And on top of that, Tebatal's just pure clutch performance as well on his controller, being able to force his opponents on certain angles. Boom Esports is structured and just seem to adjust mid-round. We know them to have a slow start. I know a lot of casters have pointed this out when watching Boom play. They kind of give up the first couple rounds, and then it seems that they figure it out, they bounce back. Sometimes we see that they do the same things over and over again. They have great aggression and really good retakes on their defender side. They also have that tendency to kind of give up the sights, and the way I saw it, they would soften up the opponents, so when they come in for the retake, it's kind of like a cleanup crew.
That's a little bit worrisome for me though, Trix. I mean, it's kind of a pattern for Boom Esports to give up a little bit of space. But again, we know Paper X to be quite the innovative team.
Yes.
So are they gonna have trouble facing against this team?
I would think so. I mean, is anyone not going to be troubled when facing Paper X? Paper X is a force to be reckoned with. So.
This is top 1 APAC we're talking about, man.
Well, since they are the top 1 team, it's not surprising that their win rate across all maps is very high. I mean, this is the team that's known in their region for being the unbeatable ones until Gaming Gladiators gave them a taste of defeat in Master 1. But right off the board over here, no bind, no split over here, Dad Femina.
Yeah, I mean, Boom Esports have also shown play around that split, so I kind of get that Paper X want to limit a bit of their options too. But that's also comes to the same result as well for Boom Esports, just knowing that Paper X can thrive off of that chaos. And what more can you ask for in a map like Bind for that chaotic playstyle, right? Just teleporters that will enable that sort of like fast response whenever you're attacker or defender. But moving on into that map pick, we got Boom Esports taking that Haven map, and honestly, I kind of really like the Haven first map. Now that we've been going through the latter stages of this day, it just shows that teams are willing to go for that default style, maybe even flip up the switch whenever they want to, and just possibilities of lurks coming all around for Boom Esports right now. But same could be said as well for Paper Rex. But now for Paper Rex, they could actually go for a more chaotic map itself, and Fracture, the second time that we're going to be seeing it today, it just shows that they have something boiling up into our series.
I'm looking at this right now, and I wonder why Paper X actually banned Split. During Masters 1, this is the map that they won against P2 Esports and the Guards, so I'm pretty sure that this is one of their strong suits, but maybe they're holding back a little bit for us, especially since it is the beginning of their APAC run. But going into Haven, Trix, this is very interesting because I believe that they're the only ones that still pull out the Reyna on Haven.
I do believe that from their national run or from their local run, they were running the double duelist. But I also feel that maybe they've been saving for the APAC stage something different, maybe going into that Fade pick. I know that some people have been excited to see what Paper X has in store for the newer agents and the newer lineups and newer combinations that they can do. I feel that it might be a little difficult for Boom on this side. I know that Boom did very well on that split. I believe it was playing with that Neon and that Breach, which really showed the potential of having that agent combination on a tight map like Split with all of those corners you need to watch for. So I am not surprised that it got banned.
Second map is gonna be Fracture though.
Exciting.
More Neons, of course. We saw that in the first series. Very interesting. I don't even know what to say because I thought that I had my fill of Neon, but if Paper X is gonna go for their usual composition for Fracture, then I'm excited to see some more Neon plays over here. But ladies and gentlemen here on the panel, or lady and gentleman on the panel, I hate to inform you, I regret to inform you that it is time for our predictions.
Alright.
You know, we came in such an energy over here, you know, seeing this fantastic lineup that we got for these players. But then it all boils down to the predictions all the time, bringing our energy level a little bit lower because the anxiety is there. So because of that, I'm just gonna go ahead and lock in my answers because last time I gave you guys, you know, there's the Esports. Give me Paper X this time. I want to win on the prediction. I believe that Paper X has this. That Femina?
Wow. I mean, okay. So like I kind of noticed a pattern that I've been picking out like the favorites in any sort of like the games that we had today, and I don't know if it's because like day one jitters. Maybe I just want to give myself that credibility as an analyst. So just quick and short, I'm just gonna be simple about it. PaperX, they have shown that they are flexible now. They matured definitely in terms of their play style, and against Boom Esports, who have that similar style that they always face up in MYSG anyway, then it's gonna be no surprise if they are able to read everything and just throw everything back at them.
Well,
am I gonna be the
that's-
odd one out again?
That's a good point that you guys are making over there. That Boom Esports does have a somewhat predictable style. I feel that they have improved a lot since their play-ins. They're a very malleable team in terms of mid-game, in terms of adjusting to their opponents. I do think PaperX is a formidable foe, but I like to think that Boom Esports can take it away.
Ooh, she's going for. Is it safe to call them the underdog? Like,
I
are
think
people
so.
gonna get mad at me for calling them the underdog? I mean, it just goes on the track record that PaperX has a lot of experience, despite being the youngins in this competition.
Yes.
My God, what a track record on the side of PaperX. What was I doing when I was their age?
They have
there
the
we go.
numbers, guys. They have the stats pointing towards PaperX, but my heart just, Boom Esports, let's go.
Hey, that's exactly how I felt about Made in Thailand earlier. That's
Yes.
exactly what it is. I saw their performance throughout the play-ins, and you saw Boom's performance throughout the play-ins.
Yes.
Which is what's kind of persuading us to not go for the obvious pick that most Valorant enthusiasts would also go for. But hey, anything can happen in Valorant. We're always caught by surprise here. We weren't expecting that RRQ was gonna perform over at Freeze, but hey, they did it. And they almost won it at that. I thought that we were gonna go on overtime, if I'm being honest. But here we are, series number 3, Dad Femina. You ready for this?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's gonna be I've been waiting for PaperX to actually play on the main stage right now, and now that we're gonna see that opportunity, and against Boom Esports, it's a very appropriate fight. I mean, in terms of like who PaperX is facing up against, Boom Esports, yeah, I did not put them on the predictions, but I do want to give them a bit more points or a bit more thoughts. Like Boom Esports, they have proven to be one of the more methodical teams. They pick out their perfect timings when they want to explode, and that's when PaperX could have that window to be overwhelmed. They are not a perfect team, as you said, and they could have their timings be picked out by Boom Esports. But with that being said, PaperX themselves could also be held with the same regard, which then could be reflected now that we're on this Haven map. Like,
okay, so you know what? It was hard for me to predict what PaperX was gonna lock in because they've been so experimental throughout their own challengers and MYSG. So Trick, agents on the board here. Any thoughts?
Expected the fade. I love it. I'm just not sure if it'll get all of the utility or optimized utility that we can get out of the agents, because on the other side, on Boom Esports, we've got that combination of the Omen, the Breach, and the Neon, which is great for the offense. Great for any kind of pressure that you want to put on the opponents. While on the side of PaperX, I'm not really sure how they will be going on the offensive. Maybe pairing the stage slow orb with some skills of the Fade also, and Astra's global presence. So I feel it's not impossible, but I don't know. I'm excited to see what PaperX has for us, because we all know that PaperX has been innovative and they've been working on this, and we've had tidbits here and there from other people in the scene that this is what they've been practicing.
and I feel like now that they matured as of late, they not only I wouldn't say throw away that duelist comp. I do see that innovation come into this game right now. Like the pick, the Sage pick actually, plus like the vibe they put on that supportive role with the Fade to help out Jig, even take that space while Forsaken still has the same agent that you would want to put an operator. I mean, they're still going to be playing to their strength. I feel like they just have a lot more options heading their way. But for the other side, we're at the side of Boom Esports right here, not around the Haven map. It's more utility focused, a double initiator comp that definitely will help out Neon pushing in when he needs them. We know Berserks, he can be explosive, but he needs the right resources to do so. And I feel like Boom Esports, they got a chance in this. They got a fighting chance to even contend against Paper Rex.
Yeah, I've seen the combination of the Breach and the Neon Stuns, the contestants there, and I actually love it, especially on a map like Haven. And I can't wait to see how this is all gonna play out. The innovativeness of Paper Rex as well gonna counter whatever strats that Boom Esports might potentially throw at them. Now, onwards and upwards, I always say. I'm so happy to all of the information that we have now. It just makes the competition ever more so invigorating. So folks, fasten your seatbelts because here it is. Paper X versus Boom Esports.
Welcome muli sa VCT Asia Pacific at syempre nandito na tayo sa pangatlong series para sa araw na ito. Tayville nga pala ang magiging casters nyo for this series itself at Paper Rex, isa sa mga fan favorites to, Vil, versus Boom Esports ang maglalaban ngayon.
Yeah, bale, talagang mga iba't ibang bansa ang maglalaban-laban ngayon and nakikita naman natin ngayon si Taylor na nasa Japan, ladies and gentlemen,
lumabo,
no? Talagang literal, ako nasa Pilipinas, si Taylor nasa Japan, and syempre maglalaban-laban din talaga ang top 1 ng Asia Pacific, which is ang Paper Rex versus ang top 4 ng Asia Pacific, which is ang Boom Esports. Well, if ever you're gonna check out the capabilities of these players, yung Boom Esports, they're not really that consistent ngayon eh. Knowing na ang Boom Esports talagang suki to ng playoffs all the time, way back nung last year pa, napapansin na natin yan. Pero mukhang ngayon, medyo hindi ata sila pinalad agad na makapalo sa group stage. Talagang nag-play-ins muna sila. Yes, panalo sila sa Cerberus Esports, pero ang tanong, makakayanan ba nila ang SGMY powerhouse na Paper Rex? Ilang beses na rin sila naglaro sa iba't ibang tournaments internationally, lalong-lalo na sa Masters, nag-champions na rin sila. So, malaki ang possibility na baka talaga makuha to ng Paper Rex na baka 2-0, walang kabayas-bayas yun.
Oo, tsaka the thing is, sabi na nga ng panel mismo, no, itong Boom Esports, medyo may predictability talaga yung galawan nila. And when it comes to how the playstyle is and strategy-wise, Paper Rex is a very also malleable team na kayang makapag-adjust agad-agad kung paano maglaro. No? Isang mabilisang push mula sa Boom Esports at tatlo sa kanila nakakuha na nga ng kills dito. It's now a 3v2 situation pa rin para sa Paper Rex. Hindi pa sila nakakalabas ng base. Namamatay na sila at naubos na.
High risk, high reward yan ang ginagawa ngayon ng Boom Esports, mga kaibigan. They're actually pushing out dito lang sa may mid for them to catch the players of Paper Rex off guard, and napakaganda rin talaga ng ginawa nila dito. And it's just mind freak na lang din talaga natitira. And if ever lang din talaga na hindi mag-work yung push ng Boom Esports doon, they're gonna have a huge toll dito sa team nila and dito sa game na to for sure, kasi after all, this is a map that they picked, so talagang pwede nating sabihin na meron talaga silang advantage dito. Pero Mind Freak 1v2, all the players of Paper Rex is actually known to clutch games. Hindi lang isa, hindi lang dalawa, lahat sila, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga, medyo mahirap na talaga mag-clutch because Mind Freak just down there dun sa may window. Meanwhile, si Tebotol nagbabatay lang talaga sa mid, so the trade-off is actually right there already. And if ever they're gonna miss all the shots, talagang medyo mahirap lang din talaga na mangyari yun, partner. Talagang dito sa Paper Rex, Antonio, makakabawi ba sila? Knowing na if ever panalo sila dito, they're gonna have that momentum and advantage next game kasi nga sila ang mapang sila ang pumili nung mapa na yun, pero mukhang advance ata ang pag-iisip ko dun, partner. Game 1 pa lang.
Oo, round 1 pa lang. Yung ultimo round 1 pa lang. Advance na agad mag-isip dito si Kuya Moville. At, pero pagdating naman dito, dinaan sa sindak kasi ng Boom Esports yung round number 1 which is actually a fairly good idea. Kung gusto mo magkaroon ng control over Paper Rex, gawan mo ng paraan, umpisa pa lang. And exactly ganun yung ginawa nila. As Flips was able to secure a kill already, that is towards Benkay. Sumunod pa nga dito is actually the Vi as well. Dalawa ang nag-peak, dalawa ang napitas. At para sa tatlong remaining members ng Paper Rex, kailangan nilang maghanap kung saan sila makaka-entry. Pero mukhang yung chamber sa likod lang talaga
Yeah, pero kailangan nilang bumawi dito kahit paano. But nga lang, Davai and Benkay will gonna go down to the hands of Boom Esports right now. And as you can see, the HP of BME is not really na ganun kataas yung damage na binigay sa kanila ng Paper X ngayon. So they can actually use this armor pa rin next round if ever lang dalo kay Tebotol. Kasi meron kasi mga players na mabukasan ka ng 5 sa armor mo, bumibili ka na agad ng panibagong full armor. I mean, depende naman yun though if ever you have the money. If ever,
pa. Pero bibili ka na ng armor.
Ang tawag doon, nervyoso. Sobrang nervyoso nun kung ako sa inyo, sa player na yun, bawas-bawasan niya yung pag-alam ng kape. Omsim. Pero 3v
lang.
Yeah, tama. 3v for this game. Flips catching one with the 3K right now. And tingnan mo, Marshall lang meron siya, pero sobrang nagpa-pop off na siya. Well, kalaban naman niya puro classic man lang, pero yun nga lang, Flips, mga kaibigan, we're gonna start off the game with a 4K and a 2-0 already para dito sa Indonesian team, Boom Esports. Well, pwede nating sabihin na medyo magiging malapit itong games na to. Kahit top 1 ng Paper Rex, syempre ang BME ang meron din sila is of course yung experience dito, partner. One-sided, sa tingin mo magiging ganun kaya?
Hindi. Feeling ko hindi magiging ganun. Anything can happen, lalo na dito sa Asia Pacific stage. Isipin mo nga, ma-imagine ba ng lahat ng tao na matatalo ng Gaming Gladiators yung Paper Rex, di ba? So, may mga ganung bagay na hindi naman ine-expect, pero it happens from time to time. And I feel like Boom Esports and Paper Rex, parehas sila ditong meron na silang experience on the international stage itself. So, I feel like fairly the same naman. Ang pinagkaiba na lang talaga is when it comes to the leaderboards, Paper Rex is really at its peak right now. Para silang nasa peak form.
Yeah. And ito yung, kumbaga, like what you've said, peak form. Ito yung best version of themselves, di ba? Yung tipong hindi yung ginawa mo, tas broken pa pala. Ang mga tipong ganun.
Kaya nga Huwag kang ganyan. Ma-hurt si Ray.
Sorry. Pero bago ma-hurt si Ray, mga kaibigan, si Blaze King muna ma-hurt kasi patay siya ni Jing. And 5v4, halos wala pa rin talaga bawat sa mga nakikita dito sa dalawang team na tamakid. Pero ito na si Tempotol. Oh my God, Flips! Diyos ko, literal na tumagos kay Jing yung bala na punta pa kay Mind Freak. And okay sana dala sa 5v4 napunta pa nga dito sa paper sa Boom Esports yung bawi kahit paano, pero yung nga lang Benkay, mga kaibigan, it's just the patience that he needs para makapatay siya ng dalawa. Frostmind, pwede siyang mag-clutch dito, partner. 1v2, sobrang winnable to. For sure, magko-commit siya if ever na nag-save siya dito. Ewan ko na lang kung ba't niya gagawin yun. They have the money. Meron silang pera
bonus
next round kahit mamatay sila dito. Bonus nila to. So kahit anong mangyari, kailangan mo talagang i-pull off to. If ever na talagang hindi mo mababawi to, ewan ko na lang, pero nga lang, Divine knows it already na meron tao dito sa may C-Link. And now, Divine, we're gonna take him down already. Now, Paper Rex getting their first point dito sa game na to. And partner, si Flips, palong-palo. Isipin mo naman, isang putok ng bala. Dalawa agad yung namamatay. Ayaw lang, isa lang. Gusto mo ika-partner pa.
Oo, buy one take one tong mga players ng Paper Rex para sa kanya. Mapapa-atras na lang talaga siya. Hindi na nga siya nag-rendezvous out Tipong napatakbo na lang siya. Kinabahan nata ng slide dito si Flips. But on another note, ito yung buy round ng Paper Rex. Tatlo yung namatay or naging casualties para sa kanila. But they will still have enough money para makabili for the next round as well. But not a bad round para sa Boom Esports kanina. Sadyang when it comes to fire guns and also the gunplay, mas lamang nga ang kabila. But there is a kill mula kay Forsaken rather. na mga pipitas na nga dito si Tebotol. 5v4 ang meron tayo dito. Paint Shells coming in. Mapapa-display si Kuya mo Frostmind. Mamatay nga sa Paint Shells. Tumalon. And that is another kill mula kay Jing. Another Paint Shells is up and online for him. Being used up at nag-aantay lang sa kanto. Ang isang player dito mula sa Boom Esports. Isa na lang natitira. Lahat sila pumasok isa-isa.
Yeah. Alam mo, actually, yung pag na-displace ka talaga, ibig sabihin ng mga kaibigan, of course, mawawala ka sa position mo. Ganun lang yan, man. Ayos, Ben. Meron tayo mga...
Nice analysis. Yung dalawa pumasok, yung isa hindi makalabas.
Oo, man.
Dami nilang problema, dumagdag pa yon. Pero itong si Flips, pakiramdam ko, magsisave lang naman to kasi sayang yung operator nila. Tsaka wala silang rep. Kasi nga, natalo rin sila on that previous round itself. So malaking investment to na they need to save up again for another round. But so far, si Bengkai, si Kuya mo Wolf, mukha kasi ni Wolf to eh. Pwede sila ni si Forsaken pala nag-chamber na rin ngayon. Dati kasi laging jet lang nakikita natin eh.
Sino? Si ano?
Forsaken.
Si Forsaken? At tinuruan ko mag-chamber.
Tinuruan mo? Ko pa lang, coach.
Nag-tweet sa akin. Uy, pre, paturo na
mag-chamber. Paturo na, nag-DM.
Nag-DM. Uy, pre, yun pa yung intro. Nag-Google Translate daw siya. Pero, yeah, I mean, ito na ata rin talaga ang pagbangon dito ng PRX. Well, inaantay lang talaga nila yung momentum that they need though. And yun din naman kasi yung problema ng mga iba't ibang thesis sa paper. Like, literally, they're everywhere. It's just, hindi mo malalaman na nandito na pala sila sa kilid. Pero yun nga, I mean, eto si kumbaga sa PHT mga kaibigan, etong si Jing at saka si Forsaken, sila yung parang, Diyos po, Jing, isa pa, buntik ng tumama eh. Pero eto si Jing at sa Forsaken mga kaibigan, ito yung Jin at saka Gian Sanity ng Pilipinas. Itong dalawang...
Buy one, take one yan.
Yeah, itong dalawang duelist na to. Kaya if ever umalis si Jing, aalis din si Forsaken. Parang ganun, di ba? Ito yung mga dalawang players na hindi mo talaga mapaghihiwalay. And lalong-lalo na na-attacking sila, ito yung inaantay nila. Gustong-gusto nila na mag-shine talaga yung mga players sila dito. Party pero nga na Forsaken catching one already. Pero may catch dito sa may kili kasi ito si Flipsider. Pero nga na Forsaken, we're gonna take him down instead. Jing with another one right now. 5v2. Berserks and Frostman. This is gonna be medyo mahirap to na clutch partner kasi Baki lang ang gamit ni Berserks and Frostman. Naka-sheriff lang. How can they do this?
Yun nga 5 pa yung buhay dito on the side of Paper Rex. And this is quite impossible, I would say right now. Dahil nga rin dun sa mga baril na meron sila. But I think they can get some casualties or get some kills here bago man lang sila ma-pinch down o talagang ma-punish nitong Paper Rex, no? One man down for the side of Paper Rex. They're trying to look for another. Pero si Berserks naspatan na nga on Garage itself. Forsaken was able to take on the kill. 3-2 ang meron tayo dito.
Yeah, 3-2 indeed. And dito naman ngayon sa mga players ng Paper Rex mga kaibigan, sipin nyo, nanalo lang sila dun sa 3rd round, dire-diretso na din talaga papunta dito sa 5th round. Pero is this gonna be a same thing ba pagdating ng 6th round? May pera ba ang may pera ba ang BME? Parang wala, no? Ay, hindi, meron pala kasi nag-save sila ngayon. Pero tingnan natin kung makakabawi ba dito ang Boom Esports. Kasi ang Paper Rex, talaga kaya natin, ang dami nilang pera. Isa 6-4 yung pera. Literal na napakadami nilang pera. Literal na yayamanin talaga sila. If kahit wala kayong pera sa game, pwede kayong dropan ng Paper Rex ngayon. Pero for the side of Papers, are they gonna be really aggressive or not? Maybe yes, because Jing is actually going in already. He can do a big double satchel play inside A para lang syempre yun yung gagawin nilang entry, pero medyo mahirap na din talaga kasi nga si Flipsider nagbabantay lang din dito sa may backside. Si Blaze King wala silang flash ngayon, pero yun nga, that is the ultimate coming in from that fade though. Jing going in with a double satchel with that showstopper catching 2 already, and that is huge na ginawa dito ng Paper Rex. That is a perfect entry that they need. 2 ultimates agad na binuto nila dito, miss.
Ang ganda ng ultimate dito ni Jing. Ang ganda rin ng placement niya, even dropping down after the satchel in play. Once na pagkababa niya gano'n, nahuli niya agad. Alam niya yung information, and when he dropped down, he was just too focused to actually get on the kill. And yun na nga yung opening na hinahanap talaga ng Paper Rex. Ngayon, yung tatlong players, hindi na gumagalaw. Parang magsisave na lang ata tong tatlo. At this point, what a decision right here. Interesting decision that we have. Especially that the 3 of them is still alive right here. Pero may mga oras pa naman to eh. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi na talaga nila ipupush yan. Talaga mag-aantay na lang sila. Ang aga,
Pero,
no? Mga decision na ganito.
Napaka-aga lang din talaga. And syempre, doon talaga sa entry ng PaperX mga kaibigan. I mean, mahihirapan sila if si Tebotol nasa A. If andun si Tebotol mga kaibigan, syempre, ang tawag dito, i-check muna nila kung nasan yung breach. Kasi breach lang ang pwede talaga breach lang din talaga ang pwedeng makapigil dito sa mga players ng PaperX na pumasok.
Grabe. Hawak din ng PaperX. Right now, I feel like meron tayong nararamdaman na parang yung Boom Esports. May konting fear with regards to PaperX, no? Nagda-doubt sila minsan. And minsan, ito naman yung nagiging decision nila. Kapag nagda-doubt sila, they would rather save than push, actually. Which is, I think, if that is what's happening or that's the case right now, magandang decision yun.
Yeah.
Kung di ka sure, wag na lang.
Oo, tama, di ba?
Parang sa pagdadrive lang yan eh. Alam mo yun, pag liliko ka, mag-change ka ng lane, pag di ka sure, wag mo na lang gawin.
At saka syempre, yun nga lang, hindi alam ni Forsaken na meron tayo sa may likod niya, pero mukhang meron ata, pero ngayon, Forsaken alam na, kumalma ka kasi, di ba? Kumalma ka, muntik pa mamatay si Forsaken doon, si Frostmind doon, if ever kung hindi siya kumalma.
Relax ka lang. Pinutok niya na kasi agad eh. Excited kasi na-excite siya. Nakita niya. Lalo na, nagpa-flank na pala. Diba? Namatay na nga yung isa niyang kalaban. Muntik pa siyang sumama. But may Cosmic Divide na nga ditong nilabas. At si Berserks, sinubukan lang itap yung spike. Nagpaparamdam lang dito. Nag-aantay sa gilid si Benkay. On another note, andito rin naman si Frostmind.
Si Berserks, hindi rin binibigilan.
Tinuloy lang.
Ay,
Pinifuse this!
Na-defuse sa mukha! Literal na na-defuse sa mukha ng mga players. Pero, hindi ba na nakita yun? Kasi
busy sila eh.
Oo, hindi nila napansin na na tinuloy.
Alam ko, gine-gauge lang nila dun sa Cosmic Divide kasi 'di ba syempre pag nasa labas ka, makikita mo kita mo yung pag-akyat. Ang kaso nga lang, na problema na sila, busy. Sayang yung ult, no?
Oo nga eh. Ang IM lang na IM!
Wala na. Napatay niya.
Pag si Raze pinapatay mo, here lang sasabihin. Here?
Hanggang dun lang eh, no? Hindi na sumunod yung comes the party dahil namatay na nga.
Si Soba, literal, nakakatawa pag Pag yun lang eh.
Ay lang eh, no? Flips! With a double kill right here. 5 HP remaining, makakapit TP out pa nga. May kasamang rest mula kay Benkay here. It's still a 5v4.
Grabe naman talaga si Humpy Dumpy. Napakasolid naman talaga ang kalawan dito. Pero nga si
Wolf.
Oo, si Wolf. Hindi ko naman sinabi. No? Ito si Mind Freak mga kaibigan. Ito yung galit sa sahig eh.
Laging binabagay yung sahig eh.
Naalala mo yun. Literal na galit sa sahig. If ever mananalo sila, sisigaw na yung sahig. Nice! Yun. Naalala mo yun dati? Basta ng VCT APAC 1 yun. Oo, man. Galit na galit sa sahig yun eh.
Alam mo, itong si Flips, 5 HP na lang siya, pero may chance pa rin itong makakuha ng mga matitinding kill, lalo na kung makakaikot siya. And I think nag-aantay siya sa heaven as of this moment for the perfect opportunity. Lalo na Tour de Force naman, operator naman yung hawak na dito.
Tignan natin kung makakuha ba siya, pero kung sa 4 second mga kaibigan, ang galang sneaky. Kikita natin ngayon talagang si Jing yung nag-duelist ngayon. Kasi back then kasi si Jing siya yung nag-sentinel eh. Tapos si Forsaken, literal na nagpalit sila ng literal na nagpalit sila ng roles dito, ladies and gentlemen. Talagang napaka-role model ng mga players ito. Kahit anong agent kaya naming laruin. Pero baka mukhang mag-4-4 to. Ito na ang rattle of the palette mga kaibigan. Berserk is going in already. The Vine with that hot ball gonna catch 2 or 1. Pero nga lang Berserk trying to stop the players of the PRX na makapag-diffuse ng talaga. Pero kung Frostmind again, we're gonna diffuse the spike already. Just kung wala nagpiting mga kaibigan. Frostmind, itutuloy-tuloy lang din ang pagkapanalo. Nangyari na yan last round. Pero the second time na uulitin nila yan. Oh my God, tinurbo pa. Pinaamoy sa kanila ang tok na yun ng mga kaibigan. Kasi alas 3 na. Ito yung time para kumain noon.
Merienda time na daw eh. Binigyan ng merienda dito ang PaperX. The thing is, yung PaperX nakakapag-plant naman sila ng spike eh. Pero itong Boom Esports, meron silang ginagawa dito na nahahanapan nila ng loophole. Masyado bang careful yung PaperX na hindi nila sinisilip na naiikutan sila dito? Or masyadong sneaky lang talaga yung galawan ng Boom Esports, talagang nasasalisihan nila?
Yeah. Pero napakabilis na mangyayari. Grabe naman talaga itong Valorant. Umpisa pa lang barila na. Pero si Flips nakakuha na ka ng isang and for a second being revealed by that recon bolt, and for a second needs to take care of that operator kasi if ever namatay yan, mawawala yan. Malamang.
Pero hindi mo na masasama sa hukay yan, sir. Kaya dapat mag-ingat-ingat ka na. 5v4 nga meron tayo dito. Si Flips tamang abangers lang sa Gedli. Pag lumabas to, may nakasetup pa siyang mga rendezvous. Wala ata siyang TP out dito. Prowler out na. May kasunod yan. Yan is the Sage. And Benga goes down. Next up is gonna be Davai. Nagbilang dito si Flips. 3 kill para sa kanya bago siya mapag-sack ni Forsaken. But it's now a 4v2 situation.
Oh my God, please give me another one. Grabe naman talaga pinapakita na dito ng Boom Esports, mga kaibigan, na talagang pinapakita na ito yung mapang pinili namin, so dapat kami ang manalo dito. And for Paper Rex, ano nangyayari sa inyo, Step Bro? Mukhang kailangan nyo ata makapag-isip-isip, kailangan nyo ata sigurong kailangan nilang mag-tech pause, not tech pause, pero pause.
Huwag naman tech pause.
Huwag tech pause, sorry. Kailangan nilang mag-pause, mga kaibigan, para syempre makabawi pa kahit papano. Pero kung ayaw nila, wala naman tayong magagawa doon. And wala naman choice ng Paper Rex kundi talaga bumili lang din talaga. Pero yun nga lang, talagang Flipsider, he's really popping off already. Hindi nila malaman kung nasa talaga yung mga players and mahirap na din talaga kasi puro dry pick ang ginagawa ng PRX ngayon, partner.
Yun na nga Kahit na may Prowler sila ditong kasama, hindi pa rin kasi siya kaparehas ng, for example, a blind na kayang ibigay ni Frostmind on the Omen itself. O kaya ng isang breach na kayang mag-blind talaga. On another note, dito sa agent selection ng Paper Rex, you can't have any blind at all. Literal, wala. 0 blind ang meron sila aside lang dun sa utilities na kayang ibigay ni Divide na nababasag o kayang basagin ng kalaban nyo. So, ang hirap talaga makapag-entry nito for the side of Paper Rex, man.
Mag-aano sila, sinasabi ko, bahala na si Davai makakuha ng Prowler. Pero, yun na yung timeout, di ba? Ano na mag-timeout dito, man? Kasi pag di sila mag-timeout, tutuloy lang to ng Boom Esports. Piniem ko na yung coach na, pre, timeout mo naman, ano ba? Ayan
na.
Nag-reply sa akin, sorry akin.
Ito na, boss. Time-out ko na. Pero problema talaga to for Paper Rex side. But if the swap happens as well later on, ganun din, Billy. Kasi pag yung agent pick ng Boom Esports, very much balance. Compared talaga dito sa pick ngayon ng Paper Rex. But it's still too early to say kung hindi talaga nag-work out yung agent composition nila. Malalaman naman natin yan pag nag-swap din naman yung sides natin and as the round goes along. But Berserks here, rather with Neon, is a fairly new agent pagdating dito sa Haven. No? Typically, nakikita natin more on Fracture. But this time around, it's nice to see that it's being pulled out on other maps as well.
Pero flip side mga kaibigan, with that off angle dito lang sa may taas ng B, hindi ni-expect ni Jing yun. Ito si Jing, kilala natin yan. Hindi ko makakalimutan yung ending na ginawa niyan dati sa Icebox sa B, na naka-save sila tapos nag-ace sila tapos panalo pa. Napakagad ng game ender na ginawa ni Jing dito. Pero ang tanong, can he still do it right now? Can he pop off dito sa game na to? Ito si Jing, parang ngayon lang pumasok to, di ba? Tama, ngayon lang pumasok to Recently lang ngayon 2022, so bagong salta yan. So kahit bagong salta yan, literal na talaga sobrang solid niya. Pero that is for sake, we're gonna take down Blaze King right now. I have no idea kung bakit hindi pa rin napatay si Hindi ko alam kung bakit hindi pa rin napatay si Jing. Na kahit wala silang mga flashes dito, talagang kayang-kaya pa rin nila. Benkai trying to wall up at that point of the map right now para syempre makakuha sila ng plant dito. Pero nga Frostmite from up above, is he gonna get that paranoia? Probably dito lang din sa may baba, dito sa may bandang dito sa may bandang graffiti, para syempre for sure na meron talaga makuha siya with that paranoia. And yes, that is the paranoia. Pero nga Benkai catches one as well. Frostmite inside that smoke, makakuha siya, maybe not. Pero 3v4 out of this game right now, the clock is ticking already. And for Paper Rex, they're giving a hard time for BME na makapasok dito. Wala silang idea kung nasan ba sila. Napakadami pang utilities ng Paper Rex dito at walang choice ang Boom Esports kung hindi mag-back na lang din talaga. Kahit 3v3 to, mag-out na sila.
Sobrang ingat nilang maglaro dito, bes no? Tipong kaya pa naman palagan kung sakasakali makakuha sila ng kahit isang pick lang. Pero hindi na talaga nila nilalabanan kahit 3 pang silang player na natitira. So, iniiwasan talaga nila na mapitas at mapitas sila ng tuluyan dito at completely ma-destroy yung economy na meron sila, no? In this kind of safe place, there may be rounds na hindi mo alam, maraming what ifs. What if tinry natin i-retake? What if sinubukan natin? Pero this time na ginagawa ng Boom Esports, they're not a team that is quite like that. So more on safe play style ang meron tayo dito na nakikita. But on paper, Rex, it's still gonna be a problem really soon. What if yung Boom Esports nag-decide sila na lumaban na?
Oo. Ba't ka laban, di ba?
O babawi.
Pag lumaban ka, literal, na hindi ka babawi. Pero, 5v5 right now mga kaibigan, that is Tebotol, who's gonna go down to the hands of Jing Blaze King right now. Catches one as well. There's gonna be a big 4v4 pero Blaze King, they know it already kung nasa ngayon ang ating Sova. Pero Benkai pushing in at Paranoia is actually trying to follow kung saan ba pupunta dito si Blaze King. Pero Berserk's being revealed, nakita na yung pigtail ni Neon mga kaibigan. 1v3 right now, 4 seconds inside. Pero 4 seconds, can he get that big clutch? There's a 1v3 right now. Merong, alam na 4 seconds kung nasa yung isa, nakuha yung trap, pero that is the push for second, low on HP. Pwede lang makita si Neon dito, pero alam niya tamang trade-off na talaga pwede nang gawin. Pero kala for second mga kaibigan, kailangan niya muna patayin si Flipsider, but Flipsider will gonna take him down, and 6-5 already in favor of BME.
Alam mo yung hindi ko mawari dito sa Boom Esports? May mga time na actually hindi lang isang beses nangyari. Ito na ata yung pangatlong beses na tinutuloy-tuloy lang nila yung pagde-defuse. Yung hindi ko mawari sa kanila, may time sila na hindi sila pupush for the retake itself dahil kahit tatlo pa sila. Pero may mga time na talagang harap-harapan nilang dinedefuse yung spike. Alam mo yun?
Oo. Well, talagang pwede natin sabihin na kahit
choose your battle no?
Kahit nasa play-ins ang BME, kayang-kaya pa rin talaga nilang patumbahin yung powerhouse ng SGMY dito or MYSG, which is ang Paper Rex. Pero the Vice, simulan na muna talaga. Alam nilang wala silang flash dito, so simulan na with that Prowler. Sinusundan niya ang pagpunta na dito, pero mukhang wala naman talaga taong dito sa may aiming mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, baka makita ni si Blaze King. All you gotta do is just push in already. Pero Blaze King knows what's up. Alam niya na si Reyes, nandun lang din sa may kilid na yun. Pero as you can see, the players of BME is just outside this site. They're not actually contesting. They're actually waiting for the positioning of the players dito ng BME, yung mga perfect entry, yung mga Paranoy, ang ganda nung ang ganda nung position dito ni Omen mga kaibigan. Doon lang din talaga sa VCT, but the Vi will get that 3, but he's gonna be second jump of Frostmite right now. It's all up to Benkai and Forsaken. Forsaken meron siyang ultimate ngayon, kaya Frenzy lang ang gamit niya. So Frostmite, if ever talaga lumabas ka, literal na paktay ka din ha. And Forsaken, that head, hindi tumama yung tour de force, pero switch it up with a headhunter to get your head. Nice one, baby.
Ang bilis din ng swap no? Ang bilis pumindot dito ni Kuya mo Forsaken para makapag-swap nga into a headhunter and secure that kill instead. And the flashes from the breach as well kay Tebotol. Ang ganda ng pagkakakonect dito sa mga players. Ang kaso nakareact talaga na mabilis si Davai, no? But Frostmine was definitely there to catch up on the kill. Ang kaso nga lang talaga, the pressure was definitely on the side of Boom during that time. Ngayon, magsaswap na tayo ng side. Pantay ang laban. Dikit na dikit. Literal, 6-6 ang score natin dito. At kung mapapansin natin the rounds itself, yung first 2 rounds na nakita natin was gotten or was able to be nakuha ng Boom Esports. And then the other rest, yung sunod-sunod, 4 consecutive rounds lang ang nakikita natin. Talagang pantay when it comes to execution style.
Sobrang pantay lang din talaga. Well, siguro ang BME sobrang napag-aralan din ng Paper. Kasi they're not gonna pick this map if ever sila naman din talaga maratalo dito for sure. I mean, you have that advantage, you have the strategy for Paper X naman. I mean, itong Haven kasi mga kaibigan, lahat ng teams malakas dito. Legit.
Sa true lang. Sa Pacific Stage 2 malamang. The best of the best kumbaga sa mga specific regions kung saan man sila nanggaling. And as per usual, itong Paper Rex Boom Esports, ito pa yung mga kasabayan ng Team Secret way back even when they were in another organization, Bren Esports. And ito pa rin yung mga magkakasabay dyan, best. So, pagdating dito sa sitwasyon na ngayon na nakikita natin, as Paper Rex is still trying to figure out ways here on how they can take on more rounds feeling ko talaga sa Boom Esports, kung nilabanan nila yung mga rounds na tatlo sila nagsisave, kaya eh.
Mm.
Mas
And,
mataas yung points nila siguro ngayon.
sorry, nawala. Na-disconnect yung yung Discord ko. Ano ba yan? Disconnect ako eh. Pero, actually, hindi ko narinig yung buo sinabi mo. Pero, maganda yun. Tama ka, partner.
Yung pinaalis eh, no? Naingayan yung
Lahat-
Discord sa'yo. Ikaw yung pinatalsik best eh.
Lahat na sinabi mo, huwag kang mag-alala, tama. Kasi babae ka.
Pero itong ating match ngayon, syempre, right now, frenzy lang para sa tatlong players right now for Paper Rex's side and for BME. Ganun din naman, no? So, tamang frenzy lang talaga. Pero ngayon, Boom Esports now on the attacker's side, they have a Neon na kayang bumilis or mag-iba ng pacing when it comes to the team strats.
Yeah, pero nga lang, si Forsaken napaka-asim ng kuya mo, pero tulad nga nakikita natin kanina, parang high risk and high rewards lang din talaga dito if ever. Yes, sobrang nag-push si Forsaken dun sa may A-long, and what if meron siya napatay? Kung wala, it's fine, makakapag-rendezvous out naman siya. Anyway, pero the players of BME will go here and C instead. They're not gonna go A, they're not gonna push B, and C is the way it is. Benkai, napakadaming utilities talaga na binabato rin talaga ng Paper Rex para syempre maubos ang mga players ngayon ng BME. Pero habang ginagawa yun ng Papers, habang nagbabato sila mga utilities dito, binibilang ng BME kung ano na yung mga nabato nila. Wala na silang slow, wala na silang wall, so pwede tayo makapasok dito ng A. For Xerx, pushing it already. For Xerx will gonna get his head. Pero Jeng, mga kaibigan, that is the pain siya medyo delikado ngayon sa Tempotol. Oh no! Sayang, hindi man lang napatay si Tempotol doon magkababa ng Seas. Pero Tempotol, super low on HP. That is the hunt as well. Pero that is Omen though. Pero yun nga lang, Frostman will gonna get killed by Benkai. Benkai with another one right now. Pero the strike in your face! The fight catches one! And Davai with another one, 6-7. What a perfect retake that PRX did. Kasi yun yung gusto ng PaperX, mga kaibigan. I mean, as you can see, that is the C's plus that pain shells. Kasi isipin mo, if ever natamaan ka ng C's, matik kalahati agad ang buhay mo. Tapos matamaan ka pa ng pain shells, literal na mawawala ka talaga doon, men.
Parang wala ka ring takas eh. Isipin mo rin kasi kapag na-seize ka tapos nakatago, like the breach, exactly what happened dun sa breach, no? Nakatago ka dun sa kanang side kahit papano dun sa patience. Pero, ang matindi dun, lalabas din yung ibang mga players pagdating sa A-Link. So wala ka talagang takas, no? Kung sakasakali man, the right side is the safest bet for you. But yung mga ganitong multiple utilities na pinagsasabay-sabay ng Paper Rex na tatakpan yung butas when it comes to the agent comps.
Yung mga
Hirap na hirap sila mag-entry kanina, bes eh. Kasi isipin mo, wala silang jet. Sayang yun, wala yung mga smoke, walang bilis. Walang ganun eh.
Eh ngayon, meron silang siege. Yun
na nga.
Yun ang pinakaganda.
Oy, hello!
Davai with a spray and pray. We're gonna take down 3. We're gonna go with the 4th one right now. Davai finishing everyone dito sa BME, mga kaibigan. Tikman nyo ang Spectre ko. 6-8 already. And Jing will get that showstopper ulti orb para syempre mas mahirapan pa pagpasok dito ng BME. Pero mga kaibigan, look at the guns na meron ng Paper Rex. 4 pa silang may Spectre dito. Si Benkai, men, nadrapan na lang din ang Spectre. Oh, it's fine, di ba? There's no way naman na mag-vandal tong mga to kasi bonus, at the end of the day, sila pa rin talaga yung lamang and bonus naman to. And for the vibe, muntik na siya kahit 2 HP yan, men. Meron pa rin talaga siyang pera. If ever na matalo dito ang BME, wala silang pera next round. Paper X, kahit anong mangyari sa round na to, marami pa rin silang pera. Baka naman makakahingi kami dyan, sir. At isa pa nga dito sa factors to consider as well, kung paano gamitin ni Davai yung utilities niya. Kanina nakita natin, ginamit niya yung Hunt to actually mimic like a flash or whatever, or like a recon as well, nasasabayan mo ng labas, no? So kung masasabayan naman nila yung mga utility play, lalo na for the side of Paper Rex, malaki talaga ang possibility nito na magtuloy-tuloy. Ito na nga si Forsaken, tumanggap lang siya ng napakaraming damage doon at mapapa-atras ka na lang talaga dyan, sir. Dahil nga lang doon sa pixel angle, talagang nasa bingit na siya ng kamatayan. medyo GG lang din talaga if ever nandun ka. Pero yun nga lang uulitin ko sa Forsaken, tamang headhunter lang naman na meron siya. Frenzy, yes, yan lang ang pwede na magamit dito. Pero importante, meron pa siyang 4 na putok ng headhunter. So, sakto 5 to. So, 4 ang mapapatay na dito if ever nandun talaga tumama siya. Pero yun nga lang yung isa hindi tumama. Pero Berserks, mga kaibigan, ito na rin talaga pinaka-aantay nila ang Seize plus that Pain Shells combo na ginagamit nila. Tebotol nakakuha pa ng isa. Pushing ito 4v5 right now. Mind Freak, yes, natag siya kahit paano. Pero kung napapansin mo, halos wala pa rin talagang bawas ang BMA dito. Well, wala naman silang heal, wala silang sustain, pero they have the utilities that they need para sa kanila na makapasok dito sa site though. Pero talagang B na lang din talaga ang kaya nilang puntahan dito, mga kaibigan, kasi nga talagang sobrang napunta na rin talaga ng mga players ngayon ng Paper Rex yung mga utilities na dito sa A. So that is Benkai from behind catching one. Tebotol, wala siyang makita dito, wala siyang marinig. Mindfreak nakakuha pa rin isa. It's all the Berserks right now, pushing it a 1v1 situation right now, but Mindfreak will get your head. And Mindfreak, mga kaibigan, libreng vandal para sa kanya. Allows pera ang BME 6-9. Nice!
Nice! Ang ganda ng ano doon, ang ganda ng bonus na pinakita ng Paper Rex. Una sa lahat ng nangyaring yan nang dahil lang sa Nightfall. Na-push back lahat ng players ng Boom Esports dito. Pag natamaan ka kasi ng Nightfall, nadidrain yung buhay mo for a few seconds. And tinake opportunity yun ni Benkai. Unfortunately, no, nakakuha lang siya ng isang kill, namatay rin siya agad. Ang kaso, syempre, nagimbal na sila, naguluhan na sila kung saan ba sila sisilip talaga doon. Ito si Forsaken, sumisilip on garage itself. Pero si Jing ang unang makakapatay dito. Berserk was able to take a trade, pero Forsaken taking a kill before he rendezvous out. Mindfreak waiting for the perfect opportunity kung kailan lalabas ang mga kalaban, habang si Flips bumubuelo na rin on Silong itself. Hindi niya ata alam na may tao dito on Silong dahil with that smoke, but he's very much aware na kaya niyang bantayan ang C-site.
Kayang-kaya ba ng gamitin ng mga kaibigan, pero kala medyo delikado rin talaga yung mga players ngayon ng BME kasi nga talagang tuloy-tuloy din talaga na ginagawa ng Paper Rex dito. Pero si Blaze King, for a second catching one, nilabas ang headhunter, isa na lang bala ang meron yan. Si Blaze King, kahit matamaan ka sa katawan, sure na patay ka na kasi 50 lang naman ang damage yan. Kung anong damage ng Sheriff, yun din ang damage ng headhunter ngayon. Pero Blaze King, Tony Prowler, hinabol siya. Tony Prowler sa mukha, Davai with a spray and pray, 6-10!
Ang ganda ng utility usage talaga ni Davai. Ang ganda rin ng pagsabay niya talaga dito. Yung galawan niya parang malaskay eh. Alam mo yon, yung pseudo-duelist type na klase ng galawan. Really getting on the kills itself. Siya na yung nag-skill. Siya pa yung kumukuha ng kills as well. Tsaka aside from that, ang ganda ng hold pagdating sa garage pati C. Hindi ka makapasok eh.
Oo, tama. Pero sana makabawi siya kahit paano. Pero at the end of the day, talagang lalaban dito ang BME hanggat hindi pa tapos tong game na to.
Sa true lang, papatimeout lang sila dyan. Pero nakita naman natin kung gaano nila kayang gawin during the time na nasa kanila yung defense, no? Ito na nga yung nakikita natin, the difference or the disadvantages a while ago for the agent picks that Paper Rex had. Yes, may slow na play dapat gawin dito ang Paper Rex dahil wala silang opportunity maliban kay Jing na talagang mag-explosive play dito on site. But wala silang jet na walang smoke and etc. and everything else. Pero pagdating naman sa defense, lalo na may mga siege wall ka, may mga traps ka from the chamber, may boombot ka, may stars ka. Ang dami mong pwedeng paglaruan, lalo na yung pagsasabay dito ng paint shells saka ng Z's.
Literal na sabay-sabay tayo. Sino kumanta nun?
Kalimutan ko na eh.
Pero, dito sa game natin ngayon, mga kaibigan, talagang galit na rin talaga ang Paper Rex ngayon kasi all they're gonna do is just push it and they try to defend itong mga sites na pinupush ng BME ngayon, and everyone is actually here in A already. Pero magpupush ba sila or not? Yeah,
wala na si Jing, no?
Wala na si Jing. So, Blaze King. If ever lumabas ka dyan, kalmado lang siya, no? Wala eh. I mean, alam mo tawag dito, game sense lang, pero hindi. Sige, Blaze King, mag-ano dito. Spider sense, malay mo, di ba? Pero talagang ginamit na talaga yung kanyang owl drone. So, ano ba naman ang 300 pesos sa isang taong mawawala dito sa, di ba? Sa BME, di ba?
Sa true lang. Pero itong side ng Boom Esports, pasok na sila sa B side when it comes to the chamber ha. Pero hindi pa rin dumadaan yung ibang mga players. Talagang tamang trigger discipline lang para kay Flips para makuha tong kill na to. Secured naman yung kill eh. Basta tama yung magiging shot mo. No? Huwag ka lang talaga masyadong late. Ang kaso nga lang, umiikot dito si Mindfreak. Baka hindi niya alam na may tao nga sa city side and that is gonna be Blaze King just waiting patiently. Kung mapapansin mo, halos walang lumabas ng base, Bes. Yung nagplant lang ng spike, yun na yun.
Malay mo, takot.
Kaya pala nagtago eh, no?
Oo, takot sila eh. Wala
Pero grabe tong post-plant na to. Simula dun sa start ng round.
I don't think so.
Mamaya pa ata matatapos to eh.
True
Talagang,
lang.
talagang
Kung ano yung
lalaban
binilis.
talaga ang BM eh. Kung anong binilis ng mga games, biglang
Binagal
bumawi.
dito eh.
Binawi
Syempre.
ng BME, no? Pero Frostmind here, waiting dito lang sa may city. At ang gagawin lang ng PaperX dito, syempre, partner, at the end of the day, RGX operator pa rin yan, di ba? Syempre, ayaw niyang bigyan ng operator, RGX pa yung skin, di ba?
Dapat yung gray lang kung bibigyan
Oo,
mo.
matte black, ganun.
Matte black
Ganun
lang.
Oo, matte black. Shoutout nga pala kay Pico na ninenebol ang ang legs ko. Ano ba, baby?
Lumalaki na si Pico, guys.
Oo, man.
Malapit na yan.
Malapit na to.
Malapit na. Naku po. 7-10 is the score right now. Paper Rex with a 3-round lead as of this moment. At si Forsaken, 18 kills lang naman, 7 deaths. Hindi pa umaabot ng double digits yung deaths niya dito. At mukhang si Jing nakongkas, no? Mapapaatras na lang ang ibang mga players. Gusto sana nilang maging aggressive dito sa may ilong, but mapipigilan because of the utilities that's been used.
Yeah, this is the utilities, mga kaibigan, na kailangan talaga lang gamitin. Pero for the side of PaperX though, they have Jing anyway. So if ever talagang pumasok dito if ever na nagkita ang BME at saka si Jing dito sa literal na may sasabog ang bungo. Literal na may sasabog na muka, mga kaibigan, promise. Ang tanong, sino yun?
Kaninong teammate? Yun yung tanong. Yung trap dito, saktong-sakto din yung smoke nung Omen, no? So, right now, no movements at all for the side of Paper Rex. Pero itong Boom, sobrang silent killer nila. Sobrang assassin mode yung team na to. Gapang lang kung gapang, walang alam yung players ng Paper Rex, kaya sila nauubos at napipitas.
Yeah, pero mga kaibigan, ito lang kalampag ng papagpupuntang mga kaibigan. Pero ito na talaga si G, nagbabatay lang din talaga. Pero nasa ni here comes the party na pwedeng sabihin ni Jing dito para syempre mas mahirapan pa yung mga players na makapasok dito sa may A. Pero Frostman will gonna plant the spike already. And then there's a pain shells already. Pero ito na! Here comes the party! Walang sumabog! Walang sumabog na bungo, mga kaibigan! Pero Hot will gonna be denied. Bobby Fowler dito lang sa may Graffiti, 2v3 right now for a second without operator. Can they still win this or not? Davai, siya na lang mag-isa. Meron pa siyang pera next round, so pwede pa siyang bumawi kahit pa paano. Pero 1v3 without an HP, medyo mahirap to. The clock is ticking already. Tempo talo. Yes, wala na siyang buhay dito. Pero medyo nagbabati na dito talaga si Blaze at si Frostmind dito sa mapa na to.
Wala na, hindi na ata lalabas si
Wala na
Davai dito. Pero ang ganda ng play dito ni Frostmind, ha? Sure death yun kung wala siyang TP out. Dahil nakapag-TP out siya after niya ma-seize tapos sumalo ng konting damage from the paint shells, nakaligtas pa siya kahit papaano. So, this is a secured round for Boom Esports right now. At best, alam ko na kung sino kumanta nun.
Si Marian.
Si Marian Rivera pala.
Oo, ano?
Hindi ko alam yun, Tayo.
Alam mo ba si Marian? Ang ganda ni Marian Rivera eh, no? Pero mas maganda si May.
Pero mas maganda ka, wag ka papatalo.
Oo, man. Mas maganda ako sa kanya. Mas maganda ako sa kanya.
Patay mat yung Paper Rex dito. Yung chamber yung talaga kumukuha ng mga frags eh, no? Long range duel kasi lalo na kapag sisilip ka sa A-long at C-long. Talagang pangmalayuan yung mga tour de force, yung mga headhunter, ganang-gana talaga, lalo na sa mapa na to. At dito nga natin nakikita nagsashine yung mga chamber picks, no? And despite the disadvantages here right now, ay, may extra na pala, no? Nakikita na natin kung ilan pwedeng beses silang mag-time out.
Actually,
kung pang ilang time out na nila.
Ngayon lang lumabas to eh.
upgrade no?
Grabe
Real-time.
naman. Grabe naman.
May
Grabe
patch
naman
notes.
talaga ang Valorant. Diyos ko. Isipin mo, kalagitnaan ng tournament, may bago. Saan nyo nakikita yan? Valorant lang yan, men. Promise. Oh.
Biglang naglalabas ng bagong mapa sa gitna ng tournament. Mga
Sana
ganun.
nga, ang pinakamasaya siguro mangyayari dito, kalagitnaan ng tournament, bigla natin marinig yung comms
Biglang lumabas lahat no?
Oo, pag sa... Oo, okay lang sa ibang bansa kasi hindi naman natin naiintindihan. Pero pag sa
maintindihan.
Pinoy, Diyos ko po, lalo-lalo na Team Secret, pag
Delikado
nag-uusap-usap yun,
Tanggal
naku po.
talaga.
Oo, nakikita natin si Jeremy. Tito, okay na po, napatay ko na po, pwede na po kayong commentary.
I-defuse ko na po ba? Mga ganon ang galawan nila. Prowler dito, nilabas. Pero si Davai, tamang antay lang din. May mga concuss na ginagamit yung Neon. Pero ubus na ata yan dahil that is the third concuss that he's been using right now. 5v5 pa rin naman. Walang naging skirmish on a short. Talagang ambahan lang pagdating sa utilities.
Ambahan, kumbaga, ganon yung usapan nila dito mga kaibigan. Pero
Hawak
yun nga lang,
tenga lang.
ito na si Flipsider. Mention na kanina kaibigan si Mindfreak just right there waiting at that corner. Mindfreak pero si Flipsider sa may gong. Pero, 4v5 right now. They have the Astral Divide. One more ultimate orb for that Tour de Force. Pero importante, meron silang revive. Jing catching one right now. Pero Davai, that is like the quick mamba out lang dito para syempre makapag-rotate siya agad. Hunter's Fury, not gonna catch anyone. Pero wala rin nakuha yung paranoia. Always check your corners, kapatid. And Recon bot will gonna connect onto one. Shock dart. The damage is not enough to take down that guy. Blaze King will get two. It's all up to Davai. 1v1 with a great one. Davai versus Blaze King. Who will get that kill? Hindi pa rin napaplan. Pero kalang Davai. Tinignan niyo yung Spike, mga kaibigan. Chinag na. Spike ba talaga to?
Sure na ba to? Mukhang ba to, sir?
Ito na,
nakaplant na ba yan? Mukhang nakaplant kasi, bes.
Yung ginagawa nila si Blaze King parang... Di ba tumitingin-tingin siya? Pinig niya yung Spike. Spike here. Mga ganun siya.
Nasigawan nata siya ng kakampi. Yung Spike, di mo pa napaplant.
Tapos pinig niya yung
siya, bes,
Spike. Spike here. Ito, andito lang, men.
Kahit wala na siyang kakampi, no? Pero dito talaga yun. I was wondering about the rotations here of the two players of Paper Rex. Kasi rinig na eh. Alam na nila may Omen, pero ang pinagtataka ko, or rather Astro,
nakatingin siya.
Pinagtataka ko, talaga sila, nagdikit sila.
Oo.
Hindi yung separate na rotations, pero ito na naman, deja vu lang. Nakita na natin kanina tong galawan na to, pero mukhang ubos, pati pantubos for the side of Paper Rex. Si Frostmind na lang ang natitira dito. Boom! Isa-isa silang nawala.
Wala silang pera dito next round, partner. Ito talaga ang pinakamahirap sa kanila. Pero Frostmind, makakakuha ba siya dito ng isa? Kailangan mo talagang mag-bamba out na lang din dyan kasi kailangan mo ng pera next round. Pero Benkay, oh my God! Tinurbo! Dinutbot yung control, mga kaibigan. Talaga ang nangyari.
Yun talaga nangyari doon, guys. Nabura na yung control para
Oo,
lang
burado na,
mapili to. Pero tignan natin yung replay. Paano nga ba nawala at nabura lahat ng mga players ng Boom Esports dito dahil mukhang tumama yung paranoia sa kakampi ni Frostmind. Tsaka naikutan na pala nila on towards mid. Nag-rotate talaga na mabilis yung Paper Rex.
Oo, pero hindi pa naman tapos to kasi this might be the last round of the day. Pero ang sinabi ng BMA dito, sige pre, bili na lang tayo. Kung napapansin mo partner, halos wala silang armor dito, Besiwap. Best, nasan yung armor nila? Meron silang 50, yes, meron silang 22. Yun lang yung meron sila. Pero medyo half-violent talaga sila dito, partner. No? Pero you really need to make the most out of everything that you have. Jing, catching one right now. Pero meron pa siyang ultimate, dalawang kills na lang. Meron siyang ultimate orb ngayon. Forsaken, Diyos ko po, isang pag lumabas yung kapa ni Sova, literal na pakta ito. Pero Taibotol, munti ka na dito sa operator ngayon ni Forsaken, and kahit nagpalit sila ni si Jing at si Forsaken, kahit nagpalit sila ng role, talagang kayang-kaya nila. Pero kita mo natin ngayon na si Forsaken, mga kaibigan, literal na J. Rizal, si Berserks, pero Frostmind again, the only man remaining but Davai, ending your life. 8-13 already, and Paper X will win dun sa mapang pinili ng kalaban nila. 1-0 para sa top 1 ng Asia Pacific.
There you have it. Game number 1 para sa ating pangatlong series nga na ito. At kitang-kita naman sa mukha ng players ng Paper Rex na isa sila sa mga team dito na nag-e-enjoy maglaro no? Yung ibang mga teams, pag nakikita natin yung player camps, lahat seryoso. Pero itong Paper Rex, makikita mo si Benkay nakahiga sa chair niya. Alam mo na, yung mga ganun, tamang-tambay lang. But yet again, this is just the first game para sa ating best of 3 series. And Boom Esports, maganda yung start nila on the half. But moving along and moving forward, lalo na nag-swap ng sides when it comes to the attacker, hindi na nila mabuluhan maganda yung combination ng utilities dito na pinapakita ng Paper Rex.
Yeah. And syempre, talagang dumating talaga tayo sa point na, nakahabol ang mga players ng Boom Esports. Pero at the end of the day, the better team talaga is Paper Rex dito mga kaibigan. I mean, actually, I want to point out yung pinakaunang round dito sa game na to na sobrang high risk, high reward moment nila na literal na 4 ang nag-push dito sa labas ng B for them to catch everyone off guard. Medyo nagulat yung Paper Rex, so hindi nila ine-expect yun. And yung ginagawa ni Forsaken, high risk and high reward din talaga eh. Kasi yes, what if meron siya mapatay with that headhunter? Pero if ever meron, edi nice one. Pag meron siya napatay na isa, mamba out na talaga siya. If ever walang napatay, mamba out na talaga siya. May rendezvous naman siya. So literal talaga mabubuhay naman siya doon kahit papano. And pabilisan na din talaga ng kamayan for sure. Pero mga kaibigan, it's gonna be game number 2 already dito sa ating third series of the day. Once again, you're watching Paper Rex versus Boom Esports, top 1 of Asia Pacific versus top 4 of Asia Pacific on your screens right now. We are the mods. Babalik kami. See you later.
Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It don't matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZ's don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine.
Is it possible we could last forever? And ever, and ever.
Paper Rex just showing us Paper Rex things here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. 13-8 was the score on the board for their game against Boom Esports over on Haven, which, by the way, was a Boom Esports pick. Now, Boom Esports, of course, quite the valiant effort, but fell a little bit short against the very experienced team By the way, Dad Femina, likable Entrix here on the panel. Dad Femina, I really thought that this was going to be an incredibly close game, but when the round switched, Paper Rex showed no mercy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, it was a pretty rocky start, honestly, not gonna lie. I really feel like it all fell into how they set their team comp as well. Very start of that Agent Select, they decided to play as many attacking rounds and win as many attacking rounds as they could, because I believe that their team comp is more defensive sided. But at least they cut it a little bit more close, and that's like the best case scenario for them. As Boom Esports, they also demonstrated that they can also hold W. They can also like play that proactive game, especially when they were on that defensive side. But when the round switched, like you said, they got a bit more demolished. We saw a bit more Paper Rex all throughout that round, and I kind of feel like that's where that team comp actually comes into play a bit more than the first half. Like, you let Forsaken do Forsaken things, like you can let him like put down his rendezvous, put out more presence around C long, maybe play around that Roger B side more effectively. But he can also he's also very intelligent at how he uses his rendezvous, right? So he can maneuver himself all around the map more effectively and very much efficiently as well. But even if he finds that pickoff, finds that duel, and sometimes if he doesn't get the kill, he could find himself like really low HP. That's the reason why they picked up Menkai for that stage, right? So perfect reset for him. He can be able to do more and more Paper Rex things, like play aggressively more and more utility heavy then, as well as the Vi. I mean, this guy, I would like to remark like Jing here, but the Vi himself just impressed me. Triple-double across this Haven map. I mean, if Forsaken was the MVP, then this guy was the right-hand man.
I couldn't agree more. I loved seeing Davai on that Fade. It actually inspires me to play Fade myself, even though I've never tried her out yet. But on a different note, I felt like watching this match, especially at the start, it felt a lot like which team was making less mistakes, or which teams were actually punishing the mistakes that the other was doing. And it felt like when that half switched and Paper Rex was on that defender side, they were a little more switched on, being able to hold the angles, more aware of the position of Boom's chamber. And it just felt like it was getting really clean near that end. You saw that the utilities were coming out, they were more confident, they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and I love seeing that in the team.
Well, we talk about Flipster all the time. I mean, this guy was online as early as round 2 or round 3. I think around round 2 he got like a 4K, and as round 3 came, the tour de force was already ready, and he got a collateral kill off of Paper Rex as they rotated to C side. It was just crazy to watch that round. But again, we've already gotten so used to Flipster just showing us his chamber kills. Give him the Headhunter, give him the Tour de Force. He's just ready to knock some heads off. But I do want to point out that we mentioned a little bit about the competitions over here, right? And Tatamino and I were talking behind the scenes on how they had a little bit more, on the side of Paper X, they had more of this defensive composition that they had. But I did notice that they had this specific execution on A side, wherein they would wall off, not exactly the entire entrance to the site, but they would provide a little bit more space for the enemy to actually come into A side, and then they have to take down the wall. And then there were 3 people, not like the usual one, there were 3 people holding off of Graffiti, waiting for someone to wide swing. One of the people was watching the Heaven on A side, and then, as soon as somebody swings from the spawn, like 1 or 2 people would swing from the spawn, you have 2 other people that are watching the swing come to life, and they would just trade it off. They won't allow anybody to actually get into the side. And this is why I think the scoreline was really close, and how Paper Rex was actually able to close the gap as the round progressed. But again, Dad Femina, we're talking about as this round switched, it was more evident than ever that the composition of Paper Rex was more defensive-sided.
Yeah, I talked about like Forsaken like already, but man, you gotta hand it to how Divide like held it down like all throughout that first half. Yeah. I mean, since Forsaken himself was like lurking all throughout that Haven map, in most cases, he also like tries to overreach as well. Divide has been that constant force ever since that first half, and it also translated well to that second. And you know that when Paper Rex tried to at least get their rounds back on that defensive half, that's when their composition started to shine, right? Yeah, they got like specific things that they wanted to accomplish, but I feel like things would have been different and a little bit more easier if they got that double initiator comp that I already saw from Benkai. Like now he picked up that Sage. He wants to fortify that defense, and yes, they got that set play also in the read position that I like to call around that A side. But now that we find ourselves in the helm where Paper X actually won so many of their defensive rounds, it just proves the point that they can pull off any sort of team comp, and I don't think that teams, or a lot of them at least, are prepared for it.
God, this is what makes Paper X such a scary team. Again, they're very innovative, but like when they pull these compositions out and just surprise the enemy, what hope do they have of going up against a team that's so ready to pull out these new compositions and just bring on the action? Oh my goodness. But I do want to mention that, Trix, I love your cat over there. Hello to your kitty. I was waiting for the cat to actually pop off of Dad Famina's feet over there, but that wasn't the case. But hey, Trix, talk to us about Fracture over here.
Fracture, one of those maps I love to see that neon there. I feel like it has more impact than it does on a map like Haven. You know, neon needs that information, it needs those tighter angles in order to be able to win those duels, force those fights. But I felt like in Haven earlier, it just didn't feel like there was a lot of impact coming in from Boom's neon pick. So coming into Fracture, I hope that Boom Esports plays it more aggressively, because Paper Rex also likes to take those picks early, but they also don't overextend. But we always seem to find that they have a lurker. So I am hoping that Boom Esports is going to get their timing down pat, because Paper Rex just kind of one-upping them there.
I mean, very start, like right off the bat, I mean, that first map, Boom Esports, they just wanted to be that whole W composition there. I mean, surprising Paper Rex very early on. You could see that there's potential as well for Boom Esports to actually pull out so many strats that I don't believe I've been seeing in a few of the mods that I've been studying. But and again, we definitely talk about like the potential that a lot of these APAC teams have to offer, and Boom Esports just demonstrating that they can definitely contend against teams like Paper X. But they need to like unlock that full potential, right? They need to make that happen now on this Fracture map, especially now that we're in game 2. Paper X has already gotten that first map, and that was Boom Esports' map pick, right? So now that they're on the territory of Paper X, plus they got that double duelist comp back up and running, aggressive routes back for Paper Rex. We can see them full force up and coming, head on, balls to the wall, aggressive positions out from Paper Rex here. But for Boom Esports, it's all order, but we definitely saw how much potential that they got in that Haven map. I definitely want to see that unravel, maybe the mystery that we are waiting to see out of Boom Esports.
I gotta be honest with you, not looking too good for Boom Esports over here. I mean, track record shows that this past year, Paper X having a 100% win rate on Fracture, that alone is a statistic that's enough to scare the competition away. But another thing is, again, you pointed it out, this is a Paper X pick. They have this down to a science. They're ready to bring it out. So I'm really hoping that Boom Esports has had enough of their research to be able to combat Paper X's reign over here on Fracture. Sometimes I pause and think that if the gameplay that we see here is even real, because it's always so unbelievable to see how they're able to execute these things that they go into the maps into. But I'm slapped with the next highlight, then I realize that, yes, these are actual people who are able to do amazing things in Valorant. And we're so lucky to get to see all of these up close and personal. And honestly, I can't wait to see more. We're off to map number 2, boys. Boys and girls, let's just go. Let's just go at it. I'm excited. Woohoo!
Game number 2 ang meron tayo dito with regards to Paper Rex versus Boom Esports pa rin ang nagtatapat. Taylor at Vil at Pigo nga pala as your casters para sa ating next match na ito. At susunod na mapa natin, Pico, ay Fracture. Oh, tama ko. Pati siya nagulat eh.
Kasi siya nagulat eh.
Pati siya na bad
tama.
trip.
So, it's gonna be game number 2 dito sa ating games, mga kaibigan. Pero, yun mo, best, parang nagmukha siyang puppy ulit eh. Dun sa...
Oo nga, para siya lumit ulit guys, para sa mga nanonood talaga ng VCT. Si Pico kasi, literal, bagong kuha pa lang ni Villa, nandito na yan sa broadcast. Ngayon, malaki na siya guys, at ngayon, naka-earphones na nga siya.
Pero yeah, I mean, dito sa game number 2, ito yung mga pinili ngayon ng PaperX. So this might be talaga na may chance siguro mag 2-0, pero sabi siguro ng BME, hindi kami papayag man. We don't wanna be there sa elimination kasi if ever natalo sila dito, isang talo pa nila GG na.
Yun nga eh. Kasi, syempre, bagsakan na, laglagan portion para sa lahat ng teams. Di naman sila naglalaro dito para sa wala, bes. Di ba? So, may mananalo, may matatalo talaga. At syempre, ngayon na series point na, kumbaga, ng Paper Rex. Isang game na lang ang kailangan nila. At kung tama pagkakarinig ko, Paper Rex ang pumili na itong mapa na to?
Paper Rex, yes.
Oh, naku po. Kaya problema ngayon yan. Pero malay mo, may mga pickers tayong nalalaman eh. So baka gumana dito for Boom Esports. Pero matindi-tinding strat play at tamang dasal ang kasabay nito.
Oo. Pero ito mga kaibigan, for a second pushing in already, pero nasa may mga ibang players ngayon ng PME. They need to stop the possible push na talagang ginagawa ngayon ng Jing and Friends. Pero kung napapansin mo partner, sobrang aggressive ngayon ang stance ng PaperX if ever because of that race, and syempre kasama pa si Neon Guerrero dito. Pero yung for a second, bigla siya madadazzled. Oh grabe, dazzled. Pero Jing mga kaibigan, catching one already. For a second, another one. So medyo delikado din talaga ang BME dito kasi kompleto sa kados pa ang PaperX. Wala pa namamatay kahit sa kanila. Forsaken, isa-isa sila pumapasok dito sa kamay ni Forsaken pero wala na siyang bala. Blaze King and Frostmind doing the job done, trying to take down 2. Pero it's all up to the remaining players of a BME kung paano nila kukunin to mga kaibigan. Medyo mahirap dito kasi may line up si kaibigang Mindfreak. Grabe. Kasi actually,
may line up lahat, bes.
Matindi. Isipin mo, may line up na nga si Mindfreak at saka si Benkay, meron pa siyang aftershock.
Yun diba? Na nga eh. Paano mo papasukin yun? Wala ka talagang choice. Kundi mamatay, kumbaga. But muntikan pa sila dun dahil nga hindi na-expect ni Mindfreak na umakyat na pala, no? So buti na lang nakongkas pa nung breach natin kahit pa paano. At least nakuha nila yung kill na yan. For Paper Rex's side, syempre magandang pangitain na agad to para sa kanila. Tsaka gustong-gusto ko talaga nakikita yung Neon pagdating sa Fracture. Lagi ko sinasabi yun, feeling ko dapat 100% may Neon na every time may Fracture eh.
Makatik na talaga, Neon Guerrero talaga papasok din, pero for a second ka na slide in, pushing in already, tamang slide lang din sa DMs, pero Berserks kaya ba ng pigilan dito, but pushing for a second, knowing na naka-spectre talaga siya, pero that is the Roomba, para syempre mas mahirap pa ba dito ang BME na makapagkuha nitong mapa na to, pero Spring and Frick at hindi nila nakikita, kaya talaga nila patayin to. Blaze King and Frostband, only my remaining again for the side of BME, for a second and Jing, going in already, pero mukhang mambaat muna sila kasi medyo delikado din talaga kasi what if naka-shorty yung dalawa, tulad ni Frostband, yes naka-shorty siya, pero King from the backside right now for the sake literal na talagang sinasagasaan lahat na makita niya.
Basta rumaragasang baril lang nakikita natin dito, pero Forsaken nga to get the final kill and to finish the round. A flawless round indeed for them. At syempre, alam nyo na, pag flawless round, lalo na pagdating sa bonus, tamang kumpleto pa rin lahat, walang bibili. Ultimo kaban ng bayan, talagang tataas at tataas to the moon.
Naol!
Naol! To the moon!
Naol!
Continue, it's Forsaken, malikot pa naman to gumalaw. Jet pa nga lang, hirap na hirap ka nang hulihin. Paano pa kaya yung Neon?
Di ba?
Tamang slide in lang yan.
Pati yung race din, di ba? Napakahirap nun, man. I mean, lumilipad-lipad. Isa isipin mo, lumilipad. Tapos yung isa nagsaslide. Diba? Talagang...
Saan titingin? Sa taas, sa baba?
Yun nga, hindi mo alam.
Lahat na, bes.
Oo, hindi mo alam kung saan ka titingin no? Pero sana, ang importante, huwag kang tumingin sa iba.
Tama.
Yan, diba?
Yan talaga ang tunay na kailangan sabihin dito. Pero Ito na nga yung wall. At talagang inaabangan ni Tebutol harap-harapan. Frostmine was able to take on a kill. That is gonna be Forsaken. Pero si Jing makakakuha rin siya ng isa. That is gonna be flips out of the equation. 4v4 situation ang meron tayo dito. Bonus round ang nilalaro ng Paper Rex. Nababagsak na nga si Davai. Short lang naman ang hawak niya kanina. Mind Freak was able to get a kill instead. Ito na yung pop flash na lalabas dyan at lumabas at sumilip na rin dito. Inunahan ni Benkai. The double trouble is definitely here. 2v1 situation. Nagde-defuse na ng spike sa site. Busy pa ang Paper Rex.
Tebutol mag-isa. BAM! Sumabog ang crash gear mga kaibigan. Literal na nag-crash yung gear. Pero may oras pa sila! Tebutol mag-isa! Pero 1v1 na nag-great right now. Sige, defuse mo. Wala siyang line-up doon!
Masyado silang na-busy dun sa pinapatay niya sa likod ng dish bes. Ang tagal nila bago mapatay yun na tipong na-half na ni Tebutol. Hindi pa napatay ng mga sumunod. Yun lang. Pero good bonus. Kung tutuusin, good bonus yun.
Good bonus indeed.
Dami nilang napatay eh. Bye-bye. Na maalam yung vandals nila dito.
Yeah. Makabawi naman sila dito kahit papaano, kahit gano'n na pinapakita nila. Pero importante na dito talaga, syempre sila ang may sila ang may lead. Pero partner, maraming namatay sa kanila. 'Di ba? 4 ang namatay sa kanila. So, darating talaga sa punto na wala silang arep dito dun para
si
Chong or
Tebutol lang.
Si Tebutol lang kasi siya lang naman yung nabuhay kanina. So, siya lang ang may vandal dito. Siya ang mag-a-anchor ng site na to. Kasi, ang anchor kasi mga kaibigan, siya talaga yung nagbubuhat. I mean, hindi naman nagbubuhat, pero siya na yung bahala. Sa kaibigan kasi namin, ang anchor, siya yung mabigat. Pero, Blaze King pushing in already at biglang nakita si Robo. Bigla kasi lumalabas-labas. Pero Forsaken with another one right now. Grabe naman talaga si Forsaken. Patay na. Binabaril pa. Pero, Frostman and Flipside lang tira dito mga kaibigan for Davai. Is he gonna peek out these players or not? Pero, meron tao doon sa may likod ng generator. Benkai, we're gonna plant the spike already. That Roomba, we're not gonna catch anyone. Pero merong aftershock dito talaga para mapalabas. Si Frostmine doon sa may Jenny and Davai. We're gonna end the lives of these players. 3-1. Still in favor of the team from MYSG.
Ganda talaga ng mga play dito, pati ng execution ng Paper Rex. Even on that round, na saktuhan lang naman sila na diffusean eh. Pero kung hindi sila naging busy doon talaga, kaya pa rin nilang kuhanin. And nakita naman natin, even if Boom Esports won the last round itself, wala rin silang perang pambili dito. Kaya ang laki din ng difference pagdating sa mga baril na hawak nila in trying to stop and trying to defend the site dahil nga rin sa firepower na dala-dala ng Paper Rex on the site itself. Ngayon, bagong round na naman na meron tayo at si Forsaken na naman ang kumukulit dito. Nakulitan si Tebutol kanina eh.
Kulit mo ha? Galaw ka ng galaw ha? Slide ka ng slide ha? Shoutouts nga pala kay Neon.
Sinoutout si Neon.
Oo. Diba?
Neon Guerrero.
Oo. Ito nga, kasi yung jacket na suot ko ngayon, ano to yung Neon jacket to
Neon jacket.
Si Valorant Agent number 19. Yan, tama. Tapos 20 si Fade. Tapos 21, hindi natin kilala si 21.
Wala
pero si
pa.
Berserks, mga kaibigan. Jing, pushing it. Parang ginagawa mo dyan!
Push sa kamatayan! Nag-satchel in!
Satchel ka pa!
Satchel in sa kamatayan yung ginawa dun eh. Masyadong naging aggressive na dito yung ibang mga players. Naubusan na ng pasensya. Pero si Flips tamang patience is a virtue para sa kanya. Nakakapag-set up na dito yung mga players ng Paper Rex on A side. At alam nila yan. The orbital strike coming in. Mag-force out na mag-reposition yung ibang players dito. Narinig na rin nila kung nasa si Flips. At pumasok na nga ng ganun-ganun lang. Naka-wall off or rather naka-smoke off kayo ng ibang mga players dito ng Paper Rex on A main. Ang problema nila ngayon, yung spike nasa site na.
Spike is inside the spike. The spike is inside the site already. Spike is dropped dito sa may A. So parang nila makakabawi ito. The fight with the swing. Pero yung makakapatid pa siya dun sa may drop. Medyo mahirap dito talaga. Pero Blaze King will gonna end his life. Benkai trying to go on with that huge clutch right now. Pero Blaze King will gonna end his life again. 3-2. And ito natin ata ang pagbawi ng BME. Grabe naman talaga yung mga players ng Boom Esports. Literal na ginawang puno ang Paper Rex dito sa game na to. And ito si Tebutol, magmaling bigkas lang ako, GG na eh. Bam!
Nag-satchel in pa rin sa kamatayan, di pa rin ako makaget over doon. Tsaka, kita mo si Flips, alam niya kung kailan yung timing ng orbital strike eh, no? Kung kailan mawawala. Pawala pa lang yung animation, nandun na siya sa loob, kaya nabigla din yung Viper kanina eh.
Oh, tsaka, if ever naman kasi in-orbital strike mo yung kakampi mo, hindi naman ganun kalakas yung bawas, di ba? Siyempre, may iba. Pero yun nga, so saan ka nakatingin, Flip?
Saan ka nakatingin,
Saan ka nakatingin, Flip? Literal na talagang nag-stand na sa kaliwa mo, pero sa kanan ka pa rin tumingin. Pero, Berserks mga kaibigan, tamang flank lang din talaga ang ginagawa dito sa mga players dito, pero for the side of PaperX, nag-lurk lang din si Chamber. Pero that is a Viper Spit coming in for the players of PaperX right now. Mindfreak just using that ultimate para syempre mas mahirapan para pag-retake ang BME dito. Benkai going down for a second, waiting patiently dito sa may drop, pero wala naman tao dyan. Nagbabantay lang sila kasi what if meron talaga dumaan dyan. Pero sa Dubai, like what I've said, nag-lurk lang siya and meron naman siyang tour de force ngayon. So what if talaga meron sila makuha dito and hindi ko alam kasi this is a 4v5 though.
Save.
I mean, 4-man save, yes, pwede mangyari yun kasi nga may ultimate may ultimate si Mindfreak, may ultimate pa si Davai, may ultimate pa si Forsaken. Kasi kaya hindi na sila mag-commit dito, bes. Kasi if ever natalo sila dito, sobrang broken by sila as in.
4-man save?
Ngayon lang ako makakita ng 4-man save, mga kaibigan.
Seryoso? Seryoso talaga. Ang problema nga yun nito syempre mapipitasan pa rin sila ng mga members kahit pa paano. Nakakuha sila ng mga kills doon. Pero hindi ko maintindihan. Alam mo yun? Parang 4-man save. 4v5 situation. 3 naka-Vandal, 1 naka-Spectre. Yung round doable Alam mo yun? Parang yung what if, hindi ko talaga siya isip
Alam mo, actually, kung boy si Flips, magka 5-man save yan.
Nahiya pa no? Sinugod sa Edina, sagarin yun na 5-man save.
Mag-save ulit kayo ngayon para syempre manalo pa ang PaperX. Yun naman ang gusto nyo, di ba? Pero sa mga kaibigan, ito rin talaga yung mga players ngayon ng PaperX going already dito sa may A. Pero Blaze King catching 1 already para sa Blaze King. Oh my God, saka tumitingin. Frostmind for a second catching 1. Try to go over the second one, pero medyo malayo lang dito kayo mga players ngayon ng BME. Pero merong aakit ata dito. Nakita ni Jing yung Robocop. Si Blaze King will gonna be down. Templeton all the way there sa may canteen. With all these utilities na ginagamit niya. Flips from behind to. Nilabas ang headhunter, pero siya makapatay ng isa. Pero Flips with that second kill onto that tour de force mga kaibigan. Templeton and Flips na lang natitira dito. Pero nga lang, this is the rolling thunder coming in from the players of the BME right now. Templeton catching 1-2. 2v1 right now. It's all up to Jing. Jing, wala siyang utilities ngayon. Jing trying to push in already. Pero let's see if makakapatay siya. But Templeton says no. 4-3 dito sa side ng game ng BME and PaperX. And with that 4-man save na ipanalo naman nila dito sa next round, best.
Di nagubalaw si Jing Sipin mo na rolling thunder na nga sa arcade. Pagdating niya at pag-akit niya pa ng tower, makokongkas pa siya tapos na blind pa siya. Parang 3 seconds lang ata siyang nakatakbo dito. Tapos the rest is during the time na nakongkas na siya, no? So, itong mga nangyayari ngayon for PaperX's side, kahit na yung mga rounds nga, gaya ng sabi mo, Vil, no? Kahit na may 4-man save na nangyari kanina, at least secured naman yung following rounds na meron sila kasi nga kumpleto naman silang lahat. Saka gusto nilang gawin talaga yung execute nila. Sige, ipilit nyo, gawin nyo. Pero si Forsaken nakadalawa na nga dito. May sagot naman si Frostmind. 2-1 trade lang ang nangyari dito on B main. Mapapatuhan ng paint shells. Gawin na nga natin 2-4. Gawin pa natin 2-5. Ladies and gents, 3-5 ang score natin as they take yet another round ng ganun-ganun lang.
Ganon-ganon lang mga kaibigan, napakabilis na pangyayari pero walang pera ngayon ng BME, napakabilis na mga matches. Ito yung gustong-gusto talaga namin para syempre TS na and bleed. Delikado yun. Pero Frostman, grabe na yung mga players ngayon ng Papers. Literal na inupuan lang yung 3 players ngayon. Tira mo si Benkai, literal hindi gumalaw lang talaga doon sa may entrance no? Talagang putok upo. Ganon ang ginagawa. Ganun kasi ako, nagka-crouch talaga ako Kasi sanay kasi ako na nagka-crouch kasi galing ako CS so syempre di ba nagka-crouch din doon. Dito kasi okay lang kahit di ka mag-crouch Pero grabe naman talaga yung mga pinapakita dito ni Forsaken, literal na ginamit lahat ng utilities ngayon. Pero ito na yung fingerstyle mga kaibigan, literal na na fingerstyle yung mga players ngayon ng PaperX. Pero isa lang naman napatay na lang si Benkai. Pero si Jing buhay pa. Flipsider catches 1-2. 2v3 on this game. Flips and Frostman. Flipsider finishing everyone right now. Pero Mindfreak 1v2. Walang pera si Frostman at si Templeton pero pwede naman siya kalamuan ng barel. Pero hindi pa naman talaga napapalit yung spike mga kaibigan. So pwede naman panalo to. Pero Mindfreak with that push. Pwede nang ikutan si Frostman at si Templeton. Kano papansin nyo, lagi na lang talaga si Frostman at si Templeton natitira dito. Pero Templeton, muntik na. Pero nga, Templeton with that frenzy. Protection bago umaksyon.
Holy cam na nga dito ang huling natitirang player. 5-4. Dikit na dikit yung laban pagdating dito sa dalawang teams na meron tayo ngayon, no? At when we look at the ultimate na meron tayo, we can see na nagamit na nga ni Berserks yung kanya. But moving forward sa susunod na round natin, I think yung breach din ng kabila. Meron ng ultimate. Makikita naman natin yan maya-maya lang. But just a quick replay, a recap lang on what happened on this round as well. Ito lang yung nakakapagtaka talaga kung kaya nila makapag 3 rounds. Ba't di nila nilalabanan na meron silang buy?
Dapat talaga silang buy eh. No? I mean...
Tiis pogi, no?
Oo, tiis pogi, men. Pero, syempre, high risk, high reward. Pogi ni Flips.
Slide in na sumama sa hukay, bes!
Kitang-kita sa CCTV, mga kaibigan, na picturean yung dalawa, nakangiti pa.
Para tayong nanood ng action movie doon.
Diyos ko!
Diyos ko, nag-slide in, sumama sa hukay!
Diyos ko! Kitang-kita sa CCTV yun, men! Diyos ko!
Ang ganda pa eh. Tiis pogi yung pagkakaslide niya. Nakangiti pa yung Neon eh. Nakalip bite pa habang nagsaslide best.
Men, promise, pati si Flips nagulat doon.
Diyos ko.
Pati si Flips nagulat doon. Sabi niya, oh?
Ano nangyari? Ba't naging dalawa yun?
Sabi niya, ginagawa niyo.
Si Berserks nag-aantay na rin sa Gedli. Namatay na nga dito si Ching. Si Jing pala. Ching tuloy. Kakampi pala natin yun, guys. Akala ko Pilipinas pa rin naglalaro. 4v2.
Tropa yun si Ching.
Ang meron tayo. Si Davay tsaka si Benkay. Pinapaliktad na yung sinabi ko eh.
Tama, binabaliktad ko lang lahat ang sinabi mo. Pero, dito kay Blaze King, mga kaibigan, galawang sneaky. That KO, 2 seconds, meron na siyang 0 point ngayon pwede nang gamitin na pero wala namang gagawin ng papers dito kundi mag-save na lang din talaga. Yes, pwede kayo mag-save. Wala na kayong oras.
3-month save, 4-month save nga, nagagawa. Ito pa kayong dalawa. Basic na lang yan, guys.
Oo, men. Mahiya kayo sa BME. 4-month save, meta. Diba?
Mahiya naman kayo.
Oo. Baka siguro tinaman maglaro. Ayoko naman.
Ayoko na.
Save
Kulang
na lang tayo.
Isa. Ayoko na to.
Save tayo. Tatamad ako mag-retake.
wala na tayong smoke.
Yun bam! Diba?
What?
Sabi siya, whoa! Ano yun eh?
Huli ka! Inulit pa!
Nakanganga pa!
Nakanganga pa yung Neon eh.
Oh!
Pati yung bumabaral, nakanganga na din.
Oo, lahat sila nakanganga!
Anong nangyari doon? 3 times inulit sa replay. Napa-timeout ata yung Paper Rex, best.
Correct! Isa pa! Gusto namin makita. Ang ganda nun, men. Promise, nasa ano yan. Darating na yan sa Valorant, mga kaibigan. Electric! Literal na gano'n.
Tsaka, yan na naman yung mga highlights na tipong mapapasama sa mismong Valorant na ano. What are the odds, di ba?
We are electric!
Kasi, kung iisipin mo, Tour de Force gamit niya dun, di ba?
Oh, hindi. Operator. Hindi. Ewan ko. Basta sniper.
Pero, isang bala yung dalawa. So, ibig sabihin may natamaang headshot doon. Pero magkalayo yung ulo nila eh.
Hindi, bes. Kahit sa katawan, ano pa rin yun?
Ganun pa rin?
Same damage. Kasi tinry ko yun eh. Tinry ko yun sa bots. Ganun din. Talagang tatagos siya, bes. Ganun talaga.
Sakit.
Ayun.
Lungkot. Pighati na lang yung nasabi nila in Tagalog.
Sabi nila, outsu.
Outsu. Imba. Yun na lang, dapat chat na lang sila, imba eh.
Imba. Tapos dash clear.
Ito na yung si Reyes na may racket, naghahanap kung sino pwedeng tamaan.
Uy!
Nakaligtas pa kung tumama yun dun sa panel na konti, no?
Oo, men. Huwag mo patabain sa panel. I mean, joke lang. Hindi yung panel namin, Panel extraction. Pero sa Bingay, oh my God! Galawang sneaky na naman. Diyos ko po, galawang tondo. Literal, naggalawang lando. Nagbabantay sa dilim.
Si Flips na lang natitira dito. Meron naman siyang trap na... Ay, hindi pala sa kanya yan. Na-trap pala ng kalaban.
Pag
na-clutch. Pag na-clutch.
Pag na-clutch ni Flips to, mamibigay ko ng 10 battle pa sa chat.
Wow.
Ilan?
10?
10 battle pa sa chat. Pag na-clutch ni Flips to.
Sige. Malay natin ha. Sige ha. Narinig nyo na yan. Ladies and gents, dito niya mismo ibibigay ha. Sa stream mismo 10.
Pag na-clutch ni Flips tong round na to ha.
Ito. Ay, wala na eh.
sige.
Magde-defuse pa siya ng spike eh.
Hindi. Tingnan natin kung kaya ba ni Flips.
Wala.
Ay, sayang. Hindi na. Hindi na clutch. Sayang. 10 battle pass na sana yon. Sayang guys. Nanghihinayang ako. Sobrang nanghihinayang ako.
Pero deep
Ay,
inside,
naku.
salamat sa Diyos. Buti naman
Oo
at
nga
hindi.
no? Sayang talaga. Ay.
Ang matindi ngayon dito, daming mga butas din kahit pa paano. Isipin mo, tumatakbo lang si Forsaken sa harap ng kalaban din. Ito yung problema pag maliit yung mapa mo eh. Talagang rotations, hindi mo na malaman kung nasa
Pero malaki to eh.
yung kalaban. Malaki siya na maliit, alam mo yun?
Malaki na maliit. Oh, best gets ko yun! Pero ito na, galawang Moses mga kaibigan, pero Teboto, we're gonna take Forsaken down. Pero Flipsider, literal na naghahanap na nakakapatay, nakangangapa. Pero, alam ba ni Blaze King na meron tao dyan sa paligid niya?
Yan natin malalaman na pag sumilip ka, Frostmind naman. Alam niya na may tao. That is gonna be the Vai na nag-aabang sa kanya. So may corner lang. Ang kaso nga lang napabagsak na rin dito. Mindtrick was able to take on 1 kill here. Frostmind and Flips ang natitira. 2v2 situation. Kung marerest nila si Blaze King dito, magiging 3 pa yan. But low on HP na nga si Mindfreak. At si Blaze King natuluyan na nga. Pero mayroon pang isa na nasa takasan. Frostmind na caught off guard na nga dito si Vai. At isa na lang ang naiiwan. Mindfreak. 11 HP remaining on him. Naspota na nga. At si Flips, tamang defuse na lang.
Grabe naman, partner. Parang 6-6. Parang yung game lang kanina.
Kaya nga eh. Parehas na parehas eh, no?
Deja vu. Yung kinas ko ng game number 1, yung ONIC G, tsaka yung ano, yung kalaban nila.
Eh, pati yung first map natin, ganito din. 6-6. Pare-parehas lahat eh. Actually, may trend tayo, guys. Kung nakita niyo yung matchboard natin, lahat nung nasa kaliwa, 2-0. Alam mo ba kung sino yung nasa kaliwa? Bes!
Sino?
Team Secret. Pati pati Paper Rex, nasa kaliwa din.
Kaya. Easy yan, man. Yung bleed. Basic.
Natatakot kayo sa ganyan.
Eh, matakot sa bleed.
Nakakabahan kayo dyan sa bleed. Wala namang ano yan.
Kaya kung
Mas
ako sa
magaling
inyo,
pumindot ang Pinoy. Tsaka itong si Coach Bill, ang coach natin. Ba't kayo matatakot?
Oo, man. Push A, push B, ganun lang. Hindi ko napapahirapan sarili ko na dapat dito para may trade ka. Walang ganun, push A, push B lang.
Push lang. Press W lang.
Kung sa Haven, push C. Alam mo ba, dati naglalaro kami ng mga friends ko dati ng ibang bang-bang. Tapos ang tawag sa clan namin na rekta. Kasi literal na rekta lang kami sa site.
Rekta site lang eh, no?
Oo. Ano pa yan, dati nagko-computer siya pa ako. Tapos yung mga amoy ng headset, amoy mandirigma.
Yung tipong
kaamoy ni Leonidas.
Nakita mo yung mousepad, black siya pag binili mo, pero puti na.
Hindi, baliktad, bes. Baliktad. Oo.
Puti nung binili mo.
Oo, puti nung binili ko. Parang dazzling white nga yung pangalan eh. Pero nung ginamit ko, parang matte black na.
Naging na siya, rustic gray.
Wow.
Wag ganun tawag eh, no? Pero
grabe naman. Oo.
Neon balls.
Yung tipong pag binili mong pula, tapos pag ginamit ng iba, brittle red na. Ganun. Midnight blue.
Sa true lang. Yung tipong ulam mo, tuyo. Pero, ano ba yung mga tawag sa English niyan?
Dried fish.
Oo, glide fish. Preserved glide fish with salt.
Oo. Tapos kunyari, syempre, pagkatapos yung gawa, syempre, magpa-party kayo, di ba? Yung tipong kakain ka ng roasted legumes. Yung pala, mani lang yun.
Roasted legumes.
O mo kung gagawin best, marami yung alam sa mga culinary terms. Kasi guys, kung hindi na lang tatanong at alam ko hindi na naman tinanong, chef ako. Share ko lang.
Nagfa-flambe yan. Si Kuya Movil.
Ayan,
si Gedli.
Oo, pag wala ako nagfa-flambe ako eh.
8686. Mga ganon.
86.
Sorry.
Oy, nga pala bes. Pala, nakakalimutan ko.
Anyway, wag na tayo magtanungan dyan kung saan ko nalalaman yan. Dahil si Jing ay makakapatay na nga at makakapitas ng isa. Si Forsaken tsaka si Blaze King ang napitas dito. Mahirap for the side of Paper Rex. Siyempre, duelist din nila yan. Ang kaso si Forsaken, lagi kasing paambay no?
Tipong, papalag ka ba? Pero pumalag yun si Davay, nakapatay ng isa. Pero 3v3 onto this game right now. Berserks nagmamatay lang din, trying to catch someone off guard with that start to the DMs. Pero Frostman, we're gonna plant a spike already. Saan mo ba talaga ipaplant yan, kapatid? Pero aftershock, wala naman dyan. Hindi naman pinlant dyan. Pero Jing, trying to go in already. Napaka-pogi naman ni paring Jing. Pero he needs to take down these players natin talaga. Pero si Tebutol, mga kaibigan, with that Elder Flame Frenzy. Hanggat ngayon, hindi ko pa rin talaga alam kung saan ba kinakalabot yung gatilyo ng Frenzy, mga kaibigan, sa Elder Team Frenzy. Pero Mindfree catches one, nilabas ang shorty like a melody. Pero bam!
Tumama pa rin.
Taking down everyone right now. And the Paper Rex, will win dito sa first round ng second half.
Pepper Rex. Naalala mo po ba yun, Bes? Southeast Asia playoffs yun eh. Pepper Rex.
Oh, man. Alala ko yung nung dati, Bes, nung tayo. Tapos may awarding ceremony. Tapos tayo, inaano natin, tawag dito. Dinadub natin.
Nakakamiss din yun eh, no?
Miss ka ba?
Hindi nga eh. Masters, guys.
Out to Bills.
Magkaiba na naman ang oras pero lalaban pa rin. Yan,
diba?
Talaga.
Kahit anong time. Always
anytime.
On. Every time, anytime, di ba?
Every time, anytime, anywhere, lahat-lahat na.
Oo, literal na, we're just one call away.
Sinagot ng knife pero shutdown din naman agad from the players of Paper Rex here. At syempre, hindi ipupush yan ng KO dahil alam niya na mayroong mga tao dyan na nag-aabang lang. So, with regards to that, he would just be waiting around the flank itself. Hawak na yung spike though. So baka play for picks pa rin ang laruan dito ng Boom Esports. Forsaken na nag-aantay sa gately. Nakita na nga si Flips. Tumakbo ng kaunti. Naspatan pa nga ang dalawa. May concuss pero nauna siya.
Ayaw kasi tumigil eh. Pag nakapatay ng isa, kala mo kung sino. Dire-diretso lang talaga eh, no?
Si Move. Ay, iba pala yun.
Maganda yun. Hindi ko. Tapos ano pa eh.
Sorry.
Tapos ano pa, no? Tawag doon, Factory New.
Factory New.
Stat-Track.
Nanalo ako ng gano'n. Nabuksan ko lang actually.
RGX lang naman kasi may Stat-Track dito eh, no?
Oo, yung may nakikita ko ilang kills na. Pero balik muna tayo dito sa game! Dahil si Davay, kitang-kita. Yung dahiliran dito ni Blaze. May susunod pa, Bes!
Yan, nice.
One enemy remaining.
Clear na lang eh, no?
Let's go.
Let's go! Dahil Team Secret ang susunod dito, ladies and gents. Berserks goes down in the hands of Paper Rex, 8-6. Siyempre, alam naman natin eh, kumbaga nakita na natin yan. Sila naman yung nanalo sa pistol round.
Ay, nako, buhay.
Matik na, kumbaga.
Yeah. Actually, ang sayo ng mga games natin ngayon eh.
2-0 lahat. Kung ano yung tinagal nung isang araw natin, kahapon mabilis din. Tapos ngayong araw mukhang mabilis din, no? Sana hindi ma-jinx.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talagang
may kulot eh, no? Yeah. Bakit?
May kulot eh. Kala mo naman talaga songer. Songer ka ba, Bes?
Ano lang, 99 na sa videoke.
Malabos isang galawan pero sabi ng Paper Rex, wag kayo pumunta dito, sabi kayo!
Patakbo na lang. Tumakbo dito si Berserks eh. Siyempre, nag-aabang na rin dito si Flips, no? Subukan na nilang i-clear yung site na meron tayo dito.
Davay, andito lang siya. Meron siyang Vandal. Pero yung nga nakakita ng isa nag-go with the second one right na pero nga ng Berserks, mga kaibigan with a kill. Pero Forsaken is in a tough spot right now. This is gonna be a Phantom versus Ghost. Pero mag-commit pa ba siya? Forsaken tama na. Kasi ang sakit-sakit na. Kasi tayo punta na kayo sa mga Jing with another one right now. Pero Frostmite, mga kaibigan, this is gonna be a 3v1. 8-7 BME. Lumaban.
Oo, munti ka na silang mag-save, Bes.
Oo nga eh.
Tatlo na lang kasi sila. Kala ko magsisave na naman eh. Pero may dalawa silang casualty on that round. Kahit pa paano naman, no? 3 buhay na buhay. Kaya naman hindi masakit pagdating sa ekonomiya. Half armor nga lang yung mabibili ng 2 remaining members. But the hold here from Davay, yung positioning niya kasi doon, kapag hindi siya makakapag-rendezvous, sure kill talaga yan. And doon na nga na-dismantle lahat, no? Naging domino effect na lang din as well for the rest of the teammates here on the side of Paper Rex. Tumatakbo na naman si Kuya mong Berserks, pero masyadong maraming fault line. Kasama na rin yan yung utilities na nagbumula rin naman from Forsaken just to stop the players here from Boom Esports side.
Forsaken with that angle, with that position dito sa mapa na to, if ever may pumasok ngayon, mga kaibigan, ganito lang yun, men. If ever may pumasok, for sure si Benkay magfa-flash dito, pero wala na siyang flash, so probably an aftershock, pero nga na for a second, catching one, pero di ka na makakaalis siya, kailangan mo na mag-commit, best, kailangan mo na mag-commit, pero nga flip side ng mga kapatid ngayon, pero yung ibang players ngayon ng Paper X, talagang frenzy lang naman talaga ang meron siya, pero one is down right now, pero di sila makakuha ngayon ng barrel, pero yung wala nakita rin si Benkay, literal na puti, ang nakita, ilaw lang ang nakita niya, and all these tour de force shots, wala man lang nag-connect kahit isa. Mind Freak, the only man remaining, will catch 1v2, winnable for the side of Mind Freak. And BME, malay mo, what if mabaliw to, biglang nag-save?
Malay nyo, di ba? You never know. Hindi mo na alam kung ano iniisip na itong mga players ng Boom Esports eh. Pero ang alam natin dito at sure tayo, mukhang mabilis ang rotations ni Mind Freak. Kung pagkaset ng smoke kanina, hindi na agad siya nag-stay na matagal, no? Na ngayon, tinap ang spike. Aware na aware siya kung nasaan. He goes for the first kill, but the double wouldn't connect. Pero munti ka na nga. 8-8 pa rin ang score.
Yeah, pero partner, maraming namatay dito sa side ng BME. Oh no.
Walang pera pa rin naman yung Paper Rex.
Kaya nga.
Nabaliktad no?
Huwag nyo nang i-2-0. Huwag nyo nang i-1-1 guys. 2-0 nyo na.
Team Secret na yung next. Ito yung
Grabe
filler match natin
Uy, shoutouts nga pala kay Mind Freak. Pareho kami ng jacket.
Oo nga. Match pala kayo.
Pareho ba talaga kami?
Oo, parehas kayo. Naka-Agent 19 siya. Nakita ko kanina.
Ito, Team Manila. Ano yun? Team MOSG?
Hindi ko alam Siguro, kasi alam mo, best, si Neon, Filipino naman
Uy!
Wala. Dito
Diyos ko po!
Naghanda pa naman kami.
Mag-welding sana pero mukhang wala ata natamaan.
Hindi na nadikit yung bakal, sir. Kaya naman mapapaatras na lang din dito. Adjust muna yung ibang players ng Paper Rex.
Sino ba to? Oh my God, Mind Freak.
Si Mind Freak.
Always check your corner, pero Berserk. Hoy! Ano ginagawa mo dyan, Berserk? We're gonna take you down.
Yun na yun. Insta-kill lang. Tamang antay lang. Kukuha ka pa ng Vandal, ha?
Sa PVT pa, partner, no? Isipin mo, naging lamang na sana ang
nabaliktad pa
ang Boom Esports doon, pero well, hindi pa naman nabaliktad, best, kasi wala pa naman talagang pera si Paper X. I mean, Sheriff, pero Sheriff, one tap to the head lang naman yan. Pero yun nga lang, ito na rin talaga yung mga players ngayon ng Paper X, mga kaibigan. Nag-iingay lang si Benkay para mag-giveaway dito kay Jing. Pero wala silang idea at all. Oh no, alam nila na meron tao sa Benkay, pero Berserk's catching one. Pero, Benkay, with one kill as well. Trying to go for the second one right now, pero Frostman says no. Davai with a shorty, pero meron siyang headhunter ngayon. Meron siyang headhunter, best, kayang-kaya to. Si Frostmind, siya ang kailangan lumayo. Pwede rin si Tebotol. Meron silang ultimates ngayon, so pwede silang bumawi kahit papano. Napakadaming ecoms pa. Meron pa si Frostmind, so kaya pa na manalo dito if ever.
Baka makakuha pa siya ng barrel. Pero I don't think hindi niya nakakailanganin yan. Ang importante ngayon, makonect niya yung headhunter shots. At doon na nga, nag-connect yung isa. Pero hindi enough to actually take the damage and get the kill itself. 9-8 is the score. At least damaging the economy a little bit further for the side of Boom Esports. But it's still not enough dahil they still have enough money to buy off for this next round as well. Kaya mapapatime out din yung Paper Rex dito. At kung hindi ako nagkakamali, some of them have utility or the ultimates up and online na kaya nilang ilaban dito sa darating na next round.
But right now, Boom Esports, finally, after a lot of rounds, nakalamang na rin sila dito sa Paper X kahit papano. Pero it's just one though. Isa lang yan. Pwede pa silang bumawi dito, bes. Mahaba-haba pa ang oras ngayon.
Lalo na para dito sa dalawang teams na to kasi hindi mo talaga masasabi. Halos 50-50 rin talaga Although Paper Rex is the top team right now in Asia Pacific, the entire Asia Pacific, Boom Esports is sort of a team that they really play safe to the point na kahit 3-man save, 4-man save, gagawin nila para lang i-secure yung magiging susunod na rounds na meron tayo. Iniingatan nila ng sobra yung economy na meron sila dito. And you can definitely see that dahil nga kahit minsan natatalo sila sa mga rounds, meron at meron pa rin natitira.
Go, go, go! Let's go!
Pero, Meron kayong pera ang Papers mga kaibigan, pero si Berserk naman dito ang literal na tuloy-tuloy na lang din talaga with that slide in. Pero wala naman siya makikita dito because of the utilities na meron din talaga ang Papers mga kaibigan. They have the fault lines, they have the Viper wall, they have the AoE damage of Jing and Benkai, lalo na kay Mindfreak though. Pero ito na rin talaga ang orbital strike na ginagawa ng BME pamunod sa may towers mga kaibigan, pero wala naman sila makikita doon isa, pero Forsaken will get one as well. And that is huge already, taken down through the smoke, pero talagang kalapag ng papag papunta dito sa may tower mga kaibigan na may natamaan na dalawa, pero sa Forsaken tinamaan din talaga ng Rolling Thunder right now, pero Mindfreak will gonna catch two already. Frostmind the only man remaining right now, but Mindfreak says no!
Ang daming utilities na binato, bes.
Diyos ko,
It's
ang
still
dami.
around for Paper X.
Oo.
Ang daming sinalo ng Boom Esports doon. To the point na napilitan silang sumiksik sa may tower. At hindi sila, kailangan lumabas sila. Wala silang choice, obviously. And unfortunately, masyado nang napalibutan ng buong Paper X team. Isipin mo lahat to, 4 na players ngayon nag-aabang kung sino yung lalabas dito sa mismong site. At once na lumabas nga sila, insta-spot yan para sa Paper Rex to actually get the kill and make the kill happen. And right now, tignan mo, Boom Esports, natalo na sila for the 2 rounds itself, pero meron pa rin silang pera, pambili, kahit papaano.
Pambili.
Pambili ng pabilisa.
Vandal na maganda.
Naalala mo pa ba nung nag-smoke ang Brimstone? Tapos meron pang ulti ng Neon. Pero meron ding Tour de Force na kinuha nga ni Flip Zitter. Habang si Davai ay nakakapatay din naman with the operator itself. Pero hindi pa rin. Hindi ko na kaya, bes.
Kala ko, itutuloy mo eh.
Hindi ko na kaya mag-isip eh.
Muntik na ako. Muntik na ako
Dami ko ng problema sa buhay. Dagdag pa yun.
Uy, Diyos ko po, Jing, muntik na tumama yung ano.
Partida
yung
daw,
pages.
partida. Best partida lang. Yung
Partida naman.
nakakahiya naman to sa mga to. Bukas ako na nga yung sarili ko.
Hoy!
Namatay!
Diyos ko po, sumabog ang bungo ni Robocop mga kaibigan. With that aftershock, diffuse nyo pre, baka makalimutan nyo. Ang mahirap lang din kasi, meron ba silang finger style dito kay Berserks? Para magita. Uy, sa gitara yun ha. Gitara yun guys ha.
Oo, best.
Tumigil kayo sa
Hotel California, mga 5 minutes.
Oh, man.
Intro pa lang yun.
Berserks, meron siyang finger style. Pero ang problema na talaga, hindi na gitara yung
Hindi na gitara yung Neon eh. Kapwa Neon eh. Naputulan ng strings.
Oo, man. Naggitarahan sila. Wala, si Blaze King, boom! Sumabog. Wala siya nagawa. Sorry, Aki. Di na nasabi niya.
Napachat na lang siya.
Aw.
Sorry,
Aw,
Mike.
yun sabi niya.
Aw, imba. Sabay clear.
Sabay clear. Grabe naman talaga, di ba? Yung mga player na yun, mga kaibigan, sa Atod, tindi yan. Kasi yung hindi naman mechanical yung mouse, pero ang ingay pag nag-click, pag naglalasit.
Pag kumakancel eh, no?
Oo, man. Loss.
9-10 ang score natin at may kalampag ng papag dito si Tebotol. Pwede siyang makapag-rolling thunder kung gugustuhin man niya. At napaka-pixel angle lang. But Blaze King was able to take a kill on the Vi. A very important one for this specific round. Lalo na double digit na yung score dito ng Paper Rex.
If ever matalo dito ang BME, allow silang pera next round.
True.
They need to win this really important round mga kami para nga 4 second. Playing close up, makikita ata si Optimum Pride dito pero hindi tatama. He is super low right now. Blaze King with another one. And Berserks, galawang Moses lang. And they're gonna go here and B.
Tamang plant lang talaga ng spike at syempre may Viper spit na nasa B site eh. So ngayon rotations na nagmumula from Paper Rex's side on its way na. Kaso 5 pa ang kailangan nilang tapatan dito. At pinagkaiba nila sa Boom Esports hindi sila magsisave. Kahit 3 pa sila dito.
Yeah, pero for Paper Rex mga kaibigan, yan ba ang magiging kaso o hindi? Magsisave ba sila? Pwede silang mag-save, pwede silang mag-commit. At the end of the day, meron pa rin silang napakadami pa rin nilang pera dito. Pero sabi ng Paper Rex, sige pre, outs na lang tayo. Out na lang tayo, men. Outs gege na lang din talaga. Kasi wala namang bawas yung mga armors natin eh. Kahit marami tayong pera, syempre kailangan...
Nagpapanggap ata itong
Oh. Hindi, paunahan na lang daw sa spawn. Kumbaga.
Papanggap na lang siyang box doon eh. Kita nyo naman, Paper Rex. Meta na talaga. 1-1 save.
Oh, di ba?
Ganun talaga.
Oh, hindi naglalaro yung 6-man niya, pero yung 6-man, pati 6-man, nag-save din yan.
Pati 6-man nag-save eh. Abot pa daw hanggang game 3.
Grabe, no? Tingnan mo yung kill. You know, Bop, nakita. Bam!
Mabilis eh, no?
Wall bang!
Yung knife hindi nakapasok. Pero
Tandaan nyo,
yung shots nag-connect.
all walls are wangable.
Wangable by Vil. Pero
Oo.
pag si Yasura, bangable daw.
Oo, wangable yun.
Oh, wasak agad yung knife. 10 at sobrang tahimik ng mapa na nakikita natin ngayon dahil nag-aambahan na lang sila. Si Mind Freak na nga ang unang makakuha ng pitas dito, and that is gonna be towards Flips. Kaya naman isa sa mga top fragger nila dito, mabubura na sa mapa o sa round na ito, no? And itong angle na hinahawakan ni Davai, ang ganda sana. Kaso nga lang, hindi nag-connect yung shots niya. Rendezvous out talaga ang magagamit niya.
And dito, tawa ako. And dito naman ngayon sa side ng PaperX, mga kaibigan, yes, the VI is really low right now, pero hindi kaya naman niyang makapatay agad-agad without getting spotted kasi meron naman siyang rendezvous paalis.
Sa true lang. Tamang takbo lang din si Berserks. Naghahanap pa rin sila dito sino pwedeng mapatay at mapitas. At feeling ko, it's gonna be a B hit for the players of Boom. Pero hindi pa rin sila talaga nagpaparamdam. They're still clearing out the site here. Berserk's already on site. Ibig sabihin yan, ito na yung cue for the players of Paper Rex to actually rotate. Ang kaso nga lang, si Forsaken ang nauna. Lumabas siya dun eh. Pero may indirect trade na nangyayari as Boom Esports is cutting off the rotation all the way from A site.
And kung napapansin mo, Bes, piniping na din talaga ng BME kung nasan ba yung mga pwede mga kalaban nila. So, what if meron tao dito sa may arcade? Yun yung piniping nila dito, pero nga lang, the fight gonna push in already yung mga players ngayon and the BME trying to shut down everyone right now. Pero this is gonna be a 2v3 and mukhang mawawalan din ata sila ng time. Time is not in their favor. Tsaka syempre yung head count din talaga. Pero yun nga lang, Jing will gonna go down into the hands of Berserks. We'll get 3, 11, 2-10.
Boom Esports, humahabol pa rin talaga sila dito. Sila na nga nangunguna din with that 1 round advantage. At yun nga lang talaga, no? Hindi ko rin sure. Feeling ko, if Forsaken, kung nakapitas siya ng kahit isa doon, mas napadali yung buhay ng players ng Paper Rex dito. Kasi si Berserks yung nag-aabang rin as well. And during that time, siya na rin yung may hawak ng tower, no? Kaya kapag hindi mo talaga nilaban yung tower at hinayaan mo lang, especially na post-plan position, wala talaga mangyayari. Hindi mo madedefuse yan.
Yeah. Talagang hindi mo ma-defuse yan, partner. Siyempre, kailangan mo rin talaga mag-commit. And for sure, naririnig to ng mga players yung yung pag-ride nila dito sa may ropes. Naririnig to ng mga kalaban nila for sure. So they need...
Gumaganon. Nasa mali pa.
Oh, tama. May rhythm yun, Bes. Eh. Yung sa'yo, may rhythm eh. Paano ba ang tamang rhythm, Bes? Ba't ka natawa?
Yung iPad sinetap na, pati yung ultimate. Kalampag ng papag. Here we go as Berserks is going in. May slow mo nagmumula sa chamber pero shutdown or rather concuss na nga rin dito on tower. Kailangan nila makuha pero hindi gumagalaw. Yung isang nagpapanggap na sahig at ding-ding. Buhay na buhay pa rin. Lahat na pinanggapan niya.
Optimum Pride! 11-11, make a wish, Bes.
Ano yun? Hindi nila napansin yung nasa kaliwa, Bes. Akala ko nga, na-DC na yung isa eh. Hindi ko makagalaw eh.
Mahaba-habang ano yan.
Nagpapanggap siyang ding-ding dun eh.
Ding lang, ding-ding, sobra na yun.
Oo, tama. Papanggap siyang ding dun, Bes eh. Masunurin eh, no?
Halang ha, sobra na yun. Ay, nako.
11. Andito pa rin tayo at time out ang meron nga.
Saan ba tayo mapupunta?
Saan ba tayo mapupunta?
Meron bang iba?
Wala naman tayo ibang pupuntahan.
Sa fracture lang. Pero grabe, alam mo sa totoo lang, gusto ko na talaga mapuntahan yung bagong mapa, Pearl.
Pearl, no? Pearl ang pangalan. Sabi nila, nung nagli-leak pa lang.
Underwater yan. Ewan ko.
Pearl daw ang official na tawag.
Oo. Underwater siya, tapos meron siyang A site and B site. Wala siyang, dalawa yung site
dalawa
niya.
lang.
Dalawa lang. Tapos Pearl yun, tapos underwater siya. Underwater yun tapos Pearl yun.
Kaulit-ulit. Telok mo ah.
Sorry, Akit.
So Pearl yun.
Oh.
Tapos underwater siya.
Oo, sa ilalim ng tubig. Oo. Tapos, ano ba perlas, ayan.
Perlas.
Maglalaro
Maglalaro
tayo sa perlas.
Sa ilalim
Yan.
ng tubig.
Sa ilalim ng tubig, maraming perlas. Oo.
Ang kwenta. Pinag-uusapan no?
Saan ba nagkagaling ang perlas?
Sa dagat. Sa ilalim ng tubig. Ano ba marami sa ilalim ng tubig?
Hindi, I mean, saan ba?
Ano?
Wait,
Sa
shell
shell.
Shell ng
Sa oyster.
Oyster. Baka Kabibe? Kabibe, di ba?
Di ko
Kabibe.
sure. Sa Tagalog. Yan. Yung viewers nga natin, alam ko sino kumanta nung sabay-sabay tayo. Yan pa kaya.
O, di ba? Alam niyo yan. Basta Kabibe, alam niyo na yan, men. Basta mga perlas, alam niyo na yan.
Kaya.
Sa ilalim.
Kaya niyo
Kaya
yan.
na yan.
Sa ilalim ng tubig.
Sa ilalim ng tubig yun.
Ang dami na nating beses sinabi yun, pero di pa rin nakakapag-entry. Itong
nga eh.
kalaban, no? So,
Baka naman, nung oras
yung perlas sa ilalim ng tubig. Nagkamot pa ng ilong yung isa. Ganun katagal. Kaya nilang gawin. Kaya pa nilang magluto ng dinner, guys.
Hindi pa makakapag-hipak ka pa ng marami. Pero, si Blaze King mga kanilig is in there already. Pero yun nga, may talamaan siya ng Conquest. Pero ito din talaga, napakadaming orbit na select lumalabas dito. Pero Blaze King, we're gonna take down these players. BME with another one right now. Davai is gonna be a 3 versus 4. Pero Forsaken, catching 2, catching 3, Jigga with another one. And this is over already. Because PRX, we're gonna end this round with a win. I'm not actually sure on what happened. Basta nanalo ang Paper X. Ito I mean, hindi legit. Kasi pagpasok ng BME Best, napakadaming utilities sa bito ng Paper X. Literal na sinabay-sabay. Tira mo. Tapos ito, sorry, wala silang idea at all na sa Forsaken andun sa pinakababa nun. Kasi off-angle yun, Best. Kasi literal na wala namang tumitingin doon. Actually, ganito nga yan eh. If ever from drop pababa kayo, ano yung usually na ginagawa natin dyan? Tumatalon tayo, di ba? So, hindi natin makikita yung nasa baba. Kasi if ever tumingin tayo sa baba, literal na sila pa yung lugi doon.
Tsaka, kung iisipin natin, sa sobrang tahimik ng mapa, sa buong mapa na yon, makikita at mapapansin natin na hindi talaga nagro-rotate yung ibang members ng Boom Esports or rather ng Paper Rex dito as well. Tsaka, ganun talaga eh. Na-overwhelm na sila sa dami ng utilities eh. Sa sobrang tahimik, biglaan na lang talaga. Now, 2v1 situation ang meron tayo dito. Paper Rex, it's up to them to finish this round that we're looking at. Mapupunta ba tayo sa overtime? O matatapos na to with a clean 2-0 as Benkai is already waiting on the corner. Alam niya, naririnig niya na dito na matindi si Berserks. Ang kaso nga lang may wall. Mapapasok at maiikot ito. Walang angle na nakikita dito sa Berserks. And he goes down. It is the round for Paper Rex and it's game number 2 in the whole series for Paper Rex's side. Congratulations.
Grabe
di ko in-expect. Di ko talaga in-expect.
Seryoso ba talaga?
Malaki yung expectations pag sa Paper Rex eh. So, in-expect na natin to.
Pero yeah, I mean, Paper X being Paper X, Benkai being Benkai again. Excited na ako sa Masters West if ever makakapasok ang Paper X kasi back then.
So back then, gaya ng sabi ni Vil dito, habang sinampal niya yung microphone niya kanina, i-refresh mo, baka mamaya hindi ka na naman nakukuha dito. Pero nandito nga tayo right now, para sa Paper Rex side, at sa iniwan ni Vil dito na photo, na mag-iiba. Congrats, Paper Rex.
Congrats, Paper Rex. So yun nga, ang back then,
bago mo sampalin yung mic mo.
Ayun, sorry. Yun nga, back then mga kaibigan, talaga nakita na talaga natin yung power ng Paper Rex ngayon. And syempre, I'm actually kind of sad because nga, wala nga yung full sense dito. Pero it's just for Boom Esports, syempre. Kahit natalo sila dito mga kaibigan, yung score napaka-importante kasi 11-13 yung score, yes. And knowing na sila yung top 4, literal na isa talaga tong contender ang Boom Esports na baka mapunta dito sa Masters lang din talaga. Pero tignan natin if ever that's gonna happen. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities dito sa game na to, knowing na this is the best of the best already. But ladies and gentlemen, yeah, just gonna to a really short break. Nakita natin ngayon ng 2-0 sa pagkapanalo ng Paper Rex. Once again, we are casters. The mods We'll be right back.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I try to open up, it wasn't good enough.
We are back over here at VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. We just witnessed the ever so powerful Paper X conquer the grounds of Haven and Fracture. 2-0 against Boom Esports. Here again on the panel is Likeable, Dad Femina, and Trix. Dad Femina, what a tug of war that map was. Please walk us through it.
Man, I gotta be honest with you. What is it with these back-to-back days of having straight 2-0s on the first 3 series? I mean, yeah, definitely we've been expecting like a few of these teams to be coming on top, but how close has this day been for both squads? I mean, especially on game 2s, where this time, in this case, ARX, like, I mean, they have been slowing down their tempo. Yeah, and I mean, they have been like experimenting all throughout their Fracture map, and it was more prevalent when they did on their Haven, but I feel like it all came down to how they executed in those later stages of that game, and with Flip Jitter like being the bane of existence for PRX all throughout. He was like the barricade that they could never like vault over. He always finds those openings and always finds those windows of opportunities for Boom Esports. The fact that Boom Esports actually took it this far against PRX despite the loss, then it's definitely a mark that they have caught up and definitely closed the gap against PRX, but not able to close that gap entirely. And PRX, they're just able to take that win, and surprisingly, it was an explosive end to that game altogether.
Talking about flip shooter, dude. How many times is this guy gonna get some collateral kills over here? He's just out here skewering the competition, turning them into shish kebabs, as Dax has pointed out earlier. What a guy. But here on the scoreboard, we've got Berserks and Forsaken as the MVP. No surprise there, because these explosive Neon plays really popped off, especially on a game as close as this one. But Tricks, a lot was going down over here. I mean, even in the first half, it was very neck and neck, 6-6 over at the halftime point.
It felt like the BME I was hoping to see in terms of that 5-man execution. You know, I like to talk about it when it comes to Boom Esports. I love seeing that 5-man execution and the kind of explosiveness they can have once they get into that site, but I felt that they weren't really adjusting it as much as we've seen them adjust to teams before against Paper X. And Paper X just really being able to, you know, take that last few rounds, and maybe from some misplays or miscommunication on the Boom Esports side, but I think in general, fantastic aggression on PRX. Just they weren't afraid of the duels. They like to send in their duelists even without essentially taking that side. So they'd send in, you know, their Neon and their Raze, and then the rest of the support players would go on the other side of the map, and then that's where they would end up being. But they would just put so much pressure and presence against Boom that it put Boom on the back leg quite a few times.
I mean, like, I really do think that PRX just had I wouldn't say clear understanding, but they were able to pick it up like right after one of the longer timeouts that I've seen from both squads. I mean, they needed that refresh, they needed a bit of that thrive to actually go back and maybe remember how they've been winning all around their like runs all throughout the regions. This moment, I mean, this encapsulates just how chaotic that round was. I believe BME just crumbled under the pressure of PRX now. Their defense, although it was built around just those aggressive duels, just taking those individual fights alone, but when they're able to take that one man off, those two people off against Boom Esports, I mean, that's when they're in their element. They can snowball that victory. They can take that advantage. And of course, they have those tendencies to overextend when they need to. But I mean, that's the identity of Paper X now, isn't it?
Yes, that is the identity of Paper X. And seeing here that we have that MVP on Forsaken, on that Neon, just so aggressive, so much pressure. It was really good. Oh my god. I know that watching the map,
I feel like you're running out of words like I.
It's because I was watching it, and for a moment I was watching that match, and I felt like maybe I'm not big brain enough for this, because just the way that they were playing, sometimes I'd be caught off guard. Just the sheer speed in which rounds were going through. Like 3 seconds in, there's so many kills already. I'm just like, wait, can you just kind of go back to that for a second? And my god.
Yeah, we need that instant replay every single round that Forsaken and Jing just go into the round. I mean, Dad Femina and I were actually talking about this behind the scenes, how these two players were able to condition Boom Esports, that there was a round when I believe Paper X was defending. BME actually stacked up in B site because of how much aggression that Paper X was just showing. And I think that was a very interesting round, now that I remember it. It's because that was the round that there were still 4 people over at B side on the side of BME, and they actually stayed back and did an eco round. I mean, like, they had their guns out, but they just realized that, you know what, there are still 4 of us alive. There are 5 of them alive over at A site. They popped in the Viper's pit, and I don't think it's worth it. Like, it was very smart on their end to kind of do that eco so early on, or like save the gun so early on, but it did cost them around, and it was kind of expensive on their part. But again, that is just the result of how Jing and Forsaken was able to condition the enemy team. But overall, what a spectacular performance by Paper X over here. Really, really good. Truly world-class. Such a spectacle to behold, and it's always like that whenever they hop onto their games. Now, it's time for us to move on, though, and allow the next teams to impress us this time around. So over here at Group D, I take great pride in introducing the next team. because these guys made it all the way to VCT Champions 2021 in Berlin. They are the world-class Filipino talent that a lot of the fans are rejoicing over. Surprisingly, they did not qualify back in APAC Challengers 1, but the good news is they are back, and perhaps they're back stronger than ever. Let's welcome to the VCT APAC stage, Team Secret. If you guys have been following these boys over on their social medias, you probably have a glimpse of the teasers that they were showing here on APAC. Very creative. Congrats to the team, the creative team of Team Secret. Love that stuff. But here they are, Dad Femina, the ever so fiery Team Secret.
The #1 PHC. Ocho their way into the main line, right? With 2 regional wins, an STA title to their name. They have a roster mixed with years of FPS experience and skill. An already great team that broke their own ceiling, coming together in the same boot camp, flying their Indonesian coach Fade over to the Philippines. Just so many invested into a roster that looks to have unlocked their potential. They have the pay-for-X effect of recognizing that their usual style of play is easy to counter, resulting in switching up who picks up the Jet, who picks up the KO, and when Jeremy comes into play, that adds just another layer into the onion of Team Secret.
Wait, did you say onion?
Because there are so many layers and they make other people cry, I guess.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you for breaking that down. It's the same thing as when Trix was explaining to me what a Hail Mary was, because I didn't know what it was. I am so glad that I get to learn something new every single day here on the panel. Now, Team Secret, always a team that's close to my heart, probably close to my panelists as well. I've made good friends with some of the players on the team as well, and I'm always very proud of them. Their opponents, though, also include some world-class talent on their roster. They're a fusion of European meets Southeast Asia. They wowed us with their gameplay over at the play-ins, and they somewhat turned Valorant into their own little playground. They're ready to take the world by storm, one shotgun at a time. Here is Bleed Esports. Don't take this team for granted. That's all I'm gonna tell you guys off the bat. These guys are ferocious. They're fearless. And if you're on the other end, just facing them off over here, Trix, just be cautious when you're approaching them. They're so scary.
I think so. Bleed has that trademark, just pure aggression kind of thing. I feel they've set up around enabling that aggressiveness that they can get out of Darion. They have some great angles that we've seen on their defender side, making sure that the flank is set, making sure that nobody can come up from random angles, and just enabling that kind of space that they take. And then if the opponent ends up going to the open areas, right? Let's say they're aggressing on the A side and then the opponents want to take mid, which is applicable to a lot of maps. Then what ends up happening is they focus on taking the side that they were playing for pressure, and it ends up being that when the opponents get into that side, they're able to pinch it even as the defenders. So they kind of flip the tide there. Pit and Maxi doing some great plays coming into the group stages. I'm so excited to watch them play, but I also can't wait to see more from Darion. So I'm watching out particularly on how Darion plays, if he's going to be a little overcommitted to his angles, or if he's gonna finally have that discipline that I've been hoping he would show in the play-ins.
Oh, that's very fascinating to hear. How has the adjustment been, especially for the star duelist of this team? I guess that's something that we'll have to figure out as we move on to our map vetoes for this series. Very spicy things coming along from both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay. So,
honestly,
generally... Okay, do you want to say something, Emilio?
Yeah, I kind of do, but sorry to cut you off there, but this map veto itself against like Bleed, I feel like they're gonna have like similar sorts of like approaches to this series right now, but I really like that TS themselves have also like adjusted. If you compare to how they looked in that previous stage, right? They cleaned up that breeze. They added a bit more layers to what their team composition needs to look out for. And in this map veto, we could definitely see Bleed Esports maybe limit a lot more of their options now. But I don't feel like we've seen the best of TS just yet.
Absolutely. I was looking at the map vetoes and I was actually really sad when I saw that they banned Bind. Not because this is my favorite map, but because I wanted to see Yoru finally be pulled out here on APAC. And then when they picked out Haven, I was like, ooh, there's hope. There's hope. They actually picked Yoru every now and then on the side of Team Secret, so maybe I'll get to see that. And I really do want to see that, so wink wink, nudge nudge, Team Secret, give me some Yoru action over here. But hey, Fix, we're heading off to Icebox for game number 2.
We are heading off to Icebox for game number 2. I'm a little confused with these bans and picks, actually. I'm not sure why Bleed let Breeze through, considering TS has good history on that, especially on their Haven. So I'm just wondering, maybe Bleed has a game plan coming into this. On that first map on Haven, but you've got all of these large maps, these maps where it's all about the pressure, it's all about the information and the rotations, especially on Haven. On Icebox, it's about having that retake potential, getting those picks early on, getting out of the site, and then retaking it with the rest of your team. And on Breeze, depending on which site you're on, you have to have enough information and the flank. If you have that flank set out for that retake, you're set. And on Attacker, for all of these maps, I feel like a lot of it is anyone going to dry peek? And if they do, please don't.
I gotta agree with you there. For Team Secret side though, I do want to mention that they have like one particular strength that could come into play into this series right now, especially since they picked out Icebox, which is one of the more bigger maps into our map pool, plus the decider being Breeze could benefit them as well once we head into those last 3 games if we actually get there but the strength being the usage of that operator, with Dubstep willing to use it out. We always see him on that op, especially back in stage 1, and Wits being willing to even pick up that jet whenever that the team comp demands him to play jet and pick up that operator for himself. Just proves that, I mean, for teams that aren't prepared to have that early pick and definitely walking to the crosshair of just a scope weapon of an operator, you're gonna have to think twice about re-peeking that angle, because sometimes Team Secret can get away with just using this operator even though it's like a risky buy.
I agree with you there. I think on the side of Team Secret, Split though was a really good ban. I'm recalling it very clearly that Darion is a menace with the judge or whatever shotgun he's holding on to whenever they head up over to Split. And I mean, now that I think about it, Team Secret has had their struggle here, right? They did lose to, I think it was RRQ, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, because
I believe so.
Yeah, I can be very forgetful with these things. You know how I am. But yeah, also a little bit confused as to why Bleed did allow the Breeze to come out.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. These are the maps that we're going to be seeing, Tricks.
I'm really hoping that on Haven, Bleed is going to have the game plan on how they're going to counter those kinds of operators. I think it's not surprising to any of us who have been following Team Secret that they tend to thrive on those operator roles. They're able to anchor the sites. That's probably why they're choosing to play on these larger maps where an operator has high value. I'm a little concerned for Bleed, and I think because I find that their play-ins was a little shaky, and I'm hoping that they've polished it and that when they're coming into the group stages, they're giving us their all. And yeah, that's about it.
I think since you and I are in agreement that we're both worried for Bleed, I really think that this map, this Haven map, since it is their map pick, this is their best shot at taking that first blood over to Team Secret and maybe just stop their momentum before they can build it up once we head into that second game. I mean, it's inevitable. Team Secret have shown that they can thrive on a map like Icebox, and if they could try to stop that stride, stop that rise from happening before we even get there, then I think Bleed could have a really good shot at taking Team Secret all the way.
Well, since you guys are worried about Bleed Esports over here, is it safe to assume that your predictions are locked on Team Secret? I think the smiles and the laughter just tell it all.
I hate predictions. I'm just gonna say it. I do think that Team Secret has this matchup. I'm not saying, however, that Bleed cannot prove me wrong.
That Femina, you have anything to add to that?
Man, I mean, we've seen like Team Secret play, and we have also seen them grow, right? They now have the international experience to back it up, and I mean, getting to where we are right now, just a lot to unpack now. The Team Secret, just another story that we can definitely have a good time at trying to dissect here. But looking at it, it's Team Secret all the way. And I believe this is a strong statement. 2-0, in my opinion, against Bleed Esports.
Wow. Well, you know what? I'm all for Team Secret as well over here, but some of the casters over here are actually known for having those 3-game series and breaking the streaks that we have here on the broadcast. Yes, I'm talking to Conti and Komodo right now. These guys are known for breaking the 2-0 streaks and turning them into the fulfilling best of 3 games, for real. And we also have somebody whispering in our ears right now. I believe it's Fluffy02 telling us that he believes that the Icebox games are gonna be wild. So, if Fluffy says so, we should believe it because Fluffy is very reliable. But before we get too ahead of ourselves and talk about Icebox, the first map we're gonna be going on to is Haven. So here it is. We've seen the usual compositions of Team Secret over here, but you know, I'm still hoping that somewhere along the lines they surprise us like they did back in the PH Challengers. But hey, Trix, some of the agents have been locked in. What do you think? Step on the KO, by the way. Go there.
I actually did not expect that.
I don't think I've ever seen him on the dubstep before. I mean on the KO.
You know what? Yeah, I'm not sure I've seen him on the KO, but that's not to say he's not going to be a good KO. I think that in terms of utility and team play, Dubstep has always been a team player, although he does seem to excel on that operator. Darion, on the other hand, yes, playing that Jet, love to see it with Pit on that breach, meaning I hope to see a lot of those team plays, especially with Maxi. I know that last time I was watching Maxi and Lexi in particular, they had these kinds of bait setups with the Killjoy utilities, so I am hoping to see that come out of Bleed Esports.
I'm actually not all that surprised that Dubstep decides to pick something different than the Jet that we're kind of used to seeing, because he has been like picking up like different agents as of late. Now that him on KO, it kind of serves the same purpose of him being able to have that entry potential anyway, especially when he gets that null command up and running. Plus, the benefit of having wits on that Jet means that they can flex around depending on the situation, right? Plus, Dispenser, who's always had that improbable rise, man. I mean, this guy has been improving all throughout his run in that regional, and seeing him back on a very pivotal pick, like Killjoy in the map of Cleveland, it's gonna be turning the tides whenever he would have that lockdown up and running, especially as well for Porco, who always has been a crush minister for Team Secret. But for Bleed Esports, man, it's the double initiator comp that we always talk about being that pivotal, I guess, team composition that would benefit people who want to make their aggressive player like more aggressive, I guess, make it easier for them to open up the site. Then I would see that happening, especially on big executions on A site, C site. But for Bleed Esports, I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up shotguns yet again, man.
I was caught off guard with that pick. Why do they have to do this to us? Like, we study these things, and then you guys... you guys just discredit our predictions over here by showing us something new. Oh well, it's part of the job. We're also happy when you guys surprise us, so nothing against you. But again, Team Secret had their fair share of teasers over on Twitter. This was not part of the teaser that they were showing off, but I wonder what they'll be teasing us as we go into the match here on Haven. Bleed Esports also quite the teaser in the play-ins, so I'm ready to see how they'll fare in their first group stage match. So with much curiosity on our heads happening, I'm happy to fill in the blanks as we progress into the storyline. So with that, let's go to the casting desk test. So, whoa there. Let's go to the casting desk so we can begin with the games.
Isang laban na naman ang ating matutunghayan. Laro ng ating mga kababayan laban sa mga dayuhan. Samahan nyo kami, Hanigli si DW, kasama ko ngayon si Taylor para sa isa na namang 2-0 ng ating series ngayon. Laban ng Team Secret at ng Bleed.
Lugi ako ha, wala akong barong. Lugi ako sa lahat ng casters dito sa PH Broadcast. Ako lang yung walang barong. Guys, it's finally time para sa inaabangan nating lahat. Naisulat na yan sa Bilblia na tinatawag natin. Kung napapansin mo, Honey Glaze, ito ang pruweba na Team Secret ang mananalo para sa araw na ito. Ayan, lahat ng nandito, 2-0. Team Secret na lang ang nag-aantay para sa 2-0 nila. Muntik na maging malinaw, muntik na maging blurred. Pero 2-0, nasulat na yan. Team Secret versus Bleed. Isipin mo, Honey Glaze, ang binigay na mapa, Haven, Icebox, tsaka ano pa ba? Yung huli nating map pick dito, Breeze, binigay sa Team Secret, parang giveaway lang.
Kaya nga ang sabi pa ng panel kanina, nagtataka daw sila kung bakit pa ito pinaubaya pa sa players natin ngayon ng Team Secret. Pero ito na guys, it's time finally to find the members from Team Secret na maubos na kaagad dito ang Bleed. Dahil nga, expected na natin to. 2-0 kaagad, all in favor of Team Secret.
Ito na naman, magbibilang na naman tayo. Ilan ba ang mahahampas ni Kuya mo, Jesse Vash? Ilan ba ang mapapatay at matatagasan dito dahil sa saksak, dahil kay Jesse Vash sa international stage sa Asia Pacific, ladies and gents? Bilangin natin yan ng sabay-sabay dahil nandito na tayo sa pistol round natin. And it seems like Bleed, nabawasan agad si Kuya mo Maxi. 13 HP remaining para sa kanya. Si Borkum na lagi naman nag-aantay dito. Check your corners, ladies and gents. Nagtabi, parang magtotropa lang. O si Lexi, walang kaalam-alam. Lexi! Ano na? Kakampi mo yan!
Lumapit pa talaga siya!
Ginagawa mo!
Ginagawa mo talaga, sir! Borkum dito, mukhang makakaligtas pa nga. But with that cloud burst, I think this is a good opportunity for him to reposition immediately. Tapos si Dispenser pa makakakuha ng isa. Tatlo na lang agad, guys. Tatlo na lang ang natitira dito for Bleed. At mukhang kailangan na muna nila mag-atrasa pa. Pero kuya mo, Dispenser, ay nakaabang na naman dito sa may gilid-gilid lang din. Naku, ay si Jesse Bash pala ito. Makakakuha siya kaagad ng early pick-off laban kay Darion na hindi niya ina-expect ito. Pero we have the following counter sa mana of that shock dart. Makakaligtas siya, but this is already 2v4 situation. All in favor. 30 seconds left.
Kongkas, tamang delay lang talaga. Ito na nga, si Dubstep. He goes down, pero Dispenser is holding on the fort. Pagdating sa side, naubusan nga lang siya ng bala dito, pero ito na rin ang rumaragasang Borkum. As he gets the kill, we go to 1 Oh, pinagtagpo pero hindi tinaghana. Yan ang sabi dito ni Lexi.
May respeto pa rin naman daw ang Team Secret ngayon.
Buti,
Sinabihan na
hindi
siya.
sinaksak.
Kaya nga wag lang talagang gumusto dito ang Bleed, kundi talagang mararamdaman nila ang rat dito nila Kuya mo Dispenser or kaya dagdagan mo pa. Syempre ni Jessie Vash pa. Kanina nandun na siya in the cheeky corner kaya naisahan niya dito si Darion. 1-0 na kagad ang scoreline. Next map na kagad for Team Secret. Dahil alam na natin to, Haven na naman ang binigay sa kanila.
1-0 na. Mamaya 2-0 tapos na ang laban. Best of 3 Pero dito, hindi pa na. Rounds pa lang yon pala. Dubstep was able to take on a kill on the Spectre. Ito na rin yung lumilipad na CCTV ni Kuya mo Jessie Vash. May naspata na isa, nagbato ng nade si Kuya mo Dubstep. At dito nga marami nagulat. Pero si Dubstep ngayon ang KO. Pangatlong kill para sa kanya. Wits was able to save on the others. Darion, the only man remaining not to be surviving sa kamay ni Wits. Mabilis ang 2-0 lang.
Dire-diretso ka agad. You don't pick Haven on the Filipino people. Sinaglit ka agad ng Team Secret. 2-0. Buy round man ito na ng Bleed. Let's see kung kakayanin ba nila dito. Pero syempre, let's go back into the replay kung saan naman sinaglit lang ng hold ni Dubstep. Tamo, ADS lang sa kalam para makakuha lang din ng pick-off. Naging problema lang dito kay Darion is natagalan siya sa pagtulong sa pagbigay ng follow-up. Kaya naman naging 3 agad yung nawala sa kanila all the way from A lobby.
Kung hinahanap nyo si Vil, wala guys, naglalaro. Importante itong match na to, kaya siya na ang pumasok para kay Dubstep. Ito na rin ang mabilisang nano swarm. Trying to force lang at least itong mga utilities towards BD Esports, getting those damage in bago pa sila pumasok ng site. Turret has been shut down already, pero yung combination ng Gravity Well pati na rin ng Nano Swarm medyo masakit. Isa lang ang nahuli, kaunting damage, pero Borkom waiting patiently on the corner. Nag-check sila ng corner pero masyado ng late. Dalawa laban sa isa ang nangyari, 2-1 trade. Meron pang aftershock na kasama dito, makakancel out ni Jessie Vash yung kanyang Aldron. Pero 4v3 ang meron tayo as of the moment. Ito na nga rin si Lenny getting a kill on this Spencer and Jessie Vash goes down. Dalawa, Wits and Dubstep. Sila ang pag-asa ngayon ng Team Secret. May hawak pang operator.
Bukod sakali na magkaroon ng save dito for the side of Team Secret, napaka-laki na ng ginastos dito ng Bleed para lang makapasok ng site. Isipin mo yon, nagbawasan pa kaagad sila ng dalawa kahit na Spectres lang ang hawak-hawak dito ng Team Secret. Madedelay man sila sa pag-retake dito ng site, but this is still doable pag nakuha nila yung tamang pick-off lang din. Kay Lenny na nabablind na nga, makukuha na ngayon ni Kuya Buwits, makokongrats, pero parang hindi yata, hindi rin nag-connect. Lahat ng mga bullet dito laban kina Wits, right click or even having a quick scoop from Wits to immediately pick him off. Pero ang nagkukulang na lang dito is yung oras para ma-defuse yung spike. Kaya save na lang muna tayo ng operator. Doable still for Team Secret.
Good bonus. Good bonus. Good bonus.
Good bonus.
Maliban dyan, syempre nahawakan pa rin nila. May operator pa rin sila dito on the side of Team Secret. Aside from that, ang pinaka-importante talaga dito is to be actually able to punish the economy of the other team, which is Bleed Esports. At dahil nga maraming naging casualties on this round, if I'm not mistaken, 4 ang namatay sa kanila. Knowing this, at least masaya na tayo sa fact na walang pera, walang arep ang mga players ng Bleed.
Tsaka na-save pa ni Wits yung operator niya. So, ang laki pressure nito sa Bleed na kailangan nila magdahan-dahan kaagad or ma-pick off nila immediately dito si Wits bago sila makapasok pa kaagad ng site. And speaking of, they're trying to, papasok na sila yata dito in B. The smoke's already in. Cloudburst para makapag-dash. Nandito na rin naman yung mga sprays dito ni Dispenser para ma-hold them back. Dubstep dito, chill-like-a-vela lang. Nag-aabang siya kung sino man na pwede niya ma-amogos dito dahil yung smoke, magandang placing ito. All in favor of Bleed dahil na-pushback yung pang-retake nila from Amy.
Sinisimulan agad ng magandang pahapyaw dito ng Team Secret para biglayin ang mga players ng Bleed. Si Lenny nag-aantay sa corner, nag-aambahan sila ni Jessie Vash doon. Muntik na silang magkakitaan. Pero itong dalawang to, mukhang magkakasilipan na nga. Wits was able to take on 1 kill, but Qeon to secure the second here on the stage as well. 3v2 situation na meron tayo. Yung defuse ng spike, tuloy-tuloy lang para kay Dispenser. Pro Stone Fake para sa kanya. Halfway na ang spike. Nag-Hunter's Fury na rin ang isang natitirang miyembro. Pero si Borkom, sinalo ang bala. Andito na rin yung Recon. Pero may time pa ba si Dispenser to actually defuse the spike? Baka umabot pa! This is about for Bleed Esports!
Oh my gosh, it was really a hold to the breath of everyone na naglalaro ngayon dito sa laban ng Team Secret at ng Bleed Esports. Isipin mo yon, lahat ng mga naging discussions nila para makapasok na for the retake ay napanimulan ni Wits with that operator shot. Pero kasi hindi nila inakala dito na malapit na rin pala dito si Darion. Yun yung malaking opportunity or advantage kapag nailagay mo kaagad yung smoke into the farthest way corner para makontrol nyo yung mga magiging retake dito from A-Link. And now, with the 5th round at hand, walang pera ang Team Secret. Saglit lang naman ito. Sasaglitin lang naman ng players ng Team Secret kung paano nila ibubulldozer ang Bleed sa pagpasok pa lang ng site.
Kita nila may tao. Si Derio nag-aabang, pa-flash lang sa kalam. 20 HP remaining. Jesse Vash was able to take 1 kill pero napabagsak din siya. 2 bullets mula sa sheriff na to pero hindi natatama. Aatras na lang din ang ibang players ng Team Secret. Low on HP ngayon si Derion pero at least efas.
Epasa muna, atrasa lang muna dito ang Bleed dahil alam nila na kahit naka-eco lang ngayon ang Team Secret, kailangan pa rin nila respetuhin na ito dahil nga nakaisa nga si Pet ay lumaglag na. Wala silang mga blinds na kasama. The smokes are just waiting in to be placed in. Meron na silang decisions made kung ano yung i-conquer nilang site. But the problem is wala silang ka-idea kung
si
ano ba
Wits.
yung gagawin. Mukhang respeto na lang din or kaya patient game lang to. Pero si Wins dito makakaisa ng ulo, Cloudburst para makaligtas. We have the play storm at hand. Makauna nyo makikita dito si Maxi. Already patiently waiting naman dito si Darion. 3v3, still doable for Team Secret. Pag maisa nila dito si Lex.
Dubstep. Napabagsak na nga on the backside itself. Borkum na lang ang natitira. Is it Borkum time nga ba? Yan ang katanungan na masasagot dito as Maxi is already planting the spike. Kapag set up dito ng smoke kahit papano, pero itong turret kailangan mo nang basagin kahit papano makapasok siya nang hindi nababawasan. Hindi naman siya nasaspatan. No? Pero pag nag-swing siya sa kanan, nandito na nga yung Killjoy. That is gonna be Lexi. Finally, tinadhana at pinagtagpo na rin sila. 3-2 is the score still in the hands of Bleed.
Yung pwesto na turret, hindi tuloy nakapagbigay ng impormasyon dahil nga an inch close siya doon sa mga box na ito para makita na nga yung info na yon kung saan na ba or papasok naman dito si Borkum to make the Borkum time happen. Pero guys, protection bago umaksyon na ang hawak lang naman dito ni Borkum kaya naman na-delay sila from that retake. Na-delay sila ng mga points. 1 game lead or 1 round lead lang naman itong hawak ngayon ng Bleed. Pero mukhang papuwersahin pa rin ito ng Team Secret. Gusto nilang mapapunta sa kanila yung momentum kaagad. Kaya naman ngayon, evaluhan na kaagad ni Wits. Makatry lang makakuha ng isa pero hindi pa rin pala ito pagbibigyan. We had here Maxi or Darion going for the blade. Kami dito tama. Nagkasalisihan sila ni Borkum. Hindi pa rin siya nasa siya nakapwesto pero Borkum pa rin na makakapatay sa kanya. Which naman dito makakaisa pa. Mukhang makakaroon na naman ng opening dito. 4v1 situation. Maxi na lang natitira. Boom! Panes kaagad kay Jesse Vash para makuha niya yung dalawang natitira dito from Bleed.
Bleed pa. Kala mo naman talaga 3-3 ang score nga natin dito. And si Wits, mainit na mainit si Kuya mo, Wits. Maganda ata ang buff. Alam nyo naman, ang Team Secret, yung isa umamin na, yung isa nasagot na. Ano pa bang kulang, di ba? Kompleto na lahat para sa Asia Pacific. Lahat na ng buff, pati caster buff, kinuha na nila. Sino pa ba ang makakaaway nila dito? Nasa lahat na buong Pilipinas, nasa likuran ng Team Secret. Kaya kami bahala sa inyo, guys. Pati nga barong, nagamit na labas na sa baul eh. Nanakaw na sa St. Peter's lahat-lahat para lang dito sa mga matches as Wits was able to get 1 kill. That is gonna be Lenny going out. Meron pa atang gustong sumunod. Hunter's Fury nga. Pero si Jesse Bass pa rin makakakuha ng kill. Iisa pa ba? Hindi tumama. But 20 HP remains para kay Lexi.
Ganda ng save dito ni Jesse Bash para makareposition ka agad dito si Wits. Pero Darion hindi magpapatigil. Darion na makakakuha ng isa. Pero may kasabugan pa nga na Volta. Si Lexi ngayon with the shock darts na inulan sa kanya. Dito ni Jesse Bash, dalawa na lang natitira. Yung mga inipon nilang bala, yung mga inipon nilang rifles ngayon hindi naging sapat para lang makapasok ng site. At tingnan mo naman Taylor, ipet na rin talaga. Dito si Fit all the way from Wine. Ano pa ba ang gagawin niya?
Darion, susubukan niya kung makakahanap pa siya ng kill dito. No? Nag-aambahan lang sila dito ni Jesse Vash with that recon. Alam na rin naman nila kung nasa nakapwesto yung dalawang players dahil gumagamit na rin ng aftershock dito. Jesse Vash was forced out of his positioning right here. Pero walang pake yung ibang players ng Team Secret. Importante, hawakan nila yung mga angle na hinahawakan nila up until now. Hindi tumama yung first shot na yan. Pero si Borkum, it's Borkum time. 4-3 is the score as Team Secret takes it away.
Borkum, ang tamis mo sa mga naiging transfer or spray transfers na binigay niya dito against two members. Ito yun, no? Itong nagkasalisihan silang dalawa to get inside of B. Ma-clear out niya lang yung backside. But the problem is, ito na rin eh. Nag-pop off na si Burkom. Hindi na kailangan ng mga warm-up dito dahil dito pa lang sila mag-warm up. Dito pa lang kitang-kita na natin na sobrang komplikado ng pumasok ng site. Napa-time out tuloy ang Bleed Esports.
Time out talaga. Ganyan talaga. Plano-plano na lang yan. Tayong Team Salon Pass, chill-chill lang. Tamang pahid lang tayo ng mga ointment sa kasukasuan para sa mga players ng Team Secret dito. But to be fair, to be honest, Bleed Esports, the two players that we should be looking out here is of course Maxi and Pith. Yan dalawang players from Europe. May import. Alam mo naman, syempre, kailangan ng import. Diba? Tayo, pure Pinoy lang. Pure bread.
Pure Pinoy.
Pure bread lang tayo, guys eh. Pero ito, may import. Nagsama pa si Maxi saka si Pith. Kung di ako nagkakamali, G2 ata galing to si na Maxi saka Pith eh. I-make sure ko yan mamaya. Pero alam ko galing EMEA yung mga yan. So, tingnan natin kung nakapag-adjust na ba sila. Kasi sa EU, alam mo naman, mabagal yung movements ng mga players doon. Pero dito sa Asia Pacific, sa Southeast Asia, simulat sa pool, bardagulan dito eh.
Oo, ragasaka agad, no? Kahit ipagsama-sama pa daw nila laban sa Team Secret, talagang may lamang na sila ngayon. Dughong, bughawa ang mga makikita natin dito marangkada dahil 4-3 ang ating scoreline. Pasok pa nga ba dito? That is a question for Bleed. Dahil naririnig na natin yung mga warning shots from Wits with his operator. Nandito naman na din yung mga deadly shock darts ni Jesse Vash. Di suloy sila makapwesto o talagang ipit sila. Paano pa kaya kung mag-flank pa dito si Dispenser, makuha niya kaagad yung mga players na naiipit na dito sa lobby, hindi makapag-decide kung susubukan pa rin ba nilang pumasok dito sa A?
Sa true lang, nagkukumpulan na naman sila dito sa may A main. Nangyari na rin yan kanina pero isa-isa rin silang naubos. Lalo na sa hawak dito at paano yung positioning ng Team Secret. Aside from that Qeon knife and also the Recon was able to detect one player. Si Wits, masyado na-excite. Sinilip si Dario, namatay. Pero ito na nga, ang dash in. Dash in sa kabuhayan dahil napatay niya si Jesse Vash dito. Si Dubstep at Burkom ang sumasagot. Dubstep goes down. 2v3 situation. This is still very doable for Team Secret side. Burkom, nasa kaliwa mo lang. Sumakto pa nga. And that is the kill. That is the first one but it's not gonna go for the second. Nandito na rin yung Killjoy. Mukhang nasalisihan natin ni Dispenser. He gets one kill but the second won't connect. It's still in the hands of Bleed Esports.
What a close clutch for Dispenser to win out that duel. Kung siguro nadaplisan niya pa ng bagaya dito si Maxi, makukuha niya naman yung double or rather yung second round lead na pwede nila makuha dito as the commanding lead or commanding starting point laban nila dito sa Bleed Esports. Balikan natin dito sa replay kung saan it was really close enough kasi low on HP na rin dito ang kanilang Sova. Si Lenny na natira, kasama niya dito yung Omen. And now, we're seeing here half an armors lang. Medyo gipet ang Team Secret. Pero still doable dahil Wits dito, meron pa rin naman pera sa kanyang kaban para ma-secure niya dito yung operator. But without a doubt, mukhang hindi na ito ang munting puportrihan ngayon ng Bleed Esports para hindi na sila magkaroon ng casualty pa in A. Napacheck na sila ng corner sa copy.
Check na daw. Baka mamaya may tao na naman. Pero mukhang Dashi na nga with this Hunter's Fury. Sasabayan na yan ng ibang mga utilities as well. Pati na rin ng mga players. Si Derion, hindi niya alam kung saan siya pupunta. Nabulag siya kanina pero patay na rin. Pith was able to get a kill on Dispenser. Bulag na bulag. Pati buong pamilya. Pith was able to take another kill here. And makakapag-plant sila dito ng kanilang ultimate. And that is also the Rolling Thunder. Lahat na ng utility nila pag dito ng Bleed para lang ano. Pero kaya mo naman talaga. Wits was able to take a kill with that operator. 3v3 ang meron tayo dito ngayon. Honey Glaze at ang malupit dyan. Low on HP na si Pith.
7 na lang ang natitira sa kanya. Tapos mabubulaga pa siya ngayon ni Dubstep. Manggagaling siya sa gate pero hindi ito magiging na full time para makapag-push. Si Vinci ito mauulo pa ni Kuya Mamaxi. Kaya naman ngayon, it's all up to Jesse Vash.
Save.
Kahit na siguro alam nating doable ito for Team Secret, isi-save na lang nila ito para pasarapin palalo yung mga naging putahe natin dito. All in favor of the side of Team Secret. 4-5 ang standing natin ngayon in favor of Bleed.
Partida lang yan, guys. Siyempre, itong si Pithu, ang buhay. Pero hindi pa rin talaga siya namatay, no? At this will be a save for Team Secret side. At least, Kala ko maaabutan pa si Piss dun eh. At least
Muntik
meron pa ring
na.
operator dito si Wits. Ang laki kasing punish papunta sa Bleed Esports side itong OP. Kanina pa kasi nakakapitas din si Wits, no? So, yung mga entry nila, kahit papaano, nagsastruggle itong Bleed because of that operator. That's why it's so important as well because Wits is hitting his shots definitely.
Dagdagan mo pa ng mga follow-up din dito na kailangan gawin nila Jessie Vash to make sure na makapag-reposition dito si Wits dahil ang laking impact na naibibigay niya dito laban sa Bleed or talagang maibibigay niya pa yung moral dito for Bleed once na ma-pick off siya dito on the early stages na magsimula na yung round. 10-10 na yung kanilang KDA dito. Tingnan mo, hindi man lang makakuha ng panaglit dito ang Bleed na masabayan nila dito yung mga naging KDA na nila Borcom and Wits dahil nga ang laki ng ginagawa nilang impact dito with their utilities and early game aggressions lalo na dito kay Wits.
Chamba lang talaga eh. Mga 5 rounds na yan, chamba lang yan lahat guys.
Hintayin nyo
Huwag
lang
kayong
guys.
mag-alala, ganun talaga mga bida sa una nagpapabugbog. Di pa nga tayo bugbog sarado eh. 4-5 ang score natin. Isang round lang naman ang kailangan habulin dito ng Team Secret to be fair. And aside from that, Borcom, Wits, performing really quite well here. At si Dubstep nga, no, usually nakikita natin siya as a jet, but this time around, he's going for those KO. And let's see kung anong kayang dalhin neto sa lamesa, lalo na for Team Secret side. Dahil ito na nga si Wits, masasalo. Medyo kinabahan siya ng slide doon dahil sa dami ng utility. Si Dario nakapasok na ng side, nag-ahabang dito. Bulag na bulag si Kuya Borcom. He was spotted out and he was getting, trying na magtago. Pero hindi talaga enough eh.
Wala eh. Shorty lang din ang hawak niya doon kaya nahirapan siya talagang makabuelo sa mga pagkakataon na nakapasok na rin kaagad si Darion. With dito very low in HP, so I think this is really for the best na mag-save na lang siya. Kaso kasi naabangan siya. Rumaragasa na yung mga players na nag-hunt sa kanya. With that operator, he makes it to going into the head of Darion. Talaga kumukulit ka pa, sir. Isang bala na lang din ang kailangan niya dito para mapatay niya dito si Lexi. 2v2 at the very moment and he is down to 26 HP. Nabulaga naman tayo sa pagpasok ni Lenny all the way from Gates. And now, finally, a double or rather 2-point lead ng Bleed Esports laban sa Team Secret. Saglit lang guys, ito na, buy round na talaga ng Team Secret.
Ito na yung tunay na buy round. May operator pa rin. 11 rounds na tayong meron pero itong operator na to, mula round 2 pa ata yan, sir. Saktong-sakto kasi rin yung mga flashes dito ni Pith as well. Lalo na kay Borcom na nagtatago sa loob ng smoke niya kanina, no? And with how fast Darion is playing around, sa dami rin ng utilities na nasalo ni Wits, kailangan niya mag-ingat moving forward dahil alam niyang maka-cancel out siya dito agad-agad na mabilisan kung sakali man.
It takes 2 to 3 utilities para mahabol yung isang player nila from Team Secret. So, paano pa kaya kung wala silang utility dito, di ba? We have here the dry fix na magagawa ngayon ni Wits. Hindi siya magkoconnect, pero it's all up to Jessie Vash to make things easier for him. Very low in HP na kagad dito si Darion. Ano, kukulit ka pa, sir? 30 HP na lang din ang natitira sa kanya. But the numbers advantage, wala pa rin naman pumapabor dito dahil nagkaroon lang din naman ng trade-off. Initiator, laban sa initiator, pero Borcom na naman in this cheeky angle. Makikita siya ni Maxi, mauuna siyang kaagad. We have here the Shrouded Step para makapag-boost up ng kanyang opportunity para makuha niya yung buwelo laban sa Dubstep, pero hindi pala ito magiging sapat pa. 3v3 at the very moment pa, lockdown nakasama ang Team Secret ngayon. The smoke is already in favor on the side of Heat, pero nakikita naman natin yung mga push na ginawa ngayon nila Dubstep. Dispenser goes in for 2! Finally, a round for them to secure at ma-pressure na muli ang Bleed Esports na unti-unting hinahabol na ngayon ng Team Secret.
Pati si Dubstep kasama, binuhay ang patay, ladies and gents. At kahit pa paano, syempre, healthy to para sa kanilang economy dahil 3 pa rin ang buhay sa kanila. And moving forward on the next round, last round na to ng first half natin, ang Retake Kings of PH, nandito pa rin naman sila. Yung sayang lang yung spot ni Borcom dito, hindi siya nakareact na mabilis, no? But good thing for Bleed Esports na nagche-check na sila ng corners. Kanina kasi, ang dami talaga nilang nalalagpasan. Ultimo first round pa lang na nakita natin kanina with Borcom and Lexi. Yung mga ganong moments pag sa totoong buy round, ang bilis makakapitalize nun, ang bilis maka-turn around ng events nun.
Nakakagulat pati, no? First round, what an opener for Team Secret. Especially dito kay Bleed na talagang na-bait out sila ng mga pag-back and forth dito ni Wits para makapwesto dun si Borkum at hindi siya mapansin. But speaking of hindi mapansin, si Dubstep sa atin hindi mapapansin dahil sa Cloudburst na ito. We have here the Hunter's Fury pa na delay pa dito yung pagpasok ng ng kabilang team. Pero what are you doing, my sir? We have your Dubstep waiting in for you. TP sa harap mo, sa harap mo na. Nakuha dito ni Dubstep. Goes in for 2K. Dispenser dito manggugulo lang all the way from garage. Pero let's see now here kung ano ba yung magiging tarima nila. Lalo na't ngayon, tumumba na si Derion mula sa mapa.
Alam nyo naman guys, Derion and friends ang kalaban natin dito. Wala na si Derion, ang friends na lang ang natitira. Habang tuloy-tuloy na pagda-defuse para kay Dubstep, Pro-Stone fake. And it is gonna be a round for Team Secret. Kahit may aftershock ka pa dyan, wala nang magagawa yan, Pith. Kahit meron ka pang Odin, sir! Di ka na nahiya!
Diba? Ang bigat. Hindi mo kagad nahabol. 6-6 na. Finally is our scoreline. Kailangan. Naku po, kailangan natin balikan muna dito yung replay natin na bakit hindi nila napansin dito si Dubstep. Napaka-sneaky niya, sir. Hindi ito in-expect ng players from Bleed. Kaya naman, agad-agad sila nag-plant ng spike. Manalo man sila dito sa post-plant ay makakakuha naman din ng successful retake dito ang Team Secret. Dahil nga sa hold na ginawa dito ni Dubstep. Ultimo siya pa yung bottom frag dito pero nagagawa niya ng impact ang players from Team Secret na hindi lang dapat si Wits yung kailangan bantayan dito ng Bleed.
Mahirap dito pag nag-swap ng sides for MYSG's players right here. We have Bleed Esports, right? And itong mga agent picks na meron sila, no? So you have blinds coming in from the breach. You also have a paranoia na pwedeng magmula kay Maxi as well. And aside from that, kaya na rin nilang, ang daming utility na pwedeng paglaruan din dito on the hands of Bleed Esports. But it is fairly the same with Team Secret, lalo na kapag bumuelo sila ng entry dito on the double initiator setup that they have as well. And using those recon, pati na rin yung smokes o yung stars ng Astra. Kasi ang dami mong pwedeng gawin sa isang Astra kahit papano.
Exactly. Yung mga gravity wells niya ay isa sa mga magiging malaking reason para hindi agad pumesto yung mga utility nila. Oo.
Mala OG ang galawan nitong dalawang teams. Kung titignan mo yung mga agent selection nila, bagong luma. Alam mo yun, si Dubstep lang yung naka-KO at syempre yung Astra, yan na yung mga latest agents. Itong agent pick ng Bleed Esports, literal OG pick
OG na OG.
Typical chamber nakikita natin dito sa Haven, pero walang nag-chamber ni isa sa kanila.
Gusto nila kasi mas maganda yung mga opportunity nila or win conditions nila pagdating ng post-plant, pagdating ng retake. Kaya, alaking bagay rin talaga ng lockdown. Bukod dito sa chamber na magiging aggressive nga. Pero kasi, ang dagdag ng lockdown and yung mga may ibibigay na utility dito for the post-plants is still good for a Killjoy para pumasok pa rin talaga sa meta. Magiging hadlang man, yes, dito yung KO and even have here the Astra. Pero, we cannot further doubt the capabilities of the Killjoy. But, speaking of Killjoy, maagang turret dito in mid para ma-prevent niya yung early aggression nang pwede mangyari na nga dito maganap from Bleed all the way from B.
Hanapan mode muna dahil dito na nga tayo sa pistol round natin on the second half. Ang Team Secret ang kailangan pumasok. Itong alarm bot ay magpa-pop na nga. Si Pith nakita na rin si Kuya mo Dispenser. Pero hindi sila tumuloy on B site. I don't know if they've seen Pith here, but this can be deadly. And Dispenser goes down immediately. But Wits was able to answer back with his own kill. Nasa heaven na si Kuya mo Wits. Nauna pa sa kalaban.
Very suspicious. Makikita niya na ngayon si Maxi pero mukhang hindi niya muna mabibiluhan ng bala. Papasok na dito yung retake dito ng Bleed Esports pero isa-isa rin naman sila tutumba. Isa na lang din ang natitira si Maxi. Nakahit na si Wits. Hindi niya alam kung saan manggagaling na. Another lead for Team Secret. Pistol round. Inunahan na naman ang Bleed.
Baka manalo. Hello. Siyempre, Haven ba naman to guys? Kung naaalala nyo, Team Secret map to. Simulat sa pool pa lang. At ang gandang push lang talaga from Team Secret right here all the way to A site. They were able to cover all the angles as well. And Wits on Heaven as well. He was ready to take on the action for the rest of the team. Ang laki ng impact dito ni Wits.
Bardagolan to, terror. 5 silang nag-stuck sa C. 5 din yung magiging push dito nila Dubstep. all the way from Silong Darion. Makakakuha ng isa. Dubstep naman will be getting in the kill with that Vandal. 4v4. Mukhang medyo matatagalan na kaagad ang pagpasok dito ng Team Secret dahil napakaramdaman na nila kung ano ba yung nangyayari doon sa loob ng site. Walang nangyari. Wala tayong nakita na hindi nakapag-check in ng corner si Dispenser. Kaya naman ngayon, mababawasan yung firepower nila. 3v4. Magiging doable pa rin naman na ito dahil si Burkum makaka-1 lang din ulit sa bleed. Uy, naku po.
Naglalakad lang si Kuya mo. Burkum, si Wits! Nasa Gedli! Nakapulot sana ng barel! Pero todas ang dalawang members dito ng Team Secret. Dubstep, siya na lang natitira. Ang ano lang, no, na-caught off guard sila dito kasi hindi nila alam na close counters na pala yung mga players ng Bleed Esports. Nagsiset up pa lang sila eh. Tingnan mo na si Dubstep, chill na chill lang.
Si Burkum eh. Kailangan niya rin talaga kasi mag-save ang laking gastos na ginawa nila nito for the second round in this half para makuha niya yung Vandal. I think dalawa sa kanila yung may Vandal kasi si Pit dito nagkaroon pa ng free upgrade. So, we have the neck-to-neck battle. Aabot na tayo ng 7-7 scoreline with that spike already compromised. Talagang buy time na lang din muna. Ingat-ingat na lang din dito kay Dubstep na 25 HP na lang din ang natitira.
10 seconds on this round. It is gonna go on Bleed Esports already. Lalo na na-drop pa sa harapan nila lahat ng yung spike. Lahat nandun eh. So, dito lang talaga. Tiis pogi lang si Dubstep. Na 350 round sila dito pero okay lang yan guys. Partida daw. Makakakuha pa. Nasama pa nga sa hukay si Dubstep dito.
Sayang yun.
Naamoy.
Wala eh, 26 HP na lang din ang natira sa kanya. Kaya talagang ultimo spray ng Spectre, enough na para ma-pick off siya. Balikan natin yung replay na kung saan napakiramdaman talaga ng Bleed. Talagang nakita natin dito is yung naging read against Team Secret na haka-haka lang nila na magkakaroon ng full-on push dito sa C. Pero yung ginawa naman nila is full-on stock in C as well. But now, ang maririnig natin ngayon na makikita natin with the opportunity na makapasok agad si Wits ay magpa-plant in kaagad ng spike. Dubstep na nandito, ready na ang kanyang fall flash. Pero habang nangyayari yan si Lexi ay makakapatay na kaagad ng isa ID. Makakapag-react on time dito si Darion. Kaya naman free upgrade dito kay Kuya mo Dubstep. Maxi naman to counter things out para sa mga lurks na gagawin dito ni Wits para ma-completely secure nila yung site. Pero look at the minimap right now. Si Burkum ang layo niya sa eksena.
Okay lang yan. Basta ang importante nakapag-set up siya dito ng utilities. No? Kaya niya namang i-pull at anything else. Kaso wala atang nakalagay. Nabulag na nga dito si Dispenser on the corner itself at todo defuse lang si Kuya Molexi. Habang si Dubstep pinapatay lang naman din. Yung sumusubok mag-defuse dito. Sinusubukan niya lang i-pre-fire sa loob ng smoke. Pero syempre, in the end, 3 pa rin ang kalaban niya dito. Pwede bang gawing human shield yung dalawang yan at Bleed Esports. 2 rounds na nga ang nakukuha nila. Na-counter, nila dito? Na-counter eco nila yung Team Secret.
Oo, sinaglit eh. Nakabawi ultimo dito ang Bleed na parang nabasa nila kung ano yung pwedeng maging pwestuhan kaagad ng Team Secret pagdating sa post-plant. Dahil may nag-check kaagad ng garage, may nag-check ng mga ceiling sila dito in case na may backdoor rather sa kanila dito from Team Secret. And speaking of, they are trying to completely dominate in A. Lobby dito ay masisecure na nila. Darion will be missing out the shot. Sa pangalawa, hindi na. Sa pangatlo, magiging sakpul pa nga. Laban ka na Dubstep dito. Makakapasok pa nga ba ng site dito? Ang players ng Team Secret mukhang hindi na muna.
Masyadong open yung A lobby. Walang smoke from anyone to actually cover them in any side at all. Kahit isang smoke sa A main or isang smoke sa A short, basta may isang makover. Pero yun na nga yung nangyari, no? Dalawa na ang napitas. That is gonna be Dubstep and Jesse Vash. Pero 3 pa rin naman sa players ng Team Secret. Ang buhay na buhay dito. Pero sa pre-fire pa lang, nalugi na agad si Wits dahil nasalo niya lahat ng bala ng kalaban. Darion, still with the operator. Low on HP. Pero tamang muna. Kaba moments muna natin to guys. Dahil itong dalawang players natin syempre, naghahanap lang to ng perfect opportunity. Pag nakapag-set up dito kahit paano si Burkum ng 2 stars, kaya nila makapag-entry. Ang problema, merong hindi rolling thunder pero may flash. Meron ding fault line. Yun na nga.
Oh my gosh. What a pick. With that plan, nagkaroon tuloy sila ng opportunity kagang linisin ang natitirang players from Team Secret. Oh no, magkakaroon na kaagad ng lead dito. Ang lead, dalawa lang naman, yes. Pero kasi makikita natin dito na paparusahan na yung Team Secret, guys. We have here an eco for the side of Team Secret. Ito yung pinamnimulan kaagad ni Dario na kahit na nag-miss out siya ng isang shot, yung dalawa naman ay sa kanya napunta. With that following advantage, meron na silang numbers lead all inside of the site. 3 laban sa 2 yon. Hindi sila kumibo na kahit na nagba-buy time na dito yung Team Secret. With that wide swing of Pit and especially dito ni Lenny with that blind, magiging opportunity nila ito para ma-completely control nila kaagad yung site. Pero unfortunately, free fire lang naman ang ginawa nila dito kay Wits dahil alam nilang kailangan na kukuha ng ultimate orb dito si Wits.
Exactly. Kailangan niya yung orb na yun for the Blade Storm sana, no? The flash settles in, but Therion, the double peak works out for 3D Sports. Mukhang 10-7 ata ang mangyayari dito as Borkum is the only man remaining right now just with the frenzy. One man versus the world. Yan ang nangyayari for Borkum's side. Mukhang makakakita siya ng isa dito kung tama ang sisilipin niya dahil si Pith.
Ang swerte ng
ambot lang. Ewan ko lang ha. Bahala kayo sa buhay nyo. Pero si Borkum, mamamatay na nga sa kamay ni Maxi. 10-7. Sayang yun. Kung nakita sana ni Borkum, tumingin lang siya sa kaliwa.
Oo, free upgrade yung barrel niya. Frenzy lang kasi yung hawak niya eh. Pero really is just a good executed play for the side of Bleed. Sa mga timing lang din talaga ng mga blind sailor, I think that is one of the most impactful plays na ginagawa dito ng Bleed, na tina-timing nila or talagang nagkakaroon sila ng synergy once na maglalabas na ng blind dito si Fit. Fit, with those picks, with those opportunities, nagkaroon na sila ng advantage of 7-10. Kailangan pang hapulin ngayon ng Team Secret. Ako po.
Marami-raming rounds pa nga yan. Kaso kasi sa mga pre-fires pa lang, namamatay na sila. Huli ka, pero di ko long. Dispenser goes down. This Wits though. Nakakuha siya ng indirect trade kahit papano here on mid. Therion, pumupush na nga dito. Dahil sa smoke na yan, nakaligtas kahit papano si Kuya mo Wits. Pero delikado na yan pag lumabas ka muli dahil si Dubstep. 1 HP na lang siyang nag-aantay, nagpapanggap na pader, nagpapanggap na dingding. Pero Therion right behind them. He gets 2 kills here. Pero pang kasama with the Nano Swarm. Ano nangyayari? Bakit napipitas sila with the utilities?
Hindi sila makapasok, ano? Kung ano yung pahirap ng Team Secret na binigay sa Bleed para lang pumasok ng sites on the first half, yun at yun lang din. Parang mas mataas pa nga yung advantage ng Bleed dito in the second half dahil sa mga utilities sila, even there yun dito with his popping of potential, samahan mo pa nila Lexi. Hindi natin kakalimutan dito si Pit na kanina pa natin pinag-uusapan, pero sasaglitin ka rin naman ni Kuya Borkum. Is this going to be the Borkum time na kailangan nilang makuha ngayon? It's a 1v1 situation pero wala siyang ka-idea kung saan ba nakalungga si Lexi with his utility. Wala na silang alarm bot dito. Kahit turret lang ang pwedeng makakuha ng info kung nasan ba si Kuya Borkum.
Ang problema dito, nilaro ni Borkum yung oras in getting the spike. Wala nga kasi siyang info, no? Ibig sabihin yan, he has no choice but to actually take a site. At dito nga, nag-aabang yung huling miyembro. Kung nilabas ni Lexi kasi yung turret niya dito, malalaman ni Borkum kung saan ba siya nakapwesto. So, he really kept the turret away and not giving any info at all. Kasi pag malapit yung turret, obviously, tutunog yung turret, diba? So, walang any sound cue na naririnig si Borkum all throughout the entire round. Kaya rin naman hindi siya o kinabahan siya sa pagkuha ng spike dito. Wala siyang info eh. All throughout the rounds, nasa A-site talaga tong Killjoy. Malas lang sa pinili. Alam mo yon, 1 out of 3 chances.
1 of 3.
Natalo ka pa. Oy, ganun talaga. Sayang. Pero okay lang yan.
Tatahakin ngayon ng players sa Team Secret. Makakapasok nga sila dito. Pero Lenny, makakakuha ng dalawa. Dati sa explosive round, especially na si Maxi. Matutulungan pa nga sila. Dispenser dito, chicken out to stay on foot all the way from Graffiti. Pero match point na. For Bleed Esports, 7-12. Ano na ang nangyari sa Team Secret? Napako sa 7.
Lucky 7, parang hindi yata masyadong lucky ngayon. Ang bilis nilang mapitas ng Bleed Esports dito kahit anong anggulo. Kahit hindi tumatama si Therion, yung kaibigan niya, yung friends. Yun ang tumatrabaho ngayon. And aside from that, Maxi is also performing quite really well. At talagang lasma sa dasma kahit yung round kanina na alam yun, 3 site. Pero sa A ka talaga mapunta.
Wala eh. Wala ring time eh. One-way
Ganun
smoke.
talaga.
Then the free for pang dadagdagan ni Maxi. Pressure is on the shoulders of Team Secret. Specters lang ang kaya nila mapanghawakan, mapanindigan, but the utility is already there para ma-pushback nila ang bleed to secure end the site. Lockdown para makomment sila yung pagpa-plant ng spike. We have here full-on commitment na ng Team Secret to secure NC. Plant in the spike, post-plant na lang ang gagawin nila, and they need to disengage at the very moment na pwedeng makapatay ng isa dito sa Fit at magkaroon ka agad ng Rolling Thunder.
My God. Wits. Sumusubok lang gumapang.
Ang
para sa mga players ngayon dito ng bleed. Eh syempre tamang antayan lang, may lockdown silang nakaset. Aside from that, na-detect yung dalawang players. Batuhan na nga to ng utilities, ladies and gents. Si Dario na nga ang unang nakapatay. Jesse Vash was able to secure a kill. Nag-Hunter's Fury pa, pero huling-huli ang ibang players ng Team Secret. It is a game for Bleed Esports.
Sabi nga natin, ang mga bida nagpapatalo muna sa una. 1 game lead na kaagad ang Bleed Esports. Mapanindigan ba ng Team Secret ang pagkakambak nila? And the next one, lalo na't sila na ang pumili ng mapa. Bleed Esports, they had everything on their hands with Fit. With his availability na magamit niya yung mga utilities niya dito maligtas. Si Naderion, si Maxipa, with his crucial plays, with the Omen. Yung mga TP niya talagang nakakakilig makita na nagagamit muli dito yung OG picks na mayroon ko dito sa composition pa lang ng Bleed.
Yun na nga ang nangyari, no? That was just game number 1, though. Para sa best of 3 series na to. Gaya nga nasabi natin, ang mga bida, sa una nagpapabugbog talaga yan. Honey Glaze. Meron pa tayong 2 games na pwedeng makita at mapanood dito. Dahil yung susunod na match natin, actually, ang mapa is actually Icebox. So, I feel like even Fluffy, isa sa mga panelists natin here in VCT, nag-message pa siya sa atin. Sabi niya dito, he thinks that the Team Secret match that we have right here for Icebox is gonna be phenomenal.
Phenomenal. Big word. Especially, ang laki ng advantage din kasi ng players natin dito in Team Secret. Diba, Taylor, talagang nakita natin na rumagasa nila in the first half. Ang naging problema lang talaga is hindi sila naging sagana in the second half dahil hindi sila makapasok ng site eh.
Yun na nga, no? So that was game number 1 for us, ladies and gents. Going to game number 2 later, gaya ng sabi ko, it's gonna be Icebox. But right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. So pagbabalik natin here in VCT APAC, game number 2 nga tayo ng Bleed Esports versus Team Secret. Taylor at Honey Glaze as your casters. See you guys in a bit.
Open up, she taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know
We are back over here at the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Dad Femina, and Trix still here serving you guys the stories. It's always the fourth series of the day that always gets sidetracked from the patterns. Like yesterday was a 2-0 all day up until the last game, and again, here it is again. 2-0 all day with the groups that directly qualified from their national VCTs being on top, but this time around, it's the team that actually came from the play-ins that was the first winner for the first game, right? So Bleed Esports getting that momentum over Team Secret. Now, Trix and I did see Bleed Esports' growth from the play-ins, but I want to know what a fresh pair of eyes like yours, Dad Femina, has to say about Bleed Esports.
I gotta start with the team composition that Team Secret wanted to put out, right? They still got that Jet, but since Dubstep was a surprise, but then again, I also checked out the stats, and it's not actually the first time that they picked up that KO for Dubstep. I believe he picked it up before. I believe it was previous stage or beforehand, but and again, it does show that he knows how to use that pick. But in this Haven map, he's not able to pull out like the full potential that KO could have actually offered into this Haven matchup as well. We've been seeing like Wits himself just popping off, but other than him, other than Borko maybe taking like a lot of like pivotal kills, they're not really doing anything other than like maybe taking that perfect timing. You remember that first round where Borkum himself was just playing around that trigger discipline, just hoping that somebody else would like push that in. But I kind of feel like that's the problem for Team Secret, is that they're reliant on certain conditions in that team drop. I really feel like they usually have a good understanding of fundamentals, but this time around, it felt like a different Team Secret that I am not used to seeing against Bleed now, who definitely have remember this time.
A lot of interesting plays from both sides over here. Now, the round started really close between these two Tricks, but I think it was the pivotal timeout that was able to give that reset to Bleed Esports that ended up giving them this whole momentum throughout the rounds.
Oh man, Bleed Esports just doing so well. I love the way that they're playing. I said it in the play-ins. I'm glad that they're coming in a little more polished. They're more disciplined, they're more tactical about their approach with everything. They have those refrags set up. So I feel like Bleed just kind of stepping up their game, and Team Secret, maybe it's the first match for them, maybe they're waking up a little, but I felt that some angles were left uncleared. I just felt that some rounds could have definitely gone a different way. But Darion also on that operator, just being able to shut down players from Team Secret, shut down the pushes, and with the support of their breach, oh my, it was just a treat to watch.
Speaking of Darion, there were instances that he was holding really close corners, and I loved it because it's not the type of thing that you're expecting, like, your team clears out B side and then he's over at A link just holding a rifle to his chest, waiting for somebody to cross his path, and he takes down Dubstep, he takes down Wits, and there's just a lot of manpower advantage right there, right then, just because he had the perfect angle to hold, and he was just playing it off for his teammates. Now, I'm looking at this now, and I'm really sad for the side of Team Secret. Obviously, we all are. We had a unanimous prediction over here. But again, we have to remember that this is Bleed Esports' map pick, right? So there is still a lot of things that could happen, especially on Icebox, which is going to be the next map that we'll be seeing. And that is a Team Secret pick, right? Team Secret's going to pick on Icebox. So very interesting how it's all going to boil down. When I'm thinking about it, it's like an irony because like it's Icebox and then I'm saying boil down. Anyway, beside the point, my brain is just funny like that. I think that there were mistakes made. As early as round 2, they already bought the Vandals, but it did not pay off, Tricks.
I love seeing the Vandals, but I think that when you pick them up, I also prefer a slower pace. Because you're trying to feel it out, you don't know exactly what the opponents are buying up, you don't know what positions they're playing. You have Vandals, you will do better in those long-range duels. So guarantee yourself that long-range duel, guarantee yourself a fight with advantage. Don't just blindly force your way in just because you have the better rifles, essentially.
kind of want to like give a bit of a shout out to how Bleed actually played out that second half. I mean, it definitely was close in that first half, especially with how high octane the action was when it was on the defense, when Team Secret was trying to stop Bleed from ever trying to push on in. But now that they were on attack, they could have had a lot more freedom. But for Bleed, they were pretty successful at choking out so many potential options and entrances for Team Secret that ultimately it all came down to how slow paced and how easy they would be able to find those openings, and that's slow paced. But honestly, for Bleed, they are able to understand and take those openings like really well. And honestly, the snowball effect from that operator from Darion as well just put that final cherry on top of a really good Sunday served up on silver platter for the Bleed Esports squad. For Team Secret though, this is definitely not over yet. It's a 0-1 in our series right now. This icebox map is their best shot at trying to equalize it against Bleed.
And to, the viewers out there, I kind of want to explain a bit more why we appreciate the way Bleed is playing right now. You have that aggressive play from Darion, but he's also, for example, let's take that A short on Haven, right? That sewer pick. You have him playing aggressively. You have the Sova on the A long side. You have the Breach pairing in the A short side, ready with utility in order to assist. And I feel like the non-overextension on Darion as well. He gets a pick, he falls back a little more, he gets another pick, he dashes away, and then you see the Sova switch in so that the Sova is paired with the Breach instead, and then the operator is holding that long angle in A long. That's the kind of discipline I wanted to see from the play-ins, and I'm glad I'm seeing it now in the group stages.
Just really quickly, I just want to give one small recognition from one player of Bleed Esports, and that's Pip. Pip just really understands when to use his utility really well. If you could see, sometimes even though they don't have the hard info that they need before they initiate some sort of wide peak, Pip is you know what? You want to go for that? Ito, pera. Here's some money. Said in Filipino. I mean, it's kind of like you're giving some spare change so that you can be able to give that small allowance for your players to actually thrive in those sort of moments. It's not that necessary. They would win that duel anyway, especially since I believe one of those players were pretty much isolated. But then again, if it's something that will give an advantage to that 1v1, then Pip is definitely willing to give that. And not only does he thrive in those sorts of situations, but in situations where Bleed actually needed that definite entry, and sometimes when they need to slow down as well the pace and the tempo of Team Secret, Pip has always been that pivotal member that always has been so influential with just his presence alone.
Well, you're talking about Pith, but why don't we talk about Lenny too? I'm sure that Trix has a lot of ideas when it comes to this person.
I love a good Sova. It's one of the reasons why I was also a fan of Jesse Vash, but I'm starting to be a bit of a fan of Lenny as well. We could see there was that one round, he pulled out the drone, he got a tag, and then he just immediately, when his teammates were fighting down mid, he also used his ultimate to kind of pick the players off, force some more space for the Bleed players on mid side and garage side to push a little more forward. And I thought that was just the perfect play. And I'm not sure if it was coordinated or if it was a split decision on Lena's side, because I wanted him to kind of show up a little bit more. I felt like it was a little underwhelming watching him in the play-ins, but today I feel like he was on point.
When you were talking about Sova's pulling out something, I thought you were talking about Jesse Vash pulling out that Titan Male mace once again. I was keeping my eye out. Maybe he'll get another knife kill over here, the Tondo things that we like to see from this guy. But hey, a lot is on the line today, especially since it is their first step into the APAC waters during this stage. So I don't know when we'll be seeing some knife kills from Jesse Vash, but when it happens... Oh, wait, Trix is asking me what's Tondo?
Sorry. Yeah, I don't...
It's a place, Trix. It's a place in
I'm
Manila.
only half Filipino. What do you expect from me, guys?
Okay, Taro is actually answering in our talent chat over here what it actually is. Now, as you kind of catch a grasp of where or what Tondo is, I do have a question for you, Trix, which is also something that I was trying to point out with that Femina, but I'm not very well versed in explaining this.
Yeah.
why is it that most of the teams that we have here on Haven, Team Secret is no exception to this one, why is it that on eco rounds, they prefer going to B site?
B site is generally an easier site to take. It's faster, you only have to clear the close corners. All you have to do is smoke the sides. Usually, as we've seen all of the teams do it, they have one player that's always back at Gong. A lot of the times though, teams will give it up because when the opponents are on an eco round, it's a lot of close duels. You don't want to risk it, so they just play for the retake. It guarantees you that spike plant, which guarantees your team more economy, and then after that, it's just a matter of post-plant situation.
I guess I kind of like see that there could be limitations when you try to push that B site, especially when you are on either eco rounds or pistol rounds. Bless you, by the way, Trix. I hope you're doing a wonderful day. But again, going back to that B site to execute, but it is a pretty short range. I do get the idea. Yeah, I completely understand. Sometimes teams just have to respect that short range gunfights that is going to be prevalent whenever you are using pistols and eco rounds. But
yeah,
again, I kind of feel like it's also pretty easy to retake for defense. But to contradict myself, that I would say like the end goal for eco teams are just to get that extra money, right? And the surefire way to get 300 credits to your pocket is just that spike plant. So on that B site for that early plant, okay, I can understand that. Clearly, that B site is definitely something that shouldn't be ignored.
And you know, if you have those opponents on the defender side getting a little overzealous, trying to want to punish you, not give you that plant down, more often than not, the attackers can get a pick on them, and that gives them an extra gun to use later on in that round. So it's just, for me, I feel like there are more benefits to taking that B site than negatives. But if you play against something like a Killjoy or a Breach, it becomes infinitely more difficult to get that spike down because they will just use all their utilities to stop you.
And speaking of using all of the utilities over on B side, this actually sparked a memory that happened inside the game. I think this was during the last round of the first half, wherein they had this whole post-plant retake that was happening on the side of Team Secret. So the spike was already planted, but Dubstep retook B side. He cleared all of the corners, he cleared Gong, he cleared everything. And this is when Borkum lays down the Cosmic Divide right in front of the spike. And so all that's left for the rest of Team Secret to do is one has to be dedicated on defusing the spike, and the other two would at least have a crossfire so that nobody gets through the Cosmic Divide. And that just worked out perfectly and enabled them to close the gap for the first half. But this is just one perfect execution that I was thinking of as you guys were explaining how utilities really come into play and how it is able to really counter that post-plan situation over on B side. But overall, my God, I was just on the floor for this game. I loved it, every single bit of it. I may be cheering for Team Secret over here, but it's no doubt that I'm happy to see some of the teams over from the play-ins really step it up, especially when it matters the most. And I know, Trix, we've been together since last week. You've been enjoying Bleed all the way. And is there anything specific that really caught your eye as they evolved from the last week?
Their discipline. It seemed like they were no longer playing or relying on those early picks. They were relying on early control. And I feel like that was the main difference for Bleed then and Bleed now. It's that if they don't get those picks, they're still ready because they're still controlling that area.
Well, that is something that we hope that they continue for their sake, of course, over at Icebox. Because for us, our predictions are on the line as well. But moving on to a map like Icebox, I have to really mention this because it was Fluffy's simple request. He says that he predicts Team Secret on Icebox will be wild with the agents. Well, he was right. He told me, Yoru, Omen, Breach, Fluffy, what kind of fifth sense is this? You're crazy. You're crazy. Oh my goodness, Fluffy. If you were in the panel, I would just be on edge with this guy.
Excited to see that.
Yeah, I'm sure you are, Trix. Carry on.
I'm always excited to see something new, guys. You all know this. The moment a team decides, hey, we want to try something different, we're going to try it on the stage because we've been trying it on our own, I get hyped up. I think I don't see Yoru enough. Personally, I only see Yoru in rank when people are trying to throw the game. So I'm excited to see how it's going to turn out with Team Secret. Paired with that Fade and that Omen though, usually we see that Viper because they like to cut the lines, but I'm not certain how the executions will go, if it'll be as easy for Team Secret or if they might struggle with trying to enter the sites.
Kind of get the idea actually of this Team Secret team composition. Yes, it's switching out some meta picks that we usually see them pick out. No Sova this time, no Viper that Botom likes to play. It's the Omen, it's the Breach, and Yoru instead of the Jet that we always see the duelist of Team Secret pull out. But let me give you like a bit of an idea what the idea of this team composition is. The core of Team Secret's idea is to enable Yoru without having to compromise with him alone, using his kit to enable him being able to collapse onto enemies a bit more frequently. Imagine, since like the flash of Yoru is not that reliable on its own, what if you pair that up with another flash from Breach himself? Then once he teleports, what if there's an Omen teleporting himself onto the enemy team as well? Pair that up with two aggressive like collapsing teleports over towards the opposition, then that's something that's going to be surprising for anybody who's not prepared for that sort of collapse.
I guess the only question I have for that then is what happens when your Yoru gets shut down?
Man, that's I mean, honestly, that's it really looks good on paper. Honestly, in theory, that could be really good, but it also demands that you have that condition where Yoru has to be alive when he does that combo. He could be traded out by that Omen, yeah, but it also relies on if that Omen can also like smoke out the right places, because it's pretty shallow compared to like the Viper smoke that's always reliable on Icebox sprites. And since like it's not that big compared to the Viper that we always see meta on Icebox and Breeze, then he has the smoker, which is Borkum, has to pick out the perfect places and perfect timings to use those smokes. And I kind of want to see Team Secret utilize that Fate effectively now that Jeremy's going to be in instead of the Spencer who has been subbed out of this game. We have to see this lineup work in order for them to keep their stride in the upper bracket.
Sounds to me like that's all Dubstep's problem. But I really hope that all of the players out here really bring us what they've got. Again, Team Secret with not the usual pick that we get to see over here. That's perfectly fine, because over here at the VCT stage, it never really goes the way we expect it to, but that's what I love about VCT. More of the action coming your way as we go into game number 2. Team Secret versus Bleed Esports.
Casters, start the game. Simulan nyo na! Dahil ito na, it's finally time para sa ating game number 2. Welcome back sa VCT Asia Pacific. Kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters, Theodore at Honeyclaze, for this second game, which is gonna be Icebox. So, ito yung susunod nating mapa. And as far as I know, this is actually picked up by Bleed.
Isa ito sa magiging haka-haka natin kung magiging ganap ba dito ang Oroy ni Dubstep. Nakita natin sa mga plays sila all the way from VCTPH na kayang-kaya naman nila makapagbigay ng dominating plays basta't mabigyan nila ng magandang momentum si Dubstep. Pero this time na nagkaroon na ng pressure sa game number 1, Bleed was able to dominate it. Magiging ganap ba ito for Team Secret? Yun ang abangan natin dito sa game number 2.
Yun ang na-mention mo na rin naman din na we have a Yoru pick which is in Icebox. Nung pag di ka nga tumingin ng 2 minutes, siguro isipin mo yung composition dito ng Team Secret ay malabind. No? Kasi nilalabas din nila to minsan yung Yoru pick nila when it comes to bind, and hyper-aggressive yung playstyle ng Team Secret when it comes to bind. But this is completely a different map. It is Icebox, and sa dami ng VOD, sa lahat-lahat na alam natin all throughout the VCT stages, nilaro na to ng Team Secret. So hindi na bago sa kanila to. But of course, with the certain compositions here, adding Jeremy to the team as well, Dispenser out, mag-iiba rin yung game style.
Better yet, dahil nga pinaupo muna talaga dito Sina Dispenser para magkaroon ng opportunity sila lang magkaroon ng additional firepower sa mga utilities pa lang dito ng Fade. We all know how wise Jeremy is sa paggamit sa mga utilities niya. And speaking of, we have here already the Prowlers trying to get inside, getting in the info. Nandito na yung TP ni Dubstep. Tingnan natin kung magiging successful siya dahil isa lang din naman ang nagbabantay in A. Will they be successful or talagang mapaflank? Malilikuran siya dito ng Bleed Esports at dito na natin to makikita sa pagpasok nila ng A.
Kailangan nila matindi-tinding mechanical skills dito, lalo na si Dubstep na may gamit ng Yoru sa loob ng smoke. Nasa kabilang dulo lang, pinagtagpo na naman sila pero hindi pa tinatadhana. Once na naitadhana na nga si Dubstep ang makakakuha ng kill, pero tatlong players na rumaragasa from the side of Bleed Esports ang pumasok na nga. 2v3 situation right now as Maxi is trying to pinch down the enemies at isa-isa na nga ang inubos ni kuya mo Jeremy. Alam mo si Jeremy kung paano magsabi, Tito, pa-smoke! Tito, na-flash! Tito, na-hunt ko na! Pasok na mga kuya!
Walang tao sa backside dito. Nakuha ko na yung tatlong kailangan na patayin dito na pumatay o tumariba nga kina Dubstep. It was a good retake pero talaga makikita natin yung opportunity ngayon ng Team Secret na usually nang nananalo pagdating sa mga pistol round. Sabi nga ni Ray nung mga nakaraan, hindi usual ito, hindi nagiging pabor ang mga pistol rounds for Team Secret, but this time sila yung umaabuso ng advantage nila in the early stages. The Recon will be spotting almost everyone. Dito na magagaling na nga in A, but Wits will be completely dominating in the two players na papasok. Magdadepend lang naman ng A side.
Yun na nga, Prowler has been set on. At ito na nga rin yung mga na-detect. Aside from that, isa-isa na nga ang bumagsak dito ang players ng Bleedy Sports pagdating sa A-side. May kasama pang plant. Sayang, arep eh. Arep din yan, sir. So, everything you can take, you will definitely take on this round. Team Secret, magandang pangitaan for them, no? Lalo na sa nangyari on that first game a while ago.
Maganda yung mga naging panimula nila pero mapaninindagan ba ng Team Secret? Kanina talagang nangangamba tayo kung ano yung mga nagiging comeback potential ng Team Secret dahil patuloy yung mga advantage dito ng Bleed. This time, let's hope for the best. Dahil Team Secret dito, 2-0 na, buy round na. Finally ng Bleed, may pera sila, may mga rifle, pero magiging maganda ba ito? And that is the answer. Fit goes it for 1. Immediately si Wits kaagad ang nawala.
5 pa sa mga players dito ng Bleed Esports. Boy na buhay pa. Si Wits nga yung napitas dito na una, no? So at least, kahit pa paano, kailangan mag-ingat-ingat dito ng Team Secret on actually preparing for the flank. Dahil may possibility mag-flank yung players ng Bleed. On the other hand, mukhang it's gonna be an A hit for the side of Team Secret. But they have to do this carefully. Knowing Dubstep already has the Vandal as well. And syempre, hindi naman sila lamang pagdating sa mga baril, no? So yung iba dito naka-Spectre pa rin. They're just playing for the bonus right now and they wanna make it at least worth it.
Magiging worth it nga ba ito dahil makakagat na ngayon ni Prowler. We have the blinds as well to completely dominate inside the site. Makakapag-TP-in nga dito si Dubstep pero there yun ang magiging ready naman din sa kanya. Right? Pero it won't be happening much for the side of Bleed. Flawless round for Bleed. Dahil nga may mga barrel guys, may mga rifles, may advantage ang Bleed dito. Laban sa Team Secret. Nice try na lang din. Bawi sa next round kung saan. Ito na yung tunay na gun round. Napapakitaan tayo ngayon ni Wiz kung paano magamitin yung operator, kung paano ito magiging worth it.
Sayang lang hindi sila nakakuha ng at least 1 or 2 kills. Kahit pa paano, mapunish yung economy side ng BD Sports. But rest assured, at least pagdating sa round na to, nakapag-ipon na ata si Wits para sa kanyang paboritong baril, which is the operator. And he's also back on the chamber as well. So, kay Yoru pala talaga nakasalala yung pag-i-entry dito.
Spot by timing. Lexi dito, matutumba na nga. Nightfall is ready and up. We have here the TP na pwede nga ding gamitin agad ni Dowsy. Pero hindi ito magiging sapat pa sa kanya dahil ready na nga sa kanya makakaisa. Pero pinatikin pa rin naman sila ng ganti ng AP. Jeremy for another trade-off. This to an HP. Pero nakikita mo naman na gumagawa siya ng mga trabaho dito. Dito, makakapasok na tayo pero hindi sila makakapag-plan. Si Fed ready sa kanya. 2 members remaining for the side of B. Dalawa na lang din. 2 HP na lang din na natitira dito for Jeremy. Naku, nag-crumble through lahat ng opportunity ng Team Secret na lahat ng mga utilities and exhaust nila inside of the site to just pegged off by Fit.
Sobrang careful maglaro ng Bleed Esports dito. Talaga yung mga angles na hinahawakan nila. Kailangan talaga, they have to secure the kill kung hahawak sila ng angles. On the other hand, si Jeremy nga, nagpe-perform siya on this match. Kakasimula pa lang do. At syempre, nag-aantay pa rito tayo. Once na, sinasabayan niya kasi dito si Dubstep talaga eh. Nagpe-prepare sila para dun i-set up yung site. Ang kaso nga lang, napipick off agad dito si Dubstep. So, hindi pa naman huli ang lahat, guys. At syempre, eco disadvantage ngayon ng Team Secret. Sa taas, sir! Ang tagal nagkasilipan ng dalawa. Ang tagal nilang nagkatitigan. Dalawa pa nga napitas. With sumama na rin sa hukay. As Lexi was able to get a kill on Jessie Vash, it's up to the last two remaining players here. We have Jeremy. We have Borkum. Si Jeremy na chillax lang. At he gets the first kill right there with a headshot. But sinagot din naman siya with another headshot for himself.
Nakaabang na eh. Nakarinigan na kung
Grabe
saan
naman si
manggagaling
Dario.
dito si Borkom. Grabe si Dario nung pangatlong
Kachopoy buff eh.
wide flick.
Logi
Natawa
eh.
tuloy ako sa
Logi sa hairstyle, guys eh.
Sorry
Kala
guys, wala
mo
akong idea
si-
kung ano yung kachupoy. Tinanong ko
Alam
pa
mo,
sa comments kanina.
Na cosmic divide eh. Si Darion dito, guys eh. Pero ang ganda ng pick-up niya dito, especially on mid. Dahil nga rin lumabas si Wits doon. Aside from that, Dubstep had the perfect angle for like a good 2 seconds. Hindi siya nakikita ni Darion doon. Kaso nga lang, nabaliktad talaga.
Cover going out.
Byron na finally for the side of Team Secret. Nabaligtad kasi ng mga pagkakataon ng Bleedy Esports na makuha kaagad yung early game pick-offs or yung early aggression sila, nagtamo na maging malaking casualties against Team Secret immediately. Ngayon, napapakiramdaman na kaagad ni Fet kung ano ba yung pwede mangyari dito sa B dahil walang tao in A. Nakapag-push na dito si Darion, kaya naman imposible nang makaligtas pa dito ang Team Secret. Ang kailangan na lang nila is ma-pushback nila dito yung Killjoy, ma-pushback nila yung kanilang Viper. Ang magiging question is paano sila kaya makakapaglaro through time na makakuha sila ng plant. Will they be able to get inside though? Dahil yung Darion natin nag-aabang lang din sa masasandwich nila.
Na Hunt is there, pero wala atang masaspatan dito on the site
Wala.
itself. Pero isa na nga ang napitas dito ni Dubstep. That is gonna be Lenny. Out already. Pero si Darion may operator pa rin, no? So they really have to be careful here. Hindi pa naman nila napaplant yung spike, tsaka hindi pa talaga sila nakakapasok dito completely. They still have to set up the entirety of the site. They used the ultimate already, Dimensional Drift in action right now. Binuhay nga si Lenny dito. At si Dubstep, nakikita niya yung info. Dadalhin niya lang yan sa mga teammates. Tignan natin kung makapitalize because Wits was able to get a kill on Darion already. Apat pa na players ng Bleed ang buhay na buhay muli dahil nga nag-rest din to.
Wall is already committed. Hunter's Fury, mapapa-TP out. We have here the Hunt. Lenny naman dito makakakuha ng dalawa. Gamit lang din ang Hunter's Fury niya. Matatalikuran nila dito yung mga pagkakataon na may matitira pang player all the way from Garage. Pero the numbers are just in favor of the side of Bleedy Esports. Froze don't pick. Pero with that aftershock, talagang hindi na magiging sapat pa yung time, yung oras para makapag-defend in the spike defuse. Kaso na half na rin naman nila yung site. This is another kill for Bleed. Mukhang ang dumudugo ngayon ay ang mga kababayan natin from Team Secret.
2 rounds pa lang yan. Isihan nyo lang. Wala pa naman, no? Hindi pa huli ang lahat, guys. At syempre, dito sa rounds na ito na nakikita natin, ang ganda na sana ng mga opening kills, no? Nagamit nila yung Dimensional Drift to actually get the info as well doon, specifically sa Orange. Ang kaso nga lang, pagdating sa post-plant situation, dahil nga din dalawa pa ang natitirang kalaban doon ni Jessie Vash. Double pick ka talaga on double pick.
Oo eh. Yun yung advantage nila kung ultimo mga isolating plays, kayang-kaya na nga ng kabilang team. At now, sasabitin lang naman din ang tamis mo, Dubstep! 1 member down already, kumukulit ka pa, sir. We have the sheriffs only at hand ng Team Secret. Hunt will be trying to get that info, pero ang bilis itong na-decapitate ka agad nila Lexi. Or B5. They can still go into the side, pero nandito naman din Borkum to cancel the numbers up. We have also as well is the Rolling Thunder high in that meeting, pero bulaga na lang sa'yo, sir! We have the aftershock para malagpapito dito kaagad si Darion, pero nice follow-up naman na may bibigay dito ni Jeremy. 2v2, Nightfall pa ang pwede niyang ikasa, pero wala na siyang bala pang magamit pa. We still have the sheriff at hand para sa batang ito, pero hindi pa magiging sagana dahil nakaabang na yung dalawa sa kanya.
Dalawa laban sa isa, Jeremy na naman. Sa kanya na naman nakasalala itong round na to, no? Hawak naman niya yung spike kahit papano, so that's good news. But the other thing is, dalawang players ng Bleed ang nakastack on A, but the rotations coming in from Maxi, they wanna take on both sides here. So importante para kay Jeremy to actually get a pick off. Pero itong rotation ni Lexi, naririnig niya to for sure. Ang
30
kaso nga lang
seconds left.
nakatingin pa sa likod. Pag bumaba yung wall na yan, baka kahit papaano, makapwesto siya dito, makabuelo siya ng kill. Kaso maganda ang hawak dito na angle ni Lexi. Yun na nga, no? Perfect opportunity for Lexi to take on the kill. Gandang angle na hinawakan. Safer than actually staying on site.
Exactly. Napalapit na nga sila eh. Muntik na sila magkasalisihan. Ang nakita ko na lang din dito talaga is it was really a good eco round, especially for Team Secret na nakapasok sila ng site, na dominate kaagad nila yung mga natitirang members from Bleed. Yun lang din talaga yung anggulong pinanghawakan dito ng Bleed Esports. Although narinig nga ni Jeremy na nag-rotate na yung Bleed Esports going into B. Pero syempre, hindi naman din magbabakasakali dito yung Bleed na B lang ang kukuhanin dito ni Jeremy. But A this time is the decisions made by Team Secret na ito naman ang kailangan nilang punteriyahin.
Viper Spit has been set already on a site. Papipigilan nito yung pagpupush talaga ng Team Secret. Pero mukhang hindi yata sila magpapapigil dahil nagsisilabasan na yung utility. Ginamit na nga din yung pag-TP out. Perfect lang para kay Dubstep. Pero naspatan na nga siya dito ng Aldron kaya isa lang ang mapipitas niya. Pero sila ni nag-aabang lang din sa Gedli. Borkom! He goes down in the hands of Lexi. Here, Wits was able to take on the kill. 2v2 pa rin na meron tayo. Derio, nakaspot dito ng isang paa. Pero, mapapatay niya ba? Shorty pare! Yan ang gusto niyang dalhin. Pero tumawid si Kuya Moderio. Hindi niya alam, nasa likuran niya na. Wits is the only man remaining right now. The spike has been planted at least. Pero may wall pa nga. Pero hindi naman niya matatakpan yung actual spike, no? So rotations right now from Wits, kailangan niyang patayin si Lexi. Sakto-sakto lang. Pati si Wits yung camera niya, pati siya napapagilid eh.
Napapansin mo pa yun, no? Talagang nakakapag-pressure, nakakapagbigay lang din talaga ng pressure dito yung ultimang pang-hold lang ng Bleed Esports. Imagine yung mga pop-off potential dito nila Lexi. Dagdagan mo pa ng pressure na pag may hawak na operator dito ni Derion, ay talagang may lalaglag at may tutumba from the side of Team Secret. At finally, momentum shaker na itong gagawin ng Team Secret. Ito na panimula, guys. Ilista nyo na. 1-1 ang magiging scoreline natin dito. Pero syempre, balikan muna natin itong round na ito. Napapasok muna ng site ang players from Team Secret. 5-3 is our scoreline.
Naghahanap pa rin dito ng leeway, ng loophole ang Team Secret kung paano sila makakapasok. Shock darts being used here. Di naman nagko-connect sa players ng Team Secret. Pero si Lenny na tataranta na rin siya, no? Itong mga TP out ni Dubstep, medyo naguguluhan yung Bleed Esports. Kahit pa paano. Pero ang problema, isa lang lagi yung nakukuhang kill dito ni Dubstep. Ang importante naman for the side of Team Secret is to actually make a skirmish happen on the site itself. To make space and create space. Unfortunately, hindi pa rin nila nagagawa yan right now. 3v1 as Wits is alone, he still has the operator to play around with.
The question is, kung isi-save niya ba ito o kung talagang sisiguraduhin niyang may ma-pick off siya. May mga vandals na pwede siyang taputin dito, pero kasi ang laki ng limit lang din ng ginagamit niyang agent ngayon. Nakikita yung barrel ng kanyang operator kay haba-haba kasi kaya naman nauna, nabeluhan na kaagad siya ni Darion. 6-3 ang ating scoreline. All in favor of the side of Bleed dahil nga nakakachamba sila mga tol. Team Secret kasi dito hindi makapwelo si Kuya Mo Dobson just to get inside. Dahil nga sabi nga ni Taylor, isa lang yung nakukuha niya with the TP in na meron dito ang Yoro. Expected na siya ng Bleed.
Na-expect. Yun na nga, pag nababasa nga yung mga play, yun nga yung mahirap dito, no? Kasi kung tutuusin, parehas naman sila. Madami ng VODs, marami ng mga replays. Depende na lang sa strat play kung ano yung plano nilang gawin dito, no? At itong Euro play nga na ine-expect natin from Dubstep right now, ang nagiging timbre kasi nito is actually pulling up the TP hanggang makarating dun sa backside. But if you do that multiple times, not just one, not just twice, multiple freaking times on the site itself, alam na ng Bleed kung anong plano mo.
Exactly.
Alam na ng Bleed kung ano yung balak mo. Plus at the same time, kung di ako nagkakamali, pwede mong barilin yung TP out.
parang hinahayaan na lang din nga ng Bleed na, sige mag-TP ka, alam namin kung saan ka manggagaling. We can still trade you off once na may ma-pick off ka man sa players sila. Pwede pa rin naman sila makakuha ng composure to make things happen for them. At yun yung nangyayari multiple times na. As you mentioned earlier, talagang basang-basa na nila kung ano yung pwedeng gawin dito ni Dubstep. Talagang ang limited lang ng mga pwedeng niyang mind games na ilatag dito against Bleed Esports. Kaya nangangamba tayong hindi na magiging favorable sa kanila dito yung pag-push ng A, pero let's see and hope for the best as we go in for the timeout. Nasasaglitin na naman sila dito ngayon ni Fit.
Napitas nga si Wits. One man down na naman ang Team Secret dito. Huwag kayo mag-alala, hindi na timeout to, guys. Eco disadvantage sila ngayon, pero si Dubstep baka makapatay siya. Dahil sa harap nga niya mismo, lumabas nga dito si Xerxia. Ang kaso, lugi dahil medyo malayo with the shorty. Vash was able to take 1 kill away. 4v2 pa rin ang meron tayo dito. And then still Jesse Vash pushing. But Lexi has spotted him out. Andito na rin yung spike na drop na. Tumawid ka, patay ka. Nakita na si Borkum, hindi tumama yung shot. Pero itong smoke na to, susubukan niya. Susubukan niya!
Oh. Lang. Hindi
Malakas
niya na masusubukan pa. Malakas ang kapit sa patalim dito ng Bleed Esports. Dagdagan mo pa na hanggang ngayon may hawak na hawak to operator dito si Derion. Ito na yung landslide na kaya nilang ibigay laban sa Team Secret. I don't even know what is not happening for Team Secret to make everything work for their side, dahil nga sa mga times na magsisave sila, magkakaroon sila ng opportunity may buys, makakuha ng side, pero pagdating sa mga holds ng Bleed Esports, alam nila kung paano ika-counter out ngayon ang kahit na ultimate dito ni Dubstep after getting in so many info on their team.
Prowler out para dito kay Jeremy. Naghahanap dito ng pwedeng mapatay, pwedeng ma-detect. Kaso walang nagpapakita for the side of Bleed Esports. Ginamit na nga rin nila agad-agad yung lockdown, no? Ayaw talaga magpapasok, sir. Si Wits nakapitas na ng isa pero marami yatang nasa mid. May isa pang nag-aabang. That is gonna be Lenny. Perfect opportunity. Hindi ko alam kung ba't di sila tumitingin sa kanan, sir. Masyadong busy. Pero meron pang nag-aabang sa gitna. That is gonna be Piff. Isa na naman ba para kay Wits to? O iba na naman ang pupwestuhan nila? It seems like Wits just used the rendezvous to reposition himself para makarating agad dito sa backside. Unfortunately, hindi pa rin nakakapag-plant ng spike, no? Pero si Dubstep nag-TP na. Alam na rin to ni Maxi.
He knows what is happening with that explosive 3K. Wala na namang numbers advantage dito ang Team Secret. Papapunta sana sa kanila dito yung pagpasok nila na side. Pero unfortunately, napawasan pa sila dito dahil ultimo yung TP na Dubstep dito. Inambahan ka agad ni Maxi. Balikan muna natin ito, Permit, bago natin i-explain kung bakit noon nakapwesto, nakaligtas si Maxi with that overwhelming 3K. But now, it's 2v1. Magsasmoke out dito or magpa-pop off away from the smoke dito si Borkom. Buti na lang talaga naagapan ito ni Jesse Vash. Finally, another round for Team Secret. 7-4. Talagang hindi magiging imposible dito ang 7-5. Balikan natin si Maxi dito, Taylor, no? Dahil ginamit niya yung smoke niya makaligtas. Once na alam niya magbablind na dito si Dubstep, magti-TP in, hindi siya makakakita, he can see a thing, pero with his smoke, nakaligtas siya. Ito yung opportunity napatay niya kaagad yung tatlo mula sa kabila.
Sayang lang talaga eh, no? Itong mga kills, si Maxi, ito nga yung sinasabi ko pa ulit-ulit, Honey Glaze. Kung all the time, ganun yung ginagawa ni Dubstep, basang-basa na. Sipin mo si Maxi, nagantay lang yun eh. Ito, bago na naman para sa ating mata, pero matagal nang ginagawa. Na stun pa nga dito si Derion. They get a kill, pero 2-1 trade ang meron dyan. Lugi pa rin ang Team Secret. Makakapag-rest pa dito. Si Lexi. Uy, si Wits. Alam nila kung nasa nakapwesto to si Wits.
Nasandwich na siya.
Uy, hindi tumama! Isang chance pa, Wits, pero napapalibutan ka na, Bes! May isang nasa kanto, napatay, susunod na nga ba? Si Derion, tingnan natin ang audition dito ng Bleed Esports dahil si Dubstep, tamang lurk lang din. And Lexi was able to get a kill on Dubstep and Derion as well. Nalinis pa rin nila ang Team Secret. 8-4, not bad half.
So much sandwich play sa ginagawa dito ng Bleed. Na-overwhelm ako sa factor na ginamit nila yung boost dito, makapasok at matahak nila dito yung nest. Hindi nakapag-react on time dito ang Team Secret dahil nga expected na yung mga worst things to come dito ng Bleed Esports. Nakakuha man ng isang round dito ang Team Secret to push it to a 4-point lead. But the problem is, naging explosive naman dito yung Bleed. Hindi sila naging passive, hindi nila hinayaan yung Team Secret. Kami naman daw yung aatake, even though na sila yung defending. Look at those KDAs. Talagang equally distributed. Ano pa kaya ang pwedeng gawin dito ng Team Secret? Dito na nga ba sila aariba sa defending side or talagang momentum ang nagagather na ngayon sa mga kamay mismo ng Bleed Esports?
Kulang sa adobo eh. Kinulang yung ulam ngayon eh. Kulang pa yung paminta sa adobo, guys. Kaya
kulang ng sahog.
ano bang gusto mo sa adobo? Yung may sabaw na kaunti o yung wala?
Depende sa mood eh. Feeling ko pag may sabaw, talagang sarap sa tanghali yun. Pag gabi naman, yung walang sabaw.
Ako gusto ko yung may sabaw. Yung may sinusutsot. Ganon. Kasi gusto ko lagi sa kanin yun eh. Pero
Kasi parang pangpulutan kapag walang
grabe
walang
ka
sabaw.
naman.
Pulutan agad.
Ulam pa lang tayo, best. Nandun ka na agad sa pang midnight snacks eh.
Pang shot puno na kasi yung scoreline. Taylor 8-4. Talagang ang hirap
Bilis eh.
makakampak ng Team
Ulam pa,
Secret. Ang
lunch
bilis
pa
eh.
nga lang, dinner pa lang pinag-uusapan natin. Si Honey Glaze na una na sa exciting part.
Pang midnight snack.
Pang midnight snack na eh. Pero problema talaga to ngayon na kailangan na maghanap pa ng more creative way in actually making an entry using a Yoru because that TP out from the back end of the site isn't working all together. Kailangan may extra ka pa talaga eh. Na kumbaga, meron ka ng cards. Kailangan may extra kang joker na tinatago. Alam mo yun?
Para magkaroon talaga ng explosive
May
mind
secret
games.
strat.
Secret stat, yung mga strategy nila behind or inside of their sleeves para magpatuloy na yung momentum nila dito. Repetitive kasi yung mga naging execution nila. Very unfortunate nga lang dito kay Borcom, nag-risk siya. It was a high cost, high reward play na ginawa niya doon na mag-aggressive po siya pero hindi pa rin pala tumama. Natag niya lang for bet dito si Darion pero matatag pa rin naman siya dito ng Aldron. So now, delayed pa kahit pa konti dito ang players from Bleed pero makakaisa na ngayon si Jessie Bash.
Pero kung tutuusin, medyo wild tong composition talaga ng Team Secret. Pag nahanapan nila ng paraan yan, kita nyo naman, si Wits tumatrabaho pa rin dito. Pag nahanapan nila ng paraan to, makatitong composition na to eh. Jessie Bash, tamang lang, zipline lang. Kala mo nasa Bohol lang eh. Tamang bakasyon lang sa zipline and that is finally the last remaining member here of Bleed Esports. Flawless round pa ang meron ng Team Secret. So, ultimate save ngayon ang Bleed. Wala silang nakuhang kill. Wala rin silang plant ng spike.
Okay na to. This is a good start. Good momentum shaker ng Team Secret para maambahan na nila ng tamang-tama, pinong-pino ang players from the side of Bleed. They have now the opportunity to buy in their Spectres. Bulldog naman dito kay Dubstep. They need to really be creative dito sa mapang ito, lalo na may mga opportunity rin kasing maging haka-haka sa atin kung saan magtitipi dito si Dubstep eh. Yun din ang magiging problema ngayon ng Bleed Esports kasi wala silang magiging trace kung ano ba yung pwede niyang gawin. But right now, the Recon won't be spotting in anyone's wits. Ano pa kaya yung pwede niyang hold na magawa? Dahil mang headhunter niya, hindi muna tatama, kaya reposition na lang din kaagad siya. The blind is already connecting here. TP out for wits. Ako na bahala dyan, sir, dahil pwede na rin makapag-spray and pray laban dito ka na Maxi. Decoy out. There yung dito, makakakuha ng isa. Hindi nila pinapansin yung Decoy dahil pwede sila makapasok na inside the side. 4v4, medyo low on HP kaya naman bebeluhan na kaagad ng Shocktor dito ni Len.
Oh my God! Na-chambahan doon si Kuya mo Dubstep, ladies and gents. Pero C's being used here by Jeremy. Meron ding aftershock, sinusubukan lang pero hindi tumatama si Jessie Vash. Onting reset, tumama na rin. Finally, dalawang remaining player right now for Bleed Esports. Hindi pa rin napaplantang spike dito. So magandang pangitain yan for Team Secret. But the space, they're looking after the space. Yun na nga, na-think ang kuya mo, sumakto ang paranoia. The last remaining player, tumalon, and he dies off.
Tumalon sa mga pagkakataong kaya niyang isigaw ang pangalan mo. 8-6 is our scoreline. Dalawa na lang hahabulin ngayon guys ng Team Secret pero ang problema nila dito is buy round na rifles ang mapanghahawakan ngayon ng Bleed. Instant replay muna tayo kung saan na-bait out sila ng pag-TP. Akala nila clear na yung backside, clear na yung yellow pero kasi nandito pa pala si Dubstep para makakuha ng mga pick-offs yung mga kills niya dito at kahit na wala siya mag-trade off at least may madadala siya sa hukay. Finally, It is a round to see for Team Secret dahil ngayon, it is an 8-6.
Aldron lang. Tamang hanap lang din. By round na for Bleed Esports as well. 2 rounds lang naman ang kailangan habulin dito ng Team Secret. Pero mahihirapan sila knowing that, of course, they're playing for the bonus. Tamang tiis pogi pagdating dito sa mga baril talaga. At least si Wits may headhunter siya dito. The slow settles in for the side of Bleed. Tamang setup na rin ang utilities dito as the smoke settles in the wall as well. 5 HP para kay Wits. He was able to take 1 kill in pero Prowler out. Lexi was able to take 2. Jeremy on the other hand, 1-to-1 trade lang para sa kanila. 2v2 situation. Naghahanapan na dito. Jesse Bash was able to swing out. He gets 1 kill and Borcom saves the day. 8-7. Good. Ano ba itong round na to? Good bonus!
Yon. Good bon.
Tagal ko pang nag-isip. Ano ba itong round na to ulit? Bonus!
Yun.
Ala ko kasi Borcom time yung round na to kaya.
Muntik na eh. Wala, nakita rin kasi sila dito ng Bleed na paranoia ni Borcom and finally, isa na lang ang kailangan nilang habulin ngayon laban sa Bleed. Kami naman ngayon ang aariba pero kami naman ngayon ang magta-time out. We had earlier so much on an overwhelming play na ginawa dito ni Wits and syempre yung mga holes ditong binibigay din nila Jeremy para ma-assist nila yung mga nag-hold ng site. Yung mga utility nila ay nagiging reason kung bakit hindi makapasok ng site ang Bleed Esports pero they are still overwhelmed sa mga factors na pwedeng ngang maging sagabal dito yung mga utilities. Dagdagan mo pa ng paranoia ni Borcom. 8-7 ang scoreline natin. Wala nang finally pera. Dito yung Bleed Esports at umaariba na ngayon sina Jesse Vash. Pagkakataon nilang ma-equalize nila yung KDA nila laban kina Lexi.
Itong mga players natin ngayon sa Team Secret, no? Dubstep, nahirapan pa rin siya makakuha ng mga frags as well. But fortunately enough naman, even on a bonus round, napalagan talaga nila. Especially with the help of the kills, the follow-up kills na kayang ibigay ni Wits dito. At para sa rest of the team, no? 8-7 ang score natin. Isang round na lang, guys! Isang round na lang, mahahabol na ng Team Secret. Alam mo, wala akong pakialam kung mag-game number 3. Ilbas nyo na si Ray Ray kung sakasakaling kailangan. Basta, manalo ang Pilipinas, ladies and gents. Binasag ang katawan ni Dubstep. Saktong-sakto lang for them. Dubstep gets 2K. Jesse Vash as well. Papunta na sa 3. Si kuya mo Dubstep at isa na lang ang natitira. That is gonna be Maxi. Nakapitos pa ng isa. Uy, dumalawa pa.
Gumugusto talaga.
Ingat, sir. Ingat-ingat. Winnable pa rin yan.
Kaya naman, nandito na rin yung disiplina rin ni Jeremy na hindi lang din basta siya magiging reckless na magtatatakbo. Hanapin dito ang isang player na natitira. Although na-compromise na nila yung position ng Spike, haka-haka pa rin naman na kung saan ba siya tutungo. Dahil ngayon, he's already all the way from defender spawn. Nandito yung hunt to spot and anyone pero wala talaga eh. Merong sheriff na hawak-hawak dito si Maxi pero walang magiging palagyan once na mabilis na marinig siya ni Borcom dito. But that poison cloud will be the reason kung bakit nga dito mangangamba na si Borcom kung kaya niya ba ditong mabiluhan or maisahan si Maxi. And he will. 8-8 is our scoreline. Talagang andayo pa ng iniikot niya. Mula Luneta Park hanggang MOA, naiikot na dito ni Maxi. Mapapatay rin pala ni Borcom.
Matik naman yun eh. Nasulat na yun. Di na tayo magugulat. Pero ang magandang nangyari talaga dyan guys, binaril ni Pith yung fake ni Dubstep dito. Kaya nabulag din ata siya, no? And the rest is history as Dubstep was able to secure those 2 kills. Ito exactly yung kailangan ng Team Secret. Kasi even on the attackers a while ago, Dubstep was able to get 1 kill. And yep, but typically, you know, alam natin eh, mahirap man sabihin, but the expectations are quite high. Especially for Team Secret right now. But they're doing their best and talagang todo support lang talaga tayo dito para sa kanila. Ginagawa nila ang lahat dahil ito na nga si Wits nag-aabang lang sa Gedli na may hawak na operator. Pero makakapag-mamba out na naman siya agad because of the rendezvous. Mukhang Viper Split has been set here mula sa side ng Bleed Esports. And I think gagamitin na ata dito ni Dubstep yung Dimensional Drift. Ito na nga ang simula. Guys, hahanapin na nila kung nasan nga ba nagtatago yung Viper na yan. At nakita na ni Dubstep yung isa. Susubukan niyang patayin para mawala yung Viper Split and to create space. Pero ito na nga ang kalampag sa papag. And Dubstep is still here on site. Gugulatin niya sana ang ibang mga players pero hindi nag-work out. Jeremy on the other hand, though, siya ang tumatrabaho dito with the triple kill on himself. Hindi nga lang nag-connect for the 4th, but this is now up to 5th. And Borkum, merong lockdown na gagamitin, pero labas naman si Borkum dyan. Bahala kayo sa buhay nyo. Wala ako dyan, labas ako. Yan ang sabi.
Hanap-hanap na lang muna, sir. Oo.
Bakit? Para saan tong lockdown na to? Para ma-lockdown yung, yung spike na na-drop?
Yung spike?
Baka!
Di pa nga napaplant. La-lockdown na. Gumugusto pa.
Sayang yung lockdown daw, pero feeling ko, Finors, ewan ko, baka napindot na lang ni Pith. Sinakyan niya na lang, guys. Alam mo yung pag natisod ka, tapos kunwari na lang walang nangyari, parang gano'n yung nangyari.
Oh no.
Agawan na, no? Agawan spike, guys. Agawan spike ang meron tayo dito. Tumatrabaho si Pith, pero onti na lang ang natitirang oras, and that is Borkum securing the kill.
Very unfortunate dito for Bleed Esports. Fortunate naman for Team Secret dahil nga nang-hold sila sa mga pagkakataon na nagamit kasi dito ni Dubstep yung kanyang dimensional drift para makuha niya yung info na kailangan, nabulagan niya yung mga players from the side of Bleed. Although nangamba tayo for a bit doon dahil nga kung hindi dahil kay Jeremy na nakakuha ng 3K, mahihirapan si Borkum na i-execute yung kanyang Borkum time makuha yung round na yon. I was talking about how Bleed Esports was able to push into mid habang nagtatry na silang i-plant yung spike. Buti na lang talaga, Terror, at may aftershock na delay sila ng bagya.
Tamang delay lang talaga. Yan na lang ang gagawin dito. Siyempre, para sa side ng Team Secret, alam naman nila na sila yung lamang pagdating sa baril, no? So, bakit nila ipupush? Saka ang goal naman dito, i-defend yung site. Si Wits nga, unang nakapatay na. That is gonna be Pith out. Meron na rin palang operator sa kamay ni Wits dito. So, guys, nakikita nyo naman, si Dubstep, tamang trabaho lang with a double kill for himself, pero hindi na siya makakatakas for the 3rd one. Makakuha sila ng Vandal dito. May kasama pang rest, pero may ult pa. The Nightfall is here. Jeremy, ito na ang chance mo. Hindi tumama yung shot. Lenny was able to take on the kill. Huwag kayo magmadali, boys, dahil hindi naman kayo ang dapat pumosh. Kaso nga lang, Jessie Bash, namatay din siya. Si Wits na lang ang natitira.
50 seconds ang natitira.
Pinush
Mas
nila,
malaki
bes.
pa yung time dito for Team C or for Bleed Esports na pumasok makapag-rotate. Oo nga talagang kinusto. Naging agresibo dito ang Team Secret. Ito yung maliit na flow talagang nagiging maliit na butas na pinalaki lang ng pinalaki ng Bleed Esports para sumaka nila yung round na ito. No numbers advantage for Team Secret. Nag-iisa na lang dito si Wits. Terror operator pa yung hawak niya, and I think most likely na isave niya na lang ito dahil kailangan niyang mai-execute ng tama yung magiging defender side nila. Sayang yun. Dahil nakadalawa na Nakadalawa na si Dubstep kanina.
Nako. Yun lang ang pagkakamali, no? Kayo na yung lamang. Nilapagan ng Nightfall rather, ni Jeremy, no? Para makapasok sana sila. At syempre, lamang naman sila when it comes to the guns eh. But even with slows, pinush pa rin talaga ng Team Secret. Lalo na nakapulot na sila ng Vandal after mamatay ni Dubstep doon. Nabaliktad pa nga ang sitwasyon at magiging 9-9 ang score natin dito as we head into the tie as well as a thrifty round for Bleed Esports. Very well executed, especially on an eco disadvantage here.
Nakakatakot lang din talaga na ang dami na nilang utility na nilabas doon. Yung ultimate pa, idagdag mo. Yung Nightfall na kasama. That was a clean 2K for Dubstep. But the problem is, parang naging overconfident sila na meron ng Nightfall, walang maririnig dito at medyo magiging vulnerable ang Bleed. Once na tumama yung mga bala mo, magiging opportunity na ito, mabawasan sila kaagad dahil nga, nadedecay sila ng ilang segundo. But now, we're hearing it already that tour de force, the aggression from Dubstep is already committed. Mabablind sila ng bagya, hindi magiging effective na nga makakapag-whiff siya laban dito sa dalawa, tatlo. But now, with that pick-off, or rather with that TP, makakaalis at makakapag-reposition sila dahil nga may mga utility pang pwedeng ikasa dito ang Bleed Esports to get inside of the site.
Prowler out. Sinusubukan lang hanapin yung info kung nasan man yung ibang mga players ng Bleed dahil medyo slow play ang ginagawa nila dito ngayon. At si Pith, tamang setup lang dito ng mga Nano Swarm para sa kabilang team. Para lang ma-clear out yung mga angle na gusto nilang i-clear out. Dubstep, very much aware kung ano nangyayari sa site, no? Lahat na nga ng utilities dito nilabas. Natamaan si Dubstep nung Hunter's Fury na yan at si Jeremy pa nga ang mamamatay.
Cloudburst to cancel out that vision na makapasok na nga ng site dito. Team Secret, they only have classics, they only have the sheriffs at hand, walang magiging pabor na mga opportunity dito. Casualty si Borcom. Detox and screens will be the reason kung bakit sila madedelay pa further sa pag-retake nila. Pero kasi dalawa na lang din silang may operator na hawak pa. May wall pang kasama si Lexi dito, nag-aabang na nga for any kind of pushes na pwede mangyari. Tapos, magkaroon pa ng crossfire. Jesse Bash goes for 1. Magkakaroon pa ng bandang pandadagdag dito dahil nga medyo bagyang natatalo na dito sa HP ang Team Secret. Dagdagan mo pa ng white space nila. We have here the timing for Wets. Explosive of a no-scope pick-off pagdating sa mga player na yon. Pero unfortunately, double-digit scoreline na ang makukuha ngayon ng Bleed Esports. Pero na-save na rin naman na ni Dubstep yung kanyang operator.
Around is still around for Bleed, no? Kahit na na-save nila yung operator. In the end, Bleed Esports pa rin yung nagre-rake in nung mga rounds na nakikita natin dito. Itong mga entry din nila, si Derion, mainit na eh. Kahit anong lakas ni Wits dito sa backside, kung masyadong maraming makakatapat, masyadong maraming kalaban, ang hirap talaga matapatan nito. Ngayon na pupunta na tayo sa round 20, pagdating sa economy on the side of Team Secret, meron naman silang pambili nung kanilang mga Vandal. Half armor nga lang si Jesse Vash dito. Tsaka kung hindi ako nagkakamali, si Borcom din. Ito na naman yung fake. Baka ma-fake na naman kayo dyan. But Borcom, namatay na nga siya agad-agad. Napitas.
Ang bilis. Pero at least si Dubstep dito makakakuha ng pangalawa. He needs a reposition and he will. Masasayang dito yung Swarm Grenade si Pet at yun lang din naman na yung gusto nila. Bait out players from the side of Bleed, use their utilities dahil makakaisa na ngayon si Wits. Down to no controller ang Bleed Esports. How they can possibly control in a site kung wala silang pang-counter ng vision dito ng Team Secret. But unfortunately, nasa loob na ng site dito si Derion. He's just waiting in for something to happen or someone to pick out dito mula sa defender spawn. Pero with that being said, mukhang wala muna siya makikita. Play for retake ang gagawin dito ng numbers lead for members. Ang buhay pa rin naman sa Team Secret.
4v3. Planting na ng spike. Ito na yung aftershock to delay that. Pero masyado na nga matagal. Even with the flashes, even with all the utilities itself, walang matatamaan dyan. Dubstep, alam niya yung posisyon. Kaso masyado siyang nakafocus doon. Lenny was able to take on a kill and Jeremy on the corner as well. Sumubok pero hindi enough. Unti na lang ang HP dito ni Pith. Ang kaso nga lang, kailangan siyang hanapin ni Wits. Hindi pa rin na-detect ang turret dito si Wits. Amazingly! Tridor ang turret natin, sir! Kaso nga lang, the quick scope would not work out in front of Pith. Pati siguro siya napapagano na dito, napapaisip, paano nakatawid yun?
Ano nangyari? Hindi kumibo yung turret dito ni Pith.
Bes,
parang
nagsimula to. Nagsimula ng lahat ng to dahil dun sa eco round ng Bleed Esports na pinush nila kahit sila yung may lamang. Sayang yun. Pero it is what it is.
Talaga. Mahabol pa naman guys. Kailangan lang talagang pumersa dito ng Team Secret. Sobrang talagang ang papasukin nila dito is yung butas ng karayong para maipanalo yung mga rounds. Mahabol na nga dito to a 10-11 scoreline to have us making or wishing na magkaroon na nga sila ng opportunity ma-overtime itong game na ito. Will it be possible? Lalo na ngayon si Dubstep at si Wits nagiging over-aggressive na dito to push out garage dahil wala silang nakita mangamba na yung mga taong nagde-defend ng A. Nagpaparinig na sila ng mga warning shots dito but at the very moment kasi cheeky din yung angle na kinocommit ngayon ni Borco.
Tamang cheeky plays lang talaga, guys. Pero si Borcom, marami-raming makikita dito. Napahir na lang siya. Jeremy and Jesse Vash was able to take on a kill. May pag-asa pa. Guys, as 1v2 situation right now, it's all up to Wits yet again. Ang tunay na clutcheris ng Pilipinas. 1-1 kill para sa kanila. And this is Lenny. 1v1. Sino nga ba ang lalamang dito? With the Headhunter versus the Vandal, paunahan na lang kung sino ang unang magkakakitaan. Pero may Vandal din pala, si Kuya mo, Wits. Makikita! Nakita niyo na yung ulo! Nice! Nice! Wits!
Nice one!
Pati ako naging fan! Muntik ko ng makas ang nasabi ko, nice!
Clutcherous Wits! Ang mga ginugusto ay binibigay na sa atin ngayon ng Team Secret para makuha na natin ang ating wish. 11-10 scoreline, isa na lang, equalize na. Terror talaga mangamba na ang mga tao mula sa kabila dahil ito na ang comeback of the comeback ng Team Secret para mabawi nila yung ekonomiya dahil nga they have what it takes to buy in their rifles, full on armors, tapos nabiluhan pa nila. Ito pa yung round na ito na importante for Bleed to win. Pero yung pressure ng Team Secret na makahabol, magka-comeback ay nandito na, kaya naman ngayon they are hesitant to get inside, but the smokes are already there, already placed in para madelay pa sila further sa mga push na gagawin nila.
Hahanap pa dito ng ibang mga members si Borkum. Tamang ambangers lang talaga. Si Jeremy naman, papabalik lang muna under the tube, waiting patiently itong Team Secret. Kung kanina, napunta sila sa problema after pushing. This time around, 1-to-1 trade ang meron tayo. Si Borkum, napitas si Derion. At si Lenny naman ang nakapitas kay Borkum. Ang importante dito, wala nang duelist ang Bleed Esports. So kahit papaano yung entry nila, very powerful, very impactful way because of Derion.
Ibig sabihin lang dun is makukulangan sila sa mobility, pero meron pala silang lockdown na kasama. We have here now the Rolling Thunder. Mahagyang madadelay na nga dito yung pag-TP out or yung pag-zipline out. Yung aftershock dito, magiging reason kung bakit hindi na nga makagalaw sa kanya mga pwesto dito. May eliminate nila yung tatlo. But unfortunately, it's just a public potential of Lexi. Nightfall immediately used para wala na makinig dito. Si Lexi, bulaga sa'yo, sir. Hello, my friend. Sige, Jeremy dito. Ako na pakala, 11-11 ang ating scoreline.
Iba talaga ang mga natututunan ni Jeremy. Natutong tumurbo simula nung nasa Team Secret. Ganito kami mga tito. Pinipindot namin yung control pagtapos namin makakuha ng round. Tinuro lang. Yan ang tunay na natutunan ni Jeremy, no? But going back to this, no? Comeback is real. Pumabaliktad na naman ang Vapor dito at tagilid na naman ang Vapor for the side of Bleed Esports. Dahil mukhang nababasa na nila kung paano ba galawan dito. Promise! Derion and friends! I-shutdown mo si Derion. Mahirapan ang umentry itong mga to.
Exactly. Nabagalan sila. Nabagalan kanina ang Bleed Esports to get inside. So it was really problematic kung ano yung uunahin nila. Kahit may lockdown na silang kasama doon, Taylor, nahirapan pa rin talaga pumasok sa patalim ng Team Secret.
Susubok lang yan na kay Derion nakasalala ito, guys.
Oo.
Sipin nyo, feeling ko, pag namatay ito si Derion, promise, match point, ladies and gents. Ito na. Lista nyo na to, guys, dahil dito na tayo, papunta na tayo sa match point. Kanino nga ba? Dahil Viper Split has been set! Derion has been shot down here by Jeremy. Patay na si Derion, ladies and gents. Borkum waiting patiently on the corner here on site. Hindi pa rin napaplanta ang spike dito. Lexi was able to take on a kill. Dalawa ang napatay niya. That is Jessie Bash and Jeremy as well na nagbabantay ng flank. Pero si Dubstep kanina pa nakatitig sa Viper, sir! Hindi nila mapatay-patay. Namatay si Wits, although was able to get 2v3 ang meron tayo dito. Naplanta ang spike. Pero si Wits, nakatrabaho pa din. He gets 1 kill over that headhunter. Naghahanap pa rin si Dubstep dito sa my corner. Kanina nakita niya yung Viper pero tumama na rin. Finally, Pit goes down. Maxi is the only man alive. The time is ticking. The clock is ticking for the rest of the team of Team Secret. Kailangan nilang hanapin kung nasan si Maxi. Nasa Getty na. And this is Wiz trying to find him still. Magde-defuse ba ng spike? It's still the round for Bleed Esports. A very crucial one, but unfortunately, it goes to them still. Team Secret, sila pa rin ang maghahabol dito for the final round and for the tie.
Overtime, ang gugustuhin lang naman natin sa ating mga push capabilities dito for Team Secret. Nakita natin talagang ang lakas ng power ng agimat dito ni Maxi. Dagdagan mo pa dito si Lexi na miss out siya ng shot dito from that operator. But it really is just a problem na nabuhay kasi si Maxi dito. Kung sakali mang ito yung una pang player na na-pick off ng Team Secret, mahihirapan na. Lumungga inside of A site dito ang Bleed Esports dahil nga wala silang Viper Spit na maaalalayan ngayon. But now, in this round, we need to hope for the best para sa Team Secret na mahabol nila yung overtime. Pero iipitin na lang nila muna dito sa mid. Nag-aabang si Dubstep all the way from garage. Masa-spot in si Wets. Uunahan ka agad! Nipit! Nakachamba na naman, sir!
Not a good sign right now. Lalo na si Wits lagi yung nahuhuli sa pag-rotate dito at siya yung nakakuha talaga ng majority of the kills. Pero hindi pa naman tapos ang lahat. Isa pa lang ang napipitas nila dito. Derion with the knives. Naghahanap. Alam niyo naman guys, pag-dipit sa patalim, kumakapit! Si Jessie Pashka ang napitas, sir! Jeremy was able to get a 1 kill. Porcom time, it's not gonna work out as Maxi shuts him down. Jeremy and Dubstep, it's all up to these two guys of Team Secret to make something happen. Si Pit, nakapag-plant na nga ng spike. And si Jeremy at saka si Dubstep, umuikot na rin, no? Nag-aantay to ng rotations ni Dubstep, eh. Kaso may wall pa. Kailangan niya munang basagin to. And syempre, papalit muna ng baril yan. Kaso Guardian ang napulot.
Nag-amogos eh. Hindi pala siya Vandal. Pero ngayon, with the wide swing dito ni Kuya Mo Jeremy, hindi siya magwawagi. Wide swing again from Lexi. That finishes off our Pinoy Pride para makuha na nga yung 30-11 scoreline. What a game. What a series indeed. Dahil Terror 2-0, hindi gumana ang adobo buff para sa mga kupunan natin, ang ating mga kababayan sa Team Secret.
Ganon talaga ang life, guys. Hindi pa naman tapos ang lahat, no? Dahil this is actually the first match that we have seen Team Secret here on the stage itself. And it's been a while since we last saw them. And this time around, maybe hindi nag-work out because of the agent picks and everything else. But one factor to consider here, honestly, is that round where they pushed in kahit na eco disadvantage na yung bleed, no? Because they were having control over the entirety of it. As well as, hindi naman ganun kalayo yung score natin para humabol or para ibigay yung mga rounds na kagaya ng ganon. But unfortunately, it is what it is. It happens and Team Secret, babawi ang naapi. Tandaan nyo yan, guys. BD Esports, ngayon lang yan. Pinaisa lang kayo,
ngayon
promise.
Lang yan. Oo. Duduguman kami ngayon pero hindi yan magiging huli pa. This is just really the first game or first series na nilaro ngayon ng mga tito natin all the way from Team Secret. So give them some time to relax para makapag-warm up na nga. Dahil tandaan nyo guys, ang Pinoy Pride ay talagang magiging lower bracket demons pagdating dito sa ating group stages. Laban na nga dito sa VCTA pa.
Yun na nga, no? And that is finally it para sa ating best of 3 series na ito. And congratulations again to Bleed, no? Dahil one step further na sila pagdating sa brackets natin, papunta nga sa Masters. And syempre for Team Secret, mag-aantay sila on the lower bracket itself kung sino nga ba yung makakatapat nila. But along the way, sana tuloy-tuloy pa rin nating suportahan yung mga Filipino teams natin dito sa Asia Pacific like RRQ, Oasis, and of course Team Secret. Salamat sa pagrepresenta sa Pilipinas. Hayaan na natin yung mga coach at analyst sa comment section. Dito muna tayong lahat, basta susuportahan namin kayo. Kami ang bahala. But anyway, that is finally it for this last game that we have right here on your screens. At ang susunod dito is actually the panel show. So, right now we're just gonna go in a very short break. When we come back, it is gonna be the panel. It's done and over with para sa araw na ito. Maraming salamat sa pagsama sa amin. I'm Terror. Together with me is Honey Glaze. See you guys tomorrow.
Bleed Esports really making their enemies bleed, and for Team Secret, they are no exception. That was the final series of the day, GGWP to Team Secret. Here on the final panel of the day as well, it's the likable Dad Femina and Trix. Bleed Esports so deserving to win that one. Their executions were just huge, Dad Femina.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I gotta give a pretty big focus on both teams here before I make my huge analysis on both sides. Team Secret and Bleed, they definitely had very provident defensive maps. It's different stories of the same genre where Bleed recognized the TS. They do have unique tools to take space, but Bleed themselves knew how to counter that anyway. It would have been really good for TS to utilize the strength of their team comp, which is to take advantage of the amount of utility that it can throw at them, so that it's kind of hard for Bleed to even try to respond to that, since they have so many to shoot, so many to avoid, right? The flashes, plus you have to destroy the Yoru ability so that he won't have that ability to even teleport behind you or have any sort of way to even take space for Team Secret to even capitalize on. But Bleed just did a really good job of showing that they can adapt. They do throw caution to the wind sometimes, play a bit more proactively, play that Providence style that TS were trying to do so on their defensive rounds. But when we head into that second half, that's when we saw both sides actually went in guns blazing, just so aggressive all around. They just showed that both of these teams definitely don't have anything to lose, especially for Team Secret here. And I feel like that kind of pushed them over the edge, especially against Bleed, who have run into so many fortunate moments that definitely went into their way, that potentially or definitely became the snowball effect that Bleed needed to win.
Oh my god, this game was something else. It may not have been the same pattern from today. Again, it is a 2-0, but looking at the scores from all of the series today, this is the only series wherein the top team from one of the challengers or other challengers from the countries was not the one that won. It was actually the team that from the play-ins that was able to make it through in this first encounter. I'm running out of words. I don't know why, but it has been a long day and it has been a long fight. Maybe it's also the cause of me being a little bit heartbroken over the loss of Team Secret in this series, but it do be like that. You win some, you lose some. But Trix, oh my god, what a game. At the end of the day, Bleed Esports was just the better team.
It do be like that. Bleed Esports, honestly, surprisingly, the amount of, and I said this earlier, I feel like they've come in from the play-ins with more discipline, with more polish to their plays, in the way that they're playing, the way that they're taking information, the way that they actually have more refrags now, even when they play with aggression. I know that was one of the that was one of the things I was nitpicking on with Bleed. I felt like they could work on having that refrag ability, that refrag person always on standby, because it always felt that they were so far from each other, but this time really they're playing together, and I think that it was a well-deserved win on Bleed's side. Team Secret, I would have liked some more discipline considering how much experience these players have in their pockets.
I mean, sometimes recent experience can be more stronger than experience, general experience as a whole. I mean, if you look at how Bleed have come up to this point, they played through the play-ins, and I feel like that's a lot of amount of practice that they came into the series beforehand. They definitely polished so much into how they have been attacking, and they definitely diversified every single round. For TS, they really surprised us with how they performed here. I mean, I got a question how they're doing right now, especially now that they're knocked down into this lower bracket. But Bleed Esports, I gotta say, they definitely deserve this win. They just got the number of Team Secret, and it's no secret that they are able to become the better team this time.
I completely agree. And one thing that I do want to point out, which I already mentioned before, was that your national qualifiers or the region where you're from is not the same when we go into the APAC stage. I mean, looking at Bleed Esports, they were not the top team from their area, right? They were from the play-ins after all, so that means that they weren't the top team from where they were coming from. But hey, over here on APAC, they have been performing every single time. They're a team that is able to adjust to what is needed here on the APAC stage. Like, no matter what team they're faced again, they're just ready to adjust, ready to just bring out what they have to the table. Now, of course, Trix, I don't think this comes as a surprise for you. It's Maxi.
I'm so happy. Maxi did such a great job. I felt like his controller was so on point, the way he was able to push things back, the way he was just hitting his shots, isolating the duels, which I love to see, especially in those clutch situations. Some he didn't win, but the majority I felt he always had the upper hand. It's great. I think that Maxi really did so well. Of course, in the first series, there were other players that I pointed out, but I feel Maxi definitely deserved the highlight, especially when Icebox came along.
Well, other contenders for the spotlight over here would probably be Pith. He was a monster too, despite being a sentinel. We saw him as the top frag in some of the rounds, and it's his proactiveness also that was really shining throughout the rounds. I mean, this is the Blade Esports that we wanted to see ever since we saw them in the play-ins, right? From time to time, how should I say this? It was a little bit rocky for them, but here they are. They always try to prove that their synergy is improving. They always try to prove that, hey, the Blade Esports you saw yesterday is a completely different team at this point. We're better than we were yesterday. We're growing, and you guys better watch out. So do not underestimate our play-ins teams over here, guys. They may have come from the play-ins. I know it's not as enticing compared to a group that came in directly over to our group stage, but hey, Bleed Esports is a testament that teams can outperform and go beyond what is expected of them. So that is insane. Now, of course, with Maxi being the highlighted player for the series MVP, this is where our series comes to a close. And again, that was the final series of the day. Excuse me. And what a rewarding way to end the day. So, Dad Femina, this is your first day here on panel. Take a look at the recap that we have here and tell me how your day's going so far.
This was a very exciting day, actually, for the second day for group stage for VCT APAC Stage 2. I mean, just demonstrating how powerful a lot of these teams can put to the table and how much of a high ceiling that they can definitely breach through once they reach into the latter stages of this tournament. I do feel like the first three games were some of the expected results that I foresighted before I head into this day of group stages. But this last game definitely was like the surprise that I definitely did not expect. Like I did say 2-0, but I didn't expect it to go Bleed's way. But then again, since they did have that amount of practice, and since they also had a really good idea on how to counter the unexpected picks that Team Secret actually pulled out in the series, and definitely they are deserving of where they are right now. And among these teams across all of the groups, I mean, look at the standings of everybody else. I mean, it's gonna be hella bangers for the next stages or the next days of VCT APAC.
Absolutely. We saw from Group A, it was the ONIC the Hedgehog win that got them through that fracture map. And you were looking at Group B, Trix. Oh my god, Xerxia, Esports, and RRQ. Obviously, again, I was rooting for RRQ, but my predictions are a little bit off for here. So Trix, this is actually the only prediction that I got right, which was Paper Rex.
Yes, I got this one wrong. I loved watching Paper X and Boom Esports. It was one of the matches I was looking forward to the most. But I think out of all of the matches that went down today, definitely my favorite performance came in from Xerxia. I can't wait to watch them again. And I am really excited to see that Order Paper X match.
And of course, the heartbreaking Group D, at least for us. Of course, for the Bleed Esports fans over there, you guys are rejoicing and you guys deserve it because this team was phenomenal today. Again, Maxi, not just Maxi, Pith, everybody on the team, starting from Haven all the way to Fracture, just really outperforming and exceeding the expectations that we had from them. I hate to admit it, but I guess a part of me was kind of expecting more from Team Secret, especially since, again, they were the top PH team, and we were looking at Bleed Esports, who came all the way from the play-in. So you kind of have your expectations set from those track records alone. But yeah, I'm not too disappointed. All of these wins or all of the predictions that went south for me were still a pleasure experience to see, because they just really came to show that, hey, we're out here and we're gonna do the best that we can, regardless of what you think for us. But you guys saw the schedule that is set for tomorrow. So for those of you guys who are watching right now, you better mark your calendars. We're in for quite a challenging and event-filled days up ahead. I don't know what other adjectives I can best describe it, but you know how it is here on VCT. You know how it is here on APAC. There's always action, there's always excitement, and there's that.
And I think a little unpredictable at that.
All the damn time, madam.
Yes.
I can't get enough of it. But again, today was something. Some warriors rejoiced, yet some giants conquered. Come back tomorrow to see how the stories continues. Here on the panel though, bringing you the stories, again, it has been Likeable, Dad Femina, and Trix. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you and good night.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience, trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to who you were sure. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit, find other lands. Some other lands, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't